Chapter 1101, Naughty Saintess, Part 2. Who would have thought? Helena, of all people, would do something so incredibly naughty. Ether sure was shocked when he woke up, groggy and aching, only to find her body sprawled beside him, face flushed, lips swollen, her skin streaked with the sticky evidence of his climax. Helena, messy and glowing in the soft morning light, rolled inside the sheets, lay at the edge of the bed. Her thighs pressed tightly together, her whole body still twitching with aftershocks, her face slick with arousal and streaks of cum that clung to her cheeks and chin. She looked like a fallen angel who had just tasted sin, and wanted more. Helena, Ether rasped, his voice thick, deep, and rough from sleep and confusion. She jolted up, flustered, her hands quickly covering her face as she stammered, Ether. I didn't mean to, I just. You thought you could suck me off, swallow my cum, and sneak away like a naughty little thing, he murmured, his eyes half-lidded and burning with lust. You really are full of surprises, Saintess. I. She bit her lip hard, breath shaking. I didn't want to wake you. I just wanted to make you feel good. You didn't wake me. You wrecked me, he said lowly, you woke up the beast. Before she could defend herself, he reached out, yanked her by the sheets, and dragged her closer in one rough, commanding pull. Then he growled, lips brushing her ear, warm breath making her shiver, sit on my face. Helena froze. What? You heard me, he said, his voice dropping to a feral growl. Right now. Drop the towel. Straddle my mouth. Open those legs wide, Saintess. I want that pussy dripping on my tongue, and you're not moving until I've had my fill. Her body locked up, her heart racing so loud it drowned out her thoughts. Ether. I've never. That's so embarrassing. I can't. His hand slid down her back and gripped her ass, flesh yielding beneath his fingers, as he squeezed hard, enough to make her gasp. You already sucked my cock till I came down your throat. Now it's only fair I get to return the favor, he said with a wicked smile. I'm going to eat your pussy like it's the only thing I've ever wanted. You're not escaping that, Saintess. He laid back against the pillows, arms folded behind his head, his cock still twitching and half-hard from the earlier orgasm. But his hunger hadn't faded, it had grown. Come on, Helena. Face me. Show me every inch of that sweet, messy cunt. Let it sit on my mouth. I want to drink you until you're sobbing. Ether wasn't asking anymore. He was commanding. And Helena could tell. He was being sweet, seductive, and ruthless. If you don't do it, he said with a smirk, I promise I'll do much worse. Maybe I'll pull you out into the main temple, put on a nice little show for your beloved archpriestess, just like she did before you hee. No. Helena squealed in horror, face exploding into crimson, her whole body trembling with shame and panic as the memory of that show slammed into her brain. Absolutely not. Never again. Then sit. On. Me, Ether said, voice soft like silk, eyes gleaming. He winked. Pretty please. Helena pouted, flustered and aroused, her thighs rubbing together without thinking. Ordering her, threatening her, then playing sweet. He was too damn good at this. And the worst part? She didn't want to stop him. Still nervous, she looked away and muttered, then, close your eyes first. Ether blinked slowly, then smirked and nodded. Sure. But don't take too long, or I'll open them anyway. Helena hesitated, but then slowly, tremblingly, unwrapped herself from the bed covers. Her hands reached for the towel clinging around her waist, undoing it with shaking fingers. The soft fabric slipped from her hips and pooled around her feet. She was bare. Her pussy was swollen, glistening, and flushed, still wet and glimmering with her juices from earlier. Her inner lips peeked between her soft folds, already slick and inviting. She blushed furiously, breathing shallow, and crawled up over his chest with slow, unsure motions. Her thighs trembled. Her knees wobbled as she straddled him, her heart hammering against her ribs. She hovered above his face, legs wide, barely able to look down at him. I'm already. Ether opened his eyes. And groaned. His gaze latched onto her bare pussy like a starving man seeing his first meal in weeks. Her folds were pink, soaked, dripping slowly down her thighs. Her clit was peeking out, pulsing with need. Her skin flushed a deep red. You're so fucking sexy, Saintess. That pussy's perfect. So wet, so needy, so real, so naughty. His hands grabbed her ass, rough, greedy, and spread her cheeks apart with force. I'm not. I'm not naughty, she whimpered. But he wasn't listening anymore. He pulled her down, hard, until her soaked pussy and tight little asshole pressed full and hot against his face. She screamed, lurching forward and grabbing the headboard with both hands, knuckles instantly turning white. Her legs shook violently. Her entire body trembled above him. Then, his tongue. His hot, thick tongue licked her pussy from bottom to top, one long, slow, wet drag, ending with a flick right across her tight, twitching asshole. Her hips bucked instinctively. Ether. I can't. Nope, he growled beneath her, voice muffled as he licked again. You're staying right there, Saintess. You're mine now. His tongue was relentless, wet, wide, slow, then fast, lapping her slick folds, circling her clit, slurping shamelessly. He sucked on her lips, teased her entrance, then pushed deeper, licking her so thoroughly it felt like he was trying to drink her soul. Her taste was pure sin. Sweet. Addictive. He moaned into her pussy, letting the vibrations shake her insides. His hand squeezed her ass tighter, spreading her apart so his tongue could slither from her clit to her drenched slit and then trail all the way down to her twitching hole again. Her thighs trembled. Her knees buckled. She couldn't stop shaking. She tried to lift herself. He wouldn't allow it. No, he commanded again, voice full of hunger. Stay. On. My. Mouth. Then he did it, his tongue dipped even lower, licking her ass with perverted care, tracing the rim of her tight hole with slow, teasing circles. Ether. You're licking, back there, she wailed, her voice cracking with disbelief. All of you, he growled, belongs to me. He slurped again, shameless and loud, licking back and forth between her pussy and ass like he couldn't decide which tasted better. Helena moaned louder, her voice breaking. She was gasping, twitching, falling apart. Her pussy trembled, leaking uncontrollably, and her clit throbbed beneath his tongue as he sucked it into his mouth. He sucked harder. Again. And again. Her mind shattered. She could barely speak, barely think. Her hands clawed at the headboard, her body convulsing above him, hair sticking to her face as she screamed. His tongue kept working, his lips devouring her, drinking her. He wanted every drop. Ether. I can't hold it. Come on my mouth, he growled, his voice deep and dominating, one hand landing a sharp smack across her trembling ass. Soak my tongue. Let it all out, baby. Slap. Her scream tore from her throat, raw, high-pitched, completely shattered by pleasure. Splash, splash, splash. Her pussy erupted, a hot gush of juices flooding his tongue. Her whole body convulsed uncontrollably, legs shaking violently, hips jerking forward, her back arched like she'd been struck by lightning. Her juices poured into his mouth, splattering across his cheeks, and he didn't miss a single drop. He drank her down greedily, slurping and swallowing like he couldn't get enough, his tongue flicking through every ripple of her climax. She collapsed forward like a puppet with its strings cut, her chest hitting his firm torso, her thighs twitching helplessly around his head. Her soaked pussy still throbbed on his face, her folds fluttering with aftershocks, her inner walls clenching with a mindless rhythm. Her moans softened into broken little breaths, desperate, twitching sighs. She didn't move. Couldn't move. Ether. She whimpered, her voice paper-thin, almost breaking. Her eyes were glassy, tears gathering at the corners from the sheer intensity. He finally let her go. His face was drenched in her juices, chin glossy, lips wet, tongue lazily licking the corners of his mouth with a satisfied grin. Ether slid his hand down her spine, slow and teasing, until it cupped her plush ass again. He squeezed it firmly, making her gasp once more. "Good girl," he whispered in her ear, voice low and dirty. "But we're not even close to finished yet." Helena whimpered against him, her body boneless, melting into his chest. But her breath hitched again, hard, when his fingers slid right back between her legs, through the wet, messy aftermath of her orgasm. "Still dripping," he murmured, "dark and dangerous. So fucking wet, and I haven't even started ruining you properly." His fingers slid through her folds, spreading them wide. Her slick lips glistened under the light, twitching from the overstimulation. "Chichnng. Ether." She moaned softly, her hips twitching helplessly into his hand. She couldn't help it. "Shoo, just breathe, sweetheart," he said, soothing but firm. Then 2 fingers slipped inside her. Slowly. Thick. Deep. Her pussy sucked them in with ease, still soaking and hot from her climax. She arched back with a cry, her mouth wide open, her thighs clamping around his wrist. "Ah, Ether. That's so deep." He curled his fingers gently, just enough to press against that sensitive, hidden spot inside her. "MFF." She choked on a moan. "You like it when I touch you right here," he murmured, his voice brushing over her ear like silk. "This soft little spot inside you, it's so responsive. Just for me." He pressed again, slow and deliberate, and she whimpered, twitching violently, her pussy squelching loudly around his fingers. We're DWEEEIAAHNOOO." She was losing control again. Her hips bucked without rhythm. Her face was a flushed mess. She was gasping and squirming as his fingers pumped slowly inside her soaked cunt, her walls clenching down greedily, trying to pull him deeper. I want something else," she begged, her voice breathy and shy, hands sliding up to cling to his neck, cheeks burning. "I want you inside." Ether paused, grinning like the proudest bastard alive. She'd finally said it. His sweet little saintess was asking to be fucked. He was definitely corrupting her. Naughty saintess. And she was loving every second of it. "Face me," he murmured, voice softer now, more intimate. He gently rolled her onto her back, guiding her like she was the most precious thing in the world. "I want to look at you when I make love to you." He kissed her, slow, deep, sensual, his tongue exploring hers, stealing her breath as he shifted between her thighs. His cock, hard, thick, and pulsing, rested at her entrance, the wide head gliding along her folds, parting her wet lips gently. She moaned against his lips, her whole body tensing with anticipation. MFFFFFFFF. Then he pushed. Her tight little pussy stretched around him, slowly, inch by inch, hugging him so tightly he could barely breathe. Her mouth fell open, eyes wide, a silent scream caught in her throat. Full. I am so full." He slid deeper, letting her feel every inch. Until he bottomed out. Until his hips met hers, buried to the hilt. He stayed there for a moment, his forehead pressed to hers, just breathing, letting her adjust, her walls fluttering wildly around him. "Fuck, you feel like heaven," he groaned, shivering from the heat around him. Helena's eyes fluttered open, her gaze locked on his. Her cheeks were flushed deep red, her lips parted, tears glimmering in the corners of her eyes, but this time from overwhelming bliss. This felt different. More than last night. More intense. More emotional. More addicting. She might actually crave this. She might already be addicted. Ether pulled back slowly, just halfway, then pushed in again, groaning as he sank into her with perfect precision. Her body molded to him. Every thrust rubbed her right where she needed it. Every stroke made her breath catch. Helena clung to him tighter, her nails scratching faint trails down his back as her legs wrapped around his waist, locking him inside. Their eyes never looked away. MNHA Ether, I love you. I love you. I love you too, he growled, thrusting deeper, kissing her again, tongue teasing hers, moaning into her mouth. She melted beneath him, hips lifting to meet every thrust, her body moving instinctively now, perfectly matched to his rhythm. And they weren't slowing down. In fact, Helena seemed to be getting even hungrier, her moans louder, her nails digging into his back with desperate need. Her legs tightened around his waist, hips bucking up shamelessly to take him deeper. Ether groaned, loving every second of it. He loved how her body begged for him without words. He loved seeing her lose herself like this. Loved turning his saintess into a dripping, trembling mess of lust. Meanwhile, just beyond the door, a hand hovered in the air, fingers clenched just inches from knocking. Lyra sighed heavily, her brows twitching with barely restrained irritation. Her ears twitched, catching the unmistakable rhythm and sound of flesh against flesh, wet, breathy moans filtering faintly through the door. She lowered her hand, shoulders slumping. Looks like I'll be doing all the damn work myself today. She muttered, voice flat and tired. Her eyes still half-lidded with sleep as she turned around and trudged away. She grumbled as she rubbed her temples, honestly, humans are such weird animals. All they think about is sex, morning, night, doesn't matter. Shaking her head with a dismissive huff, she padded down the corridor, muttering, so much noise, and they call us the wild ones. Chapter 1102, A Normal Life of Every Working Man. Ting. Ting. The sharp clang of metal striking metal echoed deep within the valley. It rang again, louder this time, bouncing off the rough stone walls. Ether and Lyres were deep inside, working tirelessly on the thrusters, intricate, powerful mechanisms embedded into the tunnel structure. Their bodies were coated in sweat and dust, arms aching but spirits focused. They had almost completed the work. Just a couple more days, and this massive project would finally be done. Ether. I brought you lunch. Helena's cheerful voice called from the surface, sweet and sing-song, filled with warmth. Up above, she was already spreading out a mat on the soft earth, placing down metal containers filled with freshly cooked food. Steam rose from the plates as she carefully set everything in place, sitting down gracefully and waiting for him like a patient, devoted wife. Ether emerged slowly from the tunnel entrance, his face smeared with dust and oil, but his smile lit up the moment he saw her. With slow, tired steps, he walked over and leaned down, kissing her gently on the forehead before sinking down beside her. She beamed up at him, cheeks glowing. Like a gentle wife who had lovingly prepared a meal for her husband who had been toiling under the earth all morning. Helena handed him a plate, but just like every day, Ether simply grinned and held up his hands. My hands are dirty, he said with a cheeky smile, knowing full well what would come next. Helena let out an exaggerated sigh and blushed, puffing her cheeks slightly. You always say that. Every single time, she scolded, yet her hands were already moving to pick up a spoonful of food. Without hesitation, she scooped up a bite and brought it to his mouth. Ah, she cooed softly. Ether opened his mouth with a relaxed hum, savoring the flavor as he chewed. Mmm. So delicious, he murmured, leaning in to plant a kiss on her cheek between bites. Especially with the best side dish right here beside me. Helena's face turned redder as she gave him a small shove, laughing nervously. See, come on. Stop saying embarrassing things. You love it, Ether teased, still chewing. Helena turned her head, trying to hide her grin, and quickly fed him the next bite just to shut him up. Eat, she muttered. Ether chuckled, his eyes twinkling. From a short distance away, Lyers stood with a blank expression, arms crossed. Yeah, she had come with Ether down into this tunnel, but no one even seemed to remember she existed. She stood there like a ghost, her presence blending into the background as if she were just another tool or a shadow on the wall. Helena and Ether were so deep into their little romantic bubble that they didn't have space in their world for anyone else. Of course, Helena wasn't heartless. Though she had completely forgotten about Lyers in conversation, she had at least placed an extra plate out for her. Lyers walked over with a deep sigh, picked up the neglected dish, and sat down without a word. She stared at the food, specifically the rice cakes, with a pinched nose. Ugh, how the hell do they even eat this crap, she muttered to herself, poking the cake with her spoon like it had personally offended her. Her face scrunched in disgust as she took a bite, but she didn't say anything. She wasn't here to enjoy food or romance. She had one job, to finish what Her Majesty had instructed her to do. Complaining wasn't in her assignment. Soon enough, Ether finished his meal, giving Helena a final kiss on the cheek before getting up and stretching. Back to it, he said with a tired grin. Be careful, Helena replied softly, watching him go with affection in her eyes. Lyers wordlessly followed Ether back into the tunnel, not saying a single thing, her eyes half-lidded with exhaustion and growing irritation. As time passed, the sky outside shifted from a pale orange to a deepening indigo. Stars blinked faintly above as night settled over the project site. Good work today, Ether said, wiping sweat from his brow. Lyers nodded once. You too, Ether. They reached the small set of rooms allocated to them. Ether pushed open his door, only to stop in surprise. Sarah was already inside, lying sprawled on his bed with a wicked grin on her lips. She wore something lacy and dangerously minimal, just enough to cover but clearly meant to tease. You worked so hard today. She purred, raising her arms over her head and arching her back. Let this wife take care of you tonight. Her voice was silk-laced with heat. Ether's smirk returned instantly, and he stepped in without hesitation. The door closed behind him with a soft click. Moments later, the room was filled with gasping moans. Ah. The bed creaked in rhythm. Skin slapped. Whimpers and cries of pleasure bounced off the walls. Meanwhile, just one wall away, Lyers lay stiffly on her bed, pillow clutched over her ears. Her face was a twisted mask of fury and disbelief. Fucking seriously? Again? Like fucking rabbits, she growled through clenched teeth. She tried to sleep. She tried humming to herself. She even counted sheep. But none of it worked. The moaning never stopped. It only grew louder, faster, more passionate as the hours ticked by. They went on all night. She didn't get even a second of sleep. By morning, Lyers looked like death incarnate, messy hair, dark circles under her eyes, and rage simmering just beneath her skin. She stumbled out of her room, groggy and scowling, just as Ether stepped out of his room with a spring in his step and a fresh glow in his face. He spotted her and smiled. Morning. Looks like you slept well. Lyers twitched. Veins bulged on her forehead, her fists clenched, just about to scream bloody murder when Sarah followed him out, her long hair swaying, still dressed in her loose robe. She leaned in and gave Ether a soft kiss on the lips with dreamy eyes. Today I'll prepare something different, she whispered. Ether chuckled. Can't wait, darling, he said, kissing her back. Lyers stood frozen in place. She stared. Then stared some more. It hit her like a thunderbolt. This bastard was sleeping with both the saintess and the archpriestess of the empire. Like, what the actual hell? Talk about an overachiever. She never imagined a human could pull something this wild, getting two of the most powerful women in the empire under his sheets, moaning his name through the night. Not even her emperor managed that kind of feat. She didn't know whether to be impressed, disgusted, or just horrified. Maybe all three. LACKEY'S walked ahead. Behind her, Ether casually followed, wiping grease from his fingers. "You've got some balls," she muttered without turning, her voice low but filled with genuine surprise. Her eyes narrowed slightly, still not quite believing the things she'd seen. Ether let out a soft chuckle. "Don't worry, you'll find someone too," he said, giving her a friendly pat on the shoulder. LACKEY'S instantly swatted his hand away with a glare. "Don't pity me, human. I already have someone," she replied coolly as she walked ahead, her tone calm but loaded with meaning. Ether blinked in surprise. "You do?" he asked, genuinely curious. In all their time, he hadn't seen her even glance at anyone romantically. LACKEY'S simply smirked, not giving an answer. Her chin lifted slightly with quiet pride as her tail swayed behind her in sync with her confident stride. She wasn't going to explain, not to him. Let him wonder. They began the day's work without further conversation, the constant hum of energy and the clang of tools filling the tunnel. Around lunchtime. "Darling." Sarah's melodic voice drifted from the surface. LACKEY'S sighed, already sensing what was coming. She looked up from her work and saw Ether pause instantly, his head turning like a puppy hearing his owner's whistle. Without a word, he started walking toward the surface. LACKEY'S followed with a deadpan stare, crawling out of the tunnel slowly. As she stepped into the sunlight, she saw exactly what she expected, something awful. Sarah was feeding Ether, but not just spoon to mouth. No, it was mouth to mouth. Literally. Ether sat comfortably with a smug look while Sarah leaned forward, gently holding his face and passing food from her mouth to his. He grinned, clearly enjoying every second of it. Yuck. LACKEY'S gagged internally, her face scrunching up in utter disgust. She averted her eyes, hand over her mouth. She couldn't believe these two were doing something so ridiculously mushy in public. Her tail twitched with secondhand embarrassment. After the meal, Sarah finally left, waving her fingers seductively as she walked away. Ether, with food still stuck in his teeth, returned to the tunnel with LACKEY'S, who didn't say a word the whole way back. She just sighed heavily, again. The day passed, and once more, night fell across the silent hills. "Good work," Ether said, stretching his back. "You too, fuck ahem, Ether," LACKEY'S replied, wiping dust off her shoulders. They returned to their rooms, and Ether entered his, expecting some peace, only to stop in surprise. Helena was already inside, sitting shyly on the bed with her fingers nervously playing with the hem of her dress. Her cheeks were red, and her knees were pressed together like she was trying to gather courage. "Why you worked so hard today?" Let me." She tried to speak, but her voice cracked with nervous excitement. Before she could stammer another word, Ether was already closing the door and leaping onto the night dish. Moans followed. Again. And just like that, another day passed in moans, gasps, and third-wheel misery. Finally, on the following day. "It's finished," LACKEY'S said with pride in her voice, her arms crossed as she looked at the completed thruster station. The mechanisms pulsed with quiet energy, standing tall and perfect against the horizon. "I'll inform my emperor." She turned to Ether, extending her hand formally. "It was nice working with you, Mr. Ether." Ether raised his brows slightly at her sudden professionalism, but then nodded, taking her hand with a small grin. "Indeed. It was really nice working with you, Ms. LACKEY'S." LACKEY'S narrowed her eyes. "Try to control yourself next time," she muttered with a dry smirk. Ether scratched the back of his head, chuckling awkwardly. "Fair enough. But next time, introduce your man. I'd love to meet him." LACKEY'S blinked, caught off guard for a moment, then gave a small, shy blush. "Well. Maybe," she replied before shrugging it off. Then her body began to shimmer. A wave of magical energy flowed over her skin as she transformed into a majestic brown dragon. Her wings spread wide, claws gripping the ground for balance. Just before taking off, she looked down at him one last time. "You'll handle the controls here just like I taught you," she called. "I will," Ether said, waving up at her with a serious nod. With a powerful beat of her wings, Lyres took off, soaring into the skies above, headed straight back toward Zephyr Empire Station. She was now responsible for managing the thrusters from there. Ether stood in place, watching the horizon. The Empire, it was almost upon them. Only a few more days remained. The collision between the floating empires was inevitable now. Ether's smile slowly faded, replaced with a quiet grimness. His voice dropped as he turned back toward the small hotel that had served as their base. "The beginning is almost here," he muttered. He stepped through the empty streets. The hotel was now deserted. The old woman and the little boy who used to run the place were gone. Evacuated. Everyone from the edge of the empire had been moved to shelters under the guidance of the Archpriestess and Helena. They weren't taking any chances, even if Ether's thrusters were functioning at 100%. It was a necessary precaution. And he understood. Ether entered his room. To his surprise, Sarah was sitting on the bed, not smiling this time. Her legs were crossed, and her expression was serious, eyes focused on him. "We need to talk," she said. Chapter 1103, My Name is Ether. Archpriest Ether. "You want me to give a speech?" Ether blinked, visibly caught off guard by Sarah's words, his voice laced with disbelief. Sarah gave a small nod as she settled comfortably on his lap, her body molding against his as though it belonged there. She held a neatly folded sheet of paper in her hand, something she had worked on with careful thought and deep consideration. "Yes. The people are getting restless, Ether. The main temple has collapsed, and the mother's statue is broken, their symbol of hope is gone. Even though they believe in you, they can't help but feel abandoned. Their faith is shaken. I thought maybe, if you gave them a speech, something from the heart, it could restore their confidence." Ether exhaled slowly, processing her words. One hand instinctively settled around her waist, gently gripping her soft hips, while his other hand accepted the paper. His eyes scanned the words she had written for him, muttering a few lines under his breath. "In the name of Mother. Mother's blessing. Mother. Mother." He glanced up at her, uncertainty swirling in his gaze. Sarah's cheeks tinted with a soft blush as she met his eyes. "Come on. You are their archpriest. For them, you are the closest thing to Mother now." Ether sighed, leaning back a bit, his expression conflicted. He stared back down at the sheet again, his voice heavy. I don't think I'm the right one to say these things." His eyes flicked up to hers. Sarah's lips pressed into a thin line as she reached up and brushed a lock of his hair behind his ear. "You have to do this, Ether. You're no longer just you. You're their hope now. This is your first speech as the archpriest of this empire. Your voice carries weight. You have to be strong for them." Ether bit his bottom lip, his jaw tightening. After a moment, he drew in a deep breath and gave a small, reluctant nod. "Fine." Sarah smiled warmly and leaned forward to kiss his lips, tender, grateful, and filled with a quiet kind of intimacy. "Thank you," she whispered gently. Ether chuckled softly, the corners of his mouth lifting as he set the paper aside. He held her a little tighter, his arms wrapping securely around her waist. "So, anything else I should know?" Sarah puffed her cheeks slightly, "Of course. You forgot something important," she said, eyes narrowing slightly. Ether blinked, confused. "What did I forget?" He frowned, genuinely trying to recall, but nothing came to mind. Her pout deepened as she looked away. "Humph, looks like I'm not even important enough to be marked by you." Her voice trembled with a soft undertone of hurt, almost as if she hadn't meant to let that vulnerability slip out. His heart dropped. Her words struck something deep in him. "You mean, the seal?" Ether asked. Sarah gave a short nod, her brows furrowed, clearly upset. How could everyone else have already shared such a bond with him, and not her? Wasn't she the closest to him? She clenched her fists on his chest. The frustration was obvious in her eyes. Ether's expression shifted, guilt, conflict, and a trace of fear danced in his eyes. He gently rubbed her forehead, his thumb brushing her skin as if trying to soothe her storm. Yeah, about that. It's not that I forgot, it's just, his voice cracked for a second before turning serious. The seal, it binds souls together forever, Sarah. It's not just a symbol, it's eternal. I used to feel honored, even blessed, that someone would want to be bound to me forever. But lately, I keep wondering, am I forcing that connection on them? Are they really choosing it freely? Or just accepting it out of love, or out of fear of losing me to someone else? Sarah's eyes widened at his words, and without hesitation, she flicked his nose, her face scrunching into a scowl. Ow! Ether winced, rubbing the spot with a sheepish look. You're such a dumbass sometimes, she muttered. You think too much. I get it, you're worried, you're being cautious. But listen to me, Ether. She took his face in her hands, forcing him to meet her eyes. I won't speak for others, but I'll speak for myself. I don't agree to be bound to someone forever just because I'm emotional or afraid. Even if I were forced to marry you, I wouldn't accept the seal unless I loved you with everything I had. I know what I'm getting into. I know the meaning behind it. So stop overthinking and just do it already. Her hand slammed lightly against his chest as she pouted again, though her eyes shimmered with both affection and frustration. Ether stared at her for a moment, before he chuckled lowly and leaned in to kiss her lips again, slow, warm, full of emotion. Yeah, maybe I've been overthinking lately, he whispered. But before we get to that. He smirked, his voice dropping a notch as his hand slid down to cup her ass. Anything else? Sarah giggled, her mood shifting in an instant from serious to sensual. Well, we could do something else too, she purred as her fingers slowly undid the clasp of her robe. The silky fabric slid down her shoulders, revealing the alluring swell of her breasts, round, full, pushed up behind a lacy white bra that barely contained them. Ether's eyes darkened with desire as he leaned into her, burying his face in the crook of her neck, inhaling her sweet, arousing scent. You smell different today, like flowers mixed with something sinful. Sarah winked, her voice low and teasing. What? Just sniffing me got you hard already? Bad boy, she whispered, grinding her hips against his lap, feeling the growing bulge beneath her. You seductress. Ether growled playfully, his hands sliding up and down her curves, her soft waist, the swell of her hips, the roundness of her thighs. You know exactly what you're doing to me. With a mischievous grin, he tackled her onto the cushions, and within moments, the room was filled with gasps, breathy moans, the rustle of clothing, and the wet sounds of their bodies connecting, hot, needy, and unrestrained. The next morning. In the shelter, the people who had gathered wore anxious and slightly panicked expressions. Today, they would find out what was going to happen to their empire. I hope my house didn't get destroyed. Mother should protect us, right? Hey, where is the apostle? The children are scared now. Worried voices and hushed murmurs filled the air, echoing off the walls. Standing before them on the podium were Helena and the archpriestess. The archpriestess stood tall, her posture calm and commanding. Her voice, clear and composed, carried to every corner of the shelter as she began. Please remain calm. Immediately, the crowd quieted down, all eyes turning to her. The archpriestess gave a small nod and continued, there is no need to panic. Everything has been arranged with utmost care. The medical team and the shelter department are on high alert, prepared for any emergencies. So please, stay here peacefully without causing any unrest. She paused and glanced at Helena. Helena stepped forward with a frown and addressed the crowd, due to certain complications, the apostle is currently outside the empire. With that, she stepped back. The archpriestess resumed, but don't worry. We are all here. No matter what comes, we will face it together. This is our empire, and it is our responsibility to protect it. A heavy silence fell over the crowd. Slowly, one by one, the people lowered their heads in solemn understanding. They trusted her. They trusted the archpriestess. The archpriestess offered a soft smile. Thank you for your cooperation. And, one more thing. She motioned toward the side of the podium. All of this, the shelter, the care, the organization, this was only possible because of one person. The one who got down on his knees and begged for you all. The one who persuaded me. The one chosen by the very mother goddess herself. Let us welcome our first archpriest, Ether. Step. Step. The sound of slow, steady footsteps echoed across the quiet shelter as every pair of eyes turned toward the figure walking forward. A man dressed in pure white robes adorned with golden embroidery, delicate feathered patterns etched into the fabric, approached the podium. His expression was serene and warm, carrying a gentle grace that felt divine yet distant, like someone you could see, but never truly touch. His black hair swayed slightly in the still air, and his ice-blue eyes shimmered with innocence and quiet strength. For a moment, no one breathed. They didn't understand why, but something about him felt familiar. Deeply familiar. Like a forgotten dream returning in full clarity. Good morning, everyone, Ether's gentle voice rang out, soft but powerful. My name is Ether. Archpriest Ether. Chapter 1104, End of Third Trial, Part 1. Ether was honestly surprised, truly surprised, by just how closely he resembled iteration number 25. His garments, the posture of his body, real body, the aura he emitted, everything about him now, except for the distinct black hair, felt eerily identical to iteration number 25. The only thing he lacked was the spear. That weapon which number 25 wielded with divine authority. And yet, even without it, the resemblance was undeniable. He inwardly let out a quiet, dry chuckle. Life really does work in the most mysterious ways, he thought. After everything, he never imagined he would once again stand in front of them, as their archpriest. And now, our archpriest will deliver his speech to his people, Helena announced, her voice solemn, her face glowing with reverence as she raised her hand gracefully towards Ether. He nodded softly, gently acknowledging her, and then turned his gaze toward the gathered crowd. The people before him stood frozen, some in awe of his striking, almost celestial beauty, others too stunned to even take a breath. There was something about his presence that demanded attention, something deeper, unsettling. Plus 1000 AP. Plus 10 AP. Plus 1000 AP. Plus 10 AP. Plus 1000 AP. Plus 1000 AP. Ether ran his fingers through his dark hair and stepped forward, his voice ringing clear and calm. Good morning, my dear citizens of Elysiomus Aurora. He paused for a moment, allowing his words to settle into the hearts of the people. I know this moment feels sudden to many of you, overwhelming, even. You may be struggling to make sense of the changes, of the unexpected faces standing before you. And to be honest, so am I. I, too, am overwhelmed. His hand lightly rested over his chest. Me, an outsider, once forgotten, once invisible, now chosen to stand as your archpriest. This is no small honor. It is the greatest trust, the heaviest burden, and the highest calling that your beloved archpriestess has placed upon me. He looked around the silent crowd, his gaze sincere yet edged with something deeper. I don't know if I'm worthy. I truly don't. But even so, he raised his hand toward them, open-palmed. I stand before you and make this vow. In the name of Seraphina Ashwood and Helena Sunfire, I will serve this empire with every breath I have. I will protect it, uphold it, and honor it, as your archpriest. Helena and Sarah blinked, visibly startled by his words. What the heck are you saying right now? Sarah's voice shouted into his mind. Ether. What are you doing? Helena's thoughts stumbled with uncertainty. The people's expressions shifted subtly. Some furrowed their brows. Others began to murmur. There was something missing, something vital. The name of the mother. Ether grinned inwardly, his thoughts sharp and deliberate. He glanced at Helena and Sarah's shocked faces and replied telepathically, "You gave this title to me. You didn't ask, you simply handed it over. And now you expect me to sing praise to that twisted mother of yours? Sorry, that's not how I play." His grin widened. Helena and Sarah's faces turned pale. He was planning something. But Ether kept his voice pure, soft, and unwavering as he continued. "Even if the world itself chose me, I know my worth. And so do you. All of you. People of Elysiumus Aurora, this is a turning point. A moment that will define us. The world is shifting, evolving, just as nature always does. And I, the one chosen by your archpriestess and saintess, not by destiny or fate, but by will, stand here to ask you." His tone slowed. His expression hardened, serious and commanding. "Who do you believe in?" A wave of silence swept over the crowd like a cold breeze. Ether repeated it, voice firmer, more resounding, "Who do you believe in?" He extended his hand toward them, palm up, inviting, yet challenging. For a moment, no one spoke. Then, a single voice cried out, "Mother." And like a spark igniting dry leaves, others joined in. Soon the word echoed in the air, "Mother. Mother." A chant, almost like prayer. Helena and Sarah's throats tightened. They looked around nervously, then back at Ether, who now wore the wicked grin. That smug face again. Sarah groaned inwardly. I don't like where this is going," Helena silently added. Ether raised his hand again, commanding silence, and when the crowd obeyed, he spoke once more. "Yes, you believe. You believe in what you were taught, what you grew up hearing in stories and prayers. You believe in what you felt in your darkest moments, what gave you strength, what you've made right with your hands and your hearts. You are grateful, deeply grateful, for having someone to protect you." The people nodded. Some even smiled, yet, others began to feel something unfamiliar stir within them. Ether's voice softened, aching, even. "But I don't." A hush fell. "I wasn't taught like you were. I wasn't embraced by warm arms or given gentle truths. I haven't felt what you felt, nor walked the same path. I've made mistakes, many, in fact. I've failed more times than I can count. And yet, your beloved archpriestess didn't choose you, she chose me. Why?" Sarah's throat went dry. What is he trying to do now, she wondered, glancing at the crowd, feeling their collective gaze slowly drifting toward her. "Don't look at her," Ether suddenly said, and his tone turned sharp, authoritative. The people flinched. "Look at yourselves." He extended his hand and slowly pointed toward the crowd. "Ask yourself this, why him, not me? You prayed day and night. You gave your everything to your beloved God. You sacrificed. You obeyed. And still, she never even glanced your way. Never thought you were worthy of a chance. Instead, she gave everything, everything, to an outsider." His voice echoed now, not just in volume but in power. It carried the truth, raw, unnerving, and impossible to ignore. She, he clearly meaning the mother, not archpriestess. They could understand that. His words brought complete silence across the gathering. Ether's expression slowly softened, his voice gentle yet firm. "That's all I needed to say, my beloved citizens of the Elysiumus Aurora Empire. Just think for yourselves. Don't let blind faith steal your voice. Don't let tradition replace your own heart. Ask yourself, truly, are you not seeing the efforts your archpriestess is making for you? Huh?" He took a step forward, raising his voice, not in anger, but in raw passion. "The time has come to face the truth. Your so-called gods, where are they now? When disaster strikes, when fear creeps in, where are they? You tremble, panic like a child who's lost their parent, and yet, you've been told you are protected." Each word landed heavy, sharp, piercing into their hearts like glass. Unknowingly, almost shamefully, the people began to lower their heads. They didn't even understand why, but something inside them twisted, a strange guilt, a silent regret. Ether noticed it. Inwardly, he gave a small nod. His voice continued, unwavering. Your archpriestess asked me to speak to you, to reassure you, to say how protected you are, but I said no. Not because I disrespected her words, but because I couldn't stand the illusion that protection means blindness. People like her will come and go. Gods, they will rise and fall. But permanence? That's not given by divine hands. He extended his arms wide, as if trying to embrace the entire empire through his voice alone. Permanence is decided by you. The most powerful force in this world is not the gods. Not the saints. It is you. And you alone. The crowd stood frozen, as if something inside them was being carved open. Thank you. He nodded gently, respectfully, then turned to leave, but not before brushing his hand along the hem of his white robe, where delicate ice particles shimmered with every movement. His footsteps echoed as he walked out, the frost catching the light like fragments of memory. The archpriestess blinked in place, momentarily speechless. "Well, be careful," she finally muttered under her breath, before quickly turning and rushing away. Helena was already gone. Outside, past the protective shelter, Sarah and Helena caught up with him, their breaths short, their expressions wild with disbelief. "What the hell did you just do?" Sarah shouted, her face a mix of horror and confusion. Ether smiled calmly, almost playfully. "Don't worry," he replied. "The seed has been planted. It might not grow overnight like my empire did, but it will grow. Slowly. Surely." He tilted his head slightly. After all, Mother wasn't the only one with the ability to manipulate, right? Ether too knew how to shape situations, how to bend moments to his will. The mother had made her first mistake, she let him in this empire. And now, he was going to take it all. "Sorry, bitch, but your world is mine now," Ether thought, his sly grin widening. All throughout the day, Ether's words echoed in the minds of the people. It was as though his voice had stitched itself into their thoughts. And strangely, they couldn't tell if he was right or wrong. All they knew was, something had awakened inside them. Something that had been sleeping for far too long. As the sky dimmed into deepening darkness, the weight of what was coming grew heavier. The collision was near. Inside the massive thruster station, Ether, Sarah, and Helena stood at the command core. "Liars? Are you ready?" Ether called out in a mic like crystal. An image shimmered into view through a glowing crystal. Liars appeared, standing tall in the light. "Yes. Everything is in place. The people on the outer edges have already been evacuated. We're waiting for your position." Behind her, several familiar faces appeared, Melona, Arya, Kaelin, and Leora. They stood quietly, watching, waiting. "We're ready too," Ether added firmly, then turned toward the massive lever at the console's heart. He placed his hand on it. "Well then," he murmured, voice low and steady, "let's fix the puzzle." A slight smirk crept across his face as he slowly pushed the lever forward. Spark. Spark. Boof. The thrusters roared to life, fire spilling from their mouths as the engine ignited, shaking the very earth beneath them. Towering flames propelled through the ducts as the empire itself began to move, slow, powerful, unstoppable. Chapter 1105, End of Third Trial, Part 2. The second collision, Ariones Zephyrra and Elysiumus Aurora. Both empires, a great floating world of civilization and legacy, were slowly drifting toward one another. Since it was nighttime, most of the citizens couldn't clearly see what was happening outside. But they could feel it, subtle shifts in their homes, an unnatural pull in the air. Most chose to remain inside, quietly praying, hoping everything would go well. Terror. The two colossal ebon stones at the cores of both empires began spinning rapidly, picking up momentum as the edges of the landmasses began to touch. Crack. T-T-T-R. A strange, invisible wave pulsed through both empires. It was almost like a heartbeat, sudden, wide, and trembling. The ground jerked. Buildings creaked. Houses groaned under the brief quake as the energy ripple passed through them. "Hold it together," Ether muttered, tightening his grip on the lever of the main controller. Below him, the thrusters that supported the Aurora Empire began slowly activating, rumbling as they pushed the entire landmass upward in a controlled motion. "Liars," he called, his tone sharp and focused. Liars, across the command connection, gave a silent nod. She reached for the controller on Zephyr's side and began gently lowering her lever. Slowly, patiently, carefully. At the bottom edges of both empires, massive pieces of rock began to break away, falling off like loose gravel, revealing strange interlocking shapes beneath the surface, an enormous puzzle that had been hidden until now. Ether looked at the monitor. He stared. The puzzle edges matched perfectly. "I'm rotating Aurora 5 degrees to the right," he declared. His hands moved fast and precise, shifting a secondary lever that adjusted the cone angles of the thrusters. Then, he pushed the main flame lever forward. The thrusters roared, their jets adjusting the angle of Aurora Empire. The entire floating mass tilted ever so slightly. SSSSSSNNNNNNNGGGG. The shift was subtle, but every citizen of Aurora felt it. It was as though the wind had changed. No one fell. No buildings crumbled. But everyone felt the slight lean of the world. People clutched their walls, held each other, and raised their hands toward the sky, not sure if they were praying to their gods, or to the one man guiding the heavens themselves. Ether. Whatever they believed in, every heart was hoping, desperately hoping, for the collision to end in harmony. "Liars," her eyes locked on the alignment, called out, "They're in position. I'm initiating the descent." Her hands moved smoothly as she lowered her lever. The flames beneath Zephyr Empire's thrusters slowly dimmed, cooling. The Empire began its slow descent, a divine fall in perfect rhythm. And across both empires, people stepped outside, cautiously watching the edge of their world. From the outer sky, Dora hovered high above the Academy, scanning the convergence. Her sharp eyes traced the slow, silent connection below. On the other side, near the surface, Delphine stood alone, expression unreadable, her gaze locked on the meeting edges. Inside the control chamber, Ether leaned forward, eyes locked on the screen. He could barely breathe. Neither could anyone else. And then. Tuck. A final, satisfying sound echoed through the atmosphere as the edges connected like puzzle pieces locking into place. A pulse spread through the ground. It wasn't destructive. It was grounding, an energy seal confirming the union. Terror. The two massive ebon stones, which had been spinning violently, suddenly halted. Their rotation ceased as thick energy roots beneath them pulsed and tightened, fusing the empires together. The edges slowly healed, connecting them. There was silence. Breath held. And then. Ie. Cheers exploded across both empires. People screamed with joy. Families embraced. Soldiers who'd stood on edge finally let go of their weapons. Priests fell to their knees. Children laughed. There had been no collapse. No fire. No deaths. Just perfection. Ether. Sarah screamed as she rushed toward him, wrapping her arms tightly around his body, so hard it almost cracked his ribs. Ether chuckled softly, a rare warmth glinting in his eyes as he opened his arms to Helena too. She hesitated, just for a breath, but then moved forward, and he pulled both of them into a tight, wordless embrace. Ding! Forbidden language, 90%. Across the room, Melona, Kalen, Arya, Leora, and the rest of the crew clapped and shouted. It was a celebration. Relief victory. But then. Ether. His smile faded slightly. That voice. He flinched, recognizing the soft telepathic hum in his mind. Delphine? The principal wants you to look at the sky. Now. Her tone was flat, but something about it was off. Serious. Ether's brow furrowed. He gently unwrapped himself from the embrace and stepped outside the station with a sharp, unreadable expression. What's going on? Sarah called out after him, her tone now tense. This is over, right? Helena asked, worry creeping into her voice as she followed. But Ether didn't answer. He was already walking, eyes turned toward the dark sky above. Ether looked up at the sky, scanning its vast darkness, but at first, there was nothing. Only silence. Only stars. And then, something flickered. His eyes narrowed. A faint glimmer, red. Ether squinted harder, and the moment he recognized it, his expression twisted. Shit, he cursed aloud as he kicked the ground, launching himself into the sky. His body soared, cutting through the air like a blade, rising swiftly toward the outer sky. And there, he saw it. Far off, beyond the upper edge of visibility, two more empires, massive connected empires, were approaching fast. The Pyra Empire and the Naiade Empire. Ether's heart dropped. Without a moment's hesitation, he teleported back to the station in a blink of light. Liars, he shouted the moment he reappeared, his voice sharper than ever. The Pyra and Naiade empires are approaching fast, they're about to collide. All celebrations stopped. Liars, who had been laughing with relief only moments ago, froze. So did the others. What? She gasped. Ether immediately activated his mental link. Raven, Sandra. Are you seeing this? High atop their palace, Raven and Sandra stood on their balcony, eyes locked to the skies. Their faces were pale, serious. Their silence confirmed it. They saw it too. Suddenly, an invisible force jerked both empires, the joined Ariones Zephyra and Elysiumus Aurora, causing tremors through the ground. It was as if no one had felt a thing until this exact moment, but now, it was undeniable. The distant ebon stones of Pyra and Naiade had begun to spin, violently. You need to get out of there. Move, now. Aqua's voice boomed from the edge of the empire, echoing like a warning bell. Wake up, you bastards. Fly, fly as far away as you can. Talia's voice echoed next, laced with panic as she pushed the people into action. Around the borders of their empires, people started pouring into the streets, confused, terrified, many of them still half asleep as they tried to flee into the skies. Inside the station, Liars's voice trembled, what should we do now? We didn't prepare for this. Her hands hovered over the controls in panic. We should contact Her Majesty immediately. Ether gritted his teeth. To be honest, this wasn't something he'd fully predicted. He had suspected that one empire might approach and collide with another. He'd also considered the possibility of a three-way conflict. But this, two empires, already merged into one, now facing a sudden, high-speed convergence from two more empires. No. He hadn't expected it to be this fast, or this chaotic. We didn't build thrusters for this scale. Ether hissed through clenched teeth, sweat beginning to form on his brow. He had assumed they'd have time to analyze, to adapt, to strategize. Now, time was slipping through his fingers like dust. He clenched his fists tighter. He didn't even know how they would collide. Would it be from the side? From the front? Would it be angled, or head-on? There were too many unknowns. Too many variables. Unless I can get to space again. Ether muttered under his breath, eyes hardening. Huh? Helena blinked, stunned. Wait, what do you mean space? Sarah asked, her voice rising with alarm. Ether ignored them. He tapped the mic. Arya. Kaelin. Leora, he called firmly. All three of you, go to the three outer edges of the Empire. Now. I need you there immediately. Await my signal. The trio didn't hesitate. Understood, they replied in unison before vanishing into motion. Turning to Helena and Sarah, Ether raised his hand and summoned Snowflake. You three, same instructions. Head to the remaining edges. Get there, stay alert, and wait for further orders. They nodded, determination sparking in their eyes as they turned to go. But just before disappearing, Sarah stopped. She turned slightly, not looking at him but still speaking. Please, don't do anything stupid, she muttered, then vanished into the night. Helena ran a few steps but paused, too, turning around, her eyes glossy with worry. Why you better not, Ether, she shouted, her voice cracking as she took off. Hiss. He chuckled softly, the sound low, dangerous, almost amused. A faint glint flashed in his eyes, a dangerous light that hadn't been there before. Looks like, he muttered to himself, I'm going to visit outer space again. Chapter 1106, End of Third Trial, Part 3. Third Collision. In the Zephyra Empire. You want me to punch you? Dora blinked, her expression caught between disbelief and sheer confusion, eyes wide as Ether suddenly materialized beside her. Ether nodded without hesitation, his face grave. Yes. I need you to punch me. Right now. And not just a tap, I mean hard. Hard enough to launch me straight out of the Empire, into open space. I have to get a vantage point. I need to see the collision forming from above. I need perspective. There's no other way. Dora stared at him, her brows twitching as if trying to grasp the absurdity of the request. You're asking me to knock you into orbit like a damn cannonball? He nodded again, slower this time, dead serious. Exactly that. Aim for the stars. She blinked once more. Her first instinct was to refuse. The rules were clear, no direct interference in the trials. They were meant to observe, guide if necessary, but not shape the outcome. Is helping him like this, really interfering? The thought barely lingered before she made up her mind. Fine, Dora muttered under her breath, her voice laced with reluctant resolve. She flexed her fingers, and her knuckles cracked with power that shimmered just beneath the skin, glowing like thunder trapped beneath flesh. Ether grinned in thanks. Without wasting a second, he raised his hand. Water burst from his skin in twisting streams, wrapping around him and forming a vortex that spun faster and faster until it froze into a solid, crystalline sphere of glacial ice. Then, from the wreckage of the ruined academy, shards of rock and fragments of shattered earth shot into the air, drawn toward him. They orbited the frozen sphere like moons, then slammed into place, layer by layer, forming an armored shell of jagged stone and frost around the ice. Brace yourself. Dora yelled, stepping backward. Her boots dug deep into the cracked ground, her feet anchoring into the earth like roots. She rotated her shoulder once, veins rising under her skin as pure, raw power surged up her arm. One breath. 1 second. Then. Boom boom. Her punch landed. It smashed against the armored sphere with a sound that shattered the sky itself. The layers of stone around the ice exploded on impact, disintegrating into dust. The force unleashed was cataclysmic, sending the icy core hurtling upward at terrifying speed, a streak of silver and blue cutting through the clouds like a comet birthed from the earth. Boom 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 boom. Multiple sonic blasts followed, each one collapsing behind the other in rapid succession. The air burned in the wake of his ascent. The ice screamed through the atmosphere, spinning violently. Inside the capsule, Ether was tossed like a rag doll, the centrifugal force throwing his body in every direction. He clenched his jaw, limbs pressed tightly against the icy interior as the protective sphere spiraled through the sky into the void. "Fuck. I'm gonna puke," he groaned, his voice dry, head spinning as the rotation and speed overwhelmed his senses. The sheer force of travel blurred everything around him into a smearing tunnel of light. Eventually, the spinning slowed. Gravity began to lose its grip. The ice surrounding him started to melt, its surface hissing and steaming, thinning into mist. The violent velocity weakened until, at last, the capsule came to a stop. Ether kicked through the softening shell, shattering the last of the ice. He drifted forward, weightless. He had broken through. He was in space. Everything fell silent. No air. No pressure. Just the infinite cold and the vast, suffocating darkness that stretched forever in all directions. As he floated, his body cloaked itself in Mother's energy, layers of golden light weaving around his skin like a living aura. He hovered outside the remains of the ice ball, now dissolving into water and vanishing behind him. With quiet control, he adjusted the swirling flames protecting his form and slowly turned his body, his vision expanding. And then, he saw it. His breath caught in his throat. The collision. From this vantage point, above it all, it looked like the heavens themselves were shifting. Two colossal landmasses, empires floating in the void, were slowly moving toward each other. Ether narrowed his eyes, squinting into the distance. He couldn't be sure of the scale, but he knew he had flown far, far enough to see it all with clarity. Far enough to witness the impossible. His eyes widened in awe. One shaped like gamma, the other like giant, looming forces drifting toward each other with crushing inevitability. He swallowed hard and pressed his thoughts outward, reaching out to those still stationed at the edges of the empire. "Helena. Light something up. Fire. Anything bright. I need to mark your exact location." Down below, Helena stood near Zephyr's edge. She didn't ask why. She didn't need to. Her body glimmered for a split second, and then golden fire erupted from her skin, blazing into the sky like a divine beacon. From above, Ether saw it, one small flame in the void, like a star marking a boundary. He nodded to himself. "Good, now Sarah. Same for you. Show your edge." On the opposite side, Sarah lifted her hands. A surge of white energy burst forth, ascending into space like a pure column of light. But it was on the other edge. Ether clicked his tongue. "Sarah, move to Snowflake's location. Then repeat from there." Sarah vanished in a blink of white energy, reappearing moments later near Snowflake. Once more, she raised her hands. Another stream of white light erupted. Ether gave a faint grin of satisfaction. "Perfect. Now return to the station. And send Snowflake to Helena's side." "Okay." She replied cheerfully. He exhaled, his vision sweeping across the world. Then he shifted his focus again. He contacted Leora and Arya, and told them to do the same. But as soon as their flares went up, Ether frowned. Something was wrong. The locations were off. Both had signaled from directions completely unrelated to the incoming empires. His brow furrowed deeply. "Leora, shift to Kalen's position. Arya, head back to the station." With their corrections made, the map in Ether's mind was almost complete. He could see it now, clearly and entirely. The orientation. The formation. The shaped mass, that was Elysiomus Aurora on the lower side, with Ariones Zephyr forming the right flank. Just like that, he contacted Aquilina and Celestia to confirm their empire's side, and contacted Talia and Raven to confirm their side of the empire. The gamma structure, it was Pyra Fulgur above, and Aquarius Naiadae anchored the left. It was all coming together. The two already joined empires. Hurtling toward each other. The third collision. Ether took a deep breath. His voice echoed telepathically across the linked minds. Has everyone been evacuated from the region? Almost, came Aquilina's calm response. Almost, Raven echoed from the other side. Then Ether noticed something else, his gaze falling toward the thrusters. The massive engines they had built, they were in danger. Positioned too close to the underside of the oncoming empires. Sarah, get out of the station and create a barrier around it. Now. Sarah didn't hesitate for even a second. She nodded instinctively and launched herself out of the control station. A dome began to form, bright, wide, and expanded rapidly around the station. Melona, go to the controller and push the lever. Just slightly. Don't overdo it. Ether's voice inside her head startled her, it was so sudden, so urgent. Still, she didn't freeze. She nodded quickly and stepped toward the control console, her fingers trembling slightly as the weight of the task settled on her shoulders. Wait, what are you doing? Lyres barked, her voice sharp, grabbing Melona's wrist in alarm. Before tension could escalate, Arya stepped in as she placed a hand on Lyres' shoulder. Let her do it, she said, voice firm, resolute, leaving no room for argument. Up in space, Ether watched it all unfold, his eyes narrowed, expression taut. The massive thrusters under Arione's Zephyra rumbled softly. Flames hissed from their mouths. It was working. He could see it. The Empire was drifting correctly to reduce the impact. He exhaled a silent breath of relief. Melona, now listen to me very carefully. Leave the station. If you can, reinforce the barrier. But if not, just run. As far and fast as you can. Do it now. Why? What's about to happen? The thrusters, they're going to be caught in the base of the other empires. When that pressure hits, they'll implode. Shockwaves. Flying debris. It's going to be violent. You need to move now. Melona's eyes widened with sudden, horrifying clarity. Her voice burst out of her throat. Everyone. Evacuate, immediately. Arya spun around, her eyes glowing. Without hesitation, she fired a volley of icy arrows into the air, and they burst mid-flight, freezing the station. Then, with force and speed, she grabbed Lyres by the arm and pulled her into a sprint. From space, Ether's vision remained locked on the colossal shapes below, the unnatural curvature of the two converging empires. The shapes were now moving with intention. The very air began to vibrate. The edges met. At first, it was slow. Methodical. The alignment was almost precision-guided, only by the careful thrust from the single engine. But then... boom! The sound of impact ripped through the air and space alike. The thrusters beneath both empires, Sarah's shielded platform and the underside of Zephyra, were crushed violently between the bases of the converging lands. The explosion was immediate. Beneath Zephyra, the ground tore open. An eruption of jagged stone and ice blasted upward like a volcano detonating in reverse. Sarah braced herself as the shock hit. The entire surface beneath her exploded in light and force. Her barrier flashed. Then cracked. Still, it held. Ether's heart pounded. His gaze didn't blink as he saw both empires tilt just slightly, edges grinding millimeter by millimeter like stone titans aligning. This was it. The final moment. Helena. Aqua. Now. Slam the edges. Seal them completely. Finish it. There was no hesitation. Helena roared, golden flames erupting from her skin. Power surged up her arms as she raised them high and slammed her glowing palms into the ground. The edge of Aurora Empire shook with the impact, a shockwave bursting outward like thunder trapped in stone. Across from her, sensing the moment, Snowflake transformed, her body returning to its massive beast form. With a mighty roar, she raised her tail and slammed it into the ground with devastating force, matching Helena's timing perfectly. Aquilina, eyes blazing blue, armor glistening with water, lit up like a goddess of the sea. She sprinted toward the cliff of Naiade and threw her entire body into the edge, driving her knee and fist into it like a tidal wave weaponized. Thud. Thud. The final click echoed across the stars. Then silence. The world stopped moving. No more shaking. No more drifting. The four empires were now one structure, unified. Ether exhaled the breath he hadn't realized he was holding. All good, ladies. His voice drifted into the minds of all who had helped. It was calm. Grateful. Relieved laughter and exhausted sighs answered him from across the lands. No casualties. No collapsing structures. Ether chuckled under his breath and shook his head, shoulders finally relaxing. Damn. I really thought we were done for this time. But the moment of calm was shattered in the next breath. A new sound echoed through the vacuum. Terror-TT terror-SSTTTTT. Ether's ears twitched. His head turned sharply toward the space beneath him. At first, it was just a murmur. But then, he saw it. Roots. Enormous roots, writhing and twisting in space like something pulled straight. Ether's brows furrowed hard. His body rotated as he turned fully around. And then, his eyes widened. There was a mountain drifting toward him. No, not a mountain. A landmass. Massive. Moving at breakneck speed. It was the remaining final empire. This one was dark. It was the Umbriones Void Empire. SH. Before he could even finish the thought, a massive chunk of floating rock slammed into him with brutal force. The Void Empire hurtled forward, blazing through the stars like a fallen titan, rushing straight toward the freshly unified core of the four empires. Chapter 1107, End of Third Trial, Part 4. Fourth Collision. Just when the worlds had begun to breathe again, just when hope blossomed from the ashes of chaos, celebration erupted like a long-awaited festival across all corners of the four empires. Thank goodness, it's finally over. Arcane has protected us. Our God did not abandon us. The voices of men, women, and children echoed across the cities, carried by the wind, mixing with the distant ringing of bells. Relief washed over the people like a long-needed rain after a harsh drought. Raven, Sandra, Dora, and Sarah stood in their own empire, gazing across the horizon with weary smiles. Sarah let out a shaky sigh. Finally, no casualties. Not even a single soul lost this time. Dora muttered to herself, if it hadn't been for Ether's guidance, his last-minute correction of the route, we would have suffered a massive disaster, as she looked at the joined edges slowly mending and healed softly. But just as the weight began to lift from their hearts. Everyone, brace for impact. Ether's voice suddenly roared across their minds, thunderous and urgent. Women flinched. Before anyone could react or even understand what was happening, every pair of eyes turned toward the sky. What they saw up there made their blood freeze. An enormous black mass tore the space. The Umbriones Void Empire had suddenly appeared right above them, faster than any empire ever moved. Everyone brace for impact. Marisandra, Isadora, Raven, and Sarah's voices cried out across the empires, amplified by magic and desperation, booming like war sirens. It was no longer a warning. It was a scream of survival. Boom! The sound wasn't just heard, it was felt. A monstrous crash that shook the heavens and cracked the earth. The four empires were violently pushed to the side, as if struck by a mountain-sized hammer. Entire cities slid across the land. People stumbled and screamed. The ground itself groaned. Massive buildings shattered like toys, their stones crumbling under the force. Towers broke in half. Temples collapsed. What's happening? Wasn't it over? Why is this happening? Panic flooded the streets. People held onto walls, grabbed each other, and clutched the ground beneath their feet. But it was no use. TTTRDDDDTTTTT. The collision wasn't a single impact. It was a wave, a horrifying bounce of energies. The Void Empire struck their side, recoiled slightly, then slammed down again. The sheer mass of it rattled the empires like pebbles. Buildings kept shaking, tilting, then crumbling completely. Streets split. Giant cracks formed like open wounds across the capital. People screamed and ran. Some were trapped. Others disappeared beneath the rubble. Oh, God! Please help us. Show mercy, Arcane. Have mercy. Their cries echoed into the storm of chaos. Dust clouds rose high. And then, silence. Everything stopped. No more shaking. A calm. But not the kind that brought peace. It was the kind of calm that follows a massacre. Where are you, Ether? His women called out telepathically at once. Their voices overlapped with desperation, trembling with dread and panic. He was out there, beyond the skies. Outside the atmosphere. Had he been caught in a collision? Was he alive? I am fine. His voice came back, faint, tired, but alive. When they heard it, their trembling hearts settled for a brief second. Breath returned to their lungs. Without wasting a moment, Dora, Raven, Sandra, and Sarah dashed toward the edges of their empire's borders, the exact point where the two colossal forces had nearly collided. Ether! Sandra shouted. He was already there, floating high above the shattered skyline, his body glowing faintly, covered in bruises. His once pristine clothes were singed and torn, hanging off his frame like rags. His chest rose and fell, but his eyes were sharp, locked on the edge of the Empire. Sandra flew up to meet him, eyes wide with concern. You're hurt. Ether, are you okay? She asked, her voice strained, her gaze scanning his injuries. Ether gave a slow nod, his face serious but calm. I stopped the worst of it. If I hadn't slowed its descent, I don't know what would have been left behind. He didn't need to explain further. The trajectory had been deadly. The Void Empire had nearly obliterated them. Had he not intervened, had he not teleported at the last second, throwing his body against the collision zone, he would have been crushed beneath the entire base. Sandra turned her head toward the edge. What she saw made her breath catch. The edge of the Void Empire was torn and cracked. Chunks of buildings and stone floated eerily in the space. And the people of the Void Empire. TSK. Dora clicked her tongue, her expression darkening as she stood at the edge of her empire, staring out into the chaotic void beyond. Her sharp eyes locked onto the countless lifeless bodies drifting in space. Some were shattered, their limbs twisted in unnatural ways. Some were torn apart entirely. And some were just floating, motionless and cold, eyes wide open, staring at nothing. May the gods grant you a better life in your next, Sarah whispered, her voice heavy with mourning. She stood at the edge of her empire, her face pale, her hands clenched at her sides. Her gaze lingered on the distant, broken silhouettes of people who had perished in seconds, souls erased in the blink of an eye. Raven didn't say anything. No words came. She let out a low hum, the sound barely audible, and turned away from the devastation. She had seen enough. She needed to take care of her people. Ether remained silent. He didn't blink, didn't breathe too deeply. His eyes stared into the sea of corpses without expression. He looked down from the sky like a god watching the price of failure. Sandra stood beside him, her gaze torn between the sky and the man she loved. Ether's face was empty, cold, but she knew him better than anyone. That blankness wasn't calmness, it was suppression. He was holding it all in. His eyes drifted slowly over the floating debris. Broken buildings, torn statues, scattered belongings, and countless people. Who knew how many were still trapped inside the structures? Crushed without warning. Screaming for help in their final seconds. Sandra took a step forward and wrapped her arms tightly around him from behind. She didn't say anything. No words were enough right now. Ether stood still for a moment. He didn't know why, but his chest ached. He hadn't known any of them. These people weren't from his empire or any other he related to. He had no personal ties to them. But seeing so many corpses, just drifting in the stars like forgotten fragments of life, it gnawed at something deep inside him. He clenched his jaw, then bit his lower lip hard, trying to snap out of it. His mind screamed to stay focused. Celestia. He muttered under his breath. From the shadows beside him, Celestia emerged. She was no longer dressed as a maid. Instead, she wore a sleek black outfit with fur lining, practical yet regal, fitting of her new position. She stepped silently into the light, waiting. "Go to the Void Empire," Ether said, his voice low but commanding. "I want a full status report, how much damage, how many survivors, and, find Ashera. I need to know if she's still alive." Celestia gave a firm nod and vanished back into the shadows without a word. Ether turned back to Sandra. His tone softened but stayed grim. "Get me the casualty report from our side as soon as possible. Inform the others too. I want everyone accounted for." Though he had diverted the worst of the collision, he couldn't say they were untouched. The force had been immense. Buildings might have collapsed. Roads cracked. Somewhere, someone, had likely died. Even if just a few. Even one death was too many. Sandra gave a slow nod and turned away to relay the command. Ether glanced once more toward the Void Empire, then slowly looked up at the sky, vast, endless, and cruel. "You really are something else," he whispered, as if addressing the force behind it all. "The law of nature, the will of worlds itself." SSSSH. A soft breeze moved around him. It carried no heat, no cold, just a gentle reminder. Ether stood in silence, letting it pass. Everyone moved quickly. Aquilina coordinated the rescue operations near collapsed buildings, working non-stop to pull out survivors and treat the wounded. Sandra managed the borders of her empire with rigid focus. 3 sides of her territory now directly touched the other empires due to the sudden shift in geography. Melona, Arya, Kaelin, and Leora worked around their own territories, counting the dead, organizing the injured, and standing at the broken front lines waiting for instructions from the borders. Raven, Selene, and Emberlyn dealt with housing damage and tracked casualties, while Drakhares, Talia, and Lyres stood guard at the weakened boundaries, making sure nothing else crept through the chaos. Sarah raised a massive barrier around their region, shimmering with Mother's energy. Due to his connection, she didn't get backlash. Meanwhile, Helena and Snowflake moved among the wounded, offering healing and comfort, calming the terrified survivors. And Ether. Ether didn't stop. He visited each and every ebon stone, except the one in the Void Empire. One by one, he confirmed they were intact. Each ebon stone stood like a titan. They were shaped like a giant T, a towering vertical pillar reaching almost to the heavens, topped by a massive horizontal slab. Both top and bottom were wrapped in thick roots, holding them in place with a grip. The roots did not sway, did not move. They simply stood. As if everything had truly ended. As if the storm had passed. But had it? The origin pillars began to glow. Chapter 1108, the winner of the third trial is. While everyone was busy trying to calm down the situation, back in the academy, Dora stood still, blankly staring at the glowing origin pillars, her eyes reflecting the strange light they emitted. Delphine, standing beside her, glanced at the flickering glow, concern tightening her face. She asked softly, yet with a nervous edge, "Principal, what's happening here? Why are they glowing all of a sudden?" Dora kept her eyes locked on the pillars, not answering at first. Her lips finally moved after a brief pause. The winner of the third trial. She muttered quietly. Suddenly, the air around the origin pillars distorted and flickered with strange energy. Without warning, 11 swirling white mist portals began to form in front of them, shimmering and pulsating like they were alive. Thud. 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 The heavy sound of boots echoed as figures stepped out from the portals. Dora's gaze shifted toward the chosen ones, each one now summoned by the will of the origin pillars. Everyone who emerged from the glowing portals looked around in confusion, blinking as if pulled out of a dream. Just moments ago, they had been scattered across the empire, helping injured citizens and trying to restore order. Then, without warning, they were summoned here, each of them called by the mother through their origin cards, which were once known as rainbow cards. As the group reassembled, all eyes instinctively turned to one figure. Nyx Shadowfall. Nyx Shadowfall didn't even glance in their direction. She stood in silence, her expression unreadable, as if the weight of everything that happened no longer mattered to her. Dora and Delphine slowly stepped back, giving space to the group as they began moving toward their respective pillars. The tension was thick, and the confusion among them was almost palpable. Who could be the winner this time? Leon muttered, glancing around with a mixture of curiosity and unease. Nyx is out of the question, obviously, Kai said, his voice tinged with anger. His fists clenched at his sides, eyes fixed on her with bitter resentment. I saw it myself, so many people died because of her reckless, idiotic decisions. Nyx briefly glanced at Kai, but said nothing. Her silence only added to the storm swirling around them. Aquilina frowned deeply, her brows furrowing as she shifted her gaze toward Arya and Helena. In her eyes, they were the most deserving. After all, they were the ones who actually tried to take charge of the situation. She, along with Raven, remained quiet. Both of them knew they hadn't done enough to help. Everyone watched with bated breath, waiting for the moment the mother would reveal the true winner. Then, without warning. Blink. Only one pillar blinked, its light growing brighter and brighter until it outshone the others. Everyone turned in unison toward it, and what they saw left them frozen in disbelief. Nyx. Kai muttered, his voice trembling in disbelief and horror. Not just him, every single person stood in shock. Somehow, Nyx Shadowfall was the winner of the third trial. They couldn't process it. They couldn't make sense of it. It didn't add up. Aquilina clenched her jaw, anger and confusion bubbling beneath the surface. How the hell is this even possible? She practically abandoned everyone. She let them die, and this is the result. Arya gave a slow, uncertain nod, her frown deepening. Yeah, something doesn't feel right about this. She must have done something behind the scenes, Kai growled, shaking his head. There's no way she won fair and square. I can't believe this. But Nyx didn't react to any of their words. She didn't flinch or speak. Without a word, she walked toward her designated pillar. Her steps were steady, slow, yet strangely calm. As she stepped onto the circular platform, a burst of intense light surrounded her and the pillar, blocking everyone's view and cutting her off from sight. Meanwhile, standing at a distance from the group, Delphine and Dora watched the entire scene unfold, still trying to understand what had just happened. I don't get it, Delphine whispered, her voice barely above a breath. How can she be the winner? After everything she's done. She turned to Dora, silently hoping for clarity, some kind of explanation. But Dora just continued to stare at the pillar, her expression unreadable. Meanwhile, inside the radiant, blinding light, Nyx stood motionless, her breath held as she faced the glowing feminine figure before her, the one known across the empire as the Mother. She bowed respectfully, lowering her gaze and holding the hem of her clothes tightly. It's an honor to meet you, Mother Goddess. Foo, this is the first time someone has greeted me with such genuine honor, the ethereal voice echoed softly from the light, laced with amusement. But then, her tone turned firm and solemn. You have completed the trial, Nyx Shadowfall. As the rules state. I will answer one question of your choosing. Nyx raised her head gently, a small, thoughtful smile appearing on her lips. The mother continued, but be careful. Think carefully before you ask. This might be your only chance to see me, let alone speak with me. Who will be my husband? Nyx asked calmly, without hesitation. There was a long pause. Pardon, the mother blinked. Her voice cracked slightly, clearly stunned. Did I hear that right? Meanwhile, outside the pillars, the chosen ones were gathered. Though none of them said it aloud, each felt a strange pressure in the air. They didn't know why, but all of them remained nearby, chatting among themselves and trying to make sense of the events in their own empires. So far, a lot of buildings have collapsed, Aquilina muttered, arms crossed tightly. We're still working on rescuing those trapped underneath. Some people got stuck in the ground cracks. Thankfully, others stepped in to help pull them out, Helena added, her voice laced with concern. Most of them were from small housing sectors, so it wasn't a total disaster, but we still haven't confirmed the total number of deaths. Since most of our dragons can fly, the sky tribes avoided major damage, Raven noted in a calm tone. Aside from structural destruction and ground ruptures, we're mostly fine. Arya let out a long, tired sigh. We suffered the most, a lot of people were seriously injured. When the impact hit, the monsters used the opportunity to break into several territories. It turned into pure chaos. We're still struggling to stabilize things. Kai, Leon, and Finian watched the women as they spoke, quietly realizing how much closer they'd grown during the crisis. Finian eventually turned to the two men beside him. So, what were you guys doing when all this destruction started? Kai and Leon exchanged glances, then sighed in unison. Well, we were kind of asleep. In a hotel. Finian stared at them in disbelief. Kai's eye twitched as he snapped, hey. As soon as we felt the tremors, we rushed out and immediately started evacuating people underground. What were you doing? Finian blinked rapidly, then looked away, a faint blush creeping onto his face. He definitely couldn't tell them what he had been doing in that room. Kai snorted and turned his attention to Kaelin, who had remained oddly quiet throughout the conversation. Just then, the light surrounding the origin pillars began to slowly fade, the glowing intensity dimming. And from that light, Nyx emerged once more. She stepped off the circular stone platform with steady grace. Her eyes swept across the group until they settled on Kai, for a moment longer than the others. Then she finally spoke. You're wondering why it was me, aren't you? Of all people, why was I chosen? Everyone nodded, unable to hide their confusion. Nyx gave a small, sly smirk. Because I understood what the trial was truly about. You all did your best, you tried to protect, to save others, to prove your worth. And you all did well, but this trial wasn't about that. Aquilina narrowed her eyes, uncertain. What do you mean? She asked slowly, her voice low with suspicion. Nyx turned her gaze toward her and smiled with quiet confidence. This was the endurance trial. A sudden wave of realization hit the group. Aquilina's eyes widened, and so did everyone else's. Chapter 1109, Tragedy and Grief. Endurance, that's what this trial was truly about. Mother never once mentioned the need to protect or defend anyone. She didn't even suggest that saving people was part of the task. This wasn't a test of strength or heroism, it was pure, brutal endurance. No retaliation. No salvation. Just, enduring. And yet, nobody realized it. Expect one. The chosen ones misunderstood everything. They believed this trial was about rescuing the innocent, about fighting back and winning. But it wasn't. They did the exact opposite of what was expected of them. What was required wasn't courage, it was restraint. The true test was to sit in silence, to remain still and bear witness as their empire crumbled, knowing they could do nothing. That was the real trial. In the end, only one person passed it. Only one truly understood. Nick's Shadowfall. Nobody else. Ether exhaled slowly as he listened to what happened in the Origin Pillars. It had been 2 days since the incident that shook the entire 5 worlds to their core. Inside the main strategy chamber, Raven, Celine, and Emberlyn sat around the oval table. Papers, crystal scrolls, and data pads lay scattered before them. Raven's voice was steady as she recounted every detail of the event, step by step, while Emberlyn quietly listened, and Celine kept her eyes locked on Ether. Ether stood at the far end of the room, arms crossed. His expression remained unreadable, but everyone could tell his thoughts were elsewhere. He wasn't staring at them, he was looking through them. Lost in reflection. Then, with a slow shake of his head, he broke the silence. Whatever it may be, we cannot afford to lose lives just for the sake of her trial, he said, his voice deep, calm, but weighed with intensity. No matter the outcome, those people had families. They weren't pawns to be sacrificed. Raven gave a firm nod in agreement. Ether's tone shifted as he asked, "What's the current situation across our empire?" Raven straightened her posture. Preliminary reports have confirmed a total death toll of 102 citizens. Injured is close to 2,000. Our rescue divisions are still operating. Talia is personally overseeing emergency operations in the hardest-hit regions, commanders working together. Ether gave a low hum in response, his jaw tightening slightly. "That's acceptable," he murmured, more to himself than anyone else. He nodded slowly, but then sighed inwardly. Truth be told, he had feared the number would reach into the thousands. A small flicker of relief crossed his face. Even so, 100 lives gone without reason still made his heart ache. He closed his eyes for a moment, sitting on the chair, then. Status report. He activated a mental connection to the leaders across the other empires, his inner circle, drawing them all into one telepathic conversation. Even Delphine, though she hadn't spoken to him, was linked in. Sandra's voice came first, calm and composed despite the tragedy. So far, 2,230 people have been confirmed dead. The number of injured has crossed 13,323. Medical teams are overwhelmed. We're rotating shifts every 4 hours. Ether clenched his fists behind his back, his eyes hardening. Aquilina's voice followed immediately after. The death toll is likely to rise, Ether, many are still trapped beneath the rubble. We're using spirit sensors to detect signs of life, but it's slow work. Ether gave a subtle nod. Nearby, Raven and Celine blinked, visibly reacting to the numbers. Raven leaned toward his mother, whispering a quick explanation of the telepathic exchange taking place. Next came Melona's report. As of now, 4,342 casualties confirmed. The number of injured is nearing 79,000. Most injuries are impact-based, broken limbs, internal bleeding. Arya joined in, her voice heavy with grief. Ether, so many buildings collapsed. Even though we sent out warnings, asking people to evacuate, many stayed behind. They trusted their homes. Believed the worst wouldn't come. And now they're gone. Crushed under what they thought would protect them. Ether closed his eyes again, his jaw locked. His expression was unreadable, but the tension in the air grew thicker with every word. Sarah spoke next. In our region, only 12 have died. All were elderly, couldn't withstand the shock. So far, around 30,000 have been injured, but we responded immediately. Most are already stable. Then Helena's voice chimed in with a softer tone that I'm personally attending to them all, Ether. I won't stop until every one of them is safe. You can count on me. Ether's lips curved into a faint smile. A flicker of warmth returned to his gaze, not just at her dedication, but at the reminder that some hope remained. Not just for him. For everyone. This wasn't about who lost more. It wasn't about numbers on a board or comparing statistics. It was about lives. About the pain each soul carried. He responded with a low, measured thought, "Good work, all of you. Keep doing everything you can." The room fell quiet. The silence wasn't comfortable, it was loaded with weight. Everyone knew there was one more report left. The worst one. Celestia's voice broke the silence, hesitant at first. "Ether. I think we should speak privately about this." "Just give me the number," he interrupted, sharp and to the point. There was a pause. Then she answered. "I haven't received an official number yet. But based on what I've seen, the death toll may have crossed over 2 million. Injuries? I don't even know. It looks like everyone, every single person, was hurt or affected in some way. It's devastating." The mental network fell into stunned silence. Not a single word was spoken, but the pressure in the room became suffocating. Everyone could feel the storm gathering behind Ether's silence. His rage wasn't loud. It didn't explode. It simmered. Quiet. Controlled. Deadly. Celine reached out and gently placed her hand over his clenched fist. He exhaled through his nose, shaking his head as he asked one last question. "Are you safe, Celestia?" "Yes. I don't think they've even noticed I'm still inside their empire. They have no time to waste on intruders right now. They're too busy trying to keep their world from collapsing." Ether bit his lip as a hesitant thought flickered across his face. He lowered his gaze slightly and asked quietly, "About Ash?" "She's fine. I saw her with Nyx," Celestia replied before he could finish. Ether blinked, caught off guard for a second. Then, a soft sigh escaped his lips. The tension in his chest loosened a little as he leaned back. His hand rubbed across his forehead. Ashera was safe. That was all that mattered in that moment. And it wasn't like he didn't care about Lia either. But he already knew. Lia would be in her mother's arms. Those arms might have been twisted by darkness, but they were still gentle when it came to Lia. So, he trusted that. Still, the relief didn't erase the storm building in his mind. He leaned further into the chair, thoughts circling, when Melona's voice rang gently into the mental link. "Ether, may I say something?" He lifted his chin slightly. "Yes. Go on." Melona paused for a moment before speaking again. "That I've decided to proceed with the throne ceremony as I had announced before the incident." There was a beat of silence. Then Sandra interjected sharply. "No. That's not the right move right now." Her voice carried a frown that could almost be heard. Melona calmly shook her head in response. "That I understand it may not seem right. But people are afraid, Empress Marisandra. We saved as many as we could, but it wasn't enough. We failed." Sarah's voice joined in, calm and reassuring. "Ms. Melona, please don't say we failed. We didn't anticipate the third and fourth impact. We prepared for one, not for multiple strikes in succession. That wasn't a failure, it was an unknown." Melona sighed softly. "That may be true. But people won't see it that way. They won't analyze the logistics or the timing. They'll only see the destruction, the dead, the suffering. To them, we failed. And that perception can erode trust." She paused before adding. "That's why I believe holding the ceremony could help. Not as a celebration, but as a symbol. A statement that we are still standing. That our future continues. That we still have a leader. Ether, what do you think?" Ether went silent. He understood her reasoning. But this was a dangerous path. One wrong word. One wrong gesture. And the people could turn on her in grief-fueled rage. Celebration after tragedy, it was like dancing on a knife's edge. So many people had lost loved ones. So many were still buried in rubble. To move forward too quickly could be taken as cruelty. Yet at the same time, he could see what she meant. Morale was crumbling. People were hopeless. Lost. Maybe this ceremony, if done with sincerity, with purpose, not as a display of power, but as a symbol of hope, maybe it could work. He took a deep breath and finally spoke, his tone heavy with leadership. Yes, do it. But Melona, make sure you do it right. This is no longer about Arya or Kaelin. This is about the people. All of them. Their hearts, their fears. If you make even one mistake, if it feels even slightly disrespectful, you won't just lose their trust. You'll become their enemy. He meant every word. Melona may have been older than him, more experienced in certain ways, but she had never faced something like this before. None of them had. And he needed her to tread with care. Melona's voice softened, filled with sincerity. I understand, Ether. I truly do. And, thank you. For believing in me. Then her tone brightened just a little as she added, I'd be honored if you all came. I hope we can stand together. It would mean a lot to the people, and to me. There was a soft murmur of agreement among the others. Ether gave a faint smile and nodded. All right, now listen closely. This is the time when we need full cooperation between empires. Aurora Empire is rich with skilled healers, send volunteers to assist the overwhelmed regions. Zephyra has strong harvests and medicinal plants, distribute food supplies generously. Naiade holds the cleanest, freshest water, share it freely with those suffering shortages. Pyra Empire is blessed with the strongest hands, send your workers to help rebuild the ruined empire. He paused, making sure each word landed firmly in their minds. But this will only succeed if all of you agree to it. If you put aside your boundaries and work as one. I leave the details to each of you, but remember. It's survival. Hope. As he spoke, Raven gave a slow nod beside him, silently supporting every word. Whether he said it or not, the women were already acting. Their instincts as rulers, as protectors, had already guided them into action. Ether's words didn't tell them anything new, they simply affirmed what they had already begun. But sometimes, that affirmation mattered more than anything. He took a breath and turned his attention to Celestia. And Celestia, come back. Once you've finished organizing things there, I will go speak to them personally. Face to face. His voice darkened, sharp with purpose, as he severed the mental link. Then he looked toward Celine. Where is your mother? He asked, curious but cautious. Celine shrugged, exasperated. She hasn't shown up since that day. Honestly, she's locking herself away. She won't even let me in. Ugh. She crossed her arms with a dramatic pout, clearly annoyed. Ether chuckled softly at her reaction. Despite everything, her frustration brought a strange warmth into the room. All right, he muttered, rising to his feet with a stretch. Time I pay Zara a visit myself. I want to see what she's really doing behind that closed door. Chapter 11:10, Curing the Children, Part 1. Ether stood silently before the metallic door. He leaned forward, entering the long code with steady fingers. The door didn't just open, it flinched, jerking slightly as if startled, before sliding open with a low mechanical hiss. Zara? Ether called softly into the dim room, but there was no response. He stepped inside cautiously, and his breath caught for a second. The entire room had been transformed. Every trace of its previous purpose was gone. In its place were countless blood jars, bottles stacked methodically across shelves, and bizarre creatures sealed in tanks, some alive, twitching, others suspended, unmoving. The smell of chemicals, old blood, and disinfectant lingered faintly in the air. He had no idea what some of these animals were or why she brought them here. But knowing Zara, she had her reasons. Ether slowly walked in, scanning the scene, until his eyes landed on her, Zara, curled up on a worn-out sofa. Her body looked limp, her limbs stretched, her face turned slightly to the side. Her pale skin looked even paler under the lighting, and the heavy dark circles under her eyes spoke of endless nights of obsessive work. Ether let out a soft chuckle and smiled. Look at her, not a single worry in her sleep, he thought. But then he glanced at the cluttered table nearby. Stacks of documents. Disassembled tools. Syringes. Data sheets. And in the center of it all, a beaker of shimmering, strange blue liquid that gave off a faint glow. Curious, Ether walked closer, eyeing it with mild surprise. Did she actually find the cure, he wondered. He picked up one of the papers and skimmed through it. His eyes widened. The formulas, the chemical breakdowns, the annotations in her handwriting, she had done it. My God, she solved it. His lips curled into a proud, quiet smile. He placed the file back down gently and turned to look at her. Zara's body barely moved, rising and falling with slow breaths. Her hair was messy, strands falling over her closed eyelids. Ether walked over to her, knelt down, and gently brushed his fingers along the corner of her tired eyes. She had worked herself to exhaustion. Her dedication was beautiful, and also slightly terrifying. You stubborn genius, Ether whispered under his breath with affection. Without thinking, he leaned in closer, rubbing his nose softly against hers, their breaths mingling. Zara let out a faint hum, her expression twitching into a subtle frown before she sniffed the air. A second later, she smiled faintly and unconsciously raised her hand, pulling Ether's body close like a pillow, like a teddy bear she wasn't ready to let go of. Ether chuckled quietly, wrapping his arms around her waist and sinking into her body. He stayed like that for at least half an hour, just holding her, listening to her heartbeat slow and even. Then, with a soft chuckle, he murmured, I know you're awake, Zara. He smiled knowingly. The moment he had entered the lab, he had felt her tension shift, she had been alert. She was never careless when it came to her research, her secrets. She would never let her guard down fully, not even with him. Zara's cheeks slowly turned red, but she kept her eyes tightly shut, holding on to the act. Ether leaned in and softly kissed her lips. They were dry, a little cracked, but he didn't care. He kissed them again, deeper, with just a bit more pressure. Her eyes flew open. She stared at him in shock and flustered confusion, her face burning red. She gently pushed him off and muttered in a low, groggy voice, What are you doing? Her hands rubbed at her face, trying to act like she had just woken up, but the look in her eyes gave her away. Ether chuckled again, his voice low and warm. He easily scooped her up and shifted her body, placing her fully on his lap as he sat back on the sofa. Without hesitation, he buried his face in her chest, snuggling against her soft breasts. I missed these. He mumbled into her skin with a lazy smile. Zara blinked, stunned for a second, then looked away as her cheeks flushed again. She wrapped her arms around his back, shaking her head in embarrassment but not pulling away. Ether inhaled deeply, taking in her scent. You smell really good, he commented playfully, smiling up at her as he pressed his nose to her neck. Sweat, chemicals, stress, all of it, fucking delicious. Zara flinched and pushed him off, face twisted in mild horror. She stood up and sniffed herself. Shit. I smell yuck, she muttered in a disgusted tone. Ether shrugged, relaxed against the couch. Not to me. Honestly, it kinda turns me on, he said bluntly, running a hand through his hair as he thought, something is seriously wrong with me when it comes to her. I swear. He meant it. Every part of her, the unfiltered, chaotic, obsessed scientist, the woman who didn't care about appearances, who worked until her body gave out, he adored all of it. He couldn't explain why. He loved her. Just like that. Ether shook his head, snapping out of his thoughts. So, you really found the cure. You figured out how to save them all. Zara, who was still mentally complaining about her smell, stopped and blinked. Her expression sharpened instantly, returning to that focused, brilliant intensity. She nodded. Yes, she said. Once I understood this place, this facility and the tech it holds, it wasn't even that hard. Everything we need is right here. This place, it was built exactly for this kind of emergency. Ether, don't you see? What do you mean? Ether frowned, sitting up straight. Zara walked toward him, picking up the sheets she had been working on, and began explaining. Her voice quickened with passion. She told him about the experiments, the blood analysis, the gene breakdowns, and how the machines in this place weren't just meant to monitor or treat, they were designed to edit, to reprogram blood composition entirely. It's like rewriting DNA at its most basic level, she said, eyes glowing with mad excitement. Whoever built this place wasn't just experimenting, they were creating already to the finest. Ether listened, his expression hard to read. He had always known this place was old, ancient even. Built by someone far before his time. The previous dragon emperors barely understood it. But now, standing here with Zara, hearing her explain with such hunger in her eyes, it all made terrifying sense. Zara's voice dropped, growing darker and more wicked. This is the place I've been searching for my whole life. I don't know what that previous lizard did with it, but he barely scratched the surface. If he had really understood it, he could have created everything he was looking for without using real people as test subjects. She began pacing, laughing softly to herself. He, ha ha, this is a miracle. This lab, it's not just a tool. It's a gift. Ether, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I would have never found it. I would have stayed limited, starved, crawling in the dirt for scraps of data. But now. Ha ha he. Her face lit up with a manic glow, her breathing quick, her body almost trembling in anticipation. Ether stared at her. He felt a rush of heat rise up from deep inside. Watching her like that, wild, brilliant, beautiful, a little insane, it pushed something primal in him. Without a word, he stepped toward her, grabbed her by the waist, and kissed her again, this time harder, deeper, biting down on her lower lip. Zara gasped, flinching as her back arched slightly. Her madness began to melt away under the pressure of his mouth, grounding her, pulling her back from the edge of her obsession. Ether's eyes darkened, dangerous and heavy with heat as he leaned closer to her face. His breath brushed over her lips as he parted them, voice low and husky. "Please, don't make me a monster," he whispered. His fingers, which had been resting softly on her curves, suddenly clenched around her ass, firm, desperate, as if restraining something primal within himself. His grip was tight, almost trembling with the effort to hold back. Zara gasped softly. Her face flushed a deep red as she lowered her head, her lips quivering, unable to meet his eyes. She gave him a tiny nod, shy and submissive, as her heart pounded against her chest like thunder. A thick, suffocating tension hung in the air, something heavy, charged, as if the atmosphere had turned molten. It was the kind of moment where one wrong move could ignite everything. But then. Anyway. Zara was the first to speak, breaking the tension with a stutter as she inhaled sharply and tried to center herself. Her eyes regained their focus, voice turning cold and serious again. "I need to show you something." Ether exhaled heavily through his nose and reluctantly released his grip, his hand sliding away from her soft flesh. His fingers twitched, almost angry at being denied. His face shifted to a defeated, resigned expression, but he didn't protest. The seriousness in her voice told him this was important, very important. She turned quickly, walking over to the main console with the familiar speed of someone in her element. Her hands moved rapidly over the glowing buttons and touchpads, confident and efficient. "While I was going through the files, trying to understand the equipment and systems here," she said, fingers dancing across the keys without hesitation, "I found something strange, a buried archive." Ether stood behind her, watching with a curious frown as the large crystal in the center of the console began to flicker. "She really does love this stuff, doesn't she?" Ether thought with a smirk. Even in the middle of everything, chaos, blood, obsession, she found her passion in the data. "I came across this file," she continued, and with a sharp click, the crystal shimmered once before solidifying into a clear projection. A soft hum filled the air, and then the visuals sharpened into view. Ether stepped closer, watching. The screen revealed a bald man wearing a white lab coat. His eyes were wide, filled with panic and urgency. His voice trembled as he began speaking, looking straight at the camera. "Whoever sees this recording, please listen carefully. This is my laboratory. I built it to edit human genes, to shape the future of our evolution. This was my last hope for humanity. Boom. The screen jolted violently. A distant explosion shook the projection. Thud. 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 Terror. Terror. Gunfire tore through the background. Screaming. Metal crashing. Ether's body instinctively tensed as the image shook violently again. On screen, black-suited soldiers rushed into view, rifles raised, bullets flying furiously behind them. The chaos was overwhelming. "Doc, we need to leave now." "She's coming," one of the men shouted over the deafening noise. The image cut back to the doctor, his face pale, lips trembling. Tears welled up in his eyes as he tried to keep talking, despite the carnage all around him. "Please, protect this place," he begged, voice cracking. "I gave everything for this. I just wanted to give humanity another chance, a future. I just wanted." "Doc." Another shout snapped him back. He flinched visibly, blinking rapidly, then said one final thing, voice broken, desperate. "Just remember, she is the enemy. She will never tolerate an imbalance. She will descend, and she will kill without mercy. My fellow Origins, if you're still out there, if you survived the nightmare, never forget Arcane is always our enemy." SSSH. The video glitched and died in a harsh, static hiss. The crystal dimmed, leaving the room in silence. Ether stood completely still, his eyes fixed on the now empty projection. Chapter 11:11, Curing the Children, Part 2. There was a tense silence between them. The projection had faded, but the weight of the message still hung thick in the air. Ether folded his arms slowly, his gaze fixed on the crystal as if it might flicker back to life. After a long pause, he finally asked in a low, thoughtful tone, "This is the only thing you found?" Zara gave a quick nod. "Yeah. No other files. Just this one recording before they must have abandoned the place forever, it seems." Ether exhaled heavily and rubbed his forehead with his fingers, trying to process everything. Too many questions. Too little clarity. Zara, however, was glowing with excitement. Her eyes were practically sparkling as she looked up at him, her voice filled with barely contained thrill. "You heard him, right? He mentioned something called the Origins. And Arcane, he said Arcane is our enemy. This is big. This could be the key, the link I've been searching for. If this place really connects to the origin, to that truth, then I might be closer than ever." Ether offered her a weak smile, but his heart was anything but light. The situation was getting dangerous. Who were those people in the video? They didn't look like dragons. They looked human. And yet, this world was ruled by dragons now. And why would Erasin slaughter everyone? What did the imbalance mean? Was it power? Was it bloodline? Something deeper? Ether shook his head slightly, brushing the thoughts aside. No point diving into chaos yet. Instead, he looked back at Zara with a half grin. "Well then," he said, stretching, "why don't we call the children and cure them all already?" Zara blinked at him, her excitement still burning, before tilting her head slightly. Then she shook it and replied, "You do it. I'm not interested in dealing with that part." She shrugged awkwardly and scratched the back of her head, her eyes shifting sideways as if trying to avoid the responsibility. Ether didn't say a word. He simply stepped toward her, strong and sudden, before sweeping her off her feet. "Ah!" Zara gasped as he lifted her cleanly off the ground, cradling her in his arms like a princess. "My lady," he said firmly, his tone shifting to something deeper, sterner, commanding. His gaze locked onto hers with such authority that it made her throat tighten. "I didn't ask you. I order you." Zara's face went crimson instantly. "W8. This," she stammered, trying to hide her face in embarrassment. Her heart raced as her body pressed against his chest. Only now, with him so close, did she notice it. Ether had grown taller. Broader. His body was firmer. More defined. And his scent, gods, his scent was stronger than ever. It stirred something inside her. I mean. I wasn't prepared for this. She mumbled, completely red as she fidgeted in his arms like a shy schoolgirl. Wait, we forgot the medicines. Ether stopped mid-step, blinking. Oh. Right. After retrieving the medicine, Ether transformed, disguising himself as Victor. With Zara's confirmation that the area was secure, he sent out a call to the families. Despite the unrest still echoing in the Empire, the mothers responded quickly. His presence alone was enough to calm hearts. Soon, Raven, Celine, and Emberlyn stood outside in the wide courtyard as Victor stood calmly, surrounded by a crowd of mutated children. The moment they saw him, the children's eyes widened. "Be big, brother, you big," one of them said, their small voice filled with awe. "Big brother, a few days ago there was this boom, and everyone was scared and crying," another added. "Yeah, it was so scary. Are you okay, big brother?" Even in the middle of confusion and fear, the children seemed more worried about him than themselves. Victor smiled warmly, his voice gentle and reassuring. "You all doing good? That makes me really happy." "And yes, I'm fine," he said, crouching slightly and ruffling their hair softly one by one. They giggled sweetly, the tension lifting a little. Victor glanced at their mothers, standing at a distance. Zara had assured him it was safe to allow them here. He nodded in their direction, and the women smiled softly at the scene. Plus 4,000 AP. 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 Victor ignored them with a small smile. His eyes moved to the side, where Zara stood. She was prepared, holding a large tray filled with sleek glass tubes. Each one glowed faintly with a blue liquid inside, cool, sterile, and filled with hope. Her posture was elegant and precise, her eyes focused. But her cheeks had a faint red blush as she met his gaze. Victor took a steady breath before turning back to the kids. His voice dropped slightly, calm and coaxing. "Okay, little boys and girls," he said, crouching again. "You all listen to your big brother, right?" "Yes." "Yeah." Their enthusiastic replies came together like a choir of baby birds chirping at their mother hen. Celine and Emberlyn laughed softly at the adorable response, while Raven gave a quiet smile of her own. Victor nodded with approval. "Then go and drink the medicine that my beloved wife prepared for you." The children blinked in unison, turning slowly to look at Zara. Zara blushed harder, caught off guard by the sudden title. She was the one who'd handed out candy before, and their memory after that had gone fuzzy. All they remembered was waking up in their mother's arms, safe and warm. Now, she was holding strange glowing drinks, being called his wife. But her expression remained calm and gentle, the soft smile on her lips carrying something warm, something maternal. She didn't say anything. She simply nodded and offered the tray forward with grace. The children didn't know what exactly they were drinking. But when they looked at her, they felt something in their chests stir, a fear. As if she had done something wrong with them. Still, it was because their big brother told them. And they trusted him more than anything. But the medicine tastes weird. I don't want it, one of the children whimpered, scrunching their face in protest. Victor chuckled, kneeling down to meet the child's eye level. How about this? He said with a mischievous smile, whoever drinks the medicine gets a candy, and a chance to play with Big Brother afterward. There was a moment of silence. The children exchanged looks, wide eyes, unsure, hesitant. Then, why, they all shouted in chorus, throwing their hands in the air and running excitedly toward Zara. Zara blinked, startled by the stampede of excited kids suddenly crowding around her. With the help of the mothers, she began handing the blue glowing tubes one by one, careful to make sure each child got the right dose. Mommy, it tastes weird. I don't want to, one child began to cry, face twisting in discomfort as they tasted the bitter fluid. The mother gently stroked their back, cooing softly, my baby, look, everyone else is drinking it so they can play with Big Brother. Don't you want to play too? The child sniffled, lips quivering, then pouted and gulped the medicine down all at once with a teary face. As soon as they finished, the little one stumbled forward, half crying, and wrapped their arms around Victor's leg. Hick. I drank, play, hick, with me, Big Brother. The child pleaded, eyes glassy and full of trust. Victor smiled and scooped the child into his arms, cradling them gently. Of course, he said, turning to the others with a soft laugh. Since you all drank like good little dragons, Big Brother will play with all of you. Now, who wants candy first? Me. 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 Tiny hands shot into the air as the group erupted into excited cheers. Laughter echoed through the yard. From the side, the mothers watched the scene with misty eyes. Their emperor, no, their savior, playing with their children like a brother, not a ruler. It felt too beautiful to be real. Celine and Raven stared, unable to look away. Victor's smile was genuine. Soft. Full of warmth. I want a baby now, Raven whispered. I want a baby now, Celine echoed with longing, their voices overlapping in perfect harmony. Emberlyn chuckled quietly, but her gaze shifted to Zara. So, how does it work, exactly? Zara, who was still organizing the empty tubes on the tray, nodded calmly. Give it a little time. Since they're playing and moving around, their blood is circulating faster. That means the medicine will activate quicker. Once it does, the transformation will begin. As if on cue, thud. One of the children collapsed. The others stopped. Then. Thud. Thud. One by one, they began to fall, their small bodies dropping to the ground as the medicine took effect. The panic was immediate, but Victor held his ground, eyes locked on the child in his arms who had gone limp. The boy twitched. His body convulsed, his muscles spasming under Victor's touch. His face twisted in pain as his skin shifted, his elongated, mutated ears shrinking down, returning to their normal, human shape. The same began happening to the rest. Twitches. Convulsions. Cracking joints and reshaping limbs. Each child, in their own time, slowly began to change, shedding the twisted forms they had once been trapped in. The wind picked up gently, a warm breeze brushing past their skin. Like something painful had been lifted. The only sound that remained was the soft groans of children, the occasional whimper of pain. The mothers stood frozen, then began to tremble. Their eyes widened. One of them fell to her knees, hand over her mouth, tears slipping down her cheeks. Zara stepped forward calmly, her voice low but certain. Don't worry. Their blood composition has been fully balanced. Their powers won't vanish. In fact, their bodies are now stable. Just like yours. The mothers gasped, covering their mouths. Some sobbed aloud. Others simply sank to the ground, overwhelmed. They had watched their children suffer. Be mocked. Be feared. Be rejected. Now, those same children were healing. Thank you, really. One whispered, trembling. WEOU, forever. Another sobbed. Zara, for a rare moment, looked awkward. Praise was not something she was used to, or comfortable with. She scratched her head, looking away shyly, but she nodded. I just did what I could. Slowly, one by one, the children began to stir. Eyes fluttered open. Mom, one whispered weakly. Mommy, another blinked, disoriented. Yes. Mommy's here. The mothers rushed forward, wrapping their arms tightly around their children, hugging them close and breaking into more tears. The children didn't understand the scene, why their mothers were crying so hard, or why they were being squeezed so tightly. Are you Sad, Mommy, one of them asked softly. And no, dear, the mother whispered, voice trembling, I'm just very happy right now. Victor stood in silence, watching them. His heart felt tight, full, but heavy. Without a word, he turned and began to walk away, his footsteps soft on the dirt. Just before he disappeared, he felt a tug at his sleeve. He looked down. One of the children had grabbed him. Thank you, big brother, the child said simply, smiling. Victor looked up, and saw them. All the mothers. All the children. Bowing their heads in quiet gratitude. We have no words to express it, one said. But thank you, for saving our children. Twin domains, 949/812. Victor stared for a moment before smiling softly and shaking his head. It wasn't me who saved them, he said. Thank her. That big sister over there, she's the one who healed you. With that, he vanished from sight. Zara blinked, confused. And then, she was surrounded. Mothers, children, everyone pressing close, overflowing with gratitude. Voices poured over her. Thank you so much. You saved my baby. Bless you. Thank you. Wait. Celine. Help me. Zara shouted in panic, completely overwhelmed by the affection. Celine smirked from the side, arms crossed with a smug tilt to her lips. Take that, she said sweetly, for calling me a failure, mother. Fuck. Chapter 11-12, Milking Zara, Part 1. I cannot handle those people, Ether. Zara shouted furiously, her voice dripping with irritation as she stormed into his room without knocking, her heels clicking hard against the floor. Her expression was a mix of frustration and exhaustion. Her hands were clenched, and her long coat swayed with her every step. Those gratitudes, those lovely smiles, those innocent, pure-hearted expressions. Honestly, she hadn't done it for them. It had always been for her own research, her own goals, her own answers. That's why she didn't even want to give those things away to them directly. She didn't want their thanks. She didn't need validation. Ether turned from his seat, his eyes softening the moment he saw her furious figure stomping toward him. She looked ready to explode again, her chest rising and falling with uneven breaths as she marched up, lips parting to yell again. But before a single word could leave her mouth, Ether suddenly stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her, pulling her into a firm hug. You did good. He whispered gently near her ear, his voice warm and calm. Now everyone can finally see what I've always seen, that my lovely Zara can perform miracles. You're not some cold monster. You're amazing. Zara blinked rapidly. Her fury paused. Her chest still heaving, but her voice caught. Her arms were limp between their bodies for a second before she snorted and lightly pushed against his chest. Don't think your sweet words work on me, she snapped, though her voice didn't carry the sharp edge it had a moment ago. It was softer now, tinged with reluctant affection. Ether grinned, his hand still resting on her waist. Is that so? He murmured, his smile widening as he leaned in and kissed her lips slowly, gently, with affection. Zara's eyes widened slightly. But she didn't pull away. She let out a soft, surprised sound from the back of her throat. Ether pulled back just enough to look into her eyes and smiled again. Let's go have lunch. You haven't eaten anything, have you? He said, not even waiting for a reply as he casually grabbed her hand and started pulling her toward the dining hall like it was already decided. He didn't ask. He didn't need to. His confidence was annoying, and yet, oddly comforting. In the dining hall. Emberlyn placed the prepared dishes for Ether and Zara, her movements graceful and her smile warm, the way a woman naturally served someone she genuinely cared for. The table was filled with aromatic plates, steamed vegetables, roasted meat glazed in herbs, warm bread, thick soup, and a soft dessert on the side. It smelled like a feast. Ether licked his lips eagerly and grinned. It's been a while since I got to taste my mother-in-law's cooking again, he said, picking up his utensils quickly and taking a bite with pleasure, then glanced at Zara, flashing a teasing look. Her cooking really is top-notch, Zara. You're lucky to be her daughter. Emberlyn chuckled softly, clearly pleased with the compliment. Zara, however, narrowed her eyes and leaned slightly forward, eyeing both of them. Did you fuck her? Puff. Cough cough. Ether choked mid-bite, coughing violently as he slapped his chest and turned to her, his eyes wide with disbelief. What the hell, Zara? Oh. So you're not lying to seduce her now, huh? Zara tilted her head, her tone playful but serious. Ether's gaze darted toward Emberlyn, whose face had turned bright red, horror clear on her features. I didn't say anything like that. Believe me, he said, waving his hands frantically. All right. Why yes. Emberlyn stammered, nearly dropping the tray before quickly walking out of the dining hall, more like sprinting, in fact, her footsteps vanishing down the hallway with panic in every step. Ether stared blankly at the door she disappeared through, speechless. Zara took a bite of the food and let out a surprised sound. Oh. It's good. Ether turned to her, eyebrows raised. She looked genuinely surprised. You're not even jealous, he asked cautiously. I am, Zara replied casually, chewing, then swallowing. But the food is still good. Ether sighed and shook his head slowly, rubbing his forehead. You're unbelievable. So she's really not your target? Zara asked, her tone softening slightly as she ate another spoonful, her curiosity genuine now. No. She's not. And don't start twisting things into something weird again, Ether said firmly. Zara smirked. So something's already going on between you two, huh? Ether groaned. You talk way too much, he said, then scooped a spoonful of food and shoved it into her mouth mid-sentence. MMPH. Zara yelped, caught off guard, cheeks puffed as she glared at him but still chewed. But Ether didn't stop. He kept feeding her spoon after spoon, ignoring her protests as if it were perfectly normal. Zara finally smiled, a soft, amused curve on her lips as she opened her mouth willingly for the next bite. As they ate together, Ether explained the situation outside, everything that had happened, the chaos that had unfolded, the tension building like a storm cloud. He told her everything without holding back. I see. Zara hummed thoughtfully, still chewing. That explains why I felt a subtle wave of interference back in the lab earlier. That strange shift in energy, now it makes sense. Ether watched her closely. She was calm, too calm. She didn't seem concerned about what others thought or feared. She simply existed in her own rhythm, uncaring about the world's judgment, and honestly, he kind of admired that. After finishing the meal, Zara leaned back and let out a long, satisfied sigh, placing her hand on her stomach as if she hadn't eaten properly in days. She's really good, but of course, not better than me. Ether raised an eyebrow. Oh. You cook. Zara's lips curled into a smirk. I am a mother, Ether. Of course, I know how to cook. Ether grinned, his lips curving with a playful glint in his eyes. Then next time. I'd like to eat you, he paused with a deliberate smirk, watching her reaction, I mean, your food. Zara stared at him with a deadpan expression, her face unreadable for a moment. But the subtle blush dusting her cheeks betrayed the little flutter inside her chest. Anyway. She cleared her throat, clearly trying to change the subject, why haven't you used your seal on me yet? I'm curious. How exactly are we even connected? Is it something like, soul binding? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she tilted her head, genuinely wanting to know more. Ether nodded slowly, watching her carefully. Yes. It connects our souls, for eternity. That's why I was waiting. I didn't want to force it. I was wondering if you wouldn't mind. Zara hummed thoughtfully, resting her chin on her hand. Why are you even asking me that? You already know the answer, don't you? She smirked suddenly, eyes narrowing. Or, should I leave you? Her teasing was light, but the implication carried a dangerous edge, like a dare. Ether's expression instantly turned dark, a shadow falling over his face. "Don't think you can escape from me." Zara's eyes widened slightly, and a shiver ran through her body, not of fear, but of anticipation. She gulped, her body reacting instinctively to the sudden shift in his presence. She bit her lip, trying to hide the spark in her eyes. Her voice trembled just slightly, betraying her excitement. "And no, I didn't mean it like that. I was just wondering why it's taking so long," she replied quickly, shaking her head to clear her thoughts. Ether's expression softened, and the darkness faded as he smiled again, calm and composed. "I wanted to give you some time before giving it to you. This isn't just about me, it's about you too. That's why." He paused, meeting her eyes seriously. "Are you willingly doing this?" Zara leaned back, a mischievous light playing in her eyes. "And what if I'm not?" she purred, enjoying the way his emotions shifted, poking at the side of him she wasn't sure existed. He wasn't Yandra. Not officially. But damn, he was possessive enough to make her wonder. Why didn't he ever deny it properly? Why was it so easy to provoke him? "You little." Ether growled as he suddenly grabbed her, lifting her effortlessly and pulling her onto his lap. He hugged her tightly, so tightly it almost knocked the air out of her lungs. "Ack. Oh okay, ouch. I got it, I got it. I'm sorry." Zara winced, her voice strained as she squirmed against his crushing embrace. Ether nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased with himself, before releasing her just enough to activate the skill. Suddenly, a black translucent screen appeared before both of them. "Warning alert, you are entering the seal of eternal bond, which means you cannot break this even if you die. Your soul will always be bonded with Ether forever to eternity. Are you willing to proceed?" Zara blinked, her eyes going wide with surprise. "Oh my, interesting," she whispered, her voice tinged with fascination as she read the message carefully. Her lips curled into a smirk as she nodded, "I agree." The moment she said it, she flinched, her body jerking slightly. "Ack. I itches," she yelped, reaching back to scratch at her upper back. Ding. Error. Cannot be performed. Ether blinked, confusion crossing his face. Cannot be performed. Why? But the log system remained silent. There was no explanation. No reason. Zara tilted her head, her expression mirroring his concern. "What happened?" "I don't know." Ether muttered, his brows furrowed. "It says I can't perform the action. Something's not right." "Well. I felt something," Zara murmured, rubbing her back gently. "An itching sensation, like something tried to mark me." "Let me see it," Ether said firmly, his voice suddenly serious. Zara's face flushed red instantly, her body tensing. I don't think that's nice." "Zara. It's serious." Ether repeated, his tone sharp and commanding now. Zara bit her lower lip, glancing at him. He wasn't joking. There was a weight to his words, a calm intensity that made her heart beat faster. It wasn't lust this time, it was genuine concern. "Fine," she mumbled with a tiny pout. She slowly turned around on his lap, her back facing him. Her hands moved up to her collar as she hesitated, then slowly slid her upper clothes down her shoulders, the fabric slipping past her skin. Her fingers gathered her hair, lifting it gently to reveal her nape and upper back. Ether had a serious expression, but inwardly, he. However, a huge ache burned into her skin, stretching almost entirely across her back. Chapter 11-13, Milking Zara, Part 2. That tattoo, it looked like the number 8 etched faintly on her back, but not a clean mark. It was old, almost faded, like an ancient tattoo worn and forgotten over time. The lines were not sharp, they were weathered, like a relic buried beneath centuries of skin and memory. Ether's fingers gently brushed over the black mark, his touch barely grazing the surface, but the moment his skin met that tattoo, his vision flickered, brief, but vivid. For just a second, he saw something. A man, or rather, an echo of himself. Iteration number 27, wearing black, heavy armor, yet the smile on his face was broken, like something inside him had shattered long ago. Ether gasped and pulled back, eyes wide as he blinked several times. The room around him came back into focus. The vision had ended as quickly as it came. What was that? He muttered to himself, reaching out again to touch the tattoo once more. But this time, nothing. No vision. Just the silent warmth of Zara's soft back under his hand. He could guess that, infinity, his symbol, was written on her, but in straight. But why? Is everything all right? Zara's voice brought him back, snapping his thoughts into the present. She glanced over her shoulder, her tone curious but slightly worried. Ether blinked, hesitating for a beat before clearing his throat. No, it's just that, your bra strap is blocking part of the mark, so. He said, doing his best to sound innocent. Zara blinked as her cheeks turned crimson. She nodded shyly, eyes looking away. Ether slowly reached up and unhooked the clasp. Zara flinched, her arms immediately wrapping around her chest on instinct. Her back arched slightly, her skin reacting to the sudden exposure. Ether stared at her back again, so pale, so smooth, so pure, and so irresistibly sexy. His fingers, slow and curious, began tracing along her bare skin. Zara shivered. Find it? She asked in a soft, breathy voice, her blush intensifying as she felt his cold fingers explore her back. Not yet. Ether whispered, his voice low and smooth, as he continued gliding his fingers along her curves, admiring the delicate line of her spine, the soft slope of her waist. His fingers slowly slid toward her sides, following the path of her body, until... What are you doing? Zara flinched, her voice squeaking as she felt his fingers graze the edge of her side boobs. Sorry. I got a little mesmerized. Ether murmured, not even pretending to sound regretful, his voice thick with heat. His hand trailed further down, brushing along the top of her hips before sliding inward, his palm slithering like a serpent into the arch of her lower back. Zara turned her head sharply, her face beet red, glaring at him with wide eyes. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Ether chuckled, raising both hands innocently. I'm sorry. I couldn't control myself. You're just too damn tempting. Zara snorted, clearly about to get off his lap when he suddenly pulled her back in with a swift motion. Where do you think you're going, dear? He whispered teasingly, his hands wrapping around her body and pressing against the softness of her boobs still hidden beneath the loosened bra. Zara gasped, her face glowing bright red. Ether. She breathed, her voice shaking, not from fear, but from something far more intoxicating. Her breath came faster, shallower. Ether grinned and leaned forward, pulling her even closer, his fingers slipping under the fabric and gently fondling those soft, perfect mounds. Eth, Zara moaned softly as his fingers explored, pressing and rubbing her nipples beneath the bra. She wanted to move, to escape, but her body betrayed her. Her legs weakened, trembling in his lap, her hands limp as if they'd already surrendered. Ether leaned in and kissed the nape of her neck, whispering into her skin, "You look so fucking hot right now, Zara." He began kissing along her shoulder, biting her collarbone, then moving to the back of her neck, each kiss leaving behind a heated mark. All the while, his fingers kneaded her boobs more aggressively now, rubbing the stiff peaks of her nipples through the thin fabric, making the bra strain desperately to contain her. Zara's body trembled uncontrollably. Her eyes turned misty, her body hot, her mind fuzzy. Her lips parted with short pants, moans slipping out unfiltered. Without realizing it, Zara started to grind subtly, her ass pressing back against something very hard beneath her. Ether smirked, his fingers still working her nipples, pinching and teasing with precision. Zara's body was on fire, her breath hot and heavy. Her mind was cracking under the pressure of new sensations, every inch of her skin hypersensitive. Then, he pulled his hand back from her chest. It was soaked in sweat and warmth. Zara blushed deeply, turning her head, but Ether raised his hand to his mouth, and slowly, seductively, licked his fingers clean. Ether groaned under his breath. Just tasting her, it was intoxicating. She was fucking delicious. Snap. That sound wasn't from Ether. It came from Zara. Watching him lick her sweat like it was the sweetest dessert, something inside her snapped. Before Ether could react, she turned in his lap with fire in her eyes. Her trembling hands reached behind her and, with one swift motion, unclasped her bra completely. The straps slipped off her shoulders. And her breasts, full, round, curvy, sexy, bounced free, nipples hard and pink, begging for attention. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she leaned forward and pressed her chest into his face. Ha! Ha! Suck me, she whispered, her voice breathy and cracked with need, trembling as she offered herself to him. Ether's eyes widened, then darkened with hunger. His mouth watered as he grabbed her breasts with both hands and buried his face into them. Ether's tongue swirled around her right nipple, slow and deliberate, savoring every tremble that coursed through her body. He sucked it into his mouth again, deeper this time, tugging gently with a warm pull of pressure. Ah, nnnh, Zara moaned, her head falling back, her body twitching in response to his slow, hungry attention. Her hands gripped his shoulders tightly, her nails digging in just slightly. Her thighs squeezed around his legs as her hips shifted in his lap, helpless against the rising waves of pleasure. Ether's hands cupped the underside of her breasts, lifting them slightly, feeling their weight and sweat. He let out a deep, approving groan before trailing his tongue under the curve of one boob, the soft, sensitive skin that had barely ever been touched. He kissed it, licked it, then moved slowly along the side toward her ribs, letting his tongue leave a warm, wet trail that made her squirm even more. Ether, it tickles, ha, mmnhh, she whimpered, her voice cracking between pleasure and need, unable to resist the sensations. Then, he switched to the other breast, not to rush, but to give equal worship. His mouth opened, sucking gently on the left nipple now, circling it with his tongue, letting the soft pink bud grow stiffer against the wet heat of his mouth. His fingers pinched the other nipple, rolling it slowly, rhythmically, between thumb and forefinger. Ah, mmd don't. Zara pleaded breathlessly, her voice barely coherent. Her body leaned forward as if begging for more contact, more sucking, more teasing. Ether didn't answer, he only deepened his rhythm, alternating between slow, full sucks and playful flicks of his tongue. His free hand moved down, caressing her waist, then sliding back up to squeeze the soft flesh just beneath her breast, her underboob, pressing against her with a firm, possessive grip. He licked across the edge of her areola, tasting the soft skin, then dragged his tongue upward, across the slope of her upper breast, before dipping into her cleavage and dragging his mouth slowly across it. Slurp. He kissed down into the valley between her breasts, then licked up again, his tongue following the shape, loving the curves like an artist sculpting his masterpiece. Zara panted hard, her whole body flushed red, her nipples stiff and swollen from his sucking. She could feel something, warm, swelling deeper inside her. And then. She gasped, her body jolting. A small drop of white liquid escaped from her nipple, just barely, but Ether tasted it. He paused. He blinked. Then looked up at her, wide-eyed. Milk, he muttered, stunned for a moment, tasting the faint sweetness on his tongue. Zara stared at him in shock, her mouth slightly open. What? But Ether didn't wait. He growled, eyes darkening with a greedy hunger. Then he latched onto her nipple again, harder this time. His mouth suckled like he was starved for it, drinking greedily, tongue flicking and lips sealing tight as he drew out more of that unexpected nectar. Ah. On. Nnnh. What are you, Ether? Zara screamed, trembling in his arms, her body shuddering as his sucking pulled more from her. Her chest ached with strange pleasure, her nipples tingling as warmth leaked from her. Ether didn't stop. That taste. That warm, sweet trickle of milk, it lingered on his tongue like nectar, soft, rich, almost addictively delicious. His pupils dilated. Something deep, feral awakened in him. Yours tastes like heaven, he murmured, voice thick, guttural, nearly growling as he looked up at her flushed, overwhelmed face. Ah! Zara cried out, her back arching violently in his lap, hands shooting up to grab his shoulders, her legs twitching on either side of his thighs. His mouth suckled her with force now, desperate and hungry, his tongue flicking wildly over the sensitive bud before he sealed his lips tighter and began drawing more of her milk. Slurp, slurp, gulp. Wet, obscene sounds echoed in the dining room. Every suck made her tremble harder, her chest heaving under his mouth. Her nipples ached with pleasure, her skin hypersensitive to even the slightest motion of his tongue or fingers. Ether. It's coming out, she whimpered, voice shattering between moans and gasps. Her hips bucked instinctively, the throbbing between her legs unbearable now. Stop sucking so hard. I can't, it's too, nnnh. But Ether didn't stop. He groaned deeply, almost like an animal lost in desire. His tongue flattened, lapping every drop that leaked out before his lips sealed again, and he suckled harder, hungrier, messier. Milk dribbled down his chin, but he didn't care. He licked it up, licked her skin, her areola, her upper breast, dragging his tongue all around her mound like a man possessed. He kissed the upper curve slowly, then slid under her boob and licked upward in a long, deep stroke before returning to her nipple to draw out another moan, and another sweet stream of milk. Zara's fingers clung to his hair now, her thighs shaking uncontrollably. Her mind was spiraling, her breath broken, her voice breathless, her body melting. Her breasts felt heavy, full, burning with a sensitivity she had never known before. Fuck, Ether. I'm gonna lose my mind, she sobbed, eyes misted with tears of overstimulation, her body squirming helplessly. Ether moaned against her nipple, the sound vibrating through her breast. He drank with long, deep pulls, swallowing her warmth like it was the elixir of life itself. HNNGH, he groaned. His hands slid to her waist, gripping her tightly to keep her pressed into his lap as his lips never left her chest. You're fucking divine, he growled against her skin, panting between sucks. So soft, so warm, and this milk, fuck, it's addictive. His hands moved up again, squeezing her boobs roughly, kneading them, pushing them together so he could shove his face into the center of her cleavage. He licked from one nipple to the other, his tongue gliding messily across her flushed skin, saliva and milk mixing into wet trails that covered her entire chest. Such beautiful tits, all mine. He whispered hoarsely, licking across her chest again, then biting softly on her left nipple. Zara let out a sharp cry, her whole body convulsing. Ether. Too rough, she moaned, but even as she said it, her hips rolled deeper against the hard bulge under her. Her flower throbbed wildly with need. Her nipples had never felt so raw, so needy, so painfully pleasured that even the air felt like fire against them. Fuck, Zara. I want to suck you dry, Ether groaned, still swallowing each drop like it was the most sacred thing he had ever tasted. He switched to the other breast again, suckling with an even stronger pull. His cheeks hollowed, his mouth sealing tight, and the milk flowed directly into his hungry throat. Zara's body jolted again, legs curling tighter around him as her hands pressed against his head. She couldn't hold it in anymore. Her body started to convulse, her mind flooded with pure heat. Ether. I'm MMNHHF feeling weird, she gasped as her thighs twitched uncontrollably. Her pussy soaked her panties, completely drenched. Every pull of his mouth, every flick of his tongue over her milk-soaked nipples, sent sharp, pulsing shocks straight to her core. The tension in her abdomen twisted tighter and tighter with each second, like a rubber band stretching to its limit, begging to snap. She couldn't hold it. Couldn't control it. And then. HMFFFFFFF. Zara screamed into her palm, trying to muffle herself, but the sound was still raw, shuddering, and soaked in helpless pleasure. Her eyes rolled back, her body convulsing in Ether's lap. Her flower gushed wildly, her panties utterly soaked, the heat and wetness surging through her lower body. A deep, uncontrollable climax racked her from the inside out, releasing everything all at once. It drenched Ether's lap. Hot liquid oozed down her thighs and hit the floor with soft, sticky drips. Ha, ha, ha. She panted brokenly, slumped forward against him, sweat rolling down her flushed face. Her chest rose and fell in erratic rhythm. Her legs twitched from the aftershocks, her nipples still stiff, coated in spit and milk. Her body was a trembling mess. Ether grinned like a man who had just conquered a goddess. Milk glistened on his lips and chin, slowly dripping down to his chest. He looked satisfied, and proud. He gently kissed one of her sensitive nipples again, licking up the last drops of her milk. "You taste like sin and sweetness, Zara, fucking divine," he whispered. Just then, the door creaked open. "I brought you a dessert," came Emberlin's soft voice as she stepped inside, holding a tray of carefully arranged sweets. Her words trailed off. Her body froze. She saw Ether, his mouth dripping with white. His shirt pulled open. Milk on his tongue. She saw Zara, flushed crimson, hair messy, chest exposed and glistening with saliva, slumped and panting hard, legs wide on Ether's lap. A puddle beneath them. "Oh." Emberlin blinked. A beat of silence passed. Then she mumbled, voice robotic, "You're all ready, having dessert, huh?" Her eyes blanked. Her mouth twitched. Then, she turned on her heel and bolted, sprinting out of the room so fast the tray rattled behind her. The door slammed shut. Zara froze, and then her face exploded into color, pure red. Not from lust now. From burning embarrassment. Her eyes darted to Ether. "You," she hissed, trembling in fury. Ether just leaned back and winked at her, smirking with zero shame, licking a leftover drop from the corner of his mouth. "Isn't it exciting?" Zara glared at him with wide, shaking eyes. "Fuck. You." Chapter 11-14, Choosing the Ruler, Part 1. After that embarrassment, everyone turned their attention back to their responsibilities, and Zara did her best to support everyone in whatever way she could. And soon, within just 2 more days, things began to calm down across the Pyra Empire. Only the rebuilding and reconstruction efforts remained, and even those progressed surprisingly fast, thanks to the collective effort of everyone involved. Today was an important day. Melona had officially announced the selection of their empire's next ruler. Ether was seated comfortably on a rounded chair, his gaze drifting slowly from Celine to Raven, Talia, Emberlin, and finally to Zara. "So, is everyone ready to head out?" Ether asked softly, his voice calm and gentle. Celine, Raven, and Talia nodded in unison, their faces lighting up with eagerness and a hint of nervous anticipation. Meanwhile, Emberlin and Zara exchanged a look before awkwardly glancing at Ether. Emberlin shifted slightly in place. She wasn't entirely sure about going. She had never been particularly comfortable around unfamiliar people, and truthfully, she didn't even know if she would enjoy herself there. Ether let out a thoughtful hum, noticing her hesitation. He understood her reluctance. She was someone who thought deeply before stepping into unknown situations and probably didn't want to make herself look out of place in front of strangers. Still, he smiled and leaned a bit toward her. "Mother-in-law," he said gently, "I know it's not easy to suddenly mingle with new people, especially when you're not used to it. But just take this first step. Could you do that for me?" He could see the curiosity lingering in her eyes, the subtle pull of wanting to explore something new but holding herself back. Emberlin sighed, visibly softening as she looked at him. "Fine," she muttered with a resigned breath. Ether then turned to Zara, who awkwardly looked away, pretending to be focused on something else. He chuckled lightly. No need to force yourself. I already know this isn't really your thing. But tell me, what are you planning to do while we're gone? Zara tapped her chin in thought, then gave a casual nod. I'm thinking of running a few tests, doing a bit of experimentation. I'll be fine on my own, so don't worry, she said, waving her hand dismissively. Ether's eyes narrowed slightly with curiosity before offering a suggestion. How about this, why don't you try testing my blood? A sudden glint passed through Zara's eyes. She blinked a few times, then shook her head, a slight blush creeping up her cheeks. I don't want to, she stammered. I'm not sure why, but I really don't like testing your blood, as her expression turned slightly shy as if seeing his blood, seeing him very naked or something. Which was something she had not read yet. Oh, look at her blushing and being all shy now. Oh my, your mother is adorable, Celine, Talia teased with a playful smirk, clearly entertained by the rare sight of Zara flustered. Celine groaned loudly and shot a glare at Talia, who was obviously having fun at her expense. Bitch, mark my words. One day, you'll be in my position, and I'll be laughing my ass off at you, Celine thought bitterly, clenching her fists. Ether smiled warmly. To be honest, I'm not asking this just for you, I need it for myself too. I want to understand what's happening with my body and my blood, can you check it for me? And please, don't get too curious and try tasting it like the others did. If you do, the same thing that happened to Mortimer will happen to you. Celine flinched at the mention of Mortimer. The horrifying memory of her grandfather's body turning into bloody mist replayed vividly in her mind. She looked at her mother with rising concern, then turned toward Ether. Ether, if it's that dangerous. I'll be fine, dear, Zara interrupted softly, placing a reassuring hand on her daughter's arm. I've been handling blood since I was a little girl. I know what I'm doing. She gave a firm nod before meeting Ether's eyes. If this is what you want, then I'll do it. Her expression, however, darkened slightly as she reached into her coat, pulling out a large syringe, an evil glint in her eyes, clearly seeking some revenge for the embarrassment she had suffered earlier. Ha, aha. I already collected it, Ether said quickly, pulling out a sealed test tube filled with his blood. He had seen her vengeful streak before and was not about to let her poke holes in him unnecessarily. Zara, visibly disappointed, took the tube from his hand with a small pout. There's also this, Ether added, handing her another vial, this one filled with a thick white fluid. Check what's inside this too, he said, his tone serious. What's that? Talia asked curiously. Celine and Raven instantly turned red, both lowering their heads in embarrassment. Ether didn't answer her. Instead, he handed the tube over to Zara. Zara blinked and stared at the contents for a moment, her eyes narrowing in curiosity. It only took her a second to realize what it was, especially after seeing the way Celine's face burned red. Her cheeks flushed slightly, but her mind was already whirling with possibilities. With this, I could create a new life, she thought, her brain kicking into overdrive. But before her thoughts could spiral too far, Ether leaned in close to her and whispered softly near her ear. Don't even think about creating anything artificial with that. If you want, we can go the natural route, he breathed, blowing gently against her ear. Zara's ears twitched from the sensation. She blushed deeply and lowered her head, her thoughts drifting into unfamiliar fantasies that left her flustered and speechless. Ether nodded, satisfied with the reaction, and stood up. All right, everyone, get ready. Time to leave. After exchanging goodbyes, they left Zara behind in the lab. She immediately dove into her work, hooking herself up to machines, preparing the test kits. Testing the blood with utmost caution and tasting the. Anyway, she delved into her research. Strictly research. Meanwhile, Ether placed his puppet, Victor, to keep watch over the Empire, just in case. And with that, the others departed the Empire. Zephyr Empire, despite having recently endured a major disaster, was now preparing for a new beginning. They were holding the long-awaited throne ceremony. Some people were still shaken and disheartened, unsure if they were ready for such a celebration. Others, however, felt a sense of relief. At long last, their empire would have a proper ruler to guide them forward. Melona didn't plan it like a grand festival but more like a sacred, honorable gathering. The streets were lined with banners, each decorated with the names of the tribes and their fluttering flags, symbolizing unity and remembrance. Elves, wolves, spirits, demi-humans, members from every tribe and every corner of the empire arrived with candles in hand, gentle laughter in the air as they walked together toward the massive open ground that had been prepared for the ceremony. There was something beautiful about the mix of sorrow and hope that filled the atmosphere. Behind the stage platform, Melona stood alongside Leora, greeting the arriving dignitaries. "Welcome, Princess Aquilina Nyadya," Melona said formally, giving a small respectful bow. Aquilina nodded with her usual composed hum. "Welcome, Saintess Helena Sunfire," Melona continued with a warm smile. "Thank you," Helena replied politely. As they entered, Melona asked with a knowing look in her eyes, "What about the Empress and the Archpriestess? Will they be attending?" She already suspected the answer, but tradition demanded the question be asked. Aquilina responded softly, "Due to the situation in the Empire, my mother wasn't able to leave. She's staying behind to manage recovery efforts." Helena gave a respectful nod as well. "The Archpriestess is also tending to the citizens. Many are still emotionally unstable and need spiritual comfort." "I understand. That's very responsible of them." Melona gave a light sigh, then smiled. "Very well. Please come inside, the function will begin in about an hour." She turned and gave a subtle glance to Leora, who nodded back and stepped forward to guide the guests. As they walked down the corridor, Aquilina glanced at Leora's swaying tail with narrowed eyes. "TSK. Ether likes it, doesn't he?" she muttered under her breath, clearly annoyed but pretending not to care. Leora smirked mischievously over her shoulder. "Of course he does. He hugs it every time we sleep together." Aquilina clicked her tongue in irritation again, looking away with a fake scoff. Helena glanced at her own hips, her expression thoughtful and just a bit longing. As they reached the guest room. "Ether. Ether." Both Aquilina and Helena broke into sudden smiles and hurriedly ran inside when they saw Ether sitting comfortably on the sofa, his posture relaxed as he waited for them. Ether raised his hand casually in greeting, but before he could say a word, the two women threw themselves at him with full force, landing straight on his arms and chest. Ether, of course, accepted the impact with a warm grin, enjoying the affectionate squish of their bodies against him. Their softness, well, it was still softness, and who would complain about that? He chuckled softly, wrapping his arms around them both. "Looks like your mother and Sarah decided not to come, that's a wise decision," he murmured, his voice low as he held them gently. Across the room, Raven, Celine, and Talia were watching this unfold with jealous sparkles in their eyes. Without hesitation, they all jumped onto the sofa too. Ladies, calm down. I'm not going anywhere." He, Ether laughed nervously as he was suddenly buried under the pile of warm, possessive women. Chapter 11-15, Choosing the Ruler, Part 2. Emberlyn quietly stepped out of the room as the girls continued to surround Ether from every direction. Their excitement, affection, and sheer energy had taken over the space, and Emberlyn, being the more reserved type, chose not to intrude. She gave a small sigh, brushing her hair back behind her ear as she gently closed the door behind her. Sometimes, it was better to give space, besides, who knew what might happen if she stayed. And truthfully, she wasn't ready to witness the full horror, or embarrassment, that could unfold in a room filled with love-struck girls clinging to a man like that. As she stepped further into the hallway, she spotted Melona and Leora up ahead. They stood by the main entrance, greeting the elders of various tribes with grace and dignity, their expressions calm but alert. Despite the lingering pressure from the Empire's recent disaster, they carried themselves with unwavering poise. Gathering her nerves, Emberlyn approached them. "May I help you?" she asked, her voice a little shaky, her hands awkwardly clasped in front of her. Leora blinked in surprise at first, then gave a warm smile and nodded quickly. "Of course. You can stand here with us, it'll be helpful, she said, beginning to turn away. I just need to run back to the room real quick. She didn't even get halfway through her step. Melona's hand shot out, grabbing Leora by the tail mid-spin. You are not going anywhere, she said with sharp finality, her fingers sparking with a faint blue light as her tone turned stern. Leora immediately froze, her entire body stiffening. She recognized that spark, the cursed butterfly. It was elegant, yes, but also infamous for draining energy in the most inconvenient ways. Ugh, not that stupid butterfly, Leora groaned under her breath. You know I hate that thing. With a deeply exaggerated sigh, she slouched beside Melona with a pout and resigned expression. Melona turned to Emberlyn next, her tone softening. Don't feel nervous. Ether already spoke to me about you, she said with a small smile. So don't be afraid. Just be yourself and stand tall. You belong here. Emberlyn's eyes widened slightly at that. Her heart warmed at the thought, Ether had gone out of his way to speak for her. Awkwardly, she scratched her cheek and nodded. Son-in-law, always so protective of me, she muttered with a faint smile, a mixture of appreciation and embarrassment in her tone. She turned her attention forward and quietly began to assist them in welcoming the arriving tribe elders. There was something fulfilling about being part of this, standing among leaders and watching as ancient traditions unfolded right before her. And soon, it began. The ceremonial horn sounded softly in the distance, a low but commanding note echoing through the air. The elders took their seats in the front row of the arena, forming a semicircle that looked out toward the grand stage. They sat with dignified silence, each one a representative of their people, each one carrying centuries of history and expectation on their shoulders. Behind them, positioned at a raised platform, sat Aquilina, Helena, Raven, Celine, and Talia. They were dressed in fine ceremonial clothes that reflected their roles and heritage, their postures composed, their expressions respectful. Ether was among them, seated firmly in the center. His gaze wandered across the arena, sharp and attentive, yet there was a spark of curiosity in his eyes. He didn't know what was going to happen next. In the center of the colossal arena, Melona and Leora stood together. Leora gave a wave of her hand, activating the broadcast system. A soft vibration hummed through the air as light orbs blinked into place across the sky, projectors, microphones, and stones-enhanced sound arrays. They lit up with gentle pulses of energy. Lyres stood at the edge of the control platform, her hands gracefully moving across the air interface as she synchronized the visuals and sound across every corner of the empire. Yes, Lyres had been helping them with the broadcast. One that would reach every city, village, floating isle, and cavern where citizens of the Zephyr Empire dwelled. Melona stepped forward, slowly raising the microphone to her lips. She closed her eyes for a second, gathering her thoughts. When she opened them, her voice rang clear, strong, and filled with restrained emotion. Citizens of the Ariones Zephyr Empire, I stand before you not only as the overseer of the throne ceremony, but as someone who has wept alongside you in the shadow of our shared suffering. We all have felt it. The recent disaster has shaken the very bones of our home. It stole lives, tore through homes, and filled our hearts with uncertainty. But despite it all, here we are. Still standing. She paused, letting silence fall. A reverent hush swept across the arena. Not even the wind dared to interrupt her words. Her voice returned, firmer now, rising with slow conviction. We are not just survivors. We were born in fire, shaped by storms, and tempered by every hardship thrown our way. We do not kneel to fear. We do not break under tragedy. We rise. And we rise, together. She stepped forward again, her eyes scanning the arena, the gathered elders, the representatives, the watching crowd. This throne ceremony will not be delayed. Not because we ignore the wounds of the past, but because we know the importance of symbols in times like these. Because hope matters. Unity matters. And what greater symbol of our unity and hope than the emergence of a true heir, someone who can lead not just with power, but with vision, with heart, and with the courage to carry our legacy forward. She raised her hand toward the center of the arena, her voice lifting with intensity. Let it be known throughout every city, every land, and every riverbank. The final test of the throne ceremony begins today. As two fingers emerged from the grounds, Arya stepped forward, clad in partial armor that shimmered under the sunless light, still beautiful despite the countless scratches that marked its surface. Her silver hair flowed like silk in the breeze, dancing around her shoulders with grace, yet there was nothing delicate about her presence, holding a bow in her hand. She radiated an aura of royalty, but not the passive kind. No, she exuded the deadly confidence of a warrior queen, elegant, unshakable, and terrifyingly composed. Beside her walked Kaelin, also wearing partial armor, though his was darker, more practical in design, worn from battle. His long, onyx-colored hair streamed behind him, each strand moving as if charged with intensity. His tail stood straight, his every step leaking a silent but unmistakable killing aura. His eyes burned with sharp focus. Together, they walked side by side until they stood before their mothers, Leora and Melona. The two young warriors lowered their heads in a deep, respectful bow. Melona and Leora looked at one another, then gently raised their hands over the heads of their children, as if blessing them in silent unity. Then, Arya and Kaelin turned toward the elders of the various tribes seated in the honored row. They bowed once again, deep and respectful. Finally, they turned toward the people, thousands of eyes watching them from all corners of the arena, from balconies, magical screens, floating sky platforms, and projected holograms. The two bowed once more, this time longer, an acknowledgement to the citizens of the Empire who had come to witness their rise or fall. Standing up straight, they said nothing, but their eyes revealed the pride and weight they carried. Leora stepped forward, her voice amplified across the Empire through Lyre's crystal broadcast system. The final test. She began, her voice clear and commanding, is a race. She let the word hang in the air for a moment before continuing, her hand waving as a large illusionary projection lit up the sky above the arena. The image showed a long, winding route, zigzagging through mountains, plunging through dense forests, racing across vast deserts and snowy fields, and weaving through treacherous rivers. Staff markers and checkpoints had been placed throughout the course. This race, Leora continued, will stretch nearly the full length of the Empire. A murmur rippled through the crowd. The first to finish will be declared the winner of this challenge. Arya and Kaelin nodded, their expressions unreadable. Kaelin tilted his head slightly toward Arya and smirked. His black eyes glimmered with confidence. This was his realm. Speed was his weapon. If it came down to sheer pace, there was no one in the Empire who could outmatch him, except his mother, of course. But even as Kaelin prepared to dash, Leora raised her hand again. However, she clapped once, and a sudden wave of pressure swept across the arena like a pulse of thunder. The massive gates at the far end opened with a low, grinding growl, and then they came. Thousands of warriors marched into the arena in well-formed lines, each bearing a serious expression. Their armors gleamed, their weapons drawn. The air trembled with power. These, Leora said as she gestured to the approaching army, are your first obstacle. The crowd gasped. You must each defeat 1,000 warriors. Their strength ranges from silver 1-star to golden 5-star, she explained, her tone cold and serious. Only after you have defeated your quota can you begin the race. Until then, you cannot advance. Both Arya and Kaelin blinked in genuine surprise. Arya's grin widened, her silver eyes gleaming with anticipation. Kaelin narrowed his gaze. This changed everything. What Leora didn't say aloud, but what both warriors were beginning to realize, was that this test had been carefully crafted by Melona after long analysis of their skills. Arya, while not exceptionally fast in long distance, was unmatched when it came to handling groups. Her arrows were fast, numerous, and brutally precise. She could dance around hundreds with ease, an agile predator in a sea of enemies. Kaelin, on the other hand, was a storm of power and speed. His single-target combat ability was unmatched, and in a straight race, he'd leave Arya in the dust. But against crowds? He'd face more trouble, especially if they ganged up. Both had advantages. Both had weaknesses. But more importantly, both needed to understand the real trial. The true challenge wasn't strength or speed. It was timing. Understanding themselves. Understanding each other. And using that knowledge to find the path to victory. If they acted without thought, burned all their strength in the battle phase or rushed blindly into the race, they would lose. But if they observed, adapted, and truly understood the spirit of this test, then they had a chance. Leora took a step back, her voice sharp and thrilling. Now then, let the final battle begin. She grabbed Melona's arm, and together they leapt into the air, rising in a beautiful arc before landing gracefully on the high platform, just beside where Ether sat. Ether was still surrounded by the girls, Celine draped over one shoulder, Talia on the other, Raven clinging close, and Helena not far behind. He blinked, watching the thousands of warriors and the two young candidates below. "That's one hell of a test," he muttered, raising an eyebrow. Melona giggled, folding her arms with pride. "It had to be," she replied softly. "This isn't just a throne, it's a future." Ether nodded thoughtfully. On the platform, Melona slowly sat beside him and leaned forward slightly, eyes gleaming. "Now, let's see who makes the first move," she whispered with a tone full of curiosity and hidden amusement. The crowd held its breath. And down below, two warriors stood, surrounded by thousands, waiting to see who would move first. Chapter 11-16, Choosing the Ruler, Part 3. The ground trembled beneath the thunder of thousands of synchronized boots. A wave of tension rippled through the air as shouts erupted from every corner of the colossal arena, echoing like a storm about to break. Spears lowered. Swords gleamed. Shields slammed together with a bone-shaking clang. Kalen moved first. Like a shadow torn straight from the flesh, he lunged into the mass, no hesitation, not a single breath wasted. His hands morphed into claws, glistening like sharpened obsidian, curved and glowing faintly with a dark, sinister energy. His eyes locked onto the front line, pupils narrowing as every muscle in his body coiled with purpose. Then, in a blink, he vanished. 1 second, he was still. The next, he was airborne. Crack. The air split with a deafening snap. He descended like a meteor, claws outstretched, a living weapon of fury and speed. He smashed into 5 tightly grouped men, slamming into them with such force that their armor crumpled like tin. Blood spurted from their mouths as they collapsed, unconscious, before they even hit the ground. Boom. Above, a hologram bearing Kalen's face blinked from 0 to 5. Kalen bared his teeth in a savage grin, eyes blazing as a low growl rumbled from his throat. The others, men and women alike, stumbled back at the sight of him. He didn't give them time to recover. With a roar, he leapt again, diving into the next cluster. He slipped between spear tips with inhuman grace, his body ducking, twisting, coiling like something born in the wild. His tail snapped like a whip, disarming attackers, while his claws slashed through armor as if it were paper. He wasn't thinking anymore. His body moved on instinct, raw and wild. This wasn't a style. This was nature. Feral. Brutal. Precise. "I'll prove it. Father, you didn't make a mistake choosing me," Kalen growled in his head, baring his blood-slicked claws. Meanwhile, Arya hadn't moved a step. Her calm eyes scanned the wave of bodies charging at her. Hundreds of enemies, all screaming, weapons flashing. But her heart didn't race. Steady. Focused. Her hand reached behind her back, fingers wrapping around the smooth curve of her bow, a weapon carved from rich dark wood, veins of silver running down its limbs like living energy. She whispered something, too quiet to catch. Then she moved. Her fingers pulled. She released. The first arrow didn't just strike. SEDUCING. It split. One became 5, each one curving mid-air with a high-pitched whistle before plunging deep into the knees and feet of the front line. Thud. 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 Screams tore through the chaos as the injured toppled, and those behind them crashed over their fallen comrades. Arya turned slightly, already drawing the next. Another shot, pull. Release. It split again, this time into 7, slicing through the air like hunting birds. More screams followed. The enemy formation faltered. But Arya was already in motion. She fired as she moved, her steps light, measured. Her silver hair streamed behind her like a comet's tail, every movement flowing into the next. Each arrow she loosed danced through the sky, bending unnaturally, directed not by gravity, but by her will. Within seconds, the hologram below her name shifted, 0 to 20. Arya smiled softly. If I can keep this rhythm, I might just pull ahead of. A flash of steel. An axe screamed toward her face. She ducked, barely missing the blow, her silver strand sliced clean in the air. Her hand snapped up. 2 arrows shot point blank, slipping through the cracks in his armor, one in the thigh, the other in the forearm. He grunted, fell to his knees. Another attacker came, faster than the first. She backflipped, mid-air, and released 3 arrows in one motion. They hit with unerring precision, thigh, shoulder, hand, just as her boots touched the ground. She never stopped. Not for a second. Her hands moved like music, rhythm and purpose. There was no pause between thoughts, no reset between strikes. She flowed. Every movement was art, grace bound in danger. Above, high in the observation platform, Ether leaned forward slightly, eyes narrowed and sharp. "They're doing well," he muttered, though a frown tugged at his lips. "But it's still not enough," he thought grimly. They couldn't kill their opponents, this was just a control exercise. But it revealed more than strength. It showed discipline, instinct, and timing. Ether turned his gaze toward Melona, who stood watching the children with an unreadable smile on her lips. Aquilina's eyes narrowed. "I see now, this test, it's not just about technique. If they keep going like this, they'll burn through all their energy before the real race even begins, won't they?" Melona's smile widened, but she said nothing. And soon. Kalen, meanwhile, was reaching his limit. 200 clean takedowns, and his style had become even more ruthless. His movements were feral, vicious. Blood streaked his face. His breathing had grown labored. He needed to stop. Just for a second. Just one breath to collect himself. But the attackers didn't let up. They were relentless. Kalen's focus frayed. His vision narrowed. He was starting to lose himself. With a frustrated roar, he rammed his elbow into a warrior's chest, bones cracking. He spun in midair, landed behind, and dragged his claws in a brutal arc across 5 more enemies. Ha, ha, ha. He panted, chest rising and falling rapidly. His eyes flicked sideways. Arya was still at range, calm, deadly, and graceful. Her arrows never missed, dropping opponents like toy soldiers. Her movements made trained snipers look like amateurs. But she wasn't safe. More enemies were circling around, rushing from both sides. Arya's eyes narrowed. She pivoted her foot, just slightly. Then fired. 3 arrows curved mid-air like they had minds of their own, looping around in wide arcs, then veering back toward the enemy's exposed backs. They hit hard. The crowd gasped. Some even stood in disbelief. Did she just curve them back? An elder whispered. Kalen glanced at the scoreboard. Arya had already doubled his number. He could not lose to her. His jaw clenched. Muscles tensed. Come on, he roared, fury and pride swelling inside him as he launched himself into the next wave with reckless power. Leora swiftly moved through the battlefield, picking up the unconscious and wounded with practiced grace. One by one, she tossed them out of the arena's boundary, where her fellow tribe members stood ready to catch and carry them off to the healers. This wasn't just some meaningless brawl for entertainment. These people hadn't come here to simply get beaten down. Melona had made a promise beforehand: those who performed the best would be given a rightful place in the army, a rank they earned through merit. And for those aiming for personal rewards, she ensured they would receive what they deserved. Every move, every takedown was being recorded, judged by her subordinates, who would later decide the fate of each participant. Soon, the scoreboard began to glow with eye-catching numbers. Arya Zephyr, 897. Kalen Drakfang, 645. But both warriors, Arya and Kalen, were starting to falter. Their bodies trembled with exhaustion. Their breathing turned heavy, shoulders rising and falling with each labored breath. Their movements lost their sharpness, strikes slowed, reflexes dulled. Enemies who once fell with ease were now beginning to land hits. Ether observed it all from above, face impassive, his expression unreadable. I just realized something, Melona spoke, her tone curious. You're not hiding anymore, Ether. Is this really your original form now? She tilted her head at him. Until now, she had only seen him projecting illusions, frail versions of himself. But here he sat, comfortably relaxed, no glamour to hide behind. Only his hair seemed changed. Ether gave a soft hum, nodding. Yeah. I don't really see the point in hiding anymore. Helena leaned forward, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. So, what about your position as the victor? Ether hummed again, voice quieter this time. That guy still needs his spotlight. He muttered vaguely. Finally. Aquilina exclaimed, her fists clenched with anticipation as she watched the arena. They've finally figured it out. They're teaming up. Took them long enough, Melona added with an amused smirk, though her eyes were sharp with assessment. She knew better, too much time had passed. They had already burned through the majority of their stamina, draining themselves against the endless wave of opponents, each facing the horde alone. Ether nodded, his voice low but knowing. I see. Helena tilted her head. I still don't really get it. Ether turned slightly, his gaze gentle as he explained, you see. Melona never told them they had to fight alone. That was their assumption. They thought the challenge was about taking down 1,000 enemies solo, thinking their raw strength and confidence would be enough. He looked at the arena with quiet intensity. But time passed. Their bodies grew stiff. The tension crept in. And unlike real combat, they couldn't kill their opponents. They had to restrain themselves, to knock them out, immobilize them, without doing fatal harm. That takes more than strength. It takes control. Precision. Discipline. One slip, and they could have killed someone with that power. Oh. Helena's lips parted slightly as the realization sank in. Beside her, Talia blinked in surprise. Her voice was hushed. If it were me, I probably would have gone all out without thinking twice. Exactly, Melona said, folding her arms across her chest. Her voice was calm, but the pride in it was unmistakable. This wasn't just a test of strength. We've already tested their ability to kill. This was about something greater, restraint, judgment. Knowing when not to use your full strength. A throne doesn't just demand a sword. It demands a mind that can weigh every possibility, and Down below, the battle had shifted. Kalen ducked low as a massive warhammer crashed down toward him, the steel head missing by inches. Sparks exploded behind him as it slammed into the arena floor. Before the enemy could recover, Arya's arrow was already flying, slamming into the warrior's knee with a burst of energy that knocked him down cold. "Your left," she shouted sharply. "I see it." Kalen replied, turning on his heel, claws flashing. He sliced clean through the shaft of a charging woman's spear, knocking him off balance before flipping over the enemy's shoulder. They were in sync now. Arya stepped closer to Kalen, placing a hand on his back. As he spun, she used the momentum to leap upward, vaulting over his shoulder. He instinctively crouched, giving her the perfect springboard. Her boots pressed lightly against his back, and she launched herself high into the air. In one smooth motion, she twisted mid-flight, 3 arrows already drawn. They flew in succession, whistling through the air, each hitting with precision, aimed to disarm, not kill. 3 enemies dropped, weapons flying from their hands, stunned by the rapid assault. Kalen grinned, heart pounding with new rhythm. For a brief moment, he believed they could win. But above, Melona's voice returned to where she had left off, eyes narrowed. "To understand when someone uses you." As Arya's scoreboard flicked to 1,000, she didn't hesitate. She turned and walked away, leaving Kalen standing amidst a wave of opponents. Huh? Kalen blinked, his expression twisting with disbelief. Horror spread across his face. Leora sighed quietly, shaking her head in mild disappointment. Why did she do that? Helena gasped, voice rising in shock. Why would she betray him? Aquilina chuckled faintly. It's not betrayal. It's timing. She saw her chance, and she took it. I don't blame her. Kalen's faster. If she waited for him to finish off the rest, he might have beaten her. So the moment she reached her goal, she left. She used him, smartly. She shrugged. That's what strategy looks like. That's wrong, Helena whispered, her face pained as she watched Kalen now alone, surrounded, fighting on fading energy. Ether leaned down and gently kissed her forehead, wrapping his arms around her in a quiet, comforting embrace. Melona's voice softened as she spoke to the Saintess. It's not wrong, Helena. And it's not right either. Arya was nearly at her limit, but she almost reached her goal. Kalen, on the other hand, was past his limit, and he was still far from the goal. She saw the gap and used it. Temporary alliance to benefit each other, and when it's over, the alliance were destined to collapse. That's how you win. She paused. Sometimes, that's just how it works. Helena didn't fully understand it. Not yet. But the warmth of Ether's arms around her calmed her thoughts, and for the moment, she let it go. Just then, the doors opened behind them. All eyes turned. Standing there was Delphine. She stepped inside, her presence as striking as ever, but her face wore a slightly awkward expression as her gaze landed on Ether, who was currently surrounded by powerful women. Her eye twitched involuntarily. "Welcome, Miss Delphine Frostblade," Melona greeted her with a warm, knowing smile. "Thank you," Delphine replied gracefully. "I came representing Sovereign. She sends her apologies for not being able to attend the ceremony in person." "It's perfectly fine, Miss Delphine. Please, have a seat," Melona said, motioning to a chair as one was swiftly arranged. "Good morning, teacher." Ether muttered innocent tone. Delphine's lips twitched as she ignored him, walked forward and sat down with elegance, crossing her legs as she turned her gaze toward the arena below, her expression calm, unreadable, but her sharp eyes missed nothing. Chapter 11-17, Choosing the Ruler, Part 4. Since Arya wasn't fast on her feet, she had always relied on her unmatched skill in guiding the air. And she was so good at it, so precise, so instinctive, that even someone like Alaric, known for his sharp senses and speed, had trouble keeping up with her. She stood at the edge of the track, calm and focused, pulling back the string of her compact bow. The wheels spun rapidly, whirring like turbines, while the air around them began to compress, coiling tighter and tighter with invisible force. It wasn't just wind, it was something shaped, guided, focused by her. The pressure built steadily, forming into the shape of an arrow on her bowstring. The air hissed and trembled, the wheels now spinning like miniature tornadoes, funneling all their chaotic force into her shot. As the arrow formed and refined itself, almost like it had a mind of its own, reality itself seemed to ripple. The air bent and warped as if trying to resist what was about to come. Then, without a single breath wasted, she let go. The arrow blasted through the sky with a deafening shriek, tearing through the clouds like paper. SSSSSSH. And just like that, Arya took off after it, her body launched into the sky. She was tethered to the arrow by a rope tied at her waist, and it pulled her forward, dragging her into the open sky with terrifying speed. There she goes. Blazing through the heavens, all thanks to her arrow. Talia's voice rang out suddenly as she grabbed a mic and shouted, full of excitement. The crowd flinched at her sudden outburst, and she cheekily winked at Ether, who stood nearby. Come on, if we're gonna watch this, let me make it fun. I'm doing the commentary, she announced brightly. Ether let out a sigh and shook his head. Talia, I'm not sure this is the right time for that. After what these people just went through. Before he could finish, Melona interrupted gently, let her. It's all right. Ether turned his blank stare toward Melona, a little surprised. She smiled softly in return. She knew Talia far too well, her strange timing, her habit of breaking tension, her passion. That kind of energy was hard to suppress. And maybe it was what they needed right now. Talia smirked, eyes full of mischief, as she turned back toward the arena. Mr. Kalen hasn't reached the required number yet. And at this pace, well, I think we already know who's going to win. Could it be? Kalen doesn't want to win anymore. Has he already given up hope? Oh, how tragic. Some people in the crowd exchanged glances and slowly turned toward Kalen, their expressions faintly tinged with disappointment. Kalen's jaw clenched as he ground his teeth. This isn't over, he swore silently. And with renewed focus, he kept moving, pushing through the remaining attackers, one strike at a time. Above, Arya soared through the air, laughing to herself, her body carried effortlessly by the wind she controlled. Behind her, several of Lyre's subordinates trailed through the sky, operating the floating cameras that broadcast the live feed for the spectators below. Ether glanced at Delphine. Her eyes were sharp, locked on both the arena and the screen, her expression unreadable but undeniably serious. He let out a short laugh. You're gonna give yourself wrinkles if you keep frowning like that. Delphine turned her head, gave him a look, and rolled her eyes. He only responded with his usual grin, that same cheeky, irritating grin that never changed. Her eye twitched slightly. It looks like Arya's flying off with ease. Talia commented suddenly. The entire crowd whipped their heads toward the screen, just in time to see monsters begin leaping toward Arya from every direction, massive, winged creatures diving through the sky to block her path. Melona smiled quietly and eerily. It would have been too boring if it was just a race, don't you think, she said, still smiling. Everyone turned toward her slowly. And gulped. Dangerous. Without a doubt, she was dangerous. Arya crashed down to the ground with a thud, rolling once before quickly getting back to her feet. She gritted her teeth and immediately began engaging the monsters. Her legs moved swiftly as she fought and ran at the same time, refusing to stop. And then, the halfway mark appeared ahead. She crossed into the city, the second part of the course. Finally. Yes. Talia squealed with delight as her eyes flicked back to the arena. And look at that. Kalen just reached the number. 1,000. He had defeated 1,000 warriors. Ether nodded to himself, watching Kalen collapse onto the ground. The boy sat on his butt, gasping, his chest rising and falling in heavy, broken breaths. His body was torn and bruised, parts of his armor missing, blood dripping from a dozen wounds. He was alive, but only barely. And he had done it without killing a single one of his opponents. Honestly, Ether was surprised. Kalen's hair hung messily over his eyes. His vision blurred. His thoughts were slow, muddled with exhaustion. After all that training, all that grinding, all that pain, even after coming so close to her level, he still lost. He would never be the ruler of this nation. Not if he couldn't surpass her. Not if he was always behind. Talia let out a quiet sigh, her voice softer now. But it's already over. There's no point in running anymore. Arya's going to win, no matter what. And even though she was right, even though Arya had all but secured her victory, most of the crowd couldn't help but look at Kalen with a strange ache in their hearts. He had tried. He had given everything. And still, he lost. There was something deeply in that. Something too familiar. They could relate. They saw a part of themselves in him. That feeling of giving your all, only to fall short. That heartbreak. They felt it too. Ether's eyes didn't leave Kalen. He stood up slowly, shouted, "Given." Giving up already, another voice cut him off, loud and cold. Leora. Everyone turned to see her standing at the edge of the arena. Her sharp eyes locked on Kalen like she was ready to tear him apart. Kalen lowered his head. No matter what she was about to say, he already knew. She'd berate him again. Call him weak. Push him to train harder, longer, with more pain. Because to her, it was never enough. It never would be. He had trained. He had suffered. This was all he could offer. "My son, it's fine." Huh? Kalen's eyes widened. For the first time, her voice wasn't harsh, it was gentle. So gentle, it made something in his chest twist with pain. Leora looked at him with an expression he hadn't seen since he was little, soft, emotional, proud. "I'm very happy that you did your best. 1,000, even I couldn't do that without killing. I'm proud of you, Kalen. Truly proud. You've come this far, and you've proved me wrong." She took a step forward, her hand stretched out. "I'm sorry. For always pushing you. For not thinking about what you wanted." Kalen stared at her through the strands of hair that fell across his face. Did she really just say that? Was this real? Shouldn't she be mad? Shouldn't she yell? Shouldn't she hit him? Tell him to stand, to train harder. His mother would never say something like this, right? There was no way. And yet, here she was. Arms open. No anger. Only pride. Only love. Kalen groaned softly as he stood up, wobbling slightly. "Stupid mother, stupid mother, stupid, stupid." He muttered under his breath, cheeks heating with something that wasn't quite anger. Something he didn't know how to name. Why is she being so soft? Acting like this makes me want to puke, ugh. Kalen groaned, his voice thick with frustration. He sucked in a deep breath, his fingers brushing through his sweat-soaked hair, pulling it back as he revealed his face. Tears welled up in his eyes, but they burned with deadly seriousness. "Humph. I'm not doing this for you, mother," he muttered under his breath. His body tensed. Muscles clenched. Then, slowly, bones cracked, reshaped, stretched. A dark, thick fur spread across his skin. His onyx hair shimmered wildly as his eyes began to glow, a dangerous, primal light burning in them. His lips peeled back to reveal sharp fangs, his mouth dripping with venom. And then... Holul. The howl echoed like a siren of war. Kalen's enormous paws slammed into the ground. Bee-boo-ah-ah-ah. The arena shook violently. A devastating shockwave exploded outward, cracking the floor, ripping through the stone path. The force was so strong that even the seating stands and elders sitting at the back were hurled from their places, tumbling from the sheer blast of air. Ha! Ha! Ether laughed with a proud, exhilarated grin as he raised his hand, waving the air to protect himself and the girls behind him. The wind tore around him as he looked forward, just in time to see Kaelin vanish in the blink of an eye. He had zoomed out in a fraction of a second. Holy shit! Talia screamed, her jaw dropping as her eyes widened. She couldn't even see Kaelin anymore, he was just a blur, a spot streaking through the track with mind-blowing speed. What kind of boost was that? Talia gasped, spinning to face Leora with a shocked expression. But Leora didn't answer. She only smiled softly, watching the display unfold. Her eyes drifted to Ether. He spread his arms, and she appeared before him and hugged him. You've grown well. Ether whispered in her ear, holding her tight. All eyes turned to the live footage now. Kaelin was a storm on legs, too fast to track properly. Every monster in his path was obliterated in moments, either torn apart by the sheer force of his speed or shredded into pieces by the razor-like claws that extended from his now monstrous form. The women beside Ether stared at the screen, horrified. This was not the Kaelin they knew. Ether grinned, wicked and satisfied. "Oh, you thought I was just playing around with him," he said, his voice taking on a dangerous tone. "Ladies, if I say this now, you better believe me, this Kaelin could defeat all of you, right here, right now." His eyes shimmered ominously. Ether remembered it all, how he had trained Kaelin brutally, breaking him down and rebuilding him from scratch. He saw the boy's true potential, something wild and monstrous. Possibly more dangerous than anyone else Ether had ever seen. The problem had always been Kaelin's self-esteem. That fragile, wounded confidence had kept him shackled. Perhaps Leora had played a role in that, unintentionally, maybe. She had never really understood how to nurture him. Not the way he needed. But now, things were changing. She was slowly becoming something better. Slowly becoming the mother Kaelin had always needed. And once Kaelin cast off the weight of that doubt, he would outshine them all. Hell, Ether mused with a grin, if it wasn't for me, Kaelin would be the main character of this story. The girls around him gulped when they heard that. Ether wasn't joking. Even if we all fought him together? Aquilina asked, her voice tight, a bead of sweat sliding down her temple. Ether just smiled. They felt it now, the truth. There was someone out there stronger than them, someone rising fast. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over their egos. Oh my God. Kaelin reached Arya. What the hell just happened? Talia's voice cracked as her commentary picked up again, filled with raw shock. Arya was gliding smoothly along the ground, propelled by the wind following her arrow, her expression calm and focused. Spectators lined the side of the track, shouting and waving, excitement vibrating in their voices. Arya! Arya! Arya, they chanted over and over, hands raised, faces beaming. But then, she felt something behind her. A pressure. Something fast. Too fast. Her instincts kicked in. She tensed, kicked off the ground, letting go of her arrow flight as she spun midair. Her eyes scanned behind her. SSSH. A streak of black surged past her. Her pupils shrank. It was Kaelin. He had passed her. I won't let you. Arya snarled. Her feet slammed into the ground as she drew her bow again. The wheels beside her screeched and spun violently, the air twisting around her like a cyclone. She pulled the string tight, and 3 arrows formed, each compressed to perfection. The engines roared louder than ever as she released them. Boom! The force shot her into the air again. She chased after Kaelin, riding her own arrows like guided wind. She caught up fast. Holy crap, now they're neck and neck. Talia's voice was trembling with excitement as she clutched the mic with both hands. In 1 second, Kalen was ahead. The next, Arya overtook him. Back and forth. Over and over. What had seemed like a certain victory was now a wild, unpredictable duel. The once easy win just became a showdown. Hell yeah! Talia cheered. The crowd erupted in laughter, gasps, and cheers. For that moment, they forgot everything else. Their hearts were caught in the race, who would win? But then. JRRLL. A low growl rumbled across the track. Up ahead, a pack of sleek black panthers stood in their way, each one embedded with golden crystal. 5 stars sparkled on them, clearly loosed by soldiers. Ether and the others turned toward Melona with looks that said, "Really?" Melona just smiled, shameless and smug. "They're faster, and stronger," she said with a wink. The panthers roared, crouched low and ready to pounce on Arya and Kalen. But Arya acted first. Grinning, she released one of the compressed arrow, not at the enemies, but straight into the ground. Boom! The explosion blew the road apart. The panthers were launched into the air, flung out of the way by the sheer shockwave. Arya used the blast to propel herself, performing a perfect somersault mid-flight and continued forward, smirking as she winked at Kalen. She knew, with that blast, the path beneath Kalen would be unstable. He'd crash. No way he could handle it. "Heh, he's not gonna fall for that," Ether muttered with a proud grin. And he didn't. Just as the ground crumbled beneath him, Kalen twisted his massive wolf tail and slammed it into the dirt like a springboard. With a sudden thrust, he launched himself over the broken path. Arya, still gliding, looked up, just in time to see him soar above her. He winked at her as he passed. He landed ahead of her, sprinting even faster now. Arya's face twisted with frustration. She gritted her teeth and sped up, pouring more energy into her movement. But Kalen, he was already ahead. "Shit, man, the guy we thought had no chance is actually in the lead now," Talia shouted, stunned. The crowd went wild. People who moments ago were chanting Arya's name now began cheering for Kalen. 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 He neared the finish line. His heart pounded in his ears, his face lit up with joy. For the first time in so long, he was smiling so wide it hurt. "I'm gonna win. I'm actually gonna fucking win," he screamed in his head, tears forming in the corners of his eyes. "YYEHH." Then his ears twitched, he heard something. A sound. He turned instinctively. Thud. A ribbon fluttered. Arya had broken the finish line. She had won. Everyone blinked, stunned and silent. Chapter 11:18, Sitting on the Frozen Throne, Part 1. The entire empire fell into an eerie silence for a second. Yes, not just the arena, but the entire empire itself. After all, every citizen, every noble, every soldier, everyone was watching. Their eyes glued to the screens, their hearts pounding with the weight of what had just happened. For a moment, it looked like Kalen had the race in his grasp, victory was within reach, right there in front of him. But in the very next heartbeat, he vanished from the track. And then, only Arya appeared, sprinting across the finish line, claiming victory. It happened so suddenly, so unexpectedly, that people struggled to even process it. It was like their minds had momentarily glitched, questioning what they had just witnessed. Did that really happen? Or was it some kind of illusion? Slowly, the live broadcast shifted to reveal what had truly transpired. The footage rewound and zoomed toward Kalen, who, just meters before the finish line, abruptly turned away. Why? As the camera panned across the scene, the crowd collectively gasped at what it revealed. There, trembling and hunched over, was an old man crouched on the ground, clutching his face in utter fear. His body shook violently, his shoulders twitching, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Why was he so terrified? He should have already been dead, and yet, somehow, he was still alive. The footage continued. The old man slowly peeked through his fingers, and with a face full of dread, he turned his head ever so slightly. Only to see the open jaws of a massive black panther, its razor-sharp teeth bared inches away from his face. When Arya had launched her final attack, aiming at the ground instead of the monsters, the sheer force of the blast had sent several creatures flying. Some were obliterated by the impact, others fled in terror. But one, just one, had been pushed in the direction of the old man. And that one panther lunged for the kill. And no, the old man had screamed, stumbling backward in a feeble attempt to escape. He fell hard to the ground, fear blinding him, yet just before the beast's fangs could pierce his flesh, something else entered the frame. A massive wolf. It crashed into the panther, clamping its powerful jaws around its neck. The panther's eyes rolled back, a spray of blood spilling from the torn throat, soaking the earth beneath them. And then, the wolf tossed the lifeless body aside and began to shift, its body contorting, reshaping, until it stood as a man once more. Kalen. Blood dripping from wounds on his side, breathing ragged, he extended a hand towards the old man and asked gently, "Hey, are you hurt? Ha! Can you move?" The old man blinked in disbelief, unable to speak as he turned his gaze toward the finish line, where Arya now stood, panting, victorious. "Why you?" The old man stammered, his voice cracking. Words failed him. Kalen had just abandoned his chance at the throne, to save an old man. An old man who was closer to death than life. Kalen didn't answer the unspoken question. He simply smiled, a calm and serene one, tinged with sadness. "It's all right," he said, his voice low and sincere. "I chose what mattered to me in that moment, and I'd do it again." Soldiers soon arrived, lifting the old man gently, helping him to the medical unit as Kalen turned and began the slow, painful walk back to the finish line. His feet dragged, his body screamed in exhaustion, but his head remained held high. He crossed the line last. Arya, still catching her breath, turned toward him with a conflicted expression, guilt clear in her eyes. Her voice came out quietly, full of remorse. "Kalen. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I should have been more careful. I didn't mean to." Kalen shook his head softly, a faint smile forming on his lips. "You did what you had to do. That's the whole point of this test, isn't it?" Talia, watching from the higher platform, blinked in disbelief before glancing toward Melona, who stood completely still, expression unreadable. Of course, by every rule, Arya had won the race. She crossed the line first. That was what the trial demanded: speed, survival, willpower. The one who finished first was the victor. No exceptions. No sympathy. Melona gave a slow, silent nod. Talia exhaled and raised the mic, her voice echoing through every corner of the arena. The winner of the final trial is Arya Zephyr. A few cheers erupted from one section of the crowd. Yay! Some clapped, some whistled, and children jumped in excitement. But the rest of the audience wore conflicted expressions, confusion, anger, and disbelief written across their faces. Because deep down, everyone knew the truth. Kalen would have won. If not for that last-minute decision, if not for the old man, Kalen would be standing as the champion right now. Please wait. Please, don't," the old man cried out as he was escorted by the medics. He pushed himself up, calling out desperately, "He saved my life. That young man, he gave up everything for me. Please. He would have won the race. Please reconsider. I'm begging you." He almost collapsed, nearly falling to his knees, but the words were out. And those words echoed in every listener's heart. The crowd began to murmur, nodding. The reality was setting in. It wasn't Kalen's loss, it was a sacrifice. The kind only a true ruler would make. Why did he lose? Why should a man who risked everything to save a life be punished for it? Melona took the mic again, this time with a hardened voice. This was a race. The one who crosses the line first, wins. No matter what. That is the law of the trial. And by that law, Arya Zephyr is the winner. Boo! This time, the boos came like a tidal wave. People stood, waving their arms, shouting in frustration. It was chaos. The people could no longer contain their discontent. But Melona shrugged, unmoved by the outrage. She turned slightly to Ether, as if waiting for his reaction. Ether gave a small nod. Whatever happens here, I won't interfere. This is your system, your judgment. Melona didn't respond. She simply turned and stepped down from the platform, her figure swallowed by the rising noise. Celine leaned closer to Ether and whispered, he may have lost the title, but he won their hearts. Didn't he? Ether smiled gently and kissed her forehead. Sometimes, that's more powerful than any throne. His eyes drifted to Delphine, who stood across the arena, still ignoring him, pretending he didn't exist. Meanwhile, the elders, the council members, were murmuring amongst themselves. Obviously, Kaelin was the better choice, one said in hushed urgency. But rules are rules, another replied. No matter the obstacles, whoever finishes first, wins. That's what was written. I know. But this just doesn't sit right. Their arguments faded into the background as Kaelin and Arya finally stepped into the arena again. Their steps were heavy. Their bodies trembled from fatigue. Their skin was bruised and bloodied, yet they still moved forward with pride. They both knelt on one knee, bowing their heads low. Melona descended before them, her voice calm, yet profound. You have done well. One of you was willing to risk everything for a stranger. The other refused to give up, no matter the cost. These are the marks of rulers, different paths, but both noble. She looked to her side as Leora appeared, carrying a long scroll. Unfurling it, Melona began to read. These tests were forged by sacred tradition, meant to challenge mind, body, and spirit. The scores given are not just numbers. They are the echoes of your soul's strength. Her eyes paused as she looked toward Arya. Arya Zephyr receives a score of 10 out of 9.1. Gasps erupted from the elders and audience alike. That number was unheard of. Even the most brilliant candidates in their history had struggled to breach a 9. And yet, Arya had surpassed even that. The silence broke into stunned applause. People clapped, not just for the score, but for what she had endured. Her elegance. Her will to survive. Her queenly poise, even amidst guilt and chaos. The Empire stood together in awe, the name echoing from every corner. Queen Arya. Queen Arya. Queen Arya. She stood, her expression stoic, proud, but still carrying a storm behind her eyes. The wind picked up gently, fluttering her long, silver-white hair, making it shimmer under the golden light. Her figure stood tall, regal, unshakable. Melona hummed thoughtfully as the roaring arena slowly fell into a thick, breathless silence. Every pair of eyes remained locked on her, and every heartbeat in the Empire seemed to pause. The anticipation was unbearable. No one dared to speak. Most were biting their nails in nervous suspense, some with clenched jaws, others gripping their seats so hard their knuckles turned white. What did Kaelin score? If it was higher, if he somehow managed to beat Arya's impossible number, could he still win? The crowd leaned forward. And then, Melona's voice rang out. Kaelin Darkfang receives 10 out of 8.3. The moment the number was spoken, silence blanketed the arena like a heavy fog. It was over. The winner had already been decided. There was no catching up to Arya's 9.1, not even with a perfect effort. Kaelin never stood a real chance, did he? Somewhere in the lower stands, a man let out a soft breath and clapped his hands lightly. Not bad, he muttered with a shrug, his voice breaking the stillness. Another beside him nodded. Honestly? 8.3's not bad at all. That's a damn good score, especially under pressure. The ripple began slowly but surely. The murmuring voices grew, overlapping as more and more people processed the result. Yeah, that's actually close to what past emperors scored during their trials. True. He may not have won, but Kalen did damn well. He's got strength. Heart too. Maybe he just faced the wrong opponent. It's not that Kalen was weak. Arya's just too perfect. She's too much. Against anyone else, Kalen would have taken the crown easily. Nods followed one after another. A wave of acceptance began to spread through the stands. Kalen hadn't failed. He had only been outmatched by someone almost unnatural in her perfection. On the higher platform, far above the rest, Aquilina narrowed her eyes at Ether, suspicion glimmering in her voice. You used your puppet again, didn't you? Ether smiled, smug and unbothered, as if she'd caught him sneaking a snack rather than manipulating destiny. What can I say, he replied with a wink. The stage needed some spice. Aquilina gave a soft, proud smirk, glancing sideways at the other women on the platform with a slight tilt of her chin, her expression practically oozing smugness. The others watched her, their lips twitching in exasperation, but none said anything. But then, something shifted. It started low. A voice. Then 2. Then 10. Then hundreds. Kalen. 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 The chants grew louder and louder, shaking the very bones of the arena. The stone beneath their feet trembled as the sound echoed, not just within the stadium, but far, far beyond its walls. Aquilina blinked in disbelief. You're not doing that, she asked, her voice almost drowned by the chants. No, Ether replied softly, his brows drawn together as even he looked around, startled. This isn't me. They both watched as the sheer volume of the crowd rose like a tidal wave. Kalen. The name echoed again. But now it wasn't just inside the arena. It was across the city. It vibrated through the empire like a heartbeat, united, thunderous, loyal. It sounded not like the name of a loser, but like the chant of an emperor. Melona's gaze shifted around, her eyes darting across the waves of people as the arena began to tremble from the power of the voices rising in unison. Leora turned pale, then stood atop the edge of the platform, her body shaking, not from fear, but from overwhelming emotion. She looked out into the distance, where crowds outside the arena were pushing in, flooding toward the gates. The people who couldn't get seats. The ones watching from screens. The ones listening on the streets. All of them. All of them were shouting her son's name. Tears welled in her eyes, lips trembling as she tried to contain her pride. Her heart pounded in her chest. What more could a mother possibly ask for? Even in loss, her son had become a legend. Melona gritted her teeth, her fingers twitching as she rubbed her forehead in frustration. She knew what this meant. She couldn't go through with the ceremony now, not with the Empire calling out for Kalen like he was already crowned. She opened her mouth. Arya. Kalen. 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 The chants cut her off, rising again like a storm that refused to fade. Melona's lips twitched. She stared at the two candidates, Kalen, still standing calmly, looking toward the sky with wonder in his eyes. Pride replaced his earlier sorrow. His chest lifted with something warmer, deeper than victory. For the first time in his life, he felt it. He felt truly strong. Arya stood beside him, silent, her own emotions unreadable, but her eyes flicked to him, just once. Melona exhaled, then straightened her back and rolled up the scroll in her hand. Her voice cut sharply, commanding the silence back from the roar of the Empire. "We're not doing this here." Her eyes hardened as she stared down at the pair. "We'll go to the palace. The final announcement will be made there." Her words left no room for argument. Kaelin's name still echoed from beyond the arena. But the path to the throne had just taken a sharp turn. Chapter 11:19, Sitting on the Frozen Throne, Part 2. Due to the overwhelming number of people pouring into the arena, shouting Kaelin's name as if he had just rewritten history, the decision was made quickly. For the safety of everyone and to prevent what could turn into a dangerous uprising or chaos, the officials immediately moved the selection process to the palace. Inside the majestic halls of the royal palace. At the center of the room stood the frozen throne, the symbolic seat of Aronis Zephyr as ruler. The one Aether himself had sealed in ice long ago, waiting for the one worthy enough to sit upon it. Around a grand round table sat Aether, his wives, and his mother-in-laws. Each of them wore a look of deep contemplation. Already, rumors were spreading. The crowds were growing restless, trying to find where the rulers had disappeared to. They wouldn't be able to hide for long. "I think you should just go with Kaelin," Helena said bluntly, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade. She leaned forward on the table, fingers tapping rhythmically. "It's clear where the people stand." Aquilina, however, leaned back in her seat with a frown. "No," she replied sharply. "They're emotionally swayed. Right now, they're confused, caught in the heat of the moment. But Arya is the logical choice. She passed every test flawlessly. She's the one prepared. She's the perfect ruler." Selene sat quietly in her chair, nodding softly at Aquilina's words. In her heart, she too believed Arya would be the best option, especially for Aether's future. With Arya busy ruling the Empire, Selene could stay close to Aether without interference. But she kept her thoughts to herself, smiling sweetly and sitting like the obedient, well-behaved wife she was supposed to be. Raven exhaled, twirling a glass in her fingers. "Why not just let them rule together?" she asked, as if it were the simplest solution in the world. "Two rulers, balanced power. Done. Everyone wins." Talia's eyes lit up at the idea. "Yes. Just like us, right?" she said, smiling brightly. Emberlyn rolled her eyes and groaned. "Stop spouting nonsense, Talia. You're not Empress. Raven is." Her tone was cold, factual, delivered like a slap. "You're only learning how things work right now, just in case Raven isn't there. Don't act like you've been ruling anything." Talia's face fell slightly, shrinking under her mother's brutal honesty. Melona and Leora remained silent through the exchange, their gazes fixed on Aether, waiting for him to speak. Finally, Aether looked across the table, not at his wives, but at one specific person. "Professor Delphine," he said calmly. "What's your perspective?" Delphine, sitting with her arms crossed, didn't immediately respond. She hummed thoughtfully, tilting her head in Melona's direction. Her sharp eyes sparkled with meaning. "Arya is the one the throne chose," she said plainly. "But Kaelin is the one the people need." Aether's eyes lit up, nodding with visible satisfaction. "Exactly. You said it perfectly. That's exactly what I've been thinking." Delphine's lips twitched ever so slightly. She flicked her aqua hair to the side and turned her head, feigning indifference, but behind the calm facade was a smug flicker she couldn't quite hide. Aether turned back toward Melona now, his tone turning softer but firm. "I understand you're trying to protect the traditions, the weight of centuries of structure, the sacred practices we've held onto for generations. And yes, breaking those could be dangerous." He paused, letting his words settle. "But the world is changing, Melona. Whether we like it or not, it's evolving. You can't lead an empire forward by clinging to the past. If anyone understands that, it's you." Melona clenched her jaw, biting her lower lip as her thoughts swirled. She knew he was right. But still. Aether leaned back and smiled gently. "Look, no one's forcing your hand. These are just our opinions. What matters most now, is what you and they want. His eyes met hers with sincerity. You both need to decide. Quickly. Because we don't have much time before the people barge into the palace. Melona looked down at her hands. She had never felt so torn in her life. Meanwhile, outside the palace gates, in the vast marble courtyard, Arya and Kaelin stood side by side beneath the open sky. They had been waiting for over an hour. No word. No decision. Just silence. The sky above them was fading into a soft orange hue. The sun had begun its slow descent behind the mountains, casting long shadows across the ground. Arya let out a tired sigh. Honestly. I feel utterly defeated, she muttered under her breath. Why is Mother even thinking about this so much? What's left to decide? Just end it already. Kaelin glanced at her, confused. What do you mean? You won, Arya. You passed every single trial. You did everything right. If anyone's defeated here, it's me, he said with a soft, almost broken chuckle. I lost fair and square. Arya shook her head slowly, her lips curling into a strange smile. But only she knew how she had truly been defeated, not in scores or strength, but in something far deeper, by a single selfless act that had shaken the empire. Just then, a familiar voice called out. Arya. She flinched, blinking rapidly, then turned toward the source of the sound. Father, she breathed out in surprise. Caliph Zephyr, her father, strode toward her, his silver hair flowing in the wind like a storm. Arya ran forward with a bright smile, her exhaustion momentarily forgotten. You came. Of course I did, he said warmly, embracing her shoulders. I would never miss a moment like this. My daughter, doing her best, standing tall in front of the entire empire. He looked at her with so much pride that it made her heart tighten. Then, his eyes shifted to Kaelin. And you, he said, stepping forward. I remember you. You used to hide behind your mother every time I visited. I barely even heard your voice back then. Kaelin rubbed the back of his neck, visibly awkward under the man's gaze. Kalitha's expression softened as he studied the young man. But now. You've grown into something remarkable, Kaelin Darkfang. Kaelin gave a hesitant smile. He didn't know how to respond. Caliph looked at Arya, his tone warm. Where's your mother? She's in the throne room, Arya replied, pointing toward the massive, ornate door that stood tall at the center of the palace. She's speaking with the others. Caliph followed her gesture and nodded slowly. His eyes lingered on the throne room doors for a moment longer than necessary. That place, once upon a time, it had been his too, before he passed the responsibility to Alaric. 100 memories flashed through his mind like ghosts in a corridor, but he shook them off. Well then, he said with a calm smile, I'll go see her. Arya didn't respond right away, instead tilting her head slightly as she closed her eyes, sending a telepathic message to her mother. After a brief pause, she opened them and nodded. Yes, father. Caliph smiled softly, then turned back around, pausing just before he stepped forward. Come with me, darling, he called out warmly, his tone laced with affection. I want to introduce you to the others. Arya blinked in confusion and turned her head, only to find herself face to face with a stunning woman. Her breath caught. Meanwhile, inside the throne room. I have decided, Melona finally said, her voice carrying weight, her posture upright and steady. The entire room quieted as she looked at each face around the round table. After everything, the tests, the protests, the traditions, she had reached her conclusion. Without words, she glanced at Leora. Leora received the message through their silent link, then exhaled gently, lowering her eyes slightly. If that's what you've chosen, then go on, she said softly. Her tone was calm, but it carried a note of sadness hidden beneath. I won't object. Before another word could be spoken. Thud. The heavy doors creaked open. Ether turned, eyebrows lifting as he spotted the figure entering. "Oh. My dear father-in-law," he said with faint amusement. "Didn't expect you here today." Caliph stepped inside with easy confidence. "You're here too, son-in-law." "Good," he said casually. Then he turned to Melona, his expression gentler. "How are you, Melona?" Melona gave a light smile. "I'm fine. I hope you've been well too." Caliph's eyes lingered on her for a second. He noticed it, the subtle shift in her tone. It was formal now. Distant. Detached. As if she'd finally let him go. Still, his smile didn't fade. "That's good. I'm glad. It means you've finally started living for yourself." Melona didn't respond. She simply offered him a small smile, though her eyes briefly flicked toward Ether, just for a moment. "If you've come for Arya's coronation," Melona said, straightening her back, "then I'm afraid you'll have to wait. We're preparing to broadcast the announcement. If we don't do it soon, the people will break down the gates." Caliph chuckled lightly. "I didn't come just for that," he said, then turned toward the door. He raised his voice gently. "Come in, dear." The large doors opened once more. And a breathtaking figure stepped into the chamber. The entire room paused. Even the air seemed to hold its breath. The woman stood with an elegant poise, draped in robes that shimmered with soft blues and silvers. Her skin was flawless, glowing like moonlight. Her long, snow-white hair cascaded all the way to her knees. Delicate features. A small, pouty mouth. Eyes that looked down bashfully. Elven ears peeked through the silken strands of her hair, twitching faintly with shyness. She was beautiful, so much so that even women found themselves blinking a few times in quiet awe. Ether's eyes narrowed slightly. His head tilted. He studied her carefully. He glanced at Melona and looked at the new woman, honestly, even if he didn't want to say this, but that woman was indeed beautiful in everyone's standards. "She's beautiful," Ether admitted inwardly, like, painfully beautiful. No wonder Caliph made such a choice. "But thanks to that, I have Melona." "I have Melona rather than any beauty," he thought with a serious face, but still as a man he could agree at her looks. "I mean, look at that hair, that skin, that adorable shy face, those soft little ears twitching red and those flat." "Wait a minute." Melona's voice suddenly echoed inside his head, her tone dry and mocking. "That's a man." Ether's brain froze. He slowly turned his eyes toward Melona. She was already staring at him. Grinning. Annoyed. Knowing. His pupils shrank. "Wait. What?" Ether mouthed silently. And then his expression morphed. Slowly. From curiosity. To confusion. To pure, unspeakable horror. Fuck. Trap. Chapter 11:20, Girls Talk. Caliph had arrived in the capital for two very specific reasons. One was obvious, the coronation of his daughter, a moment that marked her official ascension to power. The second reason, however, was far more personal and political. He came to secure the legalization of same-gender marriage within their empire's law. That was the condition, after all. The very reason he lent his support in the rebellion to overthrow Alaric. Without his power and strategic influence, they never would have succeeded. Caliph had upheld his end of the agreement. The war was won. The tyrant was gone. As far as he was concerned, whoever sat on the throne now didn't matter to him, as long as they honored the terms of their deal. And so, here he was, standing tall in the throne room. He had come to collect. And he hadn't come alone. He glanced sideways and gestured gently, his expression unreadable. "Her name is Chad," he said calmly, voice laced with quiet pride. "My beloved partner, and my future wife." Chad lowered his head with a small, serene smile, holding the hem of his skirt delicately in a gesture of politeness. "I am deeply honored to meet you all," he said. But the surprise didn't end there, because the voice that followed was deep, resonant, and unmistakably masculine. Talia blinked rapidly, her head tilting to the side. "Fuck, wait, are you a man?" Her words burst out before she could stop herself, horror slowly spreading across her face. Kalitha's expression darkened immediately. His lips pressed into a thin, displeased line. Ether shot Talia a sharp glare, as if mentally yelling at her to shut her mouth. But Talia only frowned and shrugged defensively. "What? I was just asking. I mean, look at him. He looks exactly like a woman. No offense, but he might be the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life." The rest of the group nodded in stunned agreement, eyes wide, expressions awkward. Ether sighed deeply and facepalmed. Emberlyn, standing beside him, didn't wait. She raised her hand and knocked Talia lightly on the back of her head. "Ouch!" Talia muttered, rubbing her scalp and pouting. Chad, however, only chuckled softly. He shook his head, his cheeks dusted with a shy pink hue. "It's all right," he said gently. "People often mistake me for a woman. It's not uncommon." He glanced toward Kalith, eyes full of affection. "That's actually how Kalith first fell for me," he added, voice a little softer now, as though the memory embarrassed him slightly. Kalith, standing beside him, let out a small sigh and gave Chad a sideways look that was more fond than irritated. There was a pause. A long, uncomfortable silence. Most in the room looked like they were trying very hard not to gag. Talia was on the verge of blurting something else inappropriate, but Emberlyn was faster this time. She swiftly reached out and clamped a hand over her daughter's mouth before anything escaped. Melona exhaled slowly and finally spoke, trying to bring the focus back. "Kalith, I remember our agreement clearly," she said in a calm but firm tone. "I gave you my word, and I intend to honor it. There's no need for concern. I will see to it personally." Kalith stared at her for a moment, eyes narrowed slightly. "Are you certain this is the right place to speak of such matters?" he asked, casting a glance around the throne room at the gathered nobility and royals. Ether stepped forward, still holding Celine by the waist as he laughed softly. "Oh, don't worry about that. Everyone here is family, my beautiful wives." He gave a proud smile as he looked over at Celine, Aquilina, Helena, Leora, and the others, who blushed instantly at his words. Except for Delphine. She remained completely still, her face unreadable, eyes narrowed slightly as she stared at Ether with a deadpan expression. She didn't say anything. Just stood there in silence. Kalith blinked in surprise, brows arching. "All of them? You're serious?" He turned to Melona with visible disbelief. "And Arya, she's aware of this?" Melona gave a slow nod. Kalith let out a breath. "Well, if she's fine with it, then I suppose I have no right to protest. In any case," he turned his gaze back to Melona, his expression once again stern, "I want actions, not empty promises. The law needs to be passed soon. I've already begun making arrangements for the wedding." Melona nodded, her expression showing a trace of weariness. "I understand. I know you well enough to know you won't take anyone at their word without proof. Don't worry. It will be done." She turned to the nearby windows and squinted. "It's getting late. The sky's already darkened," she muttered, then turned back toward the gathered crowd. "We'll begin the coronation first thing in the morning. No delays." Leora stepped forward with a firm nod. "I'll station more guards around the palace tonight. For now, no one is allowed to form groups around the palace." "Good," Melona nodded approvingly. Then, turned to other royals, with a more gracious tone, she added, "I must apologize for extending your stay unexpectedly, but could I ask all of you to remain here tonight? Just to ensure everything runs smoothly tomorrow." Everyone exchanged glances. It had been a long time since they were all gathered in one place, and likely the last time before they each went back to their own responsibilities and politics. They all nodded in agreement. Ether grinned widely, rubbing his hands together. Hee hee. Absolutely not, Aquilina cut in sharply, her cheeks tinged pink as she folded her arms. Her tone was final. Ether's face fell instantly, his dreams shattered as he stared down at the floor like a kicked puppy. Ha. Foo foo. My poor baby. The group chuckled softly at his misery. Delphine stood up, brushing off her dress. Well then, I'll be taking my leave and returning in the morning. But just as she turned to go, Celine stepped forward and gently caught her hand. Aunt, please stay. Just tonight, she said softly, looking up at her with sincere eyes. Delphine paused. Her jaw tightened. She hadn't forgiven Celine yet, not completely. The manipulation still lingered fresh in her mind. But she looked at Celine's pleading expression, and after a long moment, Delphine closed her eyes and sighed. I cannot, Cel. I have other duties. Celine didn't let go. Aunt. Please. Just one day. Can't you do that much for me? Delphine's face faltered. Her hard expression cracked. And finally, she sighed again, this time deeper. Fine. Celine's face brightened instantly. You're the best aunt, she exclaimed as she threw her arms around her. Delphine smiled weakly, still holding her niece. But her gaze shifted beyond Celine, toward Ether, who was watching her, smiling that same soft, infuriatingly warm smile. Her lips twitched. And she looked away. Soon after, Melona personally guided them to their temporary chambers within the palace. Though the rooms were simple by royal standards, they were warm, clean, and spacious, meant to host the group comfortably for the night. However, one thing was clear, Helena, Celine, Aquilina, Arya, Raven, and Talia were all placed together in one large room, their beds pushed close enough for conversation. Delphine and Emberlyn, on the other hand, had chosen a separate room. As the evening wore on and the sky outside faded into a deep violet hue, the atmosphere in the room was awkward at best. 6 women, each connected to the same man, now under one roof for the first time. None of them quite knew how to begin, even though they talked through telepathy, but direct feels weird. I have a few old nightgowns, Arya said after a moment, her voice gentle. She stood beside a chest and pulled out folded silk and cotton dresses, handing them out. They might be a little tight, but they'll do for tonight. One by one, the women dressed into those old gowns, some too snug, some too loose, but no one complained. It was oddly humbling. Once dressed, they found their way to the large shared bed and lay side by side, their bodies stiff, their eyes darting toward one another without knowing what to say. After all, this was their first night together, and not just as allies or acquaintances. As a family. Are you sure I'm supposed to be here? Talia finally broke the silence, pouting as she crossed her arms and frowned slightly. Feels like I crashed a private sleepover. Celine narrowed her eyes at her, expression unreadable. Why wouldn't you be? Don't you love Ether? The question seemed normal on the surface, but her voice trembled just enough to reveal more beneath. There wasn't judgment in her tone. If anything, there was longing, like she was hoping, almost desperately, that it was true. But Talia's response crushed that little hope. I do, she muttered, gaze dropping. But that pervert hasn't even marked me yet. Look. She grabbed her sister's wrist and yanked it up, revealing the inked bond etched into Raven's skin. Then she pulled back her own sleeve, nothing. No mark. No bond. Just bare skin. Everyone blinked and turned to look at each other with curious expressions. Wait. Why hasn't he marked her yet? Arya asked, genuinely confused, brows furrowed. Maybe he doesn't love her that much, Aquilina replied bluntly, not even blinking as she folded her arms. Talia's lips trembled, and her eyes welled up with frustration. It looked like she was trying very hard not to burst into tears. Hey! Raven interrupted quickly and leaned toward her. No, my husband does love her, she said seriously, pointing a firm finger. He eats her pussy. Puff. Helena, who had just taken a sip of water, choked instantly, coughing as her face flushed bright red. Not just her, every single one of them blushed with burning cheeks. Even Aquilina's lips twitched, though she managed to suppress her reaction. Only Arya remained calm, as though she had been through this kind of conversation too many times to be fazed anymore. Aquilina opened her mouth as if to comment, but then wisely closed it again. Probably for the best. Celine broke into a small smile. Okay. That's enough ether talk. Can we focus on ourselves for a moment, she said, her voice suddenly serious. We're going to be like sisters from now on, whether we like it or not. If that's true, we need to build some kind of foundation. At least start acting like one. The room went silent. Everyone just stared at her. Wait. Did Celine say that? Her. They might not have known her deeply yet, but if there was one thing universally accepted about Celine, it was that her entire personality revolved around ether. Her obsession, her affection, everything pointed toward him. Aquilina narrowed her eyes. You just want to find our weaknesses, don't you? Something to use against us later. What? No. Celine said, catching herself and placing a hand over her chest with theatrical innocence. Come on. I'm just trying to be a good girl. For my husband. The expressions around the room turned deadpan instantly. No one believed her. They just shook their heads. Arya let out a breath and sat up on the bed, grabbing a pillow and placing it on her lap. Her expression shifted to something more anxious as she glanced around. Anyway. What did you think about my race today? The answers came quickly. You did good. Yeah. Pretty solid. Indeed. You're fast. But the tone was identical, flat, automatic, rehearsed. Arya stared at them with a blank expression. Really? That's it? Come on, if we're going to be together for the rest of our lives, we should at least be honest with each other. No sugarcoating. Otherwise, we'll end up like Delphine. At the mention of her name, the room dimmed slightly. They all knew about Delphine's pain, her distance. The walls she built. Ether was doing his best, but even he had asked them not to interfere. To give her space. To let Delphine be herself. She was hurting, and no one blamed her for that. Celine sighed, then finally broke the silence. You shouldn't have blasted the ground like that. Aquilina added, you could have used your arrows to distract Kalen. Blind him. Or at least trip his steps. Helena whispered. I think you messed up. Betraying him like that. It didn't feel right. Talia grumbled, you could have pushed harder. Reacted quicker. Or at least realized what you were doing sooner. Raven chimed in with one final stab, you weren't fast enough. Arya took it all in silently. Each comment felt like a needle in her chest. Her lips trembled before she bit down on them, trying not to show how much it stung. Her fingers clenched into the pillow on her lap. Fine, she muttered through gritted teeth. I get it. I messed up. But could you have been just a little less harsh? Oi. Bitch, you asked for it. Yes, bitch. Ha ha ha. And just like that, the tension cracked. Laughter spilled out of them one by one, light and playful. The room, which had once felt heavy and awkward, slowly warmed with shared giggles, teasing, and soft conversation. The night had begun with distance and walls. But now. It felt like the beginning of something real. Chapter 11:21, Family Talk. While the girls were busy chattering and throwing harmless insults at each other, completely lost in their unusual banter and gossip. Ether stood still, his gaze locked on the throne before him. The throne, massive and ancient, was sealed beneath a thick layer of glistening ice. Yet, through the frosty barrier, he could clearly make out the wooden carvings buried within. He tilted his head slightly, eyes narrowing. Ether was looking for something specific. A missing key. Yes, just like before, just like the throne he encountered in the Naiade Empire. Could this one be the same, he thought to himself, chewing gently on his lower lip in thought. What if this throne, too, was similar to the others, requiring a key to activate its hidden functions? Could it be a part of a pattern? A puzzle waiting for him to piece together? The origin. But despite his intense search, brushing his fingers along the icy edges, inspecting the patterns on the ground, he found nothing. No gaps. No suspicious grooves. No missing pieces. Everything appeared complete. Perfectly intact. Ether took a step back, his brows furrowed in confusion. Does that mean those two thrones were special, he wondered. Different from this one? Knock. Knock. He didn't turn around. Without shifting his gaze from the throne, he asked calmly, "What is it, Leora?" Her voice came through softly, almost teasing, "Your son wants to meet you." Ether hummed lowly, lips curling into a thoughtful smile. He kept his eyes on the throne for a moment longer before glancing back. "Where is he?" he asked, casually but with interest. Before Leora could even respond, Kaelin hesitantly peeked out from behind her. The boy looked unusually shy today. "What is it, Kaelin?" Ether asked, raising a brow at his son's nervous posture. Kaelin's ears twitched slightly, and his tail gave a little flick. "Well, if you're busy, I can come back later, Dad," he stammered, starting to retreat a step. But Leora, standing behind him with an amused look, quickly grabbed his tail and gave it a tug, pulling him back toward Ether. "Go on. Don't act like a scared puppy," she said, snorting. Ether smiled, descending the steps from the throne slowly, eyes focused on Kaelin. Something was clearly making the boy nervous. And judging by Leora's annoyance, she knew exactly what it was. Ether threw a subtle questioning glance at her. Leora rolled her eyes and looked away like she wasn't going to help. What happened to her now? Ether thought briefly, then returned his focus to Kaelin. "All right, out with it. What's going on?" Kaelin lowered his head, ears drooping a bit. What do you think of my race, Dad? You haven't really said anything since I changed. I just wanted to know." Ether blinked. He shook his head with a small, exasperated chuckle. "Do you even need to ask me that?" He stepped closer, placing a firm, warm hand on Kaelin's shoulder. "You did absolutely splendid, my son. Truly. I'm not just saying that. I genuinely mean it." His voice softened. Honestly. I don't even have words sometimes." Kaelin blinked in surprise. Ether continued, eyes filled with pride, "To save someone, even if it means losing your own dream. That kind of strength is rare. Most don't even understand it, let alone act on it. You had every right to chase your own path, but you chose someone else's life over yours." He patted Kaelin's shoulder again, more gently this time. "That's something I deeply admire." Kaelin's eyes shimmered slightly. His lips trembled just a bit, but he tried to hold it together. Then he blinked again, confused. "Wait, is he seriously complimenting me right now?" Leora, arms crossed and watching from the side, raised an eyebrow and smirked. "Obviously, he means you could have done better." Kaelin turned to her, bewildered. Huh? Wait, are you disappointed in me then?" He looked back at Ether, startled. Ether gave a short laugh and shook his head. "No, Kaelin. Not at all. You did what needed to be done without giving up. That's what matters the most, regardless of what anyone else thinks. If you're at peace with your choice, then that's good enough for me." But then Ether's expression grew serious. Still, take this as a lesson, he said, stepping a little closer. In life, no matter what happens, never let someone else's expectations force you into a decision you're not ready to make. The moment you pick one path, you may have to let go of another. If you're not strong enough, the world will push you into corners. It will make you choose even if you don't want to. That's just how it is. Don't let it. Kaylin stared at him for a long moment. For some reason, Ether felt different. Not just wise, but like someone who had once made a hard choice and still carried the weight of it. Had he chosen something, and regretted it? Ether sighed softly and shook off the thoughts. Anyway, like I said earlier, what matters is that you didn't give up. That alone means a lot. Then suddenly, his face lit up again with a grin. So, can you show me your wolf form? He asked, eyes gleaming with excitement. I haven't had a good look yet. Kaylin blinked, surprised by the sudden shift in tone, but then smiled shyly and nodded. Oh okay, just a second. His body shimmered and slowly shifted, fur sprouting, limbs adjusting, muzzle elongating, until finally, standing before Ether, was a majestic wolf with glimmering eyes and a proud tail wagging slowly. Ether knelt down, eyes wide with admiration. Wow, look at you, he whispered. You're beautiful. He reached forward, placing both hands gently on Kaylin's furry face. Then, without warning, Ether grinned mischievously and began tickling Kaylin under his chin. Who's a good boy? Huh? Who's the good boy? Is it you? Is it you? Ha, what are you doing? Ha, Kaylin started laughing, his tail wagging uncontrollably. Ether chuckled, continuing to tickle, that's right, it's you. You're the best wolf in the whole empire, aren't you? Kaylin's wolf form flopped sideways playfully, giggling like a child, paws wiggling in the air. Leora stood nearby, arms crossed, a warm smile tugging at her lips. And for a moment, just a moment, everything felt happy. Real. A father and his son. Ether giggled like a kid who'd just seen his favorite toy. You beat the shit out of 1,000 people, and even outran your whole damn race. Damn, man, that's so freaking cool. That zoom, you just, boof, he exclaimed, throwing his arms forward and mimicking Kaylin's crazy burst of speed, complete with sound effects and wide eyes. Kaylin blinked in surprise, staring at his father's face. Ether was genuinely happy. Even though he had given Kaylin some serious advice earlier, here he was now, laughing and praising him with such real excitement. It felt comforting. Ether continued rubbing Kaylin's fur with the utmost care, as if he was touching something precious. His hands were gentle, his smile soft. Watching them, Leora stood to the side, blinking slowly. Her lips twitched slightly, and something unfamiliar stirred in her chest. Jealousy. It bloomed without warning, an aching, bitter feeling she hadn't expected. She folded her arms, glancing between Ether's smile and Kaylin's relaxed, happy face. Father and son, getting closer by the minute. Laughing. Sharing moments. Her eyes narrowed. Leora snorted, trying to shake off the emotion, and then suddenly snapped, "Tell him what you came for, my bastard son." Her voice dripped with a mix of annoyance and something else. Jealousy. Ether blinked, his hands pausing as he turned his gaze toward her with mild surprise. Kaylin sighed, ears flicking at Leora's tone. Well. Dad, he said, raising his head with a hint of nervous pride, tomorrow, my love is coming. I wanted to introduce her to you. Ether raised an eyebrow, then leaned forward and pinched one of Kaylin's furry ears. Oh. Look at this brat, he grinned. You don't even know who's gonna end up ruling tomorrow, and you've already gone and picked yourself a queen. Aren't you a clever little bastard? Ha. I didn't mean it like that, Dad. Kaylin laughed, trying to dodge the ear pinch. But whatever the future brings, she'll be my queen, no matter what, he said, his tone suddenly turning serious. Ether looked at him for a moment, then let out a soft hum. His expression turned proud, warm and fatherly, as he glanced over at Leora. Leora snorted again, clearly not hiding her disappointment. She still hadn't come around to accepting Kaelin's love choice. Ether sighed softly, rubbing Kaelin's head again with fondness. "Well, we'll meet her tomorrow. We'll talk then," he said gently, letting the moment settle. His fingers traced down Kaelin's furry neck as he chuckled. "Now then, who's the good boy? Who's the dangerous boy? Who's my proud little wolf?" "I am." Kaelin barked proudly, tail wagging. "Indeed." Ether laughed. "Ha ha. Ha." Their laughter filled the chamber, light and joyful. And Leora? She'd had enough. With a quick shimmer of light, her body transformed into her majestic wolf form. Her large paws thudded against the ground as she nudged Ether forcefully with her head, pushing him slightly to the side, then turned her glowing eyes on Kaelin with a cold glare. The look clearly said, "Back off. He's mine." Ether and Kaelin blinked in sync, staring at her. Then suddenly. Ha. Ha. They both burst out laughing. Neither had expected her to act like such a possessive, sulking mate. Leora growled with a low, furious sound. Her large body towered over Kaelin as he nervously stepped back, tail low. She turned her attention to Ether, and without hesitation, lunged forward and licked his entire face with her long, wet tongue. Ether let out a choked laugh, caught off guard. Okay. My Wolfie is so possessive." He giggled between licks as Leora kept showering his face in overly dramatic affection, her eyes glowing with hunger and frustration. Meanwhile, outside the chamber, Delphine stood silently, peeking through the slightly opened door. Her face was blank, unreadable. "He's not faking it." A sudden voice behind her made her flinch. Delphine turned sharply and found Emberlyn standing there, wearing simple nightclothes borrowed from Elona's quarters. Emberlyn gave her a soft, knowing smile. Chapter 11:22, I'm the one who has to face her. Delphine's face shifted into an awkward expression the moment she saw Emberlyn approaching. "I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, it's just," she murmured, her voice trailing off as she looked away, avoiding direct eye contact. No. I'm not complaining," Emberlyn replied gently, offering a small smile as she tried to ease the tension. "It's fine, really." They quietly stepped away from the side of the throne room, careful not to disturb the family still gathered inside. The two women walked through the grand marble halls, their footsteps echoing faintly, accompanied by the gentle breeze that flowed like a silent companion, wrapping around them as they moved. Delphine glanced sideways and asked, her tone hesitant, "So, you're the mother of Talia and Raven, right?" Emberlyn nodded, her gaze softening. "Yes, I am. And if I'm not mistaken, you're the Emperor's mate?" Delphine's cheeks flushed, her fingers brushing a loose strand of hair behind her ear before she blinked rapidly. I don't know," she admitted, rubbing the back of her head with a nervous chuckle. Emberlyn raised her eyebrows in surprise. "You don't know?" She tilted her head with a light laugh. "That's the first time I've heard something like that, aha." But her words, though meant playfully, landed with an unexpected weight. Delphine's expression shifted suddenly, her blush fading as her eyes turned sharp, her entire demeanor growing colder and more distant. Emberlyn blinked, instantly noticing the change. No, I didn't mean to tease you," she said quickly, hands slightly raised. It's rare to meet a woman who doesn't seem interested in Emperor Ether. That's all. Nothing else." Delphine let out a soft hum, a sound that seemed more like a warning than agreement, but she kept her mouth shut. Emberlyn sighed, realizing she might have hit a nerve. "To be honest, I heard from my daughters that something happened between you and the Emperor. Some kind of disagreement." Delphine's eyes narrowed. Her voice turned cold. So you came here to calm me down? To manipulate me into being more cooperative or what? Emberlyn blinked, visibly flustered now. Oh, no, it's nothing like that. I swear. I wouldn't dare. If I tried something like that, the Emperor would probably kill me himself. Delphine scoffed bitterly, ha. He'd be happy to let you manipulate me, she muttered under her breath, her fists tightening at her sides. Today, she had seen the faces of the women who had also been targeted by him. Women he had touched. Women he had possibly lied to, the same way he lied to her. Honestly, she wasn't even shocked anymore. She had already predicted this. Somehow, deep inside, she had always known it would come to this. And that was the only reason she came here. To look each of them in the eyes. To see all of them together. Emberlyn stared at Delphine for a few silent seconds, observing her posture, the tension in her shoulders, the pain barely hidden beneath the anger. Then she shook herself out of her thoughts and spoke, her voice quieter now, more vulnerable. You know, back when my life shattered completely, when everything I loved was stripped from me, all I could think about was death. Delphine's gaze flickered toward her, something in her eyes softening, just slightly. Emberlyn continued, I was stuck, sealed inside a glass tube, treated like an object. Every single day felt like a nightmare that wouldn't end. Her voice trembled for just a moment before she steadied it. Every day I thought, what if I had done better? What if I had made different choices? There were so many regrets, so many mistakes, fears that clung to me in the silence. Being alone made me realize how much I had missed, and what I truly wanted in life. She turned fully to Delphine now, eyes sincere. So, when the Emperor saved me, I swore I wouldn't live with regret again. I wanted to do better. To live better. And I'm not saying this as his mother-in-law or anything like that. I'm saying this as a woman, who has seen that same pain in his eyes. She took a breath. Even though he smiles at you, I can see it, he's hurting inside. He's sad. Delphine stopped walking. Enough, she snapped suddenly, spinning around with a glare. He's sad. So what? What about me? What about how I feel? What about my fucking, TSK, she clenched her jaw and shook her head, fists trembling. Forget it, she growled before storming away, her footsteps loud with fury. Emberlyn stood frozen, blinking as she watched Delphine disappear down the hallway. Then, after a few seconds, she forced an awkward smile, sighing as she turned her head. Behind her, she noticed several figures quietly watching from the corner. Raven, Talia, and the other girls had been observing the entire interaction. They slowly approached. She's seriously pissed off, Talia muttered under her breath. Raven gave a quiet nod, her arms crossed. I get it though, Aquilina said, voice calm. I can understand her pain. Celine nodded too, her lips pursed in concern. Helena stood beside them with a weak smile, her hands folded in front of her. These girls, they hadn't wanted to risk ending up on Delphine's bad side, especially if she truly was going to be part of their family one day. So they had used Emberlyn, someone gentle, someone innocent, as a tool to draw the truth out from Delphine. Only to watch that plan crash and burn. And to be clear, Helena hadn't agreed to any of it. Arya let out a sigh as she glanced around at the others. But we can't just ignore this. I mean, it's obvious she loves him, but, at the same time, she refuses to admit it. She's denying it so hard, it's like emotionally conflicted. The voice that interrupted was low, deep, and laced with something dangerous. Every girl froze. The temperature in the hallway seemed to drop. They all turned slowly, already knowing who it was. Ether stood behind them, his arms folded, his eyes narrowed and burning with intensity as he glared at them in silence. Everyone flinched on the spot, their bodies stiffening as they turned toward Ether with awkward, guilty smiles. It was Raven's idea. Aquilina blurted out at lightning speed, pointing without hesitation. Raven snapped her head toward her. What the hell? It was Talia's idea. Oi! Don't throw me under the dragon. Talia cried. It was Arya's idea. What are you guys even talking about? Wasn't it Selene who started this whole plan? Arya asked, genuinely confused, or pretending to be. Selene's eyes widened. She opened her mouth to defend herself, but before she could say a word, Ether raised his hand calmly. His tone was cool but commanding. Helena. Who started this? Every head whipped toward Helena. She stood frozen, eyes darting left and right. All the other girls were staring at her, wide-eyed, silently screaming at her not to say a single word. The pressure was suffocating. Helena, darling, Ether said with a soft smile that dripped with too much sweetness to be innocent. That tone, so gentle, so dangerous, sent a shiver down her spine. She knew there was no way out now. She gulped and betrayed them without hesitation. It was all them. They planned the whole thing. They wanted you to be happy, so they used Emberlyn as bait. Instantly, the entire group's expressions darkened. Their jaws clenched. Their eyes twitched. This bitch. I told you we shouldn't have trusted this bitch. Arg. He's totally gonna get mad now. The voices screamed in their shared connection, a whirlwind of panic and betrayal flooding their thoughts. But instead of rage, Ether stepped forward with a peaceful smile and opened his arms. Then, he hugged them. All of them. I'm very happy to have you all, he said softly, genuinely, his voice filled with warm emotion that wrapped around them like sunlight breaking through a storm. Everyone froze. Eyes blinked. Mouths parted. Nobody expected that. His arms around them felt real, felt grounding. He gently patted their backs, giving each one a brief squeeze before pulling away slightly to look at them. But listen. He said, his tone soft but serious. Let me handle this. You don't have to fix everything. Not like this. It's not your burden to carry. He looked at each of them with a solemn, sincere expression. This is my responsibility. I'm the one who has to face her. Just like I faced each of you, one by one. There was a long silence. Then a sigh, then another. Fuck, I love him. I love him too much, it hurts. TSK. I don't even understand him sometimes. He's so annoyingly good. That's my husband, bitches. And just as they started to breathe again, Ether's smile twisted into a chilling smirk. His eyes gleamed with devilish mischief. However, he said slowly, his voice deepening, using my mother-in-law as your test subject. Now that's very wrong, isn't it? Everyone flinched. Again. Run! Aquilina shouted in panic. But the others had already bolted like startled rabbits, scattering in every direction. Fuck you bitches! Aquilina screamed, turning to run. But she didn't even make it one step. Ether caught her effortlessly, plucking her up by the waist like she weighed nothing, cradling her like a mischievous kitten caught knocking over vases. Looks like my cute little Aqua needs some spanking, he purred in a low, teasing voice, eyes flashing playfully. Aquilina's eyes went wide in horror. Her entire face turned a blazing red, ears burning, legs kicking helplessly in the air. No. Wait. I didn't mean to. I was framed. It was them. But her pleas only made Ether's grin widen, the kind of grin that made everyone, especially Aquilina, realize the real punishment hadn't even begun yet. Chapter 11:23, The Ruler Chosen by People. The next day. In the early hours of the morning, the entire empire awakened to a brilliant display of glowing holograms flickering across every city, town, and village. The broadcast was live, covering the entire throne room of the royal palace, showing every detail to the world without filter or delay. Outside the palace gates, a restless crowd had already gathered, their numbers growing by the minute. Citizens stood shoulder to shoulder, some with fists clenched in frustration, others shouting slogans and demands. They didn't agree with the outcome of the test, many believed it to be unfair, some cried manipulation, and others simply didn't want to accept the result. But what could they do? Their voices were powerless against the ancient customs. "It's the tradition test," one man grumbled bitterly to his neighbor. "And according to that damned tradition," the other replied under his breath, "Arya won. Legally, officially, and without fault." There was anger in the air, but no room for protest. No one could openly oppose the result without risking punishment or exile. If you didn't like it, so what? That was the unspoken rule of the royals. This was the empire's way. Royalty didn't bend to the common voice. Inside the palace, the ceremonial hall was magnificent, bathed in golden light. Massive red and silver banners fluttered gently from the marble pillars, each embroidered with the royal crest. The air was perfumed with the scent of burning sandalwood and sacred herbs, an ancient blend used only during coronation rituals. Every camera with lyres as help hovered silently in place, capturing the event from all angles. Billions of eyes from across the world watched, holding their breath as the most awaited moment unfolded. Arya stood at the center of the throne room. She was dressed in traditional noble robes of the highest order, a long, flowing gown made of deep blue velvet with intricate golden embroidery swirling across her sleeves and hem. A thick, fur-lined cape hung from her shoulders, pinned with a brooch shaped like an arrow rising from the earth. Her hair was tied into a regal bun, adorned with silver chains and sapphires that sparkled under the soft ceremonial lights. Her expression was calm, composed, yet powerful, carrying the weight of 1,000 years of legacy. Kaelin was beside her, clothed in equally majestic attire. His uniform was formal, lined with sharp creases, decorated with sashes and medals that shone like stars. The white and crimson fabric hugged his form tightly, tailored to perfection. He didn't speak, didn't shift, only stared forward, his face hard and unreadable. When the sacred horns played their notes from the upper balconies, Arya slowly stepped forward. The carpet beneath her was crimson, stretching all the way to the base of the ice throne. She knelt down before the ancient seat, lowering her head in reverence, both hands placed firmly over her chest. Kaelin followed suit, kneeling beside her in silence, his head bowed just as deeply. Behind them stood Aether and the others, figures of importance, each in their own formal wear, though they kept respectfully to the side. They stood still, back straight, making sure not to block the view. Only Arya, Kaelin, and the wooden throne covered in ice stood at the center, visible to all watching from every screen across the empire. Then she arrived, Melona, the temporary ruler of this empire, carrying the ceremonial scroll and staff of recognition. She walked forward slowly, each step deliberate and grounded, her ceremonial robe trailing behind her like liquid gold. Her gown was made of white silk laced with enchanted threads that shimmered with ancient runes, and a silver crown circled her head like a halo of divine authority. The entire hall fell into an eerie silence as she approached, her eyes fixed on the two figures kneeling before her. Melona stopped a few steps in front of the kneeling Arya. She stood tall, her ceremonial robes gently fluttering from the sacred breeze wafting through the throne room. Her silver eyes, calm and unyielding, looked down upon Arya with a quiet pride. Raising the ceremonial staff, she began speaking, her voice echoing across the marble halls, reaching beyond the palace walls to the ears of millions. "Let it be known," she declared, her tone solemn and unwavering, "that the trial of tradition has been fulfilled as it has been for generations. The path was harsh, the burden heavy, but such is the law of succession within our empire. And in the end, the one who stood unwavering, who bore the test with fire and dignity, was Arya of the royal bloodline." The camera zoomed in slightly as Arya remained bowed, her expression unchanging. But there was a flicker of breath, a tight exhale, as the acknowledgement of her victory rippled through the room. Melona's voice continued, measured and reverent. "This tradition was not designed to seek strength alone, nor to favor popularity, nor desire. It is sacred, a binding force between the past and the future, between the spirits of those who came before and the ones who will shape what is to come. It exists to ensure the throne is earned, not inherited." Outside the palace, the gathered citizens fell into an uneasy silence as her words echoed from the loudspeakers. Disappointment lingered in their faces. Many still felt bitter, confused. To them, Arya's triumph felt like cold formality. She had won, but their hearts were not with her. But then, Melona shifted. She turned, slowly and gracefully, toward Kaelin. The shift was subtle, but instantly caught everyone's attention. Inside the throne room, everyone exchanged surprised glances. Outside, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Even Aether's eyes widened slightly before he smiled softly. Kaelin, still kneeling, lifted his gaze just enough to meet her eyes. And yet, Melona began again, her voice taking on a deeper weight, a richer emotion. This trial revealed not only a victor, but a sacrifice. The silence deepened. Every screen across the Empire held on her every word. She took another step forward, her eyes never leaving Kaelin. Her hand slowly rose, not to point, but as if offering invisible recognition. There was one among the contenders who had every right to claim the throne. One who possessed the strength, the resolve, the right bloodline, and perhaps even the favor of the people. Gasps spread throughout the room. A few whispers broke the silence. But he gave it up. Kaelin didn't move, but his breath was sharp, caught in his throat. Melona continued, voice now softer, but filled with a strange reverence. He gave away his only chance, not for glory, not for himself, but for the people. He surrendered the crown he could have taken, so that blood would not be spilled, so that a ruler could rise without hatred at her back. Even Arya's eyes widened just slightly, lips parting in a stunned breath. The people outside stared in disbelief at the screens. He did not lose, Melona said firmly. He chose. She paused, looking around at the silent crowd in the chamber. And in that choice, he displayed a different kind of nobility. Not the kind inherited by blood, but earned through sacrifice. Through understanding. Through love for the people. The silence turned heavy with emotion. Kaelin's jaw clenched, but he remained motionless, kneeling not in defeat, but in quiet dignity. For once, she said, her voice shaking the very foundation of what was believed unchangeable, the Empire shall break tradition. Gasps filled the throne room. Some nobles stood half from their seats. The watching world froze in disbelief. Melona took a step forward, facing both Kaelin and Arya. Her presence stood like a wall of divine judgment between them. Tradition has been our backbone for centuries, but even the bones of the old must bend, if the future demands breath. Her words were calm, yet they shook the very pillars of the hall. It was Kaelin who was chosen in the end, she announced. Arya lifted her eyes sharply, breath caught between her lips. Melona nodded, gently, her voice now more solemn, softer. He gave up the throne, to prove that power alone should not define a ruler. And in doing so, he showed greater wisdom than any war-born king or throne-bred heir ever could. Did I? Kaelin really wondered inwardly. Outside, people were silent, but their hearts were racing. Even those who had doubted, who had shouted and protested, now found themselves breathless, unsure of what they felt. Then came the footsteps, light, ceremonial, and graceful. Leora entered the chamber. She moved slowly, reverently, her footsteps echoing like notes from a harp. She wore ceremonial robes of white and gold, decorated with violet blossoms stitched across the sleeves. A long veil trailed behind her, catching the light of the divine circle carved into the floor. In her delicate hands, she held a tray of polished black wood lined with silk. Upon it rested the crown, not a traditional gold or jewel-covered relic, but something far older, far more sacred. It was a twisted circlet made of ancient wood, smoothed by time, shaped by the hands of forgotten rulers. Interwoven with it were living flowers, small, glowing blooms that had never withered, never faded, passed down from ruler to ruler for centuries. The petals shimmered faintly, as if kissed by eternal spring. A symbol of humility, unity, and living legacy. She reached Melona without a word. And with a single nod, offered her the crown. Melona took it with both hands, holding it above Kaelin's bowed head. For peace, she said softly. For the people, she continued. For the future, we name him ruler." Her hands lowered with slow, deliberate grace, placing the crown upon Kalen's head. The flowers didn't tremble. The wood felt warm against his skin. And the empire held its breath. Kalen didn't rise. He remained kneeling, unmoving, humbled beneath the weight of not power, but the meaning behind it. Melona then spoke the final words. "Rise, Kalen Dark Fawn, crowned ruler of the empire. The one who was chosen by the people." Kalen didn't move at first. For a moment, the entire world felt silent. Even his heartbeat seemed to hesitate. He slowly opened his eyes. So this is what it feels like, not to win, but to be trusted. Even by those who doubted you. He didn't feel proud. He felt responsible. And yet, in the silence, in the stillness, there was peace. Drawing a long breath, Kalen finally moved. He shifted his foot, pressing it into the soft carpet, and began to rise. His long crimson and white ceremonial robes flowed down his shoulders and back like a stream of royal silk, trailing behind as he stood tall before the throne and the gathered court. Gasps echoed across the throne room. The screens across the world captured every second, Kalen, crowned not by tradition, but by choice. By the people. Arya, watching with silent respect, her gaze filled with unspoken understanding. Outside, the people stared at the broadcast in stunned awe. Was this real? Was the boy who lost the throne now seated as ruler? Kalen took a step forward. The wooden throne stood ahead of him, massive, ancient, and revered, but it was covered in a thick layer of frost, its arms and back etched with crystal veins of enchanted ice. Kalen stared at it for a moment, eyes narrowing, not with fear, but with understanding. He walked forward, each footstep a drumbeat, each movement confident and deliberate. As he reached the throne, he flicked his robe to the side with a subtle motion, preparing to sit. The edge of his garment brushed the frozen wood. And then, it happened. The ice began to melt. SEDUCING. The frost hissed quietly, evaporating into thin mist as it receded into the air. Cracks splintered gently across the surface, and soon, the throne stood bare and warm, its wood glowing as if it had awakened from a centuries-long sleep. A hush spread across the empire. Kalen slowly lowered himself onto the throne, the robe folding around his legs in perfect layers, his hands resting calmly on the armrests. He sat not like a king demanding obedience, but like a guardian accepting duty. His eyes lifted. Straight ahead, through the line of cameras, through the people watching, he stared into the soul of the empire. And then, he spoke. His voice was low but steady. Rich. Honest. "I did not take this throne to rule over you," Kalen began, "but to carry the weight you were never meant to bear alone." His gaze swept across the chamber, his tone sharp yet reverent. "I stand here because you believed. Not in bloodline, but in something greater. In the possibility that we could be more than what tradition demanded of us." He placed his hand over his chest. "This crown is not a symbol of who I am. It is a promise. To you. To every voice that was silenced. To every hope that was cast aside. The lost. The love. The responsibility. I swear upon the roots of this empire and the souls of our ancestors. I will not rule in arrogance. I will serve in honor. I am Kalen Dark Fawn, chosen not by law, but by will. Will of you all. And I am your ruler." As his words ended, the throne behind him pulsed once with a soft, living glow. The flowers in his crown shimmered gently, as if breathing with him. Chapter 11:24, Both Son and Father. Fu ###. After announcing the new ruler of the empire, a wave of joy swept across the tribes. The cheers echoed through the halls like thunder, voices unified in celebration. People cried out, their voices raw with emotion, and Melona, standing tall and proud, accepted their wishes over the rigid traditions of old. She had listened to the people, truly listened, and it made them feel seen. Still, there were a few old bones who didn't like the sudden change. The ancient ones who clung to outdated customs like sacred scriptures muttered under their breath. But honestly, Melona could handle them all with ease. Right now, the dining room was warm and buzzing with chatter. Everyone was seated around the long table, its surface nearly overflowing with steaming dishes. The delicious aroma of freshly prepared food, made by Melona herself, filled the air, making it impossible not to feel comforted. Laughter mixed with the clinking of plates and soft chewing as they all shared this moment of peace. "I really didn't expect you to go for Kaelin," Aquilina remarked between mouthfuls, her eyes fixed on Melona across the table. She raised her eyebrows in mild surprise, clearly still wrapping her head around it. Celine, seated beside her, gave a thoughtful nod. "Honestly, I thought you'd favor your daughter instead. I mean, it just seemed natural." Helena, sitting opposite them, looked mildly puzzled but nodded too, stuffing food into her mouth as if someone might snatch it away. "That's how mothers are supposed to be, right?" she thought, her cheeks puffed like a squirrel, eyes flicking between Melona and the others. Melona chuckled softly, placing her fingers delicately around her cup. "Well, this is what the people wanted," she said calmly, her eyes drifting toward Kaelin. He was sitting beside Ether, eating contentedly while chatting with him. Talia, twirling her spoon idly, glanced toward Arya. "So, does that mean Aira's going to be free now?" Melona hummed, her tone thoughtful but certain. "Yes. Since Kaelin has taken over the throne, from now on it'll be the Darkfang tribe's duty to oversee things. Of course," she paused, straightening slightly, her voice gaining an edge of pride, "will still remain the first-ranked tribe. No matter who wears the crown, that won't change." Her voice carried conviction, unshakable confidence. There was no room for doubt in her tone. The legacy of her tribe was her pride. Talia smiled and turned to Arya again. "Then why don't you come with us? Just leave it behind." Arya's hand froze mid-air, her spoon hovering above her bowl. Her eyes slowly lifted toward Talia. "I mean," Talia added a little awkwardly, realizing the sudden silence, "Celine is already there. And the palace, it's huge. Like ridiculously huge. You'd love it." A few others looked away, pretending not to notice the tension. But the truth was, they had all thought about it too. If they went with Ether, they could be near him. Every single day. No more parting ways, no more distant longing or waiting to hear his voice. But to leave meant abandoning everything they were responsible for. Their duties. Their people. Could they really make that choice? While everyone sat quietly, lost in uncertain thoughts, Ether leaned slightly toward Kaelin and whispered, "So, where's that mysterious lover of yours?" Kaelin flinched slightly, cheeks turning a faint red. "As she should be here any minute." Ether smirked playfully. "Damn, she missed your grand speech. That was your moment, man." Kaelin's blush deepened, and he lowered his eyes to his plate. Did I do good?" "You did more than good," Ether said warmly. "You did great." He reached out and patted Kaelin's back gently, the gesture sincere. Then he glanced across the table toward Leora. She was smiling so widely her eyes were misting up. But she hadn't touched her food, not a bite. Her attention was completely locked on Kaelin, watching him with quiet, overflowing pride. Dressed in noble robes, wearing the crown she once dreamed of seeing on him, he had done it. Her son had made it come true. Not through privilege or luck. But through strength, through trials, through sheer determination. Ether leaned closer to her and pressed a soft kiss to her forehead. "You're grinning way too hard. Eat something before you pass out," he teased with a gentle smile. Leora blinked as if waking from a trance, then looked down, blushing furiously as she finally started eating. From across the table, Melona leaned slightly, her expression curious. "Ether, is the food to your liking?" He opened his mouth, ready to reply, first in CL, but froze midway. His eyes caught the quiet stare of Emberlyn from the far end of the table. She hadn't said a word, but her intense gaze was fixed solely on him. He swallowed hard. What the hell was he supposed to say now? He couldn't insult either of them. Not Melona, and definitely not Emberlyn. They were both his mother-in-laws. Offending even one of them could mean disaster, especially at a dinner table this full. But if he were to be honest, Emberlyn's cooking had a richer, more refined taste. His tongue still remembered the warmth, the tenderness in every bite. Melona's eyes narrowed just a little, noticing the pause in his response. "Well?" she asked, voice still sweet but with a sharp undertone. Ether glanced between the two women, sweat forming on his brow. Then he straightened up with sudden resolve. "My mother-in-law's cooking is the best," he declared confidently, shoving another bite into his mouth with exaggerated enthusiasm. There was a pause. Both Melona and Emberlyn blinked simultaneously. Which one, they both wondered silently, their inner pride and suspicion quietly sparking to life. But neither dared to ask out loud. Sparks flew behind their polite smiles, and yet neither wanted the other to know they were being compared. A quiet war of motherly pride ignited under the surface. Meanwhile, the rest of the table burst into laughter. "He's really smooth with his words, huh?" Aquilina commented with a slight pout and a hint of fondness in her voice. The others, especially the women, nodded in agreement. They couldn't help but smile. But Ether sighed, his expression slowly turning serious. He set down his spoon. "Anyway, there's something I need to let you all know," he began, his voice low and calm. "In a few days, I'll be heading to the Void Empire." The noise died. The cheerful atmosphere quickly thinned into silence. Everyone froze. They knew exactly what he meant. He was going to face Scarlet, who caused the deaths of millions of people. "Are you sure you'll be all right?" Aquilina asked softly, concern starting to color her voice. "I mean, she's..." "I'll be fine," Ether interrupted gently but firmly. His gaze swept across the table, meeting everyone's eyes one by one. "But you all need to focus on your empires first. Don't forget, we're still healing. The scars from what we went through are still fresh." Everyone nodded, though their expressions were far from calm. There were small pouts, clenched jaws, and worried eyes. But they understood. They would do their part, because Ether was doing his. Just then, the heavy wooden doors creaked open as a guard stepped into the room, lowering himself to one knee with discipline and urgency. "Your Majesty," the guard said, voice respectful and clear, "there is a woman outside. She claims that you summoned her." At that, the entire room seemed to pause for a second before erupting into sly, knowing smiles. Everyone slowly turned toward Kalen with mischievous eyes. Kalen's cheeks turned beet red in an instant. He shifted in his seat, glancing down shyly. "I'll let her in," he mumbled, trying to sound composed, but failing terribly. Ether couldn't help but lean over and nudge Kalen's shoulder with a wide grin spreading across his face. Kalen groaned, already dreading what was coming. "Stop it, Dad." "Oh." The table chorused in unison, their voices rising in amusement. Everyone was enjoying the moment, everyone except one. His mother, Leora, sat perfectly still. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Her expression betrayed nothing warm or welcoming. She had made it clear from the start, she hadn't approved of this mysterious woman. Maybe I shouldn't have introduced her to everyone so quickly, he thought, groaning inside as the doors slowly swung open once more. A warm light spilt into the dining room from the hallway, momentarily blinding their view. The silhouette of a woman stood there, framed by the light like a vision. Slowly, as she stepped forward, the figure came into focus. Delicate boots clicked against the polished floor. The light dimmed, revealing smooth legs, a flowing dress, and a confident yet graceful walk. Her hair was tied into neat twin tails that bounced slightly with each step. "Kalen," the girl called out sweetly, her voice soft and melodic, her smile radiant as she spotted him among the seated guests. The room froze. Aquilina, Celine, and Ether didn't move. Their bodies locked in place as if time itself had paused around them. The others blinked, confused by the reaction. A few of them raised their brows at the girl. She was undeniably beautiful. There was an innocent charm about her, paired with a mischievous twinkle in her eyes. She looked young, sweet, and perhaps a bit out of place in a room full of nobles and seasoned warriors. Melona studied her closely, her gaze analytical. Not bad, she thought, briefly considering the girl's appearance, but her thoughts cut off abruptly when she noticed something strange. Ether. He was tense. His smile was gone. His entire body was stiff, eyes fixed on the girl with an unreadable expression. What's going on? Melona wondered silently, her instincts sharpening. She wasn't the only one. Others noticed too, the slight change in atmosphere, the way Ether's fingers curled into fists beneath the table. But Kalen didn't notice any of it. His attention was solely on her. His heart pounded in his chest as he stood up from his chair, stepping toward the girl as if drawn by invisible threads. Vesperine, however, wasn't quite as calm. Her eyes flicked around the room, recognizing faces. Celine. Aquilina. And someone else. Someone she couldn't fully remember, but whose face triggered a familiarity. A man. Young, handsome, and far too familiar, she didn't know. But more importantly, Celine and Aquilina. She forced herself to smile, pushing down the anxiety rising in her throat. Her heart thudded. They knew. At least some of them knew. Shit. 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 Vesperine screamed internally, but on the outside, she smiled like nothing was wrong. Kalen reached her and gently took her hand. He looked around the room, his voice filled with pride, love, and youthful hope. This is my beloved woman, he said clearly, looking everyone in the eye. Vesperine. The one I love deeply. His gaze lingered on Ether, searching for his father's approval. His expression was soft and genuine. Vesperine smiled back, though her expression was clearly forced. Her voice came out shaky. Hello, she muttered awkwardly, carefully avoiding the gaze of Aquilina and Celine. Fuck. If I knew this would happen, I would have never come here. Vesperine screamed inwardly, her anxiety spiking. But Kalen's smile began to fade. He tilted his head, sensing the shift in the room. Dad, he asked, eyes narrowing, is something wrong? Vesperine blinked. Dad? Vesperine blinked, confused and startled by the title. Dad? He's your father, she asked, pointing toward the handsome, young-looking man with a stunned expression. Oh fuck, both the son and the father. Vesperine bit her lip, trying not to smirk as she grinned internally. This just got even better. Maybe I could try both. Why not? Hee hee. Vesperine drooled a little. Why yeah, Kalen replied with a smile. He's my dad. Kind of stepfather, but still, he's the only dad I. Thud. Everyone blinked. Vesperine's body dropped to the floor. Headless. Blood splattered across the pristine floor, forming a pool around her lifeless body. Ether stood behind her. His hand was soaked in crimson, dripping slowly. His eyes flickered between black and ice blue. The only sound was the steady drip, 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 of blood from Ether's fingertips. Chapter 11:25, Please don't fight. What just happened? Ether had just killed Vesperine. Right there. Right in front of Kalen's eyes. Everything froze. Why? Why did he do it? It all happened so fast, almost unreal, like a dream turning into a nightmare in the blink of an eye. 1 second, she walked into the room, and the next, she was gone. Ether snapped the moment his eyes locked onto Vesperine. The moment he noticed her trembling gaze when she looked at Aquilina and Celine, like a predator caught red-handed. The moment he turned his head and saw Kalen smiling, so happy, so alive, his heart full of love. Something inside Ether shattered. Was she manipulating his son? Was she toying with his boy's heart, pulling his strings like he was nothing but a puppet? And when she looked at Ether, with those lust-filled eyes, like she saw him as her next conquest, another victim to play with. That was it. Without thinking, without holding back, without even a flicker of hesitation, he moved. In a single brutal motion, his fist flew forward and collided with her face. The impact wasn't just physical, it was soul-crushing. Her skull didn't just break, it disintegrated. Her head exploded into a burst of crimson mist, skin and bones scattering into glimmering particles, erased from existence by the sheer force behind his blow. No trace remained. Not even blood hit the floor. The entire room was swallowed by an unnatural silence, like even the air was too stunned to move. Kalen stared at what used to be her face, but now, there was nothing. His lips parted, his voice stuck in his throat. Then. Vivesp, he whispered, his voice cracking, unbelieving, fragile like glass. His body trembled. His mouth hung open as the realization crashed into him. Ha! The scream tore through his chest and erupted into the room, loud and raw, drowning in heartbreak and disbelief. Ether stood there, panting heavily, his chest rising and falling like he had run miles. He looked down at his hand, still shaking, covered in dust and traces of blood. He hadn't meant to go that far. He hadn't thought. His mind had blacked out for a second and then, this. He gritted his teeth, breath ragged. He clenched his fists. Fuck, he roared, slamming his knuckles against the wall before slowly turning around to see Kalen, his son, on his knees, hands clutching the remains of the woman he loved. Kalen's fingers were soaked in her blood, shaking as he tried to gather what little was left of her. His eyes were red, tears spilling like rivers. Am I love, sniff, please. His voice broke into soft sobs as his blood-stained hands trembled. Just moments ago, they were laughing. They were happy. He had felt the warmth of her body, her lips, her presence. And now, nothing but emptiness. Kale, Ether stepped forward, his voice strained, reaching out to him. But Kalen didn't look at him. His sobbing slowed, and then stopped. His shoulders dropped. His head lowered. And then, with a dead tone, he asked quietly, "What did she do to you?" Ether froze mid-step. I didn't mean to. What did she do to you? His voice was flat. Lifeless. But behind it, a storm was brewing. The kind of rage that could split the sky in half. What did she do to you? Where were you? Kalen's voice exploded into a primal howl as he roared with grief and fury. His body convulsed, muscles tearing and reforming, bones snapping into new shapes. Fur exploded from his skin, claws bursting from his fingertips, fangs growing and curving past his lips. His sorrow ignited into rage, pure, wild, animalistic rage. With an earth-shaking snarl, he leaped at Ether, fangs bared, claws ready to kill. He didn't care that it was his father. He was ready to murder him. Leora, seated at the dining table, jumped to her feet. Her body shifted mid-air, transforming into her wolf form with a powerful growl. She lunged at Kalen just in time, intercepting him before he could sink his claws into Ether's chest. They collided like beasts, rolling across the floor in a blur of fur, teeth, and fury, crashing out of the dining hall with a loud crash. Kalen, stop. Leora growled, pressing her face close to his, locking eyes with him, trying to reach the boy she had raised. But Kalen wasn't there anymore. He wasn't listening. He wasn't reasoning. He was gone. The beast inside him had taken full control. With a savage snarl, he kicked Leora back, his hind legs smashing against her gut. Before she could recover, his claw slashed across her cheek. Chuck! Blood splattered as Leora rolled across the ground, stunned by the power in his strike. Her cheek was ripped open, the skin flayed by her own son's claws. She gasped, trying to breathe, her ears ringing. She looked up to see him, Kalen, but not Kaelin, snarling at her like a wild predator. His eyes were no longer emotional. His face held no empathy, no guilt, no pain, only hatred and animalistic madness. There was no sun in those eyes. Only a monster born of heartbreak. HOWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWWW throat. Snap out of it, Kalen. Ether's voice boomed as he appeared behind him, slamming his leg into Kalen's ribs, knocking him away from Leora. Kalen rolled across the floor, growling, drool and venom dripping from his snarling mouth. He bared his fangs at Ether, the sight of his father enraging him even more. She was manipulating you, Kalen. She was using you. Ether shouted, trying to reach his son's heart. But there was no reasoning now. No words would reach him. Kalen, no, the beast, wasn't listening anymore. He had become a wild animal. An uncontrollable force of vengeance. Ether dodged his charge, countered with a punch to the snout, then a kick to the ribs. Blood splattered from Kalen's mouth, but he didn't stop. He kept coming. Kept attacking. The loss of his beloved had turned him into something unstoppable. Leora struggled to get up, her legs trembling. She looked down and saw claw wounds on her side, pulsing and twisting unnaturally. Her hands trembled. Her lips quivered. Her son's venom had entered her bloodstream. It was eating her from the inside. She dropped to her knees, panting. And no. Please. She whispered, voice cracking. Her eyes flicked up to see her husband and son trying to kill each other, blood staining the marble floor, growls echoing through the walls. Their family. A family once held together by love, smiles, and laughter. Had shattered into chaos, fury, and blood. A nightmare they could never wake up from. Just then. Gasp. Delphine gasped loudly, her breath catching in her throat as her pupils widened with shock. She just had a vision. A horrified expression spread across her face, and her head whipped around, scanning the room, until her eyes locked on the girl who had just stepped inside. Vesperine. Kalen immediately stood from his chair, his eyes lighting up with joy. He walked straight to her and placed a hand gently around her shoulder before turning to everyone at the table. "This is my beloved woman," he said clearly, looking everyone in the eye. "Vesperine. The one I love deeply." Vesperine smiled back, though her expression was clearly forced. Her voice came out shaky, hello, she muttered awkwardly, carefully avoiding the gaze of Aquilina and Celine. "Fuck. If I knew this would happen, I would have never come here." Vesperine screamed inwardly, her anxiety spiking. But Kalen's smile began to fade. He tilted his head, sensing the shift in the room. "Dad?" he asked, eyes narrowing, "is something wrong?" Vesperine blinked, confused and startled by the title. "Dad? He's your father?" she asked, pointing toward the young-looking man with a stunned expression. She had assumed Ether was just another friend or servant. "Oh fuck, both the son and the father." Vesperine bit her lip, trying not to smirk as she grinned internally. This just got even better. Maybe I could try both. Why not? But before her dirty thoughts could dig deeper, a voice boomed through the hall. "Ether." Delphine's hand slammed against the wooden table, the impact so strong it nearly split the plates and bowls in half. Food shook, drinks trembled. Ether jolted as if waking from a trance. His eyes blinked several times, trying to return to focus as he stared at Delphine in surprise. Delphine was breathing hard. Her eyes were glistening, yet her face remained sharp and tense as she shook her head slowly. "You better control yourself." She screamed at him in her mind. Ether blinked again, dazed. What did I do? He wondered silently, confused by the anger pointed at him. He hadn't done anything. Not yet. But as he watched the sweat roll down Delphine's neck, the fear in her eyes, he realized, she had seen something. She had seen a vision. What did you see? Ether frowned, feeling his muscles twitching. A dangerous itch ran through his arms like a suppressed urge. Delphine's gaze hardened. Ether, please. Ether exhaled slowly, trying to calm his nerves. His eyes flicked toward Vesperine, who was standing awkwardly under everyone's gaze, looking around in confusion. And then her gaze met his. Ether. You mean Kai's slave? She asked, voice sharp and dismissive. Everyone went silent. Hey, bitch, he isn't anyone's slave, bitch, Celine snarled from across the table, her eyes locked on Vesperine with a look that could cut steel. Vesperine blinked, caught off guard. She swallowed hard as her eyes darted to Celine's face, her expression wasn't normal. Kaelin frowned, displeased by the insult. Celine, don't speak to her like that. Ether inhaled deeply, fighting the storm swirling inside him. He turned his head slowly, eyes narrowing on Kaelin. I don't like her, he said flatly, with the most common fatherly expression. Kaelin blinked, confused. What? Dad? What do you mean? Vesperine looked back at Ether again. Ether's gaze drifted to her. The woman you love, the one standing beside you, she was actually in a relationship with Kai, he said, his voice razor sharp. Kaelin's face drained of color. His body stiffened as he slowly turned to Vesperine. His eyes were wide, unblinking. What? Vesperine's expression contorted instantly. She shook her head with urgency. And no. He's lying. Yes, it's true that I had a relationship with Kai, but I already ended it. Didn't I tell you, Kaelin? I swear. Her eyes filled with tears as she threw herself into his chest, wrapping her arms around him. Are you going to abandon me over that? Please. Kaelin winced as the pain hit him like a spike to the chest. He knew her. He had seen her cry before. He had kissed those lips. He had trusted her. I know about it, Dad, but I still accept her, he said softly, tightening his embrace around her. Sniff, sniff. I love you, Kaelin. Vesperine cried harder in his arms, her voice muffled in his chest. But as Ether looked at her from across the room, he saw it. That smirk. That smug, mocking little grin that only he could see. She was taunting him. She was winning. This bitch. Ether's voice dropped into a growl. His body moved before his mind caught up. His foot stomped the floor so hard it cracked beneath him. In the blink of an eye, his knuckles surged forward, heading straight for her face. How dare you trick my son? He just want to teach this bitch. It's not like he's going to mistakenly kill her. Right? No. Delphine screamed, launching herself forward, desperate to stop him before something irreversible happened. But she was too late. Or so she thought. Clang. Clang. Out of nowhere, thick black chains erupted from a swirling dark portal midair. They wrapped tightly around Ether's arm just before it reached Vesperine's face, halting all of his momentum in a violent yank. The sudden stop was so intense that both Vesperine and Kaelin were thrown backwards by the sheer shockwave, their bodies crashing against the floor several feet away. That's, definitely would have killed her, right? Ether blinked, shocked, eyes wide as he stared at the chain that had halted him. Clang. Another chain, this one shimmering gold, snapped out from the same portal and wrapped around his other arm before yanking hard and pulling him through. Ether vanished. Everyone in the room froze. No one spoke. No one moved. No one could even process what had just happened. Meanwhile, Ether fell from the sky, his body wrapped in countless chains, black and gold, binding him like a prisoner. His body slammed hard against the ground, dust flying around him. He groaned, trying to stand, but the chains dug in, tightening further with every movement. He couldn't break free. A voice echoed through the silence, smooth and amused. "Oh. You finally came." Ether's ears twitched. He slowly raised his head, only to see a figure crouched before him. Nyx Shadowfall. Her purple-blue eyes glimmered with interest, her lips curled into a devilish smile as she looked down at him like a queen admiring her newest toy. Chapter 1126, finally, without any interruption. A few moments ago. In the Naiade Empire. Inside a restaurant, a separate cabin. A woman with long, flowing black hair laced with shimmering purple tips sat with an air of cold grace. Her locks elegantly reached down to her hips, swaying gently as she moved. Her piercing blue-purple eyes, sharp, detached, and dangerous, gazed with unblinking intensity at the two men seated across from her. Kai and Leon both gulped, their throats tightening as their eyes flicked toward the table, which was lavishly adorned with platters of delicious, fragrant foods, steaming meats, freshly baked breads, and aromatic spiced dishes. But their hunger quickly faded as the chilling aura from the woman before them crept into their nerves. Summoning his courage, Kai looked back up and asked, "Nyx Shadowfall, what exactly do you want to talk about with us?" Nyx gave a soft, dismissive hum before gesturing gracefully toward the table. Her fingers moved with elegance, but her expression remained unreadable. "Why don't you eat first?" she said smoothly, her tone laced with something too calm to be natural. Kai and Leon exchanged a brief look, their expressions darkening. There was something off, deeply wrong, in the way Nyx stared at them. Especially at Kai. That gaze. "Wait a second, don't tell me, is she falling for me or something?" Kai thought, trying to smother a grin as his eyebrows arched with amused disbelief. Then he glanced at Leon, a realization striking him. Leon caught the look and smirked mischievously. He leaned closer to Kai and patted his shoulder lightly, whispering with a smug chuckle, "Look at you, already attracting danger. Maybe it's fate. You take this one, and I'll graciously take Vesperine off your hands." Kai's expression twisted in both irritation and disbelief. He slapped Leon's hand off his shoulder. "I swear, I'll kill you, you bastard," he hissed under his breath, eyes narrowing with sharp fury. He then turned toward Nyx, trying to regain control of the situation. With a firm breath, Kai spoke aloud, voice blunt and direct. "Sorry, but I already have a girlfriend. I'm not interested." His words came out strong, as if even imagining being with someone else disgusted him. Nyx blinked once. "So?" she replied plainly. Kai's brow furrowed, caught off guard. "Wait, what? You don't mind being the second woman, then," but shook his head. "Still, it doesn't matter. My heart belongs to someone else. I'm completely loyal to her. No one can enter that space, no matter what. Even if you stood before me naked and begged." But before he could finish the sentence, a bone-chilling wave spread through the room. The air dropped several degrees. The lights dimmed unnaturally. Nyx's eyes flickered with something twisted, her blank expression morphing into one of eerie detachment as she stared directly into his soul. Leon and Kai both instinctively tensed. Their bodies stiffened. Muscles were prepared to react. Then Nyx spoke in a voice far colder than before. "I need your servant." The words fell like lead in the room. Kai and Leon blinked in confusion. They relaxed slightly, caught off guard by the shift in topic. "You need my servant? What for?" Kai asked while watching her warily. Nyx didn't blink. "I need a new toy. Do you have a problem with that? Of course, I'll give you something in exchange. A fair trade." His eyebrows knitted tightly together as he stared at her in disbelief. "Toy? Like, those toys? The kind he'd read about in certain adult books with very specific themes. Was she into that sort of thing?" Kai's stomach churned slightly. Nyx Shadowfall, a beautiful, cold, graceful young woman, and yet what lurked inside her was darker, and deeply twisted. TSK. What else do you expect from a necromancer? Kai thought bitterly. He shook his head. No. I can't just give you my servant, he said, his voice firm and his face hard with conviction. Nix's expression shifted ever so slightly into a frown. I believe everything has a price, she said softly. No matter how precious something is to you. It all comes at a cost. Nothing is ever truly beyond purchase. How about this? I have the soul of an ancient swordsman. I'll give it to you in exchange. Kai's eyes widened, horror creeping into his face. Helen. Before he could yell in outrage, Leon's hand suddenly gripped his shoulder tightly. His voice lowered to a serious whisper. Brother, you might not understand what that means, but the soul of an ancient swordsman. If you were to imbue it into your weapon, your swordsmanship would be amplified tenfold. You'd gain more than just strength, you could learn techniques directly from that old soul, techniques long forgotten by this era. Leon then turned toward Nix and asked, voice sharp with interest, how old are we talking here? Nix tilted her head slightly, her eyes shimmering unnaturally. Roughly 7,000 years, she answered calmly. Leon raised his hand and shot a hard glare at Kai. His words came out clipped, serious, with no room for argument. Man, you need to take that deal. Kai frowned as he looked at both Leon and Nix. There was a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. He knew this offer wasn't something ordinary. It was important, possibly life-changing. With that soul, he could greatly improve his swordsmanship, maybe even go head-to-head against Victor and beat the living hell out of the man who dared to harm his father. Kai's jaw clenched as his fingers curled tightly into a fist. After a moment of tense silence, he gave a sharp nod. Fine, let's make a deal. I'll give you my servant, Timmy. He's yours, Kai declared. Nix tilted her head ever so slightly, her eyes narrowing as she studied him. Timmy? That's strange. I heard, his name is Ether, she said quietly. Kai's eyes widened in alarm. Nope. No, he blurted and immediately pushed his chair back, ready to get up and walk away. But before he could move, Leon reached out and firmly grabbed his shoulder, pushing him right back down into his seat. His expression was serious, grim even, as he leaned in. Why are you so hung up on that guy? Leon asked with frustration. Just give up already. He lost his powers, he's nothing now. Even if some of them returned, they'll never reach our level. He's just dead weight, brother. And what you're doing now is turning that dead weight into a priceless weapon. You're trading nothing, for something huge. Kai's eyes flickered with uncertainty, a storm of confusion and worry building behind them. He didn't know why, but recently, something had changed. He had already lost his connection with Ether, the command link had vanished. It was as if the so-called eternal chains that bound master and servant were suddenly meaningless. Still, despite all logic, despite what Leon said, something deep inside him screamed not to give Ether away. A strange instinct kept warning him, tugging at his chest. It felt like giving Ether away now would mean throwing away a future opportunity, something massive, something Kai couldn't yet understand, but it lingered in the back of his mind like a whisper of fate. Just then, Leon leaned closer again and whispered darkly into Kai's ear. How about this? Giving Ether to Nix might be the best way to draw your mother out. Look at Nix, she's asking for a toy, Kai. And what do you think is going to happen to Ether? She'll either suck him dry, or she'll break and play with his soul like a twisted game. Just those words alone sent a chill down Kai's spine. His mind hesitated no longer. And what's more, Leon added, his eyes glinting slyly, if your mother shows herself, we might finally catch her, and bring her to justice. That was the final nail. Kai's expression went blank, his hesitation vanishing completely at the mention of his mother. The fire in his eyes changed. He nodded slowly. Fine, he said. I'll give you Ether. But make sure you treat him like a proper toy, he added with a sly grin. Nix's lips slowly curled into a wicked smile, one that sent a slight shiver through the air around her. "Very well then," she replied smoothly. "Eat first, and once we're done, we shall begin the process." Kai nodded with satisfaction, the deal sealed in his mind. Both Kai and Leon began eating, casually filling Nix in on the details of Ether's current condition, his location, and his lack of resistance. Nix didn't say much, she simply hummed in acknowledgement, her expression unchanged, unfazed. Shortly after, Kai led Nix to his residence. Since the setup and required materials were already there, it made the most sense to carry out the process at his home. As they entered, Velk greeted them and was surprised to see a new girl, but then. "Kai, are you sure about this?" "Grandpa," Velk started to speak once he heard the details. "Fuck him." Kai snapped, cutting Velk off harshly. His voice was bitter and raw. He had no desire to discuss that old bastard, an old man who'd manipulated everyone like chess pieces, even him. "Fuck no." Velk sighed and shook his head, watching silently as Kai began preparing the ritual. And so, the beginning of the ownership transfer of Ether began, finally, without any interruption. Chapter 1127, My Cute Little Puppy. After the ritual had commenced, Kai and Nix stood solemnly around the intricately carved magic circle, etched into the cold stone floor with glowing ancient runes. The symbols shimmered and pulsated violently, flaring between bursts of black and white light, as though two opposing forces were trying to devour each other. The entire chamber trembled with raw energy. "In the name of the sacred arcane order, I, Kai Frostblade, do hereby relinquish all command, control, and spiritual binding over my servant, Ether," Kai declared in a strong, unwavering voice, pushing his arm forward. "With full awareness and uncoerced will, I offer him to Nix Shadowfall, by right of ritual and law." His voice echoed like thunder, resonating with the magic circle's rhythm. His clothes rippled around him as if caught in a storm, while strands of his hair floated, lifted by unseen forces. Energy surged from the core of the circle, reaching out in jagged lines of light like veins awakening. Nix Shadowfall stepped forward gracefully, her heels tapping softly against the trembling ground. She raised her hand, palm outward, and her eyes narrowed with amusement and hunger. "In the sacred name of Arcane, and under the eternal witness of the contractual gods, I, Nix Shadowfall, do accept Kai's servant as mine, and mine alone," she intoned with a silken yet resolute voice. "From this moment forth, I claim ownership and command of the entity named Ether. His soul, body, and fate shall now belong to me." The moment her words concluded, the ground let out a low, ominous rumble. The magic circle beneath them flared violently, shifting between blinding white and abyssal black, faster and faster, until it looked like a spinning vortex of divine and infernal forces colliding. What's going on?" Leon gasped from the side of the room, his eyes wide with disbelief as the very foundation of the mansion quaked beneath their feet. Then, without warning, thick black chains shot from the circle, rising like serpents from the earth. At the same time, golden chains burst upward in counterpoint, emitting a celestial glow. They slithered through the air, weaving around Kai and Nix in intricate patterns, before snapping tightly around their wrists. Kai flinched, a sharp hiss escaping his lips as a searing burn spread across his forearm. A similar reaction came from Nix as she gritted her teeth, her lips curling into a crooked smile of delight rather than pain. And then, the circle's center split open with a sound like shattering glass, revealing a portal of writhing energy overhead. From that dark rift above, a chained figure began to descend. Thud. Ether crashed to the ground, his body bound in a chaotic fusion of black and gold chains, his limbs twisted uncomfortably. Nix slowly crouched beside him, her eyes glinting like a predator who had finally claimed her prize. "Oh. You finally came." She purred, brushing a few strands of hair from Ether's face with a gentleness. "Welcome to your new fate, my toy." Ether groaned as he blinked against the sudden brightness. What's going on here?" he muttered, his voice hoarse, confused, and laced with irritation. Nix's tone turned mocking. "Oh, don't worry. Your dear master has abandoned you. You're unwanted now," she whispered, her fingers trailing along his cheek with a sly grin that dripped with wickedness. Ether's eyes slowly turned toward Kai. He scanned the room, the circle, the chains, the flames etched into the walls, and he understood. Why, he thought, confused. Why would Kai give me away? He would never. Kai stared down at him, his lips curling into a satisfied grin. Finally, you're here. You fucking bastard. You're going to pay for everything. For what you and that wretched woman, my mother, did to this world. His voice trembled not with fear but with manic joy. Kai raised his hand, where a small bud-like tattoo pulsed on his palm. I agree, he shouted. The black and gold chains swirled toward him, coiling around the mark on his hand like vines eager to feed. As the chains touched the tattoo, it flared brightly, then began to melt away like wax, the glowing bud shrinking and fading. Nix's lips curled upward as she mirrored the gesture. I agree, she whispered, her voice laced with anticipation. The chains recoiled from Kai's palm and drifted to Nix's, spiraling around her arm and pressing themselves into her skin. As the contact solidified, a new tattoo began to carve itself into Nix's flesh, glowing with an eerie light. The bud from Kai's palm had transferred completely, embedding itself into Nix like a sacred brand. Ether suddenly winced, struggling violently as the chains around him tightened with a harsh, metallic groan. Fuck, he cursed under his breath, eyes clenching shut. Ding! Exclamation mark notice, initiating pseudo-ownership transfer procedure. Previous holder, Kai Frostblade current assignee, Nix Shadowfall. Engraving transfer in progress, transmuting slave sigil from host_A, Kai, to host_B, Nix. Estimated completion, 92%. Ether gritted his teeth, sweat forming across his skin as the chains wrapped around his body glowed brighter, burning into his flesh with symbols that danced and morphed like living code. Under Nix's palm, the new sigil bloomed fully into life, flaring one last time before dimming into a dormant red hue. At the same time, Kai's tattoo vanished completely, the skin left unmarred as if it had never been there. And then, everything stopped. The tremors faded. The lights dimmed. The circle fell still. That's it? Nix asked, blinking in mild surprise. Her tone was curious, almost disappointed, as if she expected more spectacle. Kai nodded slowly. I guess so. This was my first time attempting this ritual. I wasn't sure what would happen. Ding! Exclamation mark notice, ownership transfer complete. Ether is now under the pseudo-ownership contract of host_B, Nix Shadowfall. Just then, the circle beneath them began to shimmer again. Its edges twisted upward, the design rotating like a spinning disk of bladed light. Runes lifted off the ground, ascending into the air like petals in a windstorm. Everyone instinctively stepped back. The circle, it's moving. Nix exclaimed, her voice tinged with fascination and caution. Why is it rising like that? No one had an answer. The circle pulsed once more, then burst into countless tiny particles of glowing ash, scattering in all directions and disappearing into the air. Nix suddenly clenched her palm as she stared at the result of her plan unfolding before her eyes. In Nix Shadowfall's hand, the once dormant petal-shaped tattoo pulsed, twisted, and slowly began to morph. Like a blooming time-lapse, the tattoo transformed into a full flower, each petal unfurling one by one with fluid motion, almost as if it were a real video playing across her skin. The veins of magic inside it shimmered with life. Nix blinked, genuinely surprised for a moment. Ether, still on the ground, groaned softly as the chains around him began to dissolve into glowing dust, evaporating into the air like steam. His body slumped as he collapsed forward, panting heavily, sweat pouring down his face. It felt like the ritual had drained something vital from him, his strength, his essence, or, perhaps a piece of his soul. Haha, that's it, then, Kai muttered, an amused grin forming on his lips as he turned to face Nix. Now, you've got what you wanted. It's time to honor your end of the deal. Nix gave a small nod. With a casual flick of her fingers, she snapped them. Behind her, a thick plume of black smoke flared to life. From within the curling shadows, a skeletal figure began to materialize. Its body was tall and thin, wrapped in remnants of faded armor. A massive sword was gripped tightly in its hand, the blade etched with ancient glyphs that glowed faintly. Its face was a distorted human-like skull, but its pale bone seemed too smooth, too clean, almost porcelain. Cold mist leaked from its empty eye sockets and ribcage, releasing a chilling aura that filled the room. Kai took a nervous step back, gulping. "I'll obey me, right?" Nyx raised her hand once more, her fingers moving through the air like she was painting symbols into the invisible fabric of space. The skeletal creature slowly began to dissipate, its body melting into a stream of white smoke that glowed softly like pale fire. It condensed into a hovering orb of cold energy, a soul compressed into obedient form. "Yes," Nyx said simply. "It's yours now." Kai hesitated, then extended both hands. The orb floated gently into his palms. He shivered visibly as it made contact. "It's cold," he murmured, voice low with awe and apprehension. He turned to Leon, who nodded approvingly, stepping forward to receive it. With careful hands, Leon took the soul and placed it inside a reinforced obsidian box, sealing it tightly with a quiet metallic hiss. With that done, Kai slowly turned his gaze toward Ether, who still lay sprawled on the floor, struggling to catch his breath. "Now, before you take him away," Kai said, his tone sharpening. "I want one answer from him." He stepped forward and knelt beside Ether, gripping his chin and lifting it up forcefully. Ether's half-lidded eyes flickered between shades of black and white, almost as if he were caught in a storm of opposing forces. Kai frowned deeply. What the hell is going on with his eyes, he thought. Is it because of the ritual? Or something else? Still, he didn't care enough to dwell. "Where is my mother?" he asked coldly. Ether didn't respond. Kai's eyes narrowed. "Tell me where she is," he said again, more firmly this time, his hand tightening on Ether's face. But again, no answer came. Kai's patience cracked. Veins bulged on his forehead as he stood and shouted, "Motherfucker." His fist rose sharply into the air, ready to strike down with fury. Thuck. In a split second, Ether's hand lashed out and seized Kai's throat with terrifying speed and precision. He lifted Kai like a ragdoll, his fingers digging into his neck with crushing force. "Arg!" Kai choked, struggling wildly as his legs kicked, trying to find footing. His eyes bulged in panic as the grip on his neck tightened with every second. "You bastard!" Leon roared, lunging forward to help, but it was no use. Ether's other hand whipped out and caught Leon by the throat too, strangling both of them at once with effortless strength. His body moved like a machine, silent, brutal, unstoppable. There was no rage in his eyes, only void. Leon and Kai thrashed in his grasp, stunned. The Ether they remembered was powerful, but not like this. He was different. Stronger. More monstrous. Just when their necks were about to give in, just a few inches away from being snapped like twigs. Thud. Thud. Nyx, with precise timing, raised her palm and sent out a spell that knocked Ether unconscious in an instant. His grip loosened immediately, and all three bodies dropped to the floor. Leon and Kai collapsed, gasping for air, clutching their throats. Deep, red handprints burned into their skin like fresh brands, a painful reminder of their near-death encounter. Nyx stepped forward, graceful and calm, as if nothing had happened. She leaned down and gently scooped Ether into her arms, carrying him bridal style with ease. Her smirk returned as she glanced at the battered boys on the ground. "He's mine now," she said in a warning tone, her voice cold yet playful. "So don't even think of damaging my property." She looked down at Ether's unconscious face, brushing his hair aside affectionately. "My cute little puppy," she whispered with a wicked grin. Leon and Kai flinched, fear creeping up their spines as they stared at her. Still smirking, Nyx pulled out a black spell scroll inscribed with blood-red ink. With one hand, she tore it down the middle. A flash of red light exploded from the scroll, and in the blink of an eye, she and Ether vanished, teleported back to the heart of her empire. The moment the light faded, Leon and Kai slumped back, wheezing and sweating. Finally, they could breathe again. Chapter 1128, Aether got kidnapped. Umbreoni's Void Empire. An empire steeped in eternal darkness, where night itself breathed and shadows moved with purpose. Here, entities of the abyss thrived, and those who wielded forbidden magic, twisted arts and necrotic rituals, walked proudly, unshackled by the chains of morality. Other empires whispered of it with dread, referring to it by a cursed name, the Demon Empire. In this cursed land, the souls of the dead were drawn in droves, summoned by an irresistible and ancient force that could not be explained by the living. That force was none other than the Void Eyes. Every soul was seized and placed under judgment, their sins laid bare beneath the unflinching gaze of the Void. And then, they were given but two fates to choose from: eternal agony in realms of torment so vile they defied mortal imagination, or the chance to walk the path of samsara. A sacred opportunity to be reborn, to begin anew, to earn a second life. This was the only empire where rules and laws held no meaning. You could do anything you desired here, commit any crime, chase any desire, unleash your darkest urges, and no one would stop you. But be warned, actions here always had consequences. Always. If you dared to draw blood, be prepared to bleed more. After all, this was a lawless land. In this empire, even the slightest mistake could stir monsters out of the dark. Here, there was no light sky. Day and night were meaningless. Only a gray sky and occasionally, the red sky. This empire, this land of nightmares and silence, was ruled by one woman alone. Her name was Mary Scarlet. But the world did not speak her name lightly. They called her Bloody Mary. A title that sent shivers down the spine of even the most fearless beings. Her name alone could bring armies to a halt. Her presence demanded fear and reverence. Mary hailed from a lineage of vampires so powerful, so ancient, that they existed outside the natural cycle of life and death. It was said that not even beheading her, tearing out her heart, or impaling her with silver could bring her end. She was beyond death. She defied it. She was unkillable. Not a single soul in this empire, or beyond, had ever stood on equal ground with her. She was wild. She was unpredictable. She was completely mad. But her madness wasn't foolishness. Even when she acted like a clown, even when she stumbled around recklessly or spat nonsense, not a single soul dared think she was harmless. Because madness, in her case, was the face of something far worse. She had strangled her own husband with her bare hands, no magic, no weapons, just her fingers crushing the life from him and ate him barely alive. She'd massacred his other consorts in a single night, tearing them apart like they were made of paper. She bathed in their blood afterwards, soaking herself in it without a hint of remorse. As if it were no more significant than rinsing off dust. A truly, irredeemably insane woman. Her bloodline was a secret that even history feared to remember. Her body was always hidden away, veiled. No one had ever seen her true face, not even her late husband. Some claimed she was the most breathtaking woman across the 5 worlds, radiant and ethereal like a goddess sculpted from crimson moonlight. Others believed she was hideously deformed, a monster hiding behind magic to keep her ugliness from staining the eyes of the world. But no one knew. And no one dared to find out. Because asking meant death. No, asking meant worse than death. If there were 2 things she held dear in her otherwise hollow, monstrous heart, it was these: her daughter, the firstborn, and a strange girl of necromantic talent whom she had adopted when she was very young. Of course, Mary's love for her daughter was something fierce and consuming. It was absolute. The necromancer girl, however, she was a tool. A pet. Useful, perhaps even pitted, but never cherished. She would always come second. Always. Everyone knew it. The whole empire knew it. Even that necromancer girl knew it too. And now, far within the Empire's dark beating heart, inside the colossal palace carved from obsidian and forgotten bone, within a throne room etched in cursed runes and swirling with spectral energies, there sat a throne of black, coiled in bones and decorated with skulls that still whispered in the dead of night. And there, atop that throne, surrounded by an aura like swirling static, like the flickering distortion of a broken TV screen, sat a figure shrouded in mist. Her entire form was veiled and unreadable, save for two glowing crimson eyes that pierced through the haze like twin blades. Suddenly, the shadows shifted. A new presence emerged into the room. Nyx. What a surprise. You came all the way here, unannounced. Mary's voice rang out, smooth and laced with curiosity. Nyx Shadowfall stepped forward, her boots silent against the cold stone floor. She bowed her head, posture firm yet respectful, and when she spoke, her voice was steady and calm, yet touched with something personal. Your Majesty, she said softly, I have come to inform you of something important. After all this time, I have finally found my soul mate. Mary blinked in surprise. Soul mate? You? After all this time? Her voice carried genuine surprise, rare for a woman like her. After all, Nyx had always expressed a desire to start a family of her own, something stable, something warm. But in a place like this, where cruelty was the air and loneliness the soil, no one had ever taken interest in her. Not here in the Void Empire, not in any of the surrounding empires. Even when Nyx had traveled beyond to other worlds, people avoided her with fear in their eyes and whispers in their wake. Because she was Nyx, the necromancer. A woman who danced with the dead, who spoke to the silence of graves, who twisted the very essence of the soul. A person who played with death as if it were thread in her hands. Nyx nodded slowly. Indeed, Your Majesty. With the guidance of the Mother Goddess, I was finally able to find him, she said softly, a gentle smile spreading across her lips. It was small, almost hesitant, but real. Mary hummed, her expression shifting into one of distant thought. So you need my blessing, then? She asked, her crimson eyes narrowing slightly with interest. Nyx gave another nod. Yes. After all, you're the one who raised me, like your own child. Mary scoffed under her breath and shook her head. I've told you before, haven't I? I am not your mother. And you are not my child, not now, not ever. Her tone was cold, absolute. I took you in because I saw potential. Your control over souls, it's something I've never seen before. Not even legends spoke of such talent. Even the Grace was surprised by what you could do. She paused before finishing flatly, that's all. Nyx's smile didn't falter. It remained warm, steady. I know, Your Majesty. I never claimed to be your daughter. I only ask for your blessing. Please. She bowed her head deeply, gently holding the hem of her robe with both hands in a sign of respectful sincerity. Mary gave a quiet, dismissive hum, then waved her hand with a half-hearted flick. Take care. Nyx nodded once more, her smile brightening slightly. She turned, ready to leave, her movements graceful and silent, until... Who is your soul mate again? Mary's voice echoed through the chamber, tinged with a faint note of curiosity. She wasn't particularly interested, but considering the blessing, she figured she should at least know the name. Nyx turned slightly, her smile returning. She lifted her hand, and with a gesture, black mist curled into the air like smoke from a dying candle. Slowly, it thickened and swirled before parting to reveal a skeletal figure emerging from the mist, its hollow frame carrying a limp, unconscious young man in its bony arms. His name is Ether, Nyx said gently. Mary blinked. Once. Twice. And then, in a blink of an eye, she vanished from her throne and appeared beside the unconscious figure, no sound, no warning. Just sheer speed. Nyx flinched slightly, blinking at Mary's sudden movement. It caught her off guard, though she quickly composed herself again. Mary stared down at the man, Ether. Silent. Unmoving. Studying him with a gaze sharper than blades. And then. Heh. He. A laugh escaped her lips. It began small, then grew wild, twisted, manic. The very palace trembled under the weight of her laughter, dust shaking from the ancient ceiling, the skulls embedded in the walls rattling like wind chimes of the dead. Nyx tilted her head slightly, puzzled by the sudden shift. Why was Mary laughing? What was so amusing? Mary turned toward Nyx, her red eyes gleaming with something that hadn't been there before. Her lips curled into a grin, wide and dangerous. Let's make it official, she said. A proper marriage ceremony. Right now. There was a strange melody in her voice, one that hinted at plans buried deep beneath her words. Behind that veil of distortion, behind the static that cloaked her face, Mary's smile stretched from ear to ear. Because now, finally, she had a way to save her daughter. Chapter 1129, Part 1. Meanwhile, Ether's consciousness found itself standing in the middle of a vast, desolate desert. The sky above stretched endlessly in shades of pale blue, and as far as his vision reached, everything was blanketed in a shimmering sea of golden sand. No trees. No mountains. No wind. Just silence and an eerie stillness. Just where the fuck am I? Ether muttered, his voice low and rough with disbelief. His eyes scanned the lifeless expanse around him, his expression twisted in confusion. The last thing he could clearly recall was he had been strangling Kai and Leon with fury burning in his veins, and then, his mind had gone blank. He'd lost consciousness. And now, suddenly, he was here. But what was this place? His brows furrowed deeply. Ether knew that when ownership had transferred, something inside him, his soul, perhaps, had taken damage. His energy had definitely been drained. Normally, after such a spiritual shift, he would have either awakened within his own domain or relived fragments of his memories. But this. A desert? That was definitely new. Clang. Clang. Ether's entire body jolted at the unexpected sound behind him. He spun around, and there, floating in the air, were two distinct chains, one golden, the other black, hovering in the empty space like living creatures. They shimmered with a soft glow and stared at him, not with eyes, but with an uncanny sense of awareness, as though they were silently observing his every move. What the hell, he murmured, staring at them. The chains twisted fluidly, almost like snakes in slow motion. Then, without a word, they turned and began to glide away, their ends trailing through the air like glowing ribbons. They moved ahead for a few seconds before pausing and glancing back at him again, yes, glancing, as if beckoning him to follow. Ether let out a long, drawn-out sigh, rubbing the back of his neck. Now what kind of shit have I gotten myself into this time, he grumbled inwardly before starting to follow them, his feet crunching softly against the dry sand as he moved forward. The walk felt endless. He didn't know how long he had been walking, but time seemed to stretch unnaturally here. Strangely, he didn't feel tired. No sweat. No fatigue. Not even the burn of the sun on his skin. Just the steady, rhythmic sound of his own footsteps and the never-changing scenery of sand dunes. Hey, seriously, he finally called out, breaking the silence. His tone carried both frustration and exhaustion. Just where the hell are you taking me? I've had enough of this creepy, silent walk through nowhere. The chains stopped abruptly. They turned to face him again, twisting in the air like two serpents raising their heads. For a moment, they simply stared at him. Then. To meet the hashtag. To meet the hashtag. Ether froze as he heard the voices. It was the first time they had spoken. Their tones were identical in message but slightly off in pitch, layered and robotic, echoing eerily just like the voices he'd heard back in his domains. Yet these lacked any warmth. They felt mechanical. Ether's expression hardened. A part of him already knew who these chains belonged to. This wasn't some random hallucination. This was his real contractor, the one that had granted him power, right? His steps grew more cautious, more focused, but he kept walking. Time dragged on again, but eventually, after what felt like an eternity of trudging across the same relentless sand, he reached what looked like the end of the desert. The golden dunes stopped abruptly before a massive drop. Ether stepped to the edge and peered down. What he saw wasn't land or rock or even more desert. It was a bottomless, endless void, pitch black, swirling faintly with a sickening pull of gravity and mystery. Ether's throat went dry. The chains turned to him. Go. Go. He blinked in disbelief, taking a step back, eyes wide with horror. You want me to jump? He asked, his voice cracking slightly as he pointed at the vast, dark emptiness below. Down there? Into that? Are you insane? That's a fucking abyss. There's no bottom to that thing. Hell no. And yet, the chains nodded in eerie unison, their bodies swaying gently, almost amused by his hesitation. Ether clenched his jaw. Jumping from this cliff felt exactly like committing suicide. There was no ground. No hint of safety. Just darkness. He exhaled sharply, taking a breath to steady himself. Is this seriously the only damn way? He asked, his voice lowering, more resigned. The chains nodded again. He bit down on his lower lip, groaning. Fuck this. He muttered, and without warning, he turned and started sprinting away from the cliff. The chains jolted, whipping slightly in surprise, clearly ready to pull him back if needed, until suddenly, Ether spun around mid-run, charged straight back, and launched himself from the edge with full force, throwing his arms wide. MOTTHRRFFFUCCCCKKKKRSSSS, he screamed at the top of his lungs as his body plummeted into the void. The chains twisted like startled serpents, tilting their heads to one side as they watched him vanish into the darkness below. His voice echoed faintly, laced with panic, fury, and wild energy as the abyss swallowed him whole. They remained silent for a few seconds, as if unsure what to make of his bizarre behavior. Weird. As usual. They spoke together, exchanging glances. Their tone wasn't annoyed, it was strangely amused. Almost nostalgic, even. Meanwhile, Ether was falling, his body swallowed by the void like smoke vanishing into the night. Motherfucker. Whoever created this twisted shit. I'm definitely throwing them into this place and letting them suffer 10 times worse. Ether roared furiously, his voice echoing through the swirling darkness. Then. Thud. His body slammed against something solid. Ether groaned in pain, a strained hiss escaping his clenched teeth. Fuck. He muttered as he slowly pushed himself up from the cold, cracked ground. Dirt clung to his skin. His joints ached. He looked around, and froze. Before him stood a huge house. An enormous, eerie-looking structure resting atop a barren land, as if it hadn't felt the touch of water for centuries. The earth was cracked all over, dry and lifeless, spreading in a pattern of scars beneath the building. But it wasn't just the house's size or its setting that unsettled him. It was the fact that the house was split, perfectly, vertically down the middle. One side was painted in pure, almost blinding white. The other side was swallowed in complete black. The contrast was so stark it looked unnatural, like someone had drawn a perfect line dividing the two realms. Even the details, the walls, windows, tiles, and railings, were split to mirror each other symmetrically, one half gleaming in purity, the other drowning in shadow. Ether lifted his head and squinted. The sky, there was no sky. Just a ceiling of swirling, gray mist, the same mist he had fallen through. This place keeps getting weirder. Ether mumbled, blinking in disbelief. Just where the fuck am I now? He groaned, immediately trying to contact his beloveds, Celestia, Aria, Aquilina, Celine, but no signal reached. Not even a flicker of connection. He tried accessing his log. Nothing. It was all blocked. Everything, except him. Ether sighed, frustration mixing with unease as he turned back to the bizarre house. Just then, he froze. A flicker, movement in the window. His breath caught as he saw it clearly. Not just one, but two figures. A white silhouette stood silently in the window on the black side. A black silhouette watched him from the white side. He swallowed hard, his throat suddenly dry. It's them, isn't it? He thought, his heart skipping a beat. His footsteps moved instinctively forward, crunching against the broken ground. As he approached, the figures slowly retreated from the windows, disappearing into the house. Ether's pace faltered. Why does this feel like the start of a horror movie, he thought, shuddering slightly. His instincts screamed to stay alert. The deeper he got, the more everything around him felt unnatural. But there was no turning back. Step by step, he reached the front of the house. The main door sat exactly at the middle, where the black and white sides met, divided evenly down the center. His fingers hovered toward the doorknob when CRCCKKK. The door creaked open on its own, groaning slowly. Ether tensed. He glanced behind him, just to make sure nothing had followed. Then, exhaling slowly, he stepped inside. Tick. Inside the house, the strange division continued. Everything, was split in half. The right side glowed in pristine white, walls, floor, furniture, fans, lights, even the decor. The left side was engulfed in deep black, the curtains, shelves, and even the air felt heavier. Ether blinked, eyes narrowing as he examined the objects in the room. Strangely, many of them looked familiar. A television set. A ceiling fan. A sofa. Even the wallpaper patterns. They looked just like the ones from his world. He frowned and started walking deeper inside. His boots tapped rhythmically on the floor as he passed through the living room, the hallway, even the kitchen. But there was no one. No signs of the figures. He opened a bathroom door. Empty. He returned to the hall. Still nothing. His frown deepened as he approached the staircase leading up to the first floor. It was the same, split completely in half by the opposing colors. At the top of the stairs, he found only two rooms. The right side had a white door, the left side a black one. He took a moment to breathe, then made a quick decision. Let's try white first. Feels safer, he muttered, and pushed the white door open. The room inside was completely white, walls, floor, curtains. But it was empty. Except for a single bed. Just one, plain, white bed. His shoulders dropped in disappointment. No answers here either. He turned around and walked across the hallway to the black door. As he stepped inside the dark room, his eyes adjusted to the dim light. Once again, a mirror image. One black bed. Nothing else. Ether clenched his jaw. His patience was running thin. I know you're here, he shouted into the air, his voice filled with frustration and anger. Why the hell are you hiding? Didn't you call me here? Didn't you want to meet? Then show yourselves already. Silence. No reply. Ether groaned loudly and stormed over to the window where he had last seen the figures. His fists clenched, he stared out, searching for any change in the view. And then, he saw it. Far off in the distance. A figure descending from the misty sky, landing on the same barren land. His eyes widened. His heart thudded heavily in his chest. Me? His voice cracked slightly as he stared in disbelief. It was him. Another ether, landing there, just as he had minutes ago. Only now, he was watching it happen all over again. And the horror in his eyes grew. Chapter 1130, Part 2. What would one even feel, if they saw their own reflection move on its own? Not mimicking them, not trapped in a mirror, but acting freely, with its own will. Creepy, right? That's exactly what Ether was feeling right now. No, not just creepy. It was horrifying, surreal. Like something had snapped inside him. His eyes were stretched wide in disbelief, almost refusing to blink, as he stared outside the house. Standing there, was him. Not someone who looked like him. Not a distant resemblance. It was him. He watched as that figure glanced around in confusion, just like how he himself had done mere minutes ago when he first stumbled into this bizarre place. Ether's breath hitched in his throat. His lips trembled as he whispered, "What the hell is going on?" The words came out as a shiver. He gulped hard, his Adam's apple bobbing violently as his mind tried to catch up. "Who is he?" he asked aloud, though every fiber in him screamed the answer. It was him. But something inside refused to accept it. Part of him didn't want it to be true. It couldn't be. But it was. His legs carried him slowly toward the window as his trembling hands clenched the cold edges of the frame. Just then, the figure outside suddenly turned. And looked straight at him. Ether jolted back as if he'd touched something burning. His heart skipped. His breath caught. And then he saw that figure move, heading toward the house. "No, no, no, no," Ether whispered, stumbling back from the window in panic. His chest rose and fell rapidly, each breath shorter than the last. Before he even realized it, his legs sprinted to the entrance, and he stood before the door, hesitating. Do I open it? Should I even? His fingers shook as he gripped the doorknob. Slowly, he turned it. The wooden door creaked open with an eerie, dragging groan. Ether peered out. And froze. There he was again. Standing just beyond the door, that other version of him. Same face. Same messy hair. Same confused expression staring back at the house. Ether's lips parted in horror. It's really me," he muttered, his voice cracking, disbelief thick in his tone. His hand slowly raised toward the other him, as if touching him might break this nightmare. But then, the other Ether stepped forward. And walked straight through him. Tick. Ether's entire body seized up as he stumbled backward, gasping like someone had dunked him in ice water. A shiver ran across his skin like cold fingers. What the? He gasped out, his hand clutching his chest as if his heart had just been ripped out. He touched his own arms, his stomach, his face, making sure he was still solid, still here. But everything felt wrong. His fingers were cold. His breaths were shallow. And when he turned around, he saw the second Ether walking deeper into the strange house, calm, like nothing had happened. Like he had never been there. Ether's brows furrowed. "He can't see me," he muttered in disbelief. Then, almost on instinct, he stepped in front of the second Ether, waving his arms. "Hello. Buddy? Can you see me? I'm right here." He flailed, shouted, and jumped. Nothing. No response. No flinch. No recognition. The second Ether walked right past him, moving like a recording on repeat. Ether exhaled, frustrated and lost. "What's going on here?" he muttered, his voice low, heavy. "Where the hell am I?" He followed the second Ether closely, watching every step. Just like before, the other version went to the white room first, then the black room. And just like him, he came out disappointed, confused. Ether stared at the mimicry. "He's doing exactly what I did," he whispered. Every motion was eerily precise. As if someone had taken his actions and played them back. Word for word. Step by step. Then he saw it, the second Ether approaching the window, the exact same window he had looked through before. And the second Ether suddenly froze, eyes wide with shock. No. No way, Ether's blood ran cold. His pulse pounded against his ears. He turned his head toward the window. And there it was. Another ether. A third one, falling out from the mist and landing on the ground, just like he had. Ether's stomach dropped. Fuck, he screamed, eyes stretching in disbelief. The second ether backed away in shock, panicked, just like he had done. And then, as if obeying a script, he turned and ran for the entrance. Ether chased behind, heart pounding in his chest, not wanting to see what came next, and yet unable to stop himself. The second ether opened the door slowly, and standing there was the third ether. Tick. Without pause, the third ether passed right through the second. Just like before. Just like what happened to him. Ether's legs weakened, his balance wobbled. His face drained of color. Am I in a time loop? He whispered, voice hollow, distant, like he was no longer speaking to himself. A creeping chill ran down his spine like ice water seeping into his bones. Slowly, he turned around, breath shallow, hands clenched. His body trembled, not because he was cold, but because he knew something was deeply wrong. His mind spiraled. If this was a time loop, then who was he now? Which one of them was the real ether? And more importantly, how many of them were here right now? Sweat dripped from his forehead, stinging his eyes. He wiped it off with his trembling sleeve. I need to leave this place, Ether said under his breath, his voice serious, grounded. A command to himself. He didn't know what the others would do. He didn't want to know. But staying here any longer felt dangerous. Wrong. He grabbed the door and yanked. It didn't move. He frowned, then pulled harder. Still nothing. What? He growled. His hands sparked with energy, blasting the frame, but the door didn't even flinch. Unbreakable. Only the latest ether could open it. The one still playing his part in the loop. No, 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 he shouted, banging the wood. Let me out. I'm still here. But no one came. Ether's face twisted in panic. Am I stuck here forever? If this is a loop, then, will I just keep watching this forever? His lips trembled as his knees hit the floor, then the bed. He sat down, burying his head in his hands. I need to think, calm down, don't lose it now. Not now. His mind raced. If I'm in a loop, then there must be a start point. Let's assume the moment I entered the house, the loop began. I roamed around, checked the rooms, then after about 5 minutes, I saw another version of me appear outside. If that moment outside got reversed back 5 minutes, then when that version entered, the cycle restarted. But I wasn't here before that 5 minutes, so I couldn't see the future me. But I can see my past self, which means time is 0. Ether whispered. His voice was low, filled with horror and confusion. He stood up immediately from the bed, legs stiff and joints aching slightly from how long he had been frozen in thought. But his mind wasn't calm. Not even close. His gaze swept across the room, and what he saw sent a sharp jolt down his spine. It was full, completely filled, with versions of himself. Not 2 or 3. Not 10. At least 50 ethers. 50 different versions of him, each pacing around, repeating the same exact actions he had done before. Some stared out the window. Some checked the white room. Others moved toward the black room with anxious steps. Their faces mirrored the same confusion, fear, and spiraling questions he had just experienced. It was like watching a living timeline, cut into segments and stuffed into one single space. Every movement was familiar. Every breath, every step, every frustrated expression, he recognized it all. They were him. All of them. I'm inside a memory, inside a loop, no, inside myself, Ether whispered as he watched the crowd of his own reflections continuing their roles. None of them noticed him. None of them looked at one another. They simply followed a script. His own script. He walked forward, weaving through his copies. He didn't touch them, he couldn't. They were echoes, like ghosts. Passing images of what once was, doomed to replay endlessly. Then something shifted. From the crowd near the front of the room, the 51st Ether moved toward the door. And at that very moment, Ether's heart skipped a beat. He rushed forward, knowing what was about to happen. He'd seen it over and over now. The loop was preparing to repeat again. The next Ether was about to arrive. The 51st reached the entrance, opened the door with trembling hands. And right there stood the 52nd Ether. Another him. Outside, every 5 minutes, time reverses, Ether murmured. Inside, every 5 minutes, time progresses forward. He squinted, eyes twitching as he tried to wrap his head around it. His mind worked rapidly, the equations forming mentally without needing numbers. He could feel it now. Like waves, one flowing upward, one crashing downward. A pulsing rhythm. It's like a waveform, a pulse between two forces. 5 minutes forward, 5 minutes backward, perfect opposition. They cancel each other. His voice trembled as the truth dawned. That's why time isn't moving. That's why everything feels stuck. He paused, blinking, staring at the 52nd Ether as he prepared to walk through the threshold. But something's off, Ether muttered, narrowing his eyes. And then. Tick. A single sound. Ether's body jolted. He hadn't heard that sound before. Not once in the entire nightmare. A faint ticking noise, almost like the ticking of a clock, echoed inside his skull, not outside, but within his own ears. Like something had finally started to beat again. His ears flinched. That's new. Yeah, that's right, he muttered, now certain. The threshold, crossing it is triggering something. He felt it, not just in his ears but in his soul. A subtle pressure. A shift. The ticking was proof that time had come to a zero. He clenched his fists tightly. If I want to get out of this, I have to disrupt the timing. Even for a moment. Ether smiled, a wild, dangerous glint lighting his eyes. If I can stop the next Ether from opening the door, just delay him by a few seconds, then the wave will desync. The cycle will break. His smile faded slowly, swallowed by doubt. But how the fuck am I supposed to do that, he muttered, frustrated. I can't touch them. I can't talk to them. I can't even stand in their way. They walk through me like mist. His hands trembled. He felt helpless again. Powerless. Just then, an old memory sparked in his mind. Wait. I've felt this before, he thought. Time slipping. He clenched his jaw. My bloodline, he whispered. My time abilities, that strange flicker between moments. My blood always reacts first. If there's something messing with time, it's in me. He raised his hand, staring at his trembling fingers. But, can I even bleed here? This isn't my real body. He knew it. He was somewhere else. His true body, wherever it was still alive. Still breathing. This place, this loop, it was spiritual. A prison of consciousness. A forced projection. But if his mind and soul were here, his will could still shape it. He closed his eyes. Come on, concentrate. You're still linked to your body. You're not dead. This isn't death, it's displacement. I am still me. Still connected to the real me. I just have to reach across that thread. His muscles tightened. Sweat poured down his back. His breathing became shallow. His nerves screamed. And still, he brought his hand up, opened his mouth, and bit down hard on the skin of his index finger. Silence. No pain. No feeling. Nothing. But then. Drip. A single droplet of red slid down from his fingertip and fell to the floor. His heart skipped. The blood was real. The 50-second ether flinched. He looked around suddenly, his voice low and wary. "What the?" he whispered. "Hello? Is anybody there?" His confusion was different. Ether grinned. He noticed. "It's working." He moved quickly, crouching by the wall and dipping his finger into the still warm blood. Without hesitation, he began scrawling jagged letters onto the white wall. Each word carved with urgency, each stroke filled with desperation. A message. Not to himself. To the next one. To the ones still asleep. To the ones watching. Across the room, the 50 ethers, still repeating their loops, suddenly paused. They didn't speak. They didn't move toward him. But their eyes, his eyes, watched. They saw the blood. They saw the writing. And something in their expressions changed. Slightly. Subtly. Like some distant understanding was crawling its way into their minds. Meanwhile, the 50-second ether continued walking forward. He looked around the house just as all the others did. Checked the rooms. Searched the window. Confused. Lost. Then it happened again. Another ether, 53, fell from the mist. Same scream. Same drop. Same reaction. And just like that, the loop tried to continue. But this time, it didn't. As 52 ran to the entrance, ready to follow the script, he stopped. His eyes widened. He stared at the bloody letters on the wall. Stop. Time. Loop. Don't open. Wait. He read the words aloud, his voice cracking with confusion. What the fuck, he whispered again, frozen in place. Chapter 1131, Part 3. Everyone, every single ether in the room, looked at bloody words with wide, stunned eyes. With Ether's help, his guidance, his blood, his message, they were finally starting to understand what this place was. They weren't alone anymore. They weren't trapped in isolated loops. They were connected. They were him. 52 Ether stood in the center of the room, eyes narrowed with uncertainty. He wasn't entirely convinced yet. A part of him still believed this might be some twisted illusion. A cruel prank. A layered hallucination planted by that thing, that hashtag, whose name he had yet to know. He took a step back, defensively. What if this is all fake, he asked aloud, eyes scanning the room. What if it's just some sick trick? Some fucked up mind trap set by the hashtag, meant to make me lower my guard. The other ethers stood silently, watching him. They understood the doubt. They had all felt it. All right. If you're really me, he said, voice loud and firm, eyes locked on Ether. Then prove it. Tell me something that only I would know. Something no one else could guess. Tell me something. Ether stared at him for a moment, unreadable. Then he chuckled softly and walked toward the wall again. With a grin tugging at the edge of his mouth, he dipped his finger in the blood once more and began to write. Fuck. The twin bitches. 52 blinked. His eyes widened. Then, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Man fuck. He clapped a hand to his forehead, shaking his head. That's definitely me. I trust you now. He pointed at the blood-scrawled confession and laughed again. Of all things. You picked that. Damn. The other ethers, every one of them, suddenly broke into laughter. Then they fell silent. Because they saw what 52 was doing. He turned toward the door again. Ether's grin faded. His brow furrowed. Wait. What is he doing? He whispered, watching the movement closely. He smirked confidently, standing tall, power surging in his muscles. If the one outside is the real me, he said, then why the hell would I just stand there even if door was locked? He marched up to the door, placed both hands against it, and held it shut. With a grin, he shouted back to the others even though he didn't know how many or where they were, the outside me, he'll knock. He'll try to come in. But if I don't let him. Then the loop breaks, right? He pressed his body against the frame, his feet digging into the floor. Outside, a fist banged against the door. Thud thud thud. The 53rd ether was trying to enter. 52 grunted, gripping the door harder. Sorry, me, he muttered under his breath. But this is the only way. Suddenly. Char. The entire house shuddered violently. The walls rattled. The ground trembled. Light flickered between white and black. The very air vibrated, charged with energy. The time loop was starting to collapse. Ether gasped and stumbled as a pulse of energy hit him from all directions. It's starting, he whispered. Since time can't move forward or backward anymore. It's breaking. Time itself is collapsing. Tick. 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 The ticking sound multiplied, echoing like a broken clock trying to repair itself. The air split with sharp cracks as reality bent and twisted. Suddenly, the original ether disappeared. And reappeared. In the place of the second ether. Not as a copy, as himself. He blinked rapidly, disoriented for a moment, then grinned wide. That's it. The timeline couldn't keep track of itself anymore. So it put me where I was supposed to be. And erased everything else. The copies began to fade, one by one. Tick. Another vanished. Then another. The house buckled and shook with violent force. The walls flickered, shifting rapidly between black and white like a corrupted screen. The floor groaned beneath their feet. The door creaked slowly, pushed by some unnatural force. As if reality itself was trying to reopen the loop. 52 gritted his teeth. No you don't, he shouted, throwing his full weight into the door. His arms shook. Veins bulged across his neck and forearms. He felt the pressure, like a hurricane pushing against him. The door rattled like it was possessed. The frame cracked. The air trembled with a thunderous hum. Terror. The entire house was shaking, no, convulsing. The walls weren't just trembling anymore, they were splitting. Hairline cracks zigzagged across the white plaster, bleeding shadows from within. The floor pulsed under their feet, alive, heaving like a beast taking its final breath. The ceiling moaned, chunks of light flickering and fading as time itself warped in unstable pulses. Hold it. 52 screamed, voice ragged, veins bulging across his forehead. He slammed his heel into the floor for leverage, gritting through the searing pain in his joints. His fingers clawed into the edges of the door, splinters stabbing beneath his nails, but he didn't let go. All the remaining ethers, side by side, pushed with everything they had. Their bodies shook. Legs buckled. Their muscles tore under invisible pressure. And the door? It screamed. A high, supernatural screech, as if it wasn't made of wood or steel anymore, but of time itself, trying to snap back open. And for the first time, they touched something. They could feel the door. The time collapse had broken the untouchable rules of the loop. And together, they held it shut. As one by one, they disappeared. Until only one was left. Or maybe, no, the first one. Ether stood alone, drenched in sweat, panting heavily. His back was against the door. His limbs trembled. His lungs burned. But the door had stopped moving. He slowly turned his head. The house had stopped trembling. He looked around, eyes wide and cautious. Nobody. He was alone. Utterly alone. Tick. Ether exhaled deeply, then laughed weakly, still shaking. Fuck, he whispered, collapsing to his knees. I did it. Tick. Not bad. Indeed. Impressive. His entire body flinched. That voice. Two voices. Familiar. And yet. Ether's heart sank. He turned his head slowly. But when he looked around, the house was gone. The transition was so sudden, it was like he blinked and woke up elsewhere. Now he stood in a different world entirely. He was surrounded by darkness. Not ordinary darkness, but an infinite void. Thick, suffocating, perfect. No floor, no ceiling, no walls. It wasn't just black, it was absence. A space where light had never been born. Yet at the center of this emptiness stood something impossibly real. A throne. Massive. Pure white. It stood as if carved from the untouched core of some divine material, smooth and glowing with a gentle radiance that defied the void. It didn't shine, it simply existed, as if it was the only structure allowed to exist here. Towering, elegant, wide enough to seat more than one figure, maybe two. Maybe more. And it was flawless. There were no patterns. No symbols. No decoration. Just smooth, blinding white, untainted by shadow, as if the throne itself refused to be claimed by darkness. He took a step forward, his boot echoing despite the lack of floor. A cold wind kissed the back of his neck. But there was no source. No breeze. Just presence. What's the point of hiding? He said quietly, cautiously. I know you're here. Show yourself. He took a step forward, eyes locked on the throne. Hiding, one voice echoed. Who's hiding? Answered the other. His blood froze. The voices were close. Too close. One beside his left ear. The other, right beside his right. And then he felt it. A weight on his neck. Something tightening. He looked down. Two hands, thin and unnaturally long, one black and wrapped in mist, the other glowing faintly with blinding white. Both wrapped around his neck like nooses. Their fingers resting on his collarbones, curved like serpents. He turned to his shoulders. And then he turned his head. To his right, he saw her. A white-skinned feminine figure, radiant but unreal. Her body was smooth, shapely, and surreal, like glass turned flesh. Her hair shimmered with light, flowing without breeze. Her face, no face. Because her black grin stretched far too wide. We've always been with you. To his left. A black female figure. Her skin devoured light. Her curves were sharp, perfectly sculpted, yet her body flickered like a shadow barely held together and just like the white one. There was a giant white grin on her face. Every single time. Ether's eyes widened. Fuck. He dropped to the ground, rolling away in panic, escaping their grip with a burst of desperation. He scrambled backwards, eyes wide, body shaking, breath heavy. The two figures rose slowly, floating off the ground, giggling with delight. Foo foo foo. Ha 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 ha. Their bodies moved like silk, floating upward with eerie grace, unbound by gravity, unbothered by reality. They hovered above the white throne. And then, together, with mirrored grace, they sat on it with flawless synchronicity, one on the left, one on the right, crossing their legs with casual royalty. Welcome to our twin domain, Mr. Ether. They said together, grinning. Chapter 1132, Part 4. This was Ether's first time encountering these two strange figures. They stood before him, their massive grins stretching unnaturally wide across their faces. Yet, he couldn't quite make out their features. All he could tell was that they seemed to be women, at least in form. That's all. Ether took a slow, steady breath, calming himself as he stared directly at them, trying to remain composed in this unknown realm. So. You two are my contractors. The twin figures tilted their heads slowly, almost mechanically, as if his words had caught their interest and made them pause in thought. Then, in perfect eerie unison, they spoke. No, I am not. No, I am not. Ether blinked, his brows knitting in surprise. Not them. Then who? The twins tilted their heads again, this time both leaning to the right in perfect sync. The motion was smooth yet deeply unnatural, like puppets pulled by invisible strings. Watching them do that made his spine tingle. But we are. Ether blinked again, his face twisting into a confused expression. What the hell were they talking about? Then, the white figure finally spoke again, her tone soft and ethereal. There's no need to think too much. For now, this is all you need to know. The black figure followed with her own cryptic addition. The future is always uncertain, ever shifting. Unstable. Anyway, this is our domain, and the reason you've been brought here is simple, because we wished to present you with a gift. Gift? Ether's eyes narrowed as he frowned. He remained silent, processing their strange, contradictory words. The white figure leaned forward slightly and continued. Unlike the others before you, other versions of Ether, you've reached this point. Without destruction, without succumbing to chaos. The black figure's voice overlapped hers. Without sacrifices. Without breaking. You endured. And in doing so, you managed to entertain us far more than any of the Ethers that came before you. We were thoroughly entertained by your actions, Mr. Ether. They added with a strange inflection. Suddenly, they clapped their hands together, slow, deliberate, yet strangely approving. The sound echoed unnaturally in the void around them, bouncing off invisible walls that didn't seem to exist. The space was pitch black, yet the clapping echoed as if in a grand empty hall. Ether's face darkened, his fists subtly tightening. Entertainment. You think my life is nothing but entertainment to you? His voice trembled slightly, more from frustration than fear. They didn't answer. Or perhaps, they chose not to. It was as if his anger didn't matter to them. As if his pain and confusion were irrelevant. Instead, the white figure smiled wider and said softly. So, as a token of our appreciation for your performance, we've decided to reward you with a very special gift. The black and white figures lifted their hands with slow, graceful movements before intertwining their fingers. The moment they touched, a strange repelling force burst out from their clasped hands. The air distorted, the space between them bent and twisted unnaturally, as if reality itself didn't want to exist between their joined palms. And then it appeared. A cage? Out of the warped space emerged a strange birdcage, suspended in midair. Its surface was coated with swirling paint, black and white patterns that moved and flowed on their own, like living ink trapped in glass. The cage itself pulsed faintly, as though it was alive. Breathing. Ether frowned, his gaze flicking between the cage and the two figures, trying to make sense of what was being shown to him. "This will protect you from her," the white figure murmured as she reached out and gave the cage a gentle push. It floated toward Ether, hovering silently in front of him, waiting. Ether looked at the cage with a deepening frown, utterly lost. "I don't get it," he muttered under his breath, lifting his hand toward it. The moment his fingers touched the cage's surface, a chill ran through his hand. It felt cold and metallic, just like a regular iron cage. But in the blink of an eye, the entire thing dissolved and was sucked into his finger, vanishing with a silent pull, as if the void had swallowed it whole. Ether blinked in shock and rubbed his fingers together, trying to understand what just happened. He looked back at the twin figures, the confusion still heavy on his face. "What's your name?" The two figures tilted their heads again in unison, this time staring at each other for a long moment, as if they were silently speaking a language he couldn't hear. Then the white figure turned back toward him and answered bluntly. "You are not worthy." Ether stared at them in silence. They said nothing more. Just sat there. Grinning. That damn grin that hadn't moved or faded since he first saw them. Watching him. Silent. Unbothered. Well, at least now. He'd finally seen his contractors. Even if they weren't his. Even if they were. And at the same time. Weren't. Fuck. This was so confusing. But despite the chaos, despite the riddles and twisted words, this moment was a major step forward. Ether didn't know what lay ahead, but something told him. Things were about to change. That's it then. Ether looked at them. The figures didn't respond. They didn't speak. In fact, they didn't even move. Ether's frown deepened, a strange chill crawling down his spine. Something felt wrong, deeply wrong. It wasn't just their silence. It was everything around him. The space itself had changed. It was like time had stopped. The twin figures' hair, which had earlier danced in the air like strands carried by an unseen breeze, was now completely still, frozen mid-flow. Even the dark, cold void around him, which had once felt alive with presence, now seemed eerily solid. Frozen, unmoving, dead. Thud. The sudden sound of a door creaking open echoed through the frozen silence, startling Ether. He flinched and instinctively turned around, his body moving slowly, weighted by the tension in the air. And then. He saw him. A short, white-haired young man stepped through the doorway, wearing pitch-black armor that gleamed like polished obsidian. It looked brand new, not a single scratch or dent, as if never seen battle before. In his hand, he held a deep black spear that vibrated violently. Ether's eyes widened. It was none other than himself. His pupils dilated in shock. That face, it was unmistakably his. But younger. Sharper. And the rage in those eyes. It was terrifying. This version of him was almost identical to iteration number 27, yet there was a wildness in him. The boy's eyes weren't just angry, they were twisted with pure, cold-blooded hatred. Ether saw no mercy in that gaze. No hesitation. Only death. Instinctively, Ether took a step back. Another filth? The boy muttered coldly, his voice void of emotion. He stared directly at Ether with an expression of deep disgust, raising the vibrating spear slightly and pointing it toward him. He growled. "Where is that bitches?" He didn't need to say any more, Ether knew exactly who he meant. Ether glanced back, motioning with his head to point toward the twin figures still seated on their throne behind him. But The thrones were empty. Gone. Ether's eyes widened in shock. Just moments ago, the twin figures were right there, frozen, but now. Nothing. Not even a trace. And then. Chuck. A sickening sound tore through the air as a sharp, cold sensation spread across Ether's chest. He gasped, lowering his eyes. The spear had pierced him. He looked back in horror. The other Ether, the younger, had stabbed him right through the chest, his expression one of absolute revulsion. "You really thought you could stall for time with this pathetic weakling?" He shouted furiously, his voice booming through the space like a cannon blast. The very air trembled with the force of his rage. The dark space cracked and shook as if it couldn't contain his presence. Then, with a swift, effortless movement, like flicking a piece of meat off a toothpick, the boy lifted Ether's body on the spear and flung him back through the same door he had entered from. "Fuck off!" he roared. The door slammed shut. Ether's body was thrown through the endless void like a meteor crashing back toward the sky, his limbs limp and blood trailing behind him. His vision blurred. He felt weightless. Helpless. Dying. As his consciousness began to fade, his eyes caught a glimpse of the strange house he had entered before all this happened. He saw it, its structure now being destroyed piece by that monstrous version of himself. The boy didn't just break it, he dismantled it with fury, as if nothing in it deserved to remain. And then. The mist swallowed everything. Just like how he had arrived. Ether's eyes slowly lost their light, vision darkening at the edges until there was nothing left but void. And then. Ding. "You are dead. Skull." Activating the Ether bloodline. Ding. Returning to the last checkpoint. Chapter 1133, Ether Got Married, Part 1. Back to the real world, while Ether was still unconscious. In just a matter of a few short hours, the entire palace had been transformed into a grand marriage function. The halls glittered with soft, magical lighting, fluttering paper decorations floated gently in the air. Candles flickered along the aisles, their golden flames dancing against crystal chandeliers. Tables were lined with grand cakes in rich red velvet, chocolate, and cream. Dishes of exotic food emitted warm, tempting aromas. Everything had been prepared with astonishing speed, like fuck. It was unbelievable how all of this had come together so fast, in mere hours. It looked like the kind of lavish wedding only nobles dreamed of. Sitting calmly inside the heart of the grand hall, Nick's shadowfall remained close beside Ether. The unconscious man was dressed in noble black garments, wrapped in fine, velvety layers. Black on black, as if darkness itself had stitched his outfit. His head leaned heavily against her shoulder, unaware of the chaos, or rather, the celebration, unfolding around them. Nyx, in contrast, looked like something out of a divine painting, a goddess of the underworld. She wore a breathtaking midnight blue gown that shimmered under the candlelight, the fabric glistening like polished obsidian. The gown hugged her waist and hips, tight and graceful, forming a silhouette of raw elegance. Dark violet roses bloomed across her thighs in intricate embroidery, alive with depth and shadow. The bodice laced up her back in a corset-like design, cinching her figure while revealing her bare spine through a daring oval cut that ended just beneath her shoulder blades. Her long sleeves were sheer, flowing like mist as she moved, adorned with black lace and subtle, enchanting patterns. Her black hair, tipped with soft hues of purple, was styled into a loose, elegant bun held in place by fine violet thread. A single earring, shaped like a silver cross, dangled from her left ear, swaying ever so slightly as she turned toward Ether. In one hand, she held an ornate fan made of thin bone and black silk, etched with skull motifs and lace, something both morbid and refined. Imjinct. Nyx and Ether sat at the very center of the grand hall, a silent, surreal pair. Surrounding them were a few nobles, those who had arrived after receiving the sudden and cryptic summons. Their eyes widened at the sight. She's really getting married now? Is that the groom? He's unconscious. Still, they walked up to her, one by one, offering polite smiles and words, none daring to question too deeply. You finally found your man, Lady Nyx. One said, gently shaking her hand. Good luck, little girl. Another offered with a chuckle. They congratulated her without hesitation, without even blinking at the sight of the groom's limp body. It didn't matter if he was forced, tricked, or simply dragged here, everyone in that hall knew this was Mary's doing. And no one would dare speak against Mary. This land had always been lawless, even for the commoners. For someone like Nyx, of royal status, there was no need for permission or tradition. If anything, the unknown man should consider himself lucky. To be chosen by Nyx, someone close to Mary, was nothing short of a blessing. Nyx smiled softly, almost shyly, and nodded as she shook hands with those who congratulated her. She hadn't expected Her Majesty to go to such lengths. Arranging all this with such speed and secrecy. But surprisingly, she didn't mind. In fact, a quiet warmth filled her chest. She had found her soulmate. And now, she was about to start a family. As her gaze returned to Ether's resting face, her fingers reached into the small pouch tied at her waist. She pulled out a silver comb and gently began brushing his wild, unkempt hair. She combed through the strands with delicate care, like a mother soothing her sleeping child. Some of the nobles nearby stared, slightly taken aback. They had never seen Nyx act like this, tender, almost glowing with emotion. Indeed. That man must be truly blessed to have a woman like her. Nyx tilted her head, thoughtful for a moment. Where did Her Majesty disappear to? The last thing she remembered, Mary had said she was going to fetch her daughter. For the wedding. Meanwhile, just a short distance away from the main hall, within the grand palace walls, a different room came alive in striking contrast. A large chamber bathed in soft pink light glowed with innocent charm. Stuffed toys lined the shelves and walls, heart-shaped pillows were scattered across the floor and bed, and tiny dresses in frilly patterns and pastel colors hung carefully on open racks. Everything about the room radiated sweetness, warmth, and love. Mommy. Whose marriage are we going to now? Leah's voice rose curiously as she sat obediently before her mother, who gently combed her hair. She was dressed in a deep black outfit, a long skirt that swept the floor and a shoulderless top that gave a soft, puffy flare at the sleeves. It was not her usual preference. She had wanted to wear something cheerful, bright, something that matched the fluffy pillows and stuffed animals around her. But her mother had chosen this outfit, a darker one, rich in elegance but sad. Leah blinked. Her mother had come into the room suddenly, told her to dress perfectly for a wedding, and didn't explain whose. Leah hadn't asked at first. She was used to surprises. But as she saw the way her mother kept looking away, the way her voice trembled when she picked out the dress, she couldn't help but feel a knot of curiosity. Her mother made her look beautiful. Elegant. But also broken. The kind of broken that came from remembering something painful, yet moving forward with grace. Mary finally finished brushing her daughter's silky hair, smiling softly as she leaned down and kissed her forehead. My cute baby. She whispered sweetly, giving her a playful wink. Leah's cheeks warmed slightly as she caught her mother's gaze lingering on her. A gentle smile curled on her lips, and she tilted her head with innocent curiosity. So, whose marriage is it, Mommy? Mary's eyes glimmered with a mischievous light, her tone dipping into something playful, yet sly. Well, my darling. You're going to be surprised. Very surprised. You see. The ones getting married were quite close to you. Leah blinked, confused. Her brows furrowed slightly as she processed the words. Close to me? Who? Her tone wavered, uncertain. Mary gave a slow, deliberate nod. Someone very close. Someone you never imagined would be in a wedding without you being part of it. Her voice trailed off. Leah stared at her mother, puzzled. Mary's heart twisted as she looked at her daughter's innocent, unprepared face. Her precious girl was soon going to experience a brutal kind of heartbreak. A pain that would tear deep. But this was necessary. She had no other choice. To protect her. To keep her safe. To take her for herself. Because her daughter's heart belonged to her. Only her. And once the heartbreak shattered it to pieces, Mary would be there. To hold her, to comfort her. To rebuild her. To become her everything. And in that fragile aftermath, her daughter's heart would slowly, irresistibly, become hers and hers alone. Yes. All mine. A wicked giggle escaped Mary's lips, low and amused, laced with twisted joy. Her tongue flicked out, licking her lips sensually, as if already savoring the moment, as if she was about to taste something rare, exquisite. Divine. Mommy. Leah's soft voice broke through the silence, her head tilting adorably as she watched her mother stare blankly at the wall with a dreamy, unsettling smile. Mary blinked, snapping out of her spiraling thoughts, and let out a long sigh. Her voice dropped to a whisper, calm, heavy with warning. But steel your heart, darling. You must prepare yourself. You're about to witness a truth that might hurt you. Leah tilted her head further, visibly confused. Her brows drew closer. Just who could it be? Without saying another word, Mary turned and reached for her daughter's hand. She gently guided her out of the room and down the corridor. Her pace was steady, deliberate. Every footstep echoed faintly on the marble floor, creating a tense rhythm. They weren't heading toward the exit. Leah noticed that immediately. Her eyes widened as she looked around and saw they were walking deeper into the palace. Inside the palace, she asked, eyes darting to her mother's face. Wait. We're not going outside. That could only mean. Nix, she asked hesitantly, her voice a soft whisper of disbelief. Mary's lips stretched into a proud smile. Her eyes gleamed with delight. That's my clever little baby. You figured it out so quickly. Here's your reward, choo-choo. Without warning, Mary cupped Leah's cheeks and pulled her in, planting a deep, smothering kiss on her face, right there in the open corridor. Mom. Leah squeaked, face turning red. She pouted with embarrassment, glancing nervously around them. Kissing was fine when they were alone, but doing it out here? Absolutely not. Mommy, she protested softly. Mary laughed, the sound light and teasing. My baby is always so adorably shy, foo. She ruffled Leah's hair lovingly as if nothing was wrong. They continued walking. And soon, they reached the massive, black-embellished doors of the grand ceremonial hall. The sounds beyond were muted but distinct, people chatting, the faint music of strings, laughter echoing in celebration. Leah stood still, her heartbeat accelerating uncontrollably. Why? Why did she feel like something was about to crash down on her? Mary gave her daughter one last glance. Her eyes were calm now. Cold, calculating. Almost triumphant. She didn't say a word. She just pushed open the door with both hands. Thud. The heavy doors parted slowly, revealing the magnificence of the decorated grand hall. Candles floated mid-air, and petals drifted like feathers across the polished floor. Guests in regal dresses and tailored coats filled the long aisles, and at the far end, beneath the gleaming ceremonial arch, Nick's Shadowfall and Ether sitting together, dressed in ceremonial attire, side by side. Leah's feet locked in place. Her mind froze. Everything blurred except for the sight of him. Ether. Her eyes locked onto his face, refusing to blink, refusing to look away. Her mouth parted slowly, lips trembling. Her pupils quivered. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't think. Her whole body refused to accept what her eyes were showing her. No. 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 Her heart clenched painfully, like something sharp had stabbed it without warning. The air left her lungs in a shallow gasp. And behind her, Mary smiled. A quiet, eerie smile of pure satisfaction. Her daughter's lips had begun to tremble downward, broken, collapsing with shock and pain. And at the same moment, Mary's lips curled upward. Her joy mirrored Leah's sorrow. She took a deep breath and suddenly screamed out with a strange, insane mix of tragedy and glee. "Don't cry, my baby. Mommy is here." Her voice rang through the marble halls, echoing with an unexplainable tone that was both heartbreakingly tragic and disturbingly overjoyed. People turned. Servants flinched. Chapter 1134, Ether Got Married, Part 2. The entire grand wedding hall, once filled with cheerful chatter and celebration, had now fallen into an eerie, unsettling silence. It was so quiet that even the gentle sound of flickering candles and distant footsteps became oddly loud. The people who had gathered here to offer their congratulations to Nyx on the most important day of her life, her supposed union with Ether, were now completely frozen in place. Their faces were pale, drenched in sweat, their eyes darting around nervously. Everyone was sweating bullets, gulping silently, unable to even utter a word, let alone rewind the bizarre situation unfolding before them. "Boo! Baby!" Suddenly, a piercing wail broke through the silence. Mary's voice rang out, raw with emotion. She was crying uncontrollably as she clung to her daughter, arms wrapped tightly around her like she never wanted to let go. The daughter she adored so obsessively was now sitting right before Ether, still unconscious and slumped forward. That setup. That awkward, suspicious positioning. That was all Mary's idea. She had been the one who insisted on placing her daughter there, right in front of Ether. She had made Leah sit on her lap, like a child, arms coiled around her waist in a desperate grip as if trying to possess her fully, almost suffocating her in motherly obsession. Nyx, sitting nearby in a regal gown meant for a bride, tilted her head slightly, visibly confused. She blinked, unsure why Her Majesty was crying so openly. Why was she sobbing like a heartbroken mother, especially while sitting just a few feet away from her unconscious husband-to-be? Nyx narrowed her eyes at the absurdity of it all. The man was still unconscious, lying slumped in the ornate chair like a corpse. And yet, somehow, Mary was weeping as if she'd just lost her child. Well. This works perfectly fine for me. Nyx thought to herself with a small smirk. If Ether remained unconscious until after the ceremony was over, there would be no room for objections. A smooth win. On the other hand, Leah just sat there, her gaze locked on Ether's face. Her expression was blank. Completely unreadable. Cold and detached. "Are you crying?" "Why are you not crying?" Mary leaned down, whispering into her daughter's ear with a softness, her voice coated in anxious concern. But her eyes were sharp, calculating, desperate. She stared at Leah, hoping to see her break down, hoping to see the agony twist her features. Was her plan not working? Was her carefully laid, emotionally manipulative plan failing in front of everyone? Her entire scheme, placing Leah in front of Ether right before the wedding ceremony, hoping the sight of him marrying another woman would shatter her emotionally, was unraveling. She had expected her daughter to be devastated. To sob. To rage. To cling to her for comfort, like she had done during the Kai incident. That time, her little Leah had been shattered when she lost the boy she liked. Mary had comforted her for days. But now. Her daughter wasn't even flinching. Not even blinking. Mary's hand trembled slightly as she tightened her grip around Leah's waist. Say something. React, baby. After what felt like an eternity of frozen time, Leah finally opened her mouth. Her voice was calm, slow, and unnervingly clear. Why is he unconscious, mother? Her gaze didn't even flicker toward Mary. It was fixed firmly on Ether. Her eyes, however, shifted just slightly, just enough to throw a sharp glare at Nyx, as if marking her. What did you guys do to him? Mary forced a smile, her lips twitching as she struggled to hide her rising panic. Oh. Oh, that. You know how he is, right? That silly man. He didn't want you to see him like that. He fainted on his own. She giggled awkwardly, waving her hand like it was nothing. Humph. Bad guy. Hurting you, don't cry. I am not crying, Mom. Leah blinked once, slowly. Honestly, none of this made any sense. Not a single thing. But there was one thing Leah was certain of: Ether wouldn't lie to her. No matter what happened. He had told her about the women in his life. He had even asked her to choose what's best for her. That raw honesty was something she knew well. It was real. So no matter what her mother said now, no matter what this wedding was supposed to be, Leah knew her man more than anyone in this entire room. A low groan broke the tension like a sword slicing through fog. Ether stirred. His body twitched, muscles flexing beneath his suit as his head tilted to the side and his eyelids fluttered open. Mary and Nyx both visibly flinched. His thick lashes trembled slightly, and his hazy eyes blinked open slowly, his vision swimming in confusion. His pupils dilated as he scanned the room, the high ceiling, the flickering chandeliers. Where am I? He groaned again, clutching his forehead with a trembling hand. His memories were a whirlwind, flickers of blood, pain, betrayal. He remembered being attacked. By himself. Killed by another version of him. Fucker. He struggled to recall what happened next. The log said he had died. But how? His body shouldn't have died, only his consciousness, right? He lifted his hand, still dazed. A sudden sting snapped him out of the fog. He looked down and saw blood. His finger was bleeding slightly from the bite he had given himself back in that strange, haunting house. Was that bite real? Was it affecting his physical body too? Had he managed to control his bloodline without him realizing? Sure, he had focused and done something incredible with his willpower back there, but could it really have been enough? And if it was, then that explained it. That explained why he had died. Then how was that other guy still alive? Wasn't he supposed to be dead already? None of this made sense. Ether. His body jerked in surprise. He turned to the voice and found Leah looking at him, her expression soft, yet unreadable, with the faintest smile tugging at her lips. He blinked again. Oh, right. He was back here for some reason. But wasn't he supposed to respawn at the last checkpoint? Respawn? Haha. That's the right for him. Anyway. Why was he here? Why the hell was he in this hall? And what the fuck was going on? What is going on here? He asked, voice trembling slightly as he looked around, trying to make sense of the flower arrangements, the ceremonial decorations, the crowd, the music. It looked like a wedding. Today is your marriage day, Mary said with a smug grin, her voice thick with amusement as she wrapped her arms tighter around her daughter and smirked directly at Ether. His eyes widened slowly, disbelief written all over his face. What? Marriage? Me? He whipped his head toward the person beside him. Nyx. She looked radiant in her ceremonial gown, her lips curled into a soft smile, eyes glimmering with an unsettling calmness. She stared into his soul and spoke with a flat, matter-of-fact tone that sent chills down his spine. Since you belong to me from now on. For eternity, I've decided to marry you. Ether blinked, veins twitching across his temple. His body tensed, his breathing sharp, but he forced himself to stay calm. She kidnapped him. Knocked him out. And now she was marrying him. What kind of deranged nightmare was this? Nyx noticed his outrage and tilted her head slightly. Just in case he dared object, she added in a low, sultry voice, laced with wickedness. And you cannot say no, or whatever you're feeling inside. Her smile darkened. After all, your soul belongs to me, my eternal slave. That single sentence. It rolled across the grand hall like a curse, sending a bone-chilling shiver down the spine of every person present. Eternal slave. That damned eternal contract. Fuck. Eyes were on him. Every single guest was staring at him with this awkward, small, pitiful expression on their faces. As if he were some rare creature, shackled in a cage. After all, this was the first time most of them had ever seen someone bound by an eternal slave contract in person. Yet here it was. Ether's eyes slowly slid to Nyx, his expression blank for a moment, before he gave a silent exhale. He stared at her for a second longer, his sharp mind racing beneath that tired face. Yeah. She was absolutely messed up. There was no need to analyze it. No need to study her. He'd already figured it out. She was insane. But then again, everyone here was. This entire hall, this entire empire, completely messed up. Except for one. His eyes flicked toward Leah, his precious little vampire. She sat quietly with that pouty, confused, almost lost expression on her face. She didn't fit here. Not at all. And honestly, that made him wonder. Why? Why did she feel so out of place in a hall filled with devils? Still, no matter how chaotic things were, he couldn't scream, couldn't shout, couldn't break free and call off the wedding. Not yet. Because Nyx wasn't just crazy. She was also one of his targets. Right? That fucking log changed his mission. Now he was on his own, so she must be. And so, with that single fragile hope and a slightly worried look in his eyes, Ether nodded softly, lowering his head just slightly. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't fight. He didn't scream. He just accepted it. Fine. Nyx blinked. She was caught off guard. For a moment, she genuinely looked surprised. She had thought he would resist. She had expected shouting, screaming, struggling, or at the very least, a verbal backlash. That was the normal reaction. That was what people like him always did. She had even mentally prepared herself for it. But instead, he submitted. Quietly. Obediently. Willingly. Plus 10 AP. Something clicked in her mind, and a small smile spread across her lips. She kind of liked him now. My cute little puppy. She cooed sweetly as she reached out, gently patting his shoulder before pulling him closer with playful affection, her nails dragging softly across his robe. Ether gave her a small smile in return. But behind that smile, there was a tiger. One that was simply hiding its claws, waiting for the right moment. He wasn't being submissive. He was calculating. He was already busy, mentally reaching out, connecting to his beloveds. The bonds that linked their souls had been calling out to him. They had been begging and screaming what happened to him. And now, finally, he answered them. I am fine. His thoughts spread gently, reassuring the worried minds of the women who were bound to him. He told them his situation, briefly, but firmly, and added something more. I will take care of everything. Don't panic. His tone hardened as his mind focused on one specific bond. Leora. That woman, Vesperine, do not let that bitch anywhere near our son. A sudden surge of aggressive energy pulsed back through the connection. Got it. Leora's voice echoed back, filled with fierce determination. That's exactly what she had hoped to hear. Now that she had Ether's full support, she wouldn't allow that woman to manipulate or sway their child even for a second. Back in the wedding hall, Mary looked utterly stunned. She hadn't moved. It was as if her brain had short-circuited, trying to process what just happened in front of her eyes. He accepted. Just like that. No shouting. No resistance. No drama. No chaos. So boring. Her lips twitched in disappointment. Your Majesty. Nyx's smooth, calm voice brought her back to reality. Mary blinked and looked at Nyx, then at her daughter, then back at Ether. Ah well. Who cares, as long as her daughter was still within reach. As long as Leah remained wrapped in her arms, emotionally vulnerable and close. Mary sighed, then slowly stood up, her grip on Leah loosening as her daughter slipped off her lap. Since nothing dramatic had happened, no fighting, no broken bonds, she had lost interest. Even worse, her daughter hadn't reacted at all. No tears. No jealousy. No screaming. Nothing. It made her question something important. Did she even love him? Mary frowned slightly, thinking to herself. Her daughter had once crossed an entire empire just to get her hands on her beloved Kai. That was passion. That was love. But here, with Ether, she looked blank. Unmoved. Was she not in love with him? Well, that works for me too. A satisfied smirk tugged at Mary's lips as she stepped forward with elegance. She stood proudly before Nyx and Ether, raising one hand toward the sky and declaring with ceremonial flair. I hereby grant and acknowledge you two. As wife and husband. The moment the words left her mouth, the entire room erupted into loud cheers and applause. Trumpets blared. Rose petals fell from above. The crowd cheered for Nyx's triumph. And Nyx basked in it. Meanwhile, Leah quietly looked up at Ether. Her eyes shimmered. Her lips quivered in a small pout. She didn't say a word, but her expression. It was enough. Ether groaned inwardly, seeing that trembling face. Oh no. Now he had to calm her down too. Oh fuck. Suddenly. Ding. Warning, the Grace entity is trying to enter your domain. Fuck you. Chapter 1135, Marriage is Scary. As soon as Mary finished their marriage, Nyx didn't waste a moment. Without waiting for anyone's reaction, she grabbed Ether's hand and took him straight to her home. For the first night, of course. That's what happens after a wedding, right? A couple needs privacy. Meanwhile, back inside the castle. In Leah's dimly lit room. Mary and Leah were lying together on the large bed. The covers were pulled up to their waists as Mary hugged her daughter tightly, like she was clutching a porcelain doll, fragile and precious. Her voice was low and trembling, barely a whisper as she hummed softly, trying to soothe the ache neither of them dared to name. Her hand gently stroked Leah's cheek in slow, repetitive motions, as though the action might calm the storm inside. Her lips finally parted with hesitant worry. "Are you really all right, sweetheart?" Leah didn't answer right away. Her eyes remained fixed on the ceiling, lost in thought, swimming in everything she had just witnessed. Only after several seconds of silence did she slowly turn her head to look at her mother. A small, tight smile formed on her lips, one that didn't quite reach her eyes. "I'm fine, Mommy. Really, I am." Mary stared at her daughter for a long, silent moment. She searched her face, looking for cracks in that delicate smile. Her voice dropped again, shaky and unsure. "Do you really love that guy?" Leah's eyes lowered to the blanket. Her cheeks flushed with the faintest tint of red, and she gave a shy little nod. A soft, almost embarrassed smile followed. Mary's jaw tightened. Her fingers curled into a fist where Leah couldn't see, knuckles white, nails digging into her palm. She was so close to snapping. So close to marching out of the room and strangling that bastard with her own hands. But she took a long breath, forcing the rage down her throat, and instead spoke through gritted teeth. "But he's married now, dear. You know what that means, right? Being second. Being the other woman. It's nothing but endless pain, jealousy, and heartbreak. I've walked that path. I know what it does to a person. I don't want you to go through the same suffering I did, my baby. Please, don't let this be your fate." Leah didn't speak. Her lips trembled slightly, but she forced a smile again. A weak one. She knew. Of course, she knew. She had grown up watching her mother cry in secret, smile in public, and act like everything was okay. People called Mary obsessive, insane, even. But Leah. She saw through it all. She saw the gentle, beautiful heart her mother kept hidden from the world. She let out a quiet hum and nestled closer into Mary's warm embrace. Mary, on the other hand, smiled like a woman who had just won a battle, though she had expected more sobbing, more begging, more drama. Instead, her daughter lay silent in her arms. It was almost disappointing. Still, she held her tighter, sniffed her scent like a mother imprinting a memory, and whispered near her ear with a sly little smirk. "Also, that man is going to fuck Nick's Shadowfall to his heart's content tonight. I hope you won't cry too hard when you think about that." Leah's body twitched at those words, violently so, though she kept her face turned away. The smile she wore twisted. It was not a smile at all. Meanwhile, somewhere far from the warmth and comfort of the castle, Ether wasn't happy. In fact, he was as far from happy as one could possibly be. He stood beside Nyx under the gray night sky, casting a dim gray light over the eerie place in front of them. A massive graveyard stretched across the land, dead trees creaking in the wind, crooked tombstones leaning at odd angles like broken teeth. The iron gate before them was ancient, twisted black bars forming a spiked arch, and at the top of it sat a grinning skull, eyes glowing with faint blue flames. A cold wind whispered through the gaps in the gate, as a ghostly screaming sound echoed. Ether looked around, confused and slightly disturbed. What is this place? Nyx, standing tall and proud with an unreadable expression, turned toward him with the same confidence as always and said calmly, "This is our house." Ether's brain stumbled. House? That's a freaking graveyard. He blinked several times, trying to piece the two together. A graveyard. As their home? He wasn't just shocked, he was absolutely flabbergasted. That wasn't even a word he used often, but it was the only one that made sense. Nyx didn't care about his reaction. She stepped forward toward the gate, her heels clicking on the cracked stone path. The iron bars creaked slightly under her touch. That damn skull on top, its flames flickered brighter, and then... Ha! It laughed. Ether nearly jumped out of his skin, stumbling back instinctively as the gate slowly creaked open with a screeching groan that echoed across the empty tombs. The skull's laughter faded into a soft hiss as the doors swung wide. "Come in," Nyx said, her voice soft but commanding as she walked through. Ether hesitated. Every part of his body screamed not to move. But against better judgment, he followed. What he saw inside made his blood freeze. The graveyard was massive. Tombstones stretched endlessly into the fog. The ground was littered with cracked skulls, shattered ribs, and femurs, bones bleached white and scattered as if thrown by a storm. Some were neatly placed beside graves. Others seemed tossed around for decoration. A few skeletons were still whole, sitting silently against their gravestones as if waiting for something. Ether's breath fogged in the air as the cold bit into him. He took another slow step forward. SSH. It's cold, he murmured to himself. But it wasn't just the temperature. The cold seeped into his skin, through his flesh, and into his bones. It felt like he was drenched, like invisible hands were crawling over him, pressing against his body, touching places he couldn't see. Don't worry. It's just them. They're touching you. Checking if you're a threat. They always do that with newcomers. Nyx said casually, continuing to walk as though everything was perfectly normal. Ether froze in place. Them? Nyx looked over her shoulder, smiling like it was no big deal. Of course. Souls. What else lives in a graveyard? Ether's heart pounded violently in his chest. He looked around again, but there was nothing. Ether, terrified and shaking, looked at Nyx with wide eyes and asked the worst question he possibly could have at that moment. You can see ghosts? Nyx didn't respond. Not right away. Instead, the entire graveyard went deathly silent. Nyx slowly turned back, her movements elegant and calculated. In one graceful motion, she unfolded the black fan she had been holding, covering the lower half of her face. Her eyes, those mysterious purple-blue irises, remained visible, cold and indifferent as they flicked toward Ether. She said nothing. She simply stared. Ether stood frozen in place, unaware of what she was truly seeing. Around him, a dozen pale, translucent figures hovered in silence. They were ghostly white, faceless, formless things, staring deadly at him. If he sees them, he would probably black out. And scattered all across the ground were skulls. Lifeless, soulless skulls. To Ether, they looked like simple bones. Old and forgotten. But to Nyx. To her, those same skulls glowed faintly with flickering flames, green and purple fire that danced unnaturally. The air around them echoed with a deep, unsettling moan. The sound seemed to stretch across the realm of the living and the dead. Gun. A low, distant hum resonated through the bones, like a warning bell from beyond the grave. Injinct. Nyx's eyes narrowed slightly. They are not ghosts. She finally spoke, her voice calm and detached. She turned her back on the scene without another glance and began walking toward the large structure standing at the heart of the graveyard. It was a house, if one could even call it that. A towering structure built of black stone and rotted wood, with crooked angles and rusted spires. It looked like it had been born from the graveyard itself, pulled from the ground like a monument to death. At the front door stood two skeletal remains nailed against the wood like eerie sentinels. Ether's eyes darted left and right, trying to make sense of the place. Everything appeared calm. The wind had died down. But something felt wrong. Very wrong. He hurried his steps, trying to keep up with Nick's. The gravel crunched beneath his feet as he reached the doorway, stopping just beside her. His gaze fell on the two skeletal forms nailed to the door. He swallowed thickly. It's getting even more creepy. The skeletons were twisted, their skulls cracked, arms spread wide as though crucified. Their jaws hung open in a silent scream, and their eye sockets stared blankly ahead. Then Nick spoke again, and the word stabbed straight through his spine. That's my mother and my father. Ether's face went pale. His eyes widened, blood draining from his cheeks as he looked at the skeletal forms again, really looked at them. In the flickering light, their bones seemed to tremble slightly, as if they were trying to speak. Trying to scream. Begging for release. He took a step back. Nick smiled fondly at the skeletons and bent her knees in a polite bow. Holding the hem of her dark dress delicately, she spoke in a sweet and respectful tone. He is my husband, father. Mother. Your son-in-law. Ether turned to look at her with a mix of shock and disbelief. The way she said it, like she was introducing him at a family dinner, sent chills down his spine. Still, not knowing what else to do, he gave a stiff, awkward bow. Hello. Nix covered her mouth with her fan again and let out a soft, amused chuckle. Haha. He's cute indeed. Then, she tilted her head slightly and added with a giggle. Don't worry, mother. You'll be meeting your grandson soon. Ether recoiled. His head snapped toward her. W8. Who? Who are you talking to right now? His voice cracked, overwhelmed by the absurdity of it all. He had thought she was just eccentric, maybe a little screw loose in the head from living alone in a graveyard. But talking to her dead parents like they were still alive. This wasn't weird. This was terrifying. Nix turned to him casually, lowering the fan from her lips as she answered with a matter-of-fact shrug. My father and mother, of course. You're kidding me, right? Her expression didn't change. She tilted her head just slightly, lips curled in a soft smile, eyes shining with unsettling playfulness. It was a look that sent a shiver down his spine. Are really? Your parents are still here? Nix nodded slowly. Ether's breath caught in his throat. He looked at the skeletons again, this time unable to unsee the human forms they once had. He swore one of the jawbones twitched. Well then. Hello again. He said with a nervous smile. Nick simply stared at him for a second. Plus 10 AP. Nix burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. How cute. I'm just teasing you, she said, waving her hand dismissively. Ether's temple twitched. A vein popped on his forehead. So. Who are those skeletons, then? That's my parents. You just said you were teasing, what? You really kept their bodies? Why? She gave a nonchalant shrug, stepping toward the house's entrance. Ether let out a long sigh, muttering under his breath. He had no idea what kind of person he'd just married. Every step into this place was like stepping deeper into madness. Then why did he still follow her inside? Because. He loves madness. As the metal door creaked closed behind them, the earth trembled softly beneath their feet. Back outside, the skulls that lay scattered across the graveyard began to shift. Bones slowly rolled and clicked together, and the skeletons near the door straightened ever so slightly, like soldiers standing at attention. Actually, this grave was protecting her house, that's all. Chapter 1136, Ether got divorce. Bonus. Inside the house, it almost felt like stepping into a completely different world, so unlike the eerie, weird exterior. The moment Ether stepped past the door, he blinked in disbelief. The house more like a mansion. The mansion's interior was breathtaking. Tall ceilings stretched upward, laced with ancient wooden beams carved with floral designs. Velvet curtains draped elegantly along tall, arched windows that let in the soft, golden glow of twilight. Ornate chandeliers hung from above, casting warm light across polished marble floors and antique furniture that looked freshly cleaned. Not a speck of dust in sight. Ether's mouth parted slightly in awe. Honestly, he had expected cobwebs, broken furniture, and the constant sound of creaking wood. But this place was clean, beautiful, and strangely inviting. Wow! This place is like a royal suite. He slowly followed Nyx, his footsteps echoing faintly through the corridor as his eyes drank in every detail, the way the warm lamplight bounced off her long hair, the soft sway of her hips as she walked just ahead of him, silent and graceful like a shadowed queen. What was she going to do? Was this really the first night? Just like that? No slow build-up. No hesitation. In his previous life, he had heard about arranged marriages. Back then, he'd scoffed at the idea. It seemed strange, two strangers thrown together, expected to live and sleep together like it was natural. He had thought it was old-fashioned, rigid, and awkward. Weird. And yet, here he was. Weirdly enough, he was feeling something. A slight thrum of anticipation pulsed through his chest. Nervousness? Yes. But also excitement. And warmth. And a strange, quiet flutter in his stomach. So that's how an arranged marriage feels like, huh? A small smile tugged at his lips as he walked behind Nyx. These days, he was starting to experience all kinds of feelings. Confused, delicate, naughty, dangerous stirring emotions. Like the bloom of something new inside him. What the hell's happening to me? The hallway stretched long and silent. Only the soft rustle of her steps echoed in the quiet. The silence between them grew heavier with each passing second. It felt almost suffocating. So, with a nervous chuckle and a need to cut through the awkward air, Ether finally decided to speak. This house is really big. Bigger than I expected. Nyx gave a soft hum in response. But she didn't say anything else. Ether frowned slightly at her lack of response. The silence pressed on him harder, so he added with a bit more energy in his voice. Do servants work here? This place is spotless. Everything's so clean and organized. He ran his fingers along the smooth surface of the wall, half expecting some dust. But there was none. Nothing. As if the place had been preserved in time. I haven't seen a single soul since we entered. But just as the words left his lips, his expression stiffened. His mind caught up with what his tongue had almost spoken. His eyes widened as a thought dawned upon him. Don't tell me. Here too, are they? Before he could finish, Nyx chuckled lightly and interrupted him. Ha! No. I won't allow them here. Her voice was calm, but carried a strange firmness. She glanced over her shoulder, her purple-blue eyes glinting in the golden light. This place is only for living. They stopped walking in front of a large, ornate door. Nyx turned to him, placing her delicate hand on the door handle. From here on. This is our room. She opened the door slowly, the hinges creaking faintly, but not ominously. Inside, Ether's eyes widened. The room was massive, but soft and warm. In the center was a large, snowy white bed, so puffy it looked like one could sink right into it and disappear. Around the room stood tall cupboards, elegant shelves lined with strange vases and glowing stones, and a huge mirror with a gilded frame. The walls were a creamy ivory, lit softly by wall lamps that flickered like candlelight. And then, his eyes caught something odd. A smaller bed, placed gently near the corner. White. Frilled edges. Ether blinked, stunned. Baby bed? He turned to her slowly, his voice thick with surprise. She had already walked in, her footsteps light, graceful, as she made her way toward the baby bed. She knelt beside it and ran her hand over the covers, her expression softening into something tender. Something maternal. Ether stood there quietly, watching her. He didn't know why. But the sight stirred something in his chest. A memory? A feeling? He couldn't explain it, but suddenly his heart felt too full. His hand instinctively rose and touched his chest. His heartbeat, it had changed. It was louder. Uneven. Strange. Why am I feeling this? Nyx turned her head slightly and smiled. This is for our future child. I bought this a while ago. I couldn't wait. I knew I would have a family soon. And I wanted to be ready. Her voice was gentle, vulnerable in a way he hadn't seen before. And in that moment, his heart skipped a beat. Ba-dump. He quickly turned away, embarrassed at how warm his ears felt. For the first time since this strange marriage arrangement began. Something shifted inside him. He got it. He finally understood. Maybe arranged marriage wasn't so bad after all. He imagined bowing in apology to the people he used to mock, those poor souls who had been pushed into arranged relationships. Now here he was, being pulled into something real. Anyway. Nyx's voice came again, this time slightly breathier, as she looked away from the baby bed and toward him. I know you're tired. And I know you probably want to ask 100 questions. But right now. She glanced at the massive bed, then back at him. Her cheeks were dusted with a faint blush. I was thinking. Maybe we don't have to talk just yet. Ether froze. His breath caught in his throat. Wait, was this? They were going to do it? Just like that? No confessions. No buildup of love. No slow blooming of hearts. Just bodies, bed, and the night. But. Was that really so bad? As long as she consented. Right? Ether rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly, shaking his head with a helpless smile. He was a gentleman. Always had been. He wouldn't touch a woman unless he truly loved her. It just felt wrong. Like sleeping with a stranger. An empty body. So with that in mind, he began gently. Well, I was hoping we could take our Tim. Go. To. The. Bed. Her voice sliced through the room, sharp and commanding. Ether blinked in shock. Her soft, loving expression from before. Gone. She stared at him with narrowed eyes and a completely serious face. All warmth. Vanished. Ether's lips twitched. He swallowed hard. Damn. She's not just scary, she's terrifying. Looks like. This is happening whether I'm ready or not. He sighed and gave up, half laughing to himself as he walked toward the chair, removed his black coat, and laid it over the backrest. Then, like a man heading into battle, he climbed onto the bed and lay down slowly. He stared up at the ceiling. Nyx gave him one final look, her gaze scanning his posture like she was appraising a soldier before nodding approvingly. Plus 10 AP. Good boy. She turned and walked into the bathroom. The sound of running water started soon after. Ether stared up at the ceiling in silence. A breeze came through the nearby window, cool and refreshing. Despite how cold it had felt outside, the temperature in the room was perfect. Not too hot. Not too cold. Just right. Warm. Quiet. Safe. Soon, the door to the bathroom creaked open. Nick stepped out slowly, dressed in a pale purple nightgown that clung to her soft curves, the thin fabric slightly translucent in the low light. Her long, dark hair was wet and clung to her shoulders and back in thick, damp strands. Droplets of water trickled down her neck, sliding between her collarbones before disappearing into the valley between her breasts. Her skin glistened like moonlight kissed it, pale and delicate. She walked forward with slow, sensual steps, quiet, almost shy, as though each step was rehearsed but hesitant. Her bare feet patted gently on the floor, and the hem of her nightgown brushed just below her thighs, swaying softly with every subtle sway of her wide, shapely hips. Gulp. Ether swallowed hard, his throat suddenly dry. A strange weight settled in his chest. For some reason, it felt like he was doing something wrong, something forbidden. Almost like betrayal. But betrayal of what? Of who? What the fuck? He'd done this kind of thing before, hell, countless times. But this felt strangely different. Was it because there was no love? No connection built beforehand? No stolen kisses, no shy glances across candlelit dinners. Just silence, awkward stares, and now. This beautiful, eerie woman walking toward him like a bride possessed by desire and madness. Or maybe it was those wide, hypnotic hips. Those hips that were sculpted like they were made for motherhood, no, made for him. He licked his lips, eyes tracing the water still dripping down her thighs. If she did something seductive, he might just lose control. He might actually knock her out of reality. She might be insane, but if she wanted this, then crazy or not, he wouldn't mind. He'd do what needed to be done. Nyx finally reached the edge of the bed. She didn't say a word. She simply slipped under the covers with a slow, graceful motion, her body sliding beside his. The warmth of her damp skin hit him instantly. And then, a strange smell. A raw, musky, skull-like scent of dried herbs and bone dust. It wasn't exactly pleasant, but not disgusting either. It was oddly fitting. Almost like her scent told a story of rituals, souls, and something not entirely human. Ether didn't flinch. If anything, it added to the mystique. Nyx turned on her side, facing him. Her eyes met his. She reached up, her fingers brushing his forehead gently, combing through his hair like a careful lover. Her touch was cool, soft, almost ghostly. "You look really good," she whispered, her voice barely above a breath. "Mother really picked a good one for me." Ether blinked. "Wait, what? Mother?" His brows furrowed. What did she mean? Before he could ask, Nyx let out a soft yawn and nuzzled her face into the pillow. "Let's make a baby," she said sleepily, like she was ordering tea, then pulled the quilt over her. Ether stared blankly at her. Then grinned. That shy look on her face as she pulled the quilt over herself, damn, she really didn't know what kind of effect she was having on him. She may be crazy, but under that madness was some serious charm. He flexed his fingers eagerly and rubbed his hands together with a quiet smirk. "Oh, I'm gonna spank that ass till it glows," he muttered under his breath as he slid under the covers. His eyes immediately found her backside, now turned toward him. Her body faced away, those wide hips and full thighs pressing against the thin nightgown fabric. The soft curve of her waist, that tempting dip of her spine. It was killing him. He inched closer, hands slowly reaching out, trembling just slightly. So close. Just about to touch her when. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. A small, steady snore. Ether froze. His hand hung mid-air, fingers barely away from her hip. He blinked once. Twice. then frowned. Oi. Oi. What the fuck? He leaned over, turning her face gently toward him. She was out cold. Her lips slightly parted. Breathing soft and deep. Eyes closed. Absolutely asleep. Ether stared at her in complete silence. Was this a prank? Maybe she was too tired. He thought eventually. After all, while I was unconscious, she was the one doing everything. Yeah. That made sense. That explained her sudden crash into sleep right after offering to make a baby. He let out a long sigh and lay back. He moved away just a little, barely an inch. Still. It wasn't gentlemanly to touch a woman who was asleep. Not even if she said she wanted it 5 minutes earlier. He stared at her hips one last time before closing his eyes with a soft groan. So damn unfair. Next morning. Where is my child? A scream exploded through the bedroom like a thunderclap, shattering the peaceful silence and slapping Ether awake violently from his dreams. He shot up, eyes wide, heart pounding, completely confused. What? His voice cracked as he blinked rapidly, his vision adjusting from blurred chaos to sharp, sudden clarity. Standing at the foot of the bed. Nyx. Eyes red with tears, chest rising and falling rapidly as she clutched the side of the baby bed with trembling hands. Her voice echoed around the room again, fury wrapped in sadness. What have you done to our child? Ether sat there, stunned. Our what now? His sleep-fogged mind tried to process the words. His mouth opened, but no sense came out. Our child, he repeated weakly. What child? Nyx's lips curled with a mix of pain and rage as she glared at him, eyes burning. Don't pretend to be clueless, she snapped. She looked down at the empty baby bed, rocking it slightly. What the actual fuck? He stared at her, completely baffled. Nyx clenched her jaw. I want a divorce. Huh? Ether's face twisted into the expression of a man who had just woken up in a parallel universe. His mouth hung open slightly, eyebrows twitching as he processed the impossible accusation. Divorce? Over an imaginary baby? He didn't even touch her. Who said arranged marriage was good again? Chapter 1137, Divorce Counseling Part 1. Mary blankly stared at the two figures standing before her inside her extravagant, overly dramatic throne room. She blinked slowly. Are you fucking serious right now? Divorce? You're actually standing here and saying the D-word? What the fuck? As unhinged and unpredictable as Mary was known to be, even this situation felt like it had taken a nosedive into some kind of twisted absurdity. Divorce? Seriously? They got married just yesterday. Yesterday. The wedding scent probably hadn't even faded from their clothes, and now they were talking about ending it. Mary's eyes darted from Ether to Nyx and back, as her brain tried to reassemble whatever sanity had just fallen apart. What the actual fuck? Mary blinked again. Her gaze fixed on Ether, and for a brief moment, the silence cracked, something in her eyes clicked as realization crept in. Oh. Oh. A slow, knowing smirk curled on her lips. She got it now. He was bad in bed. That had to be it. Foo-foo. She let out a soft, smug little giggle, completely satisfied by the conclusion she had drawn in her head. I didn't know you were a quickie guy that's so fucking lame. Ether's lips twitched violently. He didn't need to look at her expression to know she was swimming in the filthiest assumptions possible. It's not what you think it is. Mary blinked slowly, tilting her head like a curious bird. Oh. Then what is it, Mr. One Pump Wonder? She's asking for a baby. In one single day. Ether muttered that with such a dead tone. Mary paused, mouth slightly open, eyes narrowing. Come again. She turned her gaze to Nix, her expression now a mix of bewilderment and concern, as if trying to calculate if Nix had hit her head somewhere between the wedding and now. Ether added, sounding even more tired than before. Apparently, someone told her that. All you have to do is sleep together, like, literally just sleep, and poof, baby pops out the next morning. Mary's face froze mid-expression. Her mind reeled. She needed a moment. She squinted. Which bitch told you that? Ether slowly turned to stare at her blankly. Nix, too, had her gaze locked onto her with eerie intensity. Mary blinked again. Her hand slowly raised and pointed to herself. Me? Nix nodded seriously. Too seriously. Mary just sat there. Silence. More blinking. Then she slapped her forehead lightly and chuckled. Yup. If it's me, then it's definitely right. She nodded with full confidence, her chest puffed with delusional authority, but deep down, she wasn't completely sure when the hell she might have blurted something like that to Nix. Maybe it was during a wine-fueled midnight talk. Or when she was half asleep, babbling about life and blood. Veins popped on Ether's forehead. His fingers curled into fists at his sides. Mary had been getting on his nerves since he arrived. Nix, however, looked completely vindicated. She smiled with a strange sort of holy satisfaction, turned to Ether, and declared in a firm, almost noble tone. So that's why I want a divorce. I cannot be with someone like him. Ether exhaled sharply, his breath nearly turning into smoke. Yesterday, she had been all smiles, warm gazes, and clingy affection, snuggling him like a newlywed ought to. And now? Now she looked at him like he'd personally killed her favorite puppy. He didn't get it. Mary frowned deeply. She tapped her fingers on the armrest of her throne, calculating. She couldn't let this marriage fall apart, not after everything was on the line, Leah's life. Ether clenched his jaw. He couldn't afford to lose Nix. Not now. He had come this far, there was no turning back. He needed to make her his, no matter what it took. Besides, she held his ownership now. Ether shook his head with a pitiful sigh, voice dripping with sorrow. Well, I guess that's it then. Let's just divorce, and I'll go back to my beloved Lee. Morgana. Mary's voice sliced through the room like a blade dipped in ice. Cold, sharp, and absolute. A slow, sly smirk formed on Ether's lips. He knew exactly how to poke this particular beast. Your Majesty. The air itself shimmered, rippling like water under moonlight, as an unmistakable scent of roses mixed with something darker, almost sinful, began to seep into the space. And then she appeared. A woman stepped out from behind the throne with an effortless glide. She was beautiful in the most dangerous way. Long, cascading waves of sapphire blue hair flowed down her back like a waterfall, shimmering with a faint glow. Her skin was flawless, pale, glowing softly like moonlight on porcelain, but there was nothing cold about her. She radiated heat. Temptation. Hunger. Her eyes. Pearl blue, glowing softly, deep and endless like an ocean waiting to drown you. They sparkled with mischief and cruelty, curiosity and knowing. Like she'd already undressed everyone in the room in her mind. A blue silk robe hugged her curves like it had been stitched directly onto her body. It was barely fastened at the waist, leaving a scandalous view of her breasts, ample, high, and proudly displayed with no effort to cover them. Her legs, long and sculpted, were revealed through high slits that ran up her thighs. A dark violet corset laced tightly around her waist, pushing her curves to sinful perfection. And behind her swayed a long, elegant tail. Smooth and glossy, with a dagger-shaped tip that twitched like a cat ready to pounce. Ether's gaze snapped toward her, and his breath caught. His pupils dilated without permission. His thoughts scattered, replaced by instinct and heat. Every cell in his body screamed a silent, primal alert. Queen of Succubus. This was no ordinary seductress. He remembered her clearly now, Morgana. Aunt of Leah. Mary's attention turned to Nyx. Her gaze hardened as she addressed Nyx in a commanding tone. Nyx Shadowfall. I know you're disappointed with your little toy here. But you just got married yesterday. There is absolutely no need to escalate this nonsense. First, let's try a civilized approach. Counseling. She couldn't believe she was saying those lines in her life. Life was really hard when Ether came to her. She waved a hand, gesturing elegantly toward Morgana. I'll have Morgana teach you the real ritual of making babies. Nyx tilted her head, completely baffled. Real ritual? So. Just sleeping together isn't the correct one. Mary rolled her eyes and sighed like a tired teacher correcting a very slow student. It's technically right. But there's more to that sleep than just lying there, clearly. Since no one gave you the full lecture, Morgana will handle your advanced lessons. Then, with a small lean toward Morgana, Mary whispered under her breath, but not low enough to escape Ether's ears. Suck him dry, Morgana. Make sure he never wakes up. Morgana grinned, licking her lips playfully before nodding with an oddly serious expression. Her gaze drifted toward Ether like a predator noticing its dinner had legs and was still trying to run. Ether blinked in disbelief. What? Wait, isn't she married? Morgana scoffed, amused as she casually walked toward them with hips swaying dangerously. Why do you care? That has nothing to do with you, darling. Stay in your lane. Nyx sighed deeply. This ritual. Does it take time? I mean. If it works, when exactly will the baby appear? Mary tapped her chin, thinking. For vampires. 50 years or so. But you're half human, half dead. I have no idea. Could take longer. Could be instant. Could be never. Who knows? Honestly, you're like a magical wild card. Ether's eyes widened. Half human. Half dead. What the hell did that even mean? He turned and stared at Nyx, who looked perfectly normal. Normal-ish. Nyx let out another tired sigh, clearly done with everything. She turned without a word and began walking away, followed closely by the ever-smirking Morgana. Ether remained where he stood, turning his attention back to Mary. His voice dropped into a serious, dangerous tone. Do you really think you can keep Leah away from me? Mary's playful expression vanished in an instant. Her face turned icy, cold as winter wind. Boy, just because I'm smiling doesn't mean I'm silent. The only reason you're still breathing is because of my daughter. Don't forget that. You could kill Master Snape, or 1,000 more like him, I wouldn't give a damn. But you're nothing to me. Just a walking pile of flesh. Her lips curled in disgust. You don't even interest me enough to hate. And as for giving my precious baby to you? Ha! Don't flatter yourself. Ether stared at her for a moment, eyes calm. He knew this wasn't going to be easy. Taking Leah from her would be like stealing from a dragon sitting on a hoard of explosives. Still, he smiled. Well then. Let's see about that. Without waiting for a response, he turned and walked out of the throne room, his footsteps echoing down the marble hall. Mary watched his back as he disappeared. She clicked her tongue with an annoyed sound and leaned back into her throne. What a pain. Of all the creatures, why did she have to fall in love with that empty thing? Chapter 1138, Mother's Tingle. Ether followed Nyx and Morgana down the vast stone corridor, his step slow and thoughtful as he watched the two beautiful women walk ahead of him. Their hips swayed gracefully with every step, their long hair flowing down their backs like silk in the wind. He tilted his head slightly and let out a small hum, narrowing his eyes while watching Morgana's curvy figure move ahead. "So, are you going to teach us or something now?" he asked casually, yet his voice held a slight tension, one that betrayed the unease curling in his chest. Morgana, the blue-haired seductress whose body could awaken any man's primal instincts, cast a brief glance at him over her shoulder. Her expression was unreadable, cold even, and her voice came out flat, unbothered, carrying a hint of arrogance. "Since Her Majesty herself ordered me, I have no choice but to obey." Ether blinked at her tone. Her beauty might have been gorgeous, but her personality still carried the same haughty sharpness as before. He raised his eyebrows slowly and gave her a dry smile. "But, don't you have a husband? Isn't he the kind to get, I don't know, furious? Especially when his stunning wife is about to teach someone like me something that sounds extremely inappropriate?" He tried to sound nonchalant, but a hint of sarcasm slid out. Ether remembered that stone-faced bastard vividly, one of the first men he had seen after arriving in this world. That man always looked like he had swallowed something bitter. He was serious to the point of obsession, as if smiling would kill him. He had judged Ether from day one, simply because he was a slave. And now, that very man's wife was walking in front of him, supposedly about to give them some kind of erotic lesson. Yeah, this world was fucking weird. Morgana suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her heels clicked against the floor as she turned her head slightly to the side, her eyes gleaming with a spark of mild amusement. "You seem to know of my husband quite well," she said slowly. "But don't concern yourself. He wouldn't dare question me. He's not the type to get jealous. And even if he were, what I do with my body is mine to decide." She stepped closer to him, her tone sharpening like a blade. "And if you're afraid to sleep with a succubus, just say it directly. There's no need to circle around it like a shy virgin." Her lips curled up in a faint, teasing smirk. Ether took a small step back, lifting his hand and rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. "I'm not scared of you, all right? It's not about that," he muttered under his breath. Then his eyes turned toward Nyx, who had remained mostly quiet so far, walking ahead with the graceful calmness of a queen. "I'm her husband, not yours. That's all. I don't like being touched by other women. It's not about you being a succubus. It's about respect. Boundaries." Morgana blinked, seemingly surprised for a second before a small chuckle escaped her lips. Her breasts bounced slightly with the motion, and she gave him an amused sideways glance. She had seen countless men fall to their knees just for the chance to lick her feet, worship her curves, taste her lips, and here he was, brushing her off like she was just some housemaid offering a cup of tea. She couldn't deny. It stung her pride a little. She was, after all, not just any woman. She was a pure-blooded succubus. A high-ranking seductress born from lust and power. Her beauty was unmatched across the 5 realms. Even Ether's current wives, stunning in their own ways, wouldn't measure up to the dark allure dripping from her pores. Her blood was royal. Dangerous. Addictive. And unless you were a fox, you wouldn't survive the night. Nyx finally turned her head, frowning in frustration. "Why are you so hung up on it? Her Majesty said this is the right path. I need to learn. I need to know how to make babies. I need a baby, Ether. That's what I want." Her voice wasn't whiny, it was firm, sincere, and filled with desperate longing. She wasn't playing games. Ether sighed, voice heavy with conflict. "So, you really don't mind your husband sleeping with another woman?" Nyx merely shrugged as if such things didn't affect her in the slightest. "If it's needed, then it's needed." With that, she turned and walked forward, hips swaying with quiet confidence. Morgana followed behind her, neither hesitant nor offended. Ether stood there for a second, feeling the weight of everything pressing on his chest. He wasn't sure if it was shame, jealousy, confusion, or something deeper. Am I the weird one here? He wondered silently. Just as he was about to take another step, a small shadow darted in front of him with lightning speed, and before he could react, he was suddenly yanked into a nearby room. The door slammed behind him. Inside, the air was warmer, sweet with the scent of roses and iron. Ether. A soft, emotional voice cried out, followed by a pair of arms wrapping around him tightly. Leah. Her pale skin pressed against his chest, her eyes shimmering as she clung to him with all her might. Ether blinked in surprise, barely able to react before she squeezed herself into his arms like she never wanted to let go. She was fast. Faster than expected. He let out a breathless chuckle and returned the hug, arms wrapping around her small, soft frame. How's my cute little vampire doing? He asked, voice tender, brushing his fingers through her silky hair. Leah smiled weakly and buried her face deeper into his chest. I missed you. So much. They held each other quietly for several seconds, their bodies swaying slightly as if locked in a moment stolen from time. Her warmth, her scent, her presence, it all made him feel something tender. Eventually, she looked up at him, her cheeks puffed with a pout. You married Nyx. And not me? Ether gave her a gentle smile, ruffling her hair softly with his fingertips. You see. The situation kinda got out of hand. It wasn't supposed to be like that. I hope you can forgive me. His voice was almost pleading as he slowly explained everything, how things happened, how he got tangled up with Nyx, and the choices that spiraled out of his control. Leah listened in silence, her eyes widening slightly as the truth sank in. Wait. Kai gave you up just like that? He always said no matter what, he'd never give you to anyone. Ether shrugged, though his expression was shadowed. People change, Leah. Sometimes, quicker than you'd expect. Leah lowered her head, a strange fear settling in her chest. So. You were forced into this marriage. And nothing happened last night, right? Ether weakly smiled before nodding. He hadn't told her about his mission, right? Actually, he wasn't sure if this was even a mission anymore. Did he still need to keep up the act of saying he needed to seduce women for the mission? Honestly, he was starting to feel disgusted by the constant lying. And for now, he needed to consult with all of his partners about a change in mission targets. He was on hell mode now. He needed to be sure if he makes any other move. After talking with them, he would decide what needed to be done. So for now, he didn't say anything about the mission. Leah, hearing that nothing happened, was relieved, so much so that it felt like a heavy burden had lifted from her. It was as if she'd been haunted by dangerous thoughts all night, and now she could finally breathe freely. He glanced around the room with curious eyes. It was pink. Very pink. The soft, fluffy pillows were arranged neatly, and the whole room gave off a sweet, floral fragrance, like rose petals mixed with lavender and something uniquely vampiric, perhaps something only Leah would pick. The walls were decorated with faint lace patterns, and the furniture, though elegant, had an innocent charm to it. Ether blinked. Well, it wasn't what he expected. But it was cute. Leah blushed as she followed his gaze, her hands nervously brushing her dress. Her face turned a shade deeper, and she looked down as if the floor was suddenly very interesting. This was the first time a boy had ever stepped inside her personal space, her sanctuary. And not just any boy. Ether. The one her heart couldn't stop thinking about. The one who made her feel alive and soft and warm and overwhelmed all at once. It's not weird, right? She bit her lip slightly, eyes darting around the room just to make sure nothing embarrassing was lying around. Not that there was anything weird she left. But her aunt. That woman was strange. Sometimes she left behind odd things, some toys that were definitely not made for children, and Leah had accidentally stumbled upon them before. She hoped none were hiding in plain sight. Ether walked forward with a smirk and casually sat down on her oversized, fluffy bed, the mattress squeaking faintly beneath his weight. He looked up at her with a small smile and patted his thigh. A silent invitation. Leah's face turned bright red. She shook her head quickly, her silky blonde hair swaying like waves. "And no," she muttered shyly. Ether's grin widened. He waved his fingers once, and a small swirl of wind magic nudged her forward. She let out a soft gasp as she was gently pushed into his lap, landing with a light thump, squirming as her skirt bunched up. Her cheeks were burning now, and she sat frozen, her hands awkwardly placed on his chest for balance. Ether chuckled, rubbing her cheek affectionately. "So, how are things going in this luxurious vampire palace of yours?" he asked, his tone warm, teasing, yet genuinely curious. Leah pouted. "Boring. It's always boring here. Mother won't even let me go outside. I feel like a caged kitten." Her voice trembled a little, though her fangs were poking in and out subtly, something that always happened when she got emotionally stirred. Right now, they were flashing more often than usual, as if her body was reacting instinctively. As if she were thirsty for something. Ether raised an eyebrow, watching her with quiet amusement. She was adorable like this. Innocent. Untouched by the madness of the outside world. He felt relieved, almost. In this chaotic world where insanity ran rampant, at least there was one person, who still felt real. Still felt pure. Still acted like a girl. A sweet, awkward, and slightly feral vampire girl, but still. He needed that anchor. He needed someone sane around, or who knew what might happen to his own mind. "Keep it cool, Ether. You're barely holding it together." The room slowly turned quiet, the air charged with a different kind of tension now. Leah opened her mouth a few times, trying to say something, but no words came out. She wanted to speak about so many things, her thoughts, her dreams, her feelings, but all those thoughts faded under one burning desire. Something she longed for. Something she had forgotten how to ask for. Touch. Warmth. Closeness. Ether noticed the shift. He was about to say something serious too, maybe even talk about the Empire collision, but the way she looked right now, all shy and sweet and trembling. He couldn't bring himself to ruin the moment. And his hands. His fingers twitched. "Don't. That crazy woman's nearby. Control yourself, you idiot." He scolded himself. But then. Ether. Leah whispered, voice low and trembling, her lips parted with a soft ache, eyes wide and misty. Something in him snapped. "Fuck it." His hand moved without thinking, grabbing her round, soft ass through her dress. She let out a tiny squeak and jolted slightly, eyes going wide, breath caught in her throat. He pulled her closer against his chest, the heat between them intensifying. His other hand slid around her waist as he leaned in, his lips hovering just above hers. Her heartbeat was pounding. She clutched his shirt, tiny fists curling, and her whole body trembled with excitement and fear. This was it. Their lips inched closer. Their breath mingled. Their hearts screamed. Then. Tingle. Across the palace, in a hall lit by sacred fire, Mary, sitting gracefully on a royal throne, suddenly froze. One strand of her hair stood upright. Her entire body tensed. Mother's tingle. Her instincts screamed. Something was wrong. Danger. Very near. Her daughter. Without a moment's hesitation, Mary vanished from her throne in a flash of light and reappeared instantly inside Leah's room. There, she saw just Leah, sitting on the bed, looking innocent. Leah, Mary called softly. Leah looked up, blinking, her expression sweet and surprised. Mom, is something wrong? She asked with pure innocence. Mary narrowed her eyes. Something was off. She walked across the room slowly, scanning every inch. The cupboard. The drawer. Under the bed. Even the ceiling. Mom, what are you doing? Mary smiled faintly, then sighed. I just missed you, she said sweetly as she pulled her daughter into a tight hug. Leah let out a soft chuckle but internally gulped, discreetly wiping the sweat off her forehead. That was too close. Meanwhile, Nix and Morgana were walking calmly when they both suddenly flinched. A shift in the air, a ripple in the space behind them. They turned at once, eyes narrowing. And there he was. Ether. Walking behind them, hands in his pockets like nothing had happened. Did you just appear out of nowhere? Morgana asked, her voice tinged with suspicion. She had felt something. A spatial tremble. Ether shrugged, cool as ever. I have no idea what you're talking about. He walked past them without breaking his pace, wearing a confident smirk on his face. But deep inside, fuck that woman. He clenched his teeth. His chest burned with frustration. He had been so close to kissing Leah. So close to tasting her lips, to feeling her body melt against his. But that damn mother of hers. She was terrifying in more ways than one. And she had just proven again. Leah's mom was not to be taken lightly. Chapter 1139, Divorce Counseling Part 2. Author's note, just a heads up, this arc is going to be intense. It's forced, a little weird, and completely insane. 10x crazier than Zara's arc. So steel your heart, and don't judge any character in a normal sense. Trust me, by the end of this arc, you'll understand them more. You'll see who they really are. So please, don't judge anything too soon. Just wait until the end. That's all I wanted to say. Ether, Nix, and Morgana returning to Nix's house. Honestly, Ether was stunned to see that the sky was still stuck in that same endless gray. Not night. Not day. Just gray. Like time itself was frozen in a haze of dull hopelessness. How did these people even live in this? Last night, or whatever that strange twisted time was, there wasn't a single soul on the streets. A silence so eerie it made him wonder if the place was even alive. But now, everything was crawling. Pulsing. Overflowing with people. He saw men in stiff business suits walking with briefcases, their faces blank as if they were numb to whatever chaos surrounded them. Some looked like normal workers, perhaps heading to a job. But others were drenched in blood. Literally soaked in crimson, carrying knives or dragging bodies, moving like it was just a casual part of their routine. And some were just straight up fucking in broad daylight like wild animals, right in the middle of the street, no shame, no attempt to hide it. Yup. This empire was completely, unapologetically, fucked up. Look at that man. His shaft was fully out, hard and throbbing, swinging openly as he strutted through the crowd like a proud predator. Look at that woman. She had enormous, jiggling breasts, bouncing wildly with every step she took. She wasn't even wearing a proper top, just thin straps that barely held them up. Her crotch was exposed through a slit that revealed everything. Glistening, shameless. She walked like she wanted the world to watch her, to see every inch of her leaking folds. No one even blinked. Not the slightest care for privacy or decency. Just across the alley, a man was mercilessly pounding a girl against the wall. She moaned shamelessly, screaming loud enough to echo across the buildings, her hands gripping the bricks while his hips slapped into her ass again and again. And around them? People passed by like they were just watching a street show, some not even looking twice. Even the women here were terrifying. Beautiful, elegant, but with a dead look in their eyes. They walked slowly, silently, but there was a raw, untamed danger in the way their fingers twitched, like claws waiting to strike. A quiet violence just waiting to explode. This place was beyond madness. It was a nightmare brought to life. "Hey, beauty, I haven't seen someone like you in ages." A deep, silky voice slithered through the air. Ether turned and saw a man approaching, shirtless, with chiseled abs and muscles sculpted like a statue. He wore nothing but a thin, netted loincloth that barely hid the heavy bulge swaying between his thighs, and behind him was a long tail. An incubus. His lips curled into a lustful grin as he stared directly at Morgana. His eyes glowed with desire, and the hunger on his face wasn't just sexual, it was predatory. Morgana didn't even give him a glance. She kept walking as if he didn't exist. "Oh. Playing shy? Ignoring me? Ha, I love that game too. I would love to pump your puss. New to this area, kid?" Morgana interrupted, her voice low, calm, and sharp, without turning around or even slowing her steps. Hearing her speak, the man's grin widened. He licked his lips as if savoring her words. "Yeah. I'm new," he chuckled. "Back home, I've fucked so many girls and boys I lost count. But this city. This is something else. So many tight, wet, warm holes walking around, just begging for it. And now." He paused, his eyes glued to Morgana's hips as they swayed with each step, hypnotic, powerful. "I think I've found my first prey." His voice dripped with lust as he bit his bottom lip. He followed her steps like a beast stalking a goddess. "I can't take it anymore." He groaned like an animal in heat. Without hesitation, he tore down his underwear, revealing a thick, veiny cock that pulsed with blood and pride. He stroked it once, twice, his face twisted with carnal delight. Ether's heart nearly stopped. He was standing too close, too near to the guy. Seeing that happen in real time, this stranger ripping off his clothes, ready to assault someone, he panicked. In a flash, Ether vanished from his spot, teleporting himself several meters away. Morgana finally turned her head, her eyes glancing lazily at the man's exposed cock. "Ha." That was all she said. Just one sound. The man's proud smirk cracked instantly. Veins bulged on his forehead. His ego trembled. "That's it? Bitch, do you know how many have cried for my cock? Maybe I should break you." He never finished that sentence. Morgana gave him one look. One single, piercing glance. Her blue eyes shimmered like the deep ocean, but inside them, an entire world collapsed. Her gaze sliced through his soul. The man flinched. Then he froze. His breath hitched. His chest heaved. His eyes rolled back. Blood started leaking, not just from his nose and mouth, but from his eyes, his ears, his fingernails, his whole. His cock twitched violently, veins throbbing as if it was being ripped from inside. Then came the moaning. Not from him. But as if 10,000 women were screaming inside his skull. Their cries echoed, their gasps, their orgasms, their pain, their lust, their torture, all of it invaded his mind. He stumbled back, hips bucking helplessly, humping the air like a mindless puppet. His cock jerked on its own, spraying blood instead of cum, every twitch a burst of agony. Puff. His shaft exploded. A disgusting, wet burst of flesh and blood shot in every direction as the organ shredded into chunks, scattering like meat dropped into a blender. His body collapsed. Eyes wide open. Mouth gaping. bleeding from every hole. Still twitching. Still moaning as if his soul was being raped into dust. Ether stared in horror, jaw hanging open. He couldn't even find the words. "What? What did you do to him?" he whispered. Morgana casually shrugged, smirking as she replied. "Simulated a fuck from 10,000 women at once. Mentally, physically, spiritually. If he can't handle that, how the hell was he going to handle me? Useless meat." She turned and walked forward again, completely unfazed. And Nyx, by her side, didn't even flinch. Her expression remained as frozen as ever, cold, indifferent. It was as if nothing could reach her. Nothing around her existed. Ether blinked rapidly, glancing back at the man's twitching corpse. Or what was left of him. The ground below cracked open. A dark mist poured out like smoke from hell. A skeletal hand emerged, clawing up and grabbing the twitching body by the chest, dragging him into the abyss. His broken body vanished below the surface, swallowed by the darkness, leaving nothing behind but silence. "What the?" Ether muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. He turned back to Morgana with a face full of dread. "She's going to teach us?" He looked down at his own shaft. "I need a plan." Soon, the group reached Nyx's house. Entering it just like before, Ether immediately felt that same creeping chill slip across his skin like invisible frost. That eerie sensation, the one he'd felt earlier at the graveyard, was still lingering in the air. Entering Nyx's room. "You sit there, and I'll perform the ritual." Morgana's voice slithered out with a sultry tone as she glanced sideways at Nyx. Her lips curled into a sly, knowing smirk. Nyx, unfazed and perfectly composed, gave a simple nod and moved with elegance to sit down on the chair directly facing the bed. Morgana's eyes then flicked toward Ether with an amused glint. That same teasing, seductive glimmer danced in her gaze as she tilted her head. "Since you're new to all this, I'll be gentle." She purred the words like a playful threat, her lips curving into a wicked grin as she motioned with her finger for him to lie on the bed. Ether hesitated for a brief second, watching her carefully. He might not have fully known what her intentions were, but after witnessing her terrifying illusion magic back in the alley, he knew one thing for sure: Morgana wasn't just seductive. She was dangerous. A real succubus. This one could kill with a kiss. Still, Ether smiled softly, hiding the nerves under his calm tone. "Okay." He moved toward the bed and lay down slowly, resting his back against the sheets. His eyes drifted to Nyx one last time. She still looked completely calm and composed, her expression unreadable. Morgana stared at him for a moment longer. Her gaze ran across his body, slowly licking her lips with hungry eyes. "It's been a year since I tasted something fresh," she thought with a delicious thrill. She glanced back at Nyx and spoke smoothly. "Watch closely and learn how to do it properly." Nyx nodded with a focused, serious look. She even took out a notepad and pen from her shadowy sleeve, ready to take notes like a student attending a practical exam, an exam to learn how to make the baby she deeply desired. Morgana chuckled softly, then turned her attention back to Ether. She climbed onto the bed slowly, deliberately swaying her wide hips and teasing tail with each seductive step. Every motion was exaggerated, full of sensual intent, her body whispering temptation in every curve. She slid her thighs over his and settled herself on top of him, straddling him lightly, her soft weight pressing down with teasing warmth. "First, in order to begin the process properly, you must initiate with the kiss." She leaned in slowly, cupping his face with both hands. Her nails were sharp but careful, and her grip was firm as she forced his lips apart with her thumbs. "Relax, darling. I'm not going to hurt you." She whispered those honeyed words before finally closing the distance. Her lips pressed against his. A deep, slow kiss. One that melted into him. The sound escaped her throat as her tongue lightly traced along his lower lip. Nyx, observing, nodded diligently as she watched them kiss. She began scribbling something down, but then paused and raised her hand in confusion. Why kiss? Will the baby come from that? Morgana, still connected to Ether's lips, gently parted from the kiss. Ether was left breathless, his cheeks glowing crimson, his chest heaving. His eyes widened slightly as he felt heat pool in his lower body. His heart was pounding. His cock already hardening beneath his pants. He groaned in his head. Shit. Just from a kiss, I'm already hard. Fuck. Morgana frowned at his inner frustration. She could see it in his eyes, he looked almost bothered. Shouldn't he be grateful? She kissed him. Man would fall to their knees just to have a chance to taste her lips. Unusual human, she thought, a little annoyed yet still entertained. She turned back to Nyx, who was still holding her hand up expectantly, waiting for her answer. Morgana sighed, brushing her hair back. Well. It's kind of like foreplay. It helps them get excited, makes the body more ready for what comes next. Nyx blinked, her face deadpan. I just want to know how to make babies. Morgana froze, then blinked slowly, her head slightly tilting in disbelief. Well, if that's what you want. She muttered, then leaned back and without hesitation, tugged down Ether's pants in one smooth motion. His hardened shaft popped out, throbbing in the open air, twitching with arousal. Morgana smirked. We shall get straight to the point, then. Her eyes sparkled, tail curling excitedly behind her as she leaned down, ready to begin the true ritual. Author's note, just to be sure, was this okay for you guys? This is just the tip of the iceberg, and from here on, things are going to get weird. Really weird. So. And don't worry, there won't be any NTR, yaoi, or yuri. I promise you that. Believe in me, I'll make everything make sense, so no need to feel so edgy or worried about any of that. I just wanted you to feel how different this empire is from the others. And if you didn't like the way I portrayed this empire, please give me your feedback as soon as possible. Because things for Ether will start to unfold. In reverse. Chapter 1140, Divorce Counseling Part 3. Proud. Morgana stared at his proud member, towering, pulsing, almost begging for attention. It stood upright with a dominance that made her lips curl, so proudly and so painfully stiff, the veins throbbing up its thick length, tracing like sinuous rivers under the skin. It looked angry, and needy, the tip already blushing and glistening as if it had been waiting too long to be touched. She stared at it with a slightly surprised expression, her eyes wide, her brows arching as she glanced at Ether's face, so innocent, so sweet, so frustratingly unaware of what he carried between his legs. Then her eyes lowered again. To that hard, beautiful cock. His face and his cock. Absolutely not matching up. Foo, they say the most innocent ones are always the most dangerous. I wonder if that's true in your case. Morgana whispered, her voice like warm syrup dripping into his ears. Her tongue flicked across her lips, slow and seductive, leaving a shiny trail of moisture as she tilted her head and glanced at Nyx, who looked thoroughly uninterested in anything happening, her arms folded, simply waiting for the ritual to begin. Since you ask so directly. I suppose I'll tell you how. But the thing is. Morgana leaned in closer, her breath brushing along his length as she let her voice drop low. You need to lubricate it. And the best way to do that is like this. She smirked like a predator finding a treat and parted her lips, slowly, deliberately, before letting her tongue stretch out, long and smooth, and gave a deep, slow lick from the base of his cock all the way to the tip. Ether flinched, his muscles jolting from the shock. That sensation, so wet, so hot, so direct, it was just like Dora's touch when she touched him through the pants. His breath caught in his throat, eyes fluttering slightly. His cock twitched violently, trembling under the intensity, and with no warning, his precum spilled out, a thick, glistening stream. Morgana didn't stop. Her lips parted more as she inhaled, the musky scent hitting her nose and making her pupils dilate. She let her tongue curl at the tip, collecting his nectar, and paused. Her eyes slowly lifted to meet his. Not bad, she purred. Ether gave a small smirk, his face still carrying that innocent, unreadable calm, yet his cheeks were faintly flushed. He looked at Nyx, who still hadn't moved or said a word. Just what's going on in her head? Morgana's tongue resumed its dance, slowly swirling around his shaft. She dragged it along every vein, every inch of flesh, making it wetter, slicker. She was painting it with her saliva, coating it with her desire, while her hand gently squeezed the base, controlling its twitching. Nyx, who had been quietly watching, finally spoke. For lubrication. Can we use any other liquid instead of licking it? Her tone was clinical, detached. Morgana paused and turned to her, nodding slightly while keeping her hand wrapped around Ether's shaft. Yeah, we could. But this method is far more thorough. Plus, I enjoy it. Nyx nodded and scribbled something quickly into her notes, seemingly unmoved. Morgana turned back with a playful hum, continuing to lick, now focusing on the swollen veins, her tongue slowly tracing the thickest one. Ether's entire body stiffened. His hands clenched the edge of the bed, his breath ragged, cheeks flushed deep red. Her licking. Just the licking. Was enough to make his mind blur. It felt so good it hurt. The tip was so hot and swollen it pulsed with every heartbeat, aching for release. Now. For the main dish, Morgana grinned, lifting her hips to straddle him. Just as she was about to move, however. Nyx. I want to do it with you. Ether's voice sliced through the air, firm and serious. Nyx slowly turned her head toward him, her expression one of restrained frustration. She shook her head, her lips drawn in a thin line. You see, Her Majesty sent her personal subordinate to help me with this. And you, always disagreeing, it's only making things harder for us. Ether. I need to understand the ritual correctly. You've held back until now, so why this sudden change? Ether looked down slightly, a pained expression flickering in his eyes. His fingers trembled beside him. But I don't want to do it with someone else. Aren't you my wife now? Shouldn't you be the one to take responsibility instead of letting another woman do it? Doesn't this feel wrong to you? His words hung heavy in the air. They didn't hit her heart, they hit the air. Nyx tilted her head, confused. What's wrong? Ether's lips twitched. He turned his head toward Morgana, who was still hovering above his cock, a smirk curving her lips. Her expression was teasing, like a succubus watching her prey stumble, amused by his helplessness. She slowly parted her long slit skirt, not enough to reveal everything, just a tease, and sat herself just over him. He couldn't see anything. The fabric still covered her most intimate parts, hiding the view, but he could feel the heat from her core hovering inches away from his wet, throbbing cock. His breath hitched. The scent of her, earthy, dark, seductive, wrapped around him like a spell. She slowly rubbed her slits along the length of his cock, dragging the soft, slick folds across his twitching shaft with delicious pressure, smearing her wetness all over him. Every slow glide sent shivers up Ether's spine, until finally, she shifted her hips slightly, aimed just right, and began to slowly take him inside. Argh! Ether let out a strained growl, his breath hitched, his fingers curling hard into the edge of the bed. Her insides. They weren't just hot and tight, they were alive. It felt like soft, sinuous little snakes were coiling around him, gripping him in ways he never imagined. Every inch deeper made him twitch violently inside her. Morgana let out a soft growl of her own, low and feminine, her breath becoming shallow as she panted. Her cheeks flushed a soft pink, her lips parted as her body reacted to the thick girth inside her. She glanced at Nyx with a sly smile and added playfully. And that is how you take his cock into your pussy. Nice and deep. Nyx blinked, her expression unreadable at first, then she frowned slightly. Wouldn't it hurt? That thing is huge, right? I mean. Can I see it? Her voice carried a tone of genuine curiosity, innocent but inquisitive. Morgana chuckled and nodded. Of course you can, little scholar. She leaned forward, careful not to expose too much to Ether's eyes. Her long blue skirt kept her front well covered as she lifted the back part, deliberately positioning herself so Nyx could peek from behind. Ether bit down on his lower lip, hard, trying to hold back the overwhelming wave of pressure surging through his cock. His release was close, too close. He glanced at Morgana, who met his gaze with a devilish grin of satisfaction, her lower body angled toward Nyx, revealing her back completely while keeping the rest hidden from him. Can't hold it, little guy. Morgana teased, her voice like silk soaked in mischief. She leaned down and softly bit his neck, her fangs grazing his skin playfully. Ether clenched his jaw, his abs tightening as he tried to resist her games. He knew exactly what she was trying to do, entice him, push him into a frenzy, make him lose control. Meanwhile, Nyx leaned forward from her chair, tilting her head as she squinted at Morgana's backside. I can't see it. Your butt's hiding everything. Morgana let out a sultry laugh. Ha. Then part it with your hands, little girl, go ahead. I don't mind. Nyx nodded, setting her pen and notebook down. With a calm, almost clinical focus, she reached forward and used both hands to gently part Morgana's large, soft ass cheeks. And there, tucked between the parted mounds, Nyx saw it, Morgana's tight little pink asshole perched just above her soaked, swollen slits. Nestled inside those glistening folds was Ether's cock, thick, trembling, completely swallowed by her hungry pussy. Her walls pulsed around it, squeezing it like she didn't want to let go. Nyx stared intently at the joining, her expression thoughtful as she tilted her head and asked. Now what? Does the baby come out now? Ether nearly groaned out loud at that. His eye twitched. His hand briefly twitched as if considering smacking some sense into her. Baby this, baby that. Gods help him. Morgana chuckled at his visible frustration, then answered with a wicked smile. No, no. Not yet, dear. But the baby seeds do come out if you move like this. She lifted her hips slowly, dragging his cock nearly all the way out of her tight slit, leaving only the head barely inside, then suddenly slammed her ass down with a loud slap, burying every inch inside her again. Spurt. Argh. Ether groaned deeply, his toes curled, his entire body jolting as he came hard, helplessly, spurting thick streams of cum deep inside her womb. His cock throbbed violently with every pulse, every jet of release sent heat flooding into her. Morgana flinched at first, a sharp gasp escaping her lips. Her eyes fluttered shut for a second as she felt the intense heat spreading inside her, coating her walls, filling her up. Her energy surged, her skin tingling slightly as her body absorbed it. She frowned faintly, curiosity dancing in her eyes as she looked down at Ether beneath her. Nyx watched with fascination. Her eyes followed the small trail of milky white fluid that began to slide out along the base of his cock, pooling between Morgana's folds. She lifted her finger without hesitation, swiped a bit of the liquid, then stepped back and examined it. This is baby seeds? She asked, staring at it on her fingertip. Yes, darling, Morgana said with a soft chuckle. Those are the seeds that will grow a baby once they're inside you. Oh. Oh. Nyx nodded slowly, her mind racing as she picked up her notebook again and began scribbling furiously. After a few seconds, she nodded twice with sudden determination. Okay. Now I understand the ritual. I will do it. She declared with a serious face. Morgana laughed gently, still sitting atop Ether's cock. Then, with calm grace, she finally lifted her hips and pulled herself off. His length slipped out with a wet noise, a little trail of mixed fluids clinging to her thighs. She walked over to her chair, sat down with a composed expression. Chapter 1141, A Boring First Night, Bonus. Nix placed her notebook down carefully and stood up, brushing her robe as if preparing for a practical exam. Go on, little scholar. It's your turn now. Just like how I did it. Morgana's voice was laced with mischief, her legs elegantly crossed as she leaned back with a calm, knowing smile. Nix approached the bed silently, her eyes fixed on Ether's cock. Even after releasing so much, it still stood proudly, hard, throbbing, and slightly twitching. The veins along the shaft bulged with stubborn heat, coated in a glistening mixture of Morgana's wetness and his own thick cum. She climbed up onto the bed carefully, her movements calculated and deliberate. Then she straddled him, placing her knees beside his waist, wearing a focused expression. Since the kiss doesn't help with baby making, I'll skip that part. Ether raised an eyebrow. Nix leaned forward, examining his shaft closely. Her fingers touched the slick coating, rubbing it between her fingers. It's well lubricated already. So, I think I'll go directly. She looked toward Morgana for confirmation. Morgana nodded, her smile faint but approving. Nix lifted her skirt slowly, mimicking Morgana's earlier gesture. She only raised it up to her thighs, careful not to reveal too much. Then she slid her panties to the side, under the skirt her slit was dry. She guided his cock with her fingers, aligning it carefully with her entrance. Her brows furrowed as she took a deep breath. Then she began to lower herself. Ah. NGH. Nix groaned out, her face contorting in pain as her dry folds slowly spread around the thick girth. Her body trembled, her breath shaky. That's why I told you foreplay is important. Morgana commented with a slight sigh and a tinge of annoyance in her tone. But the baby will still come, right? Nix asked, her voice strained from the pain. Well. Yeah. I suppose baby seeds will still go in. Nix gave a small smile, despite the tension in her body. She kept lowering herself, pushing past the ache as her inner walls gradually began to stretch, finally swallowing his cock fully, inch by inch. Her pussy wrapped around him, dry and unyielding at first. Ether clenched his jaw, feeling the resistance, the sharp friction, the tightness threatening to tear him in half. If it weren't for the leftover lubrication from earlier, she might have been hurt. Badly. But still, he didn't move. He didn't react. He just let her do what she wanted. Morgana narrowed her eyes, watching. Her smile became tighter, legs crossing as she observed how Nix handled him. Not bad. You're doing quite well. Nix nodded slowly, her expression strained but determined. She took a deep breath, then began to move, lifting her hips slightly and then letting them drop down with a small dry slap. R. She groaned again, wincing as her insides clung to him tightly. She didn't seem to be enjoying it. Is it coming? She asked with effort, staring at Morgana. Morgana chuckled lightly. Oh dear. You need to move a few more times before he'll release his seeds. I see. Nix nodded again, then resumed moving. Her hips started rocking slowly, mechanical and stiff, bouncing up and down in a repetitive rhythm. Still, Ether did nothing. He lay still, barely blinking, his gaze fixed on Nix's face. He didn't thrust. He didn't touch her. He didn't even speak. His expression was blank, his eyes dull. Her pussy started producing its own slick slowly, her body beginning to adjust. The pain dulled as natural lubrication coated his shaft. But her expression didn't change. She wasn't blushing. She wasn't moaning. There was no excitement. It was mechanical. Cold. Robotic. The sounds of their bodies echoed through the room, the slow, wet slap of her ass meeting his thighs, but there was no passion. No spark. No connection. What was happening here was simply procreation. That's all. It's not over yet. Nyx asked, still bouncing, voice tired. Morgana sighed as she watched Ether, who hadn't moved or responded at all. She knew. She knew this wouldn't work. Not like this. His body was reacting, but his spirit wasn't. His instincts weren't responding. She stood up without a word, walking toward the bed. Nyx continued moving, unfazed, staring ahead with that same emotionless look. Morgana moved behind her, then lifted Nyx's skirt casually and peered down at their connected bodies. Nyx tilted her head slightly. Am I doing something wrong? No, no. It's just. Morgana smiled softly, her eyes narrowing. I have a little trick that might help. Just keep going as you are. Oh. Okay then. Nyx nodded, continuing her motion while Morgana's gaze locked onto Ether's cock and sack. She reached between them, her fingers ghosting over his balls. With a soft, practiced touch, she gently cupped them, then began to fondle them slowly, coaxing the tension within. Her nails grazed the skin with perfect pressure, just enough to stimulate without triggering pain. Her eyes glowed faintly, dangerous, seductive, commanding. Suddenly, Ether flinched hard. His back arched. Spurt. 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 Without warning, his cock jerked violently, erupting again. Thick white cum exploded deep inside Nyx's womb, flooding her in 3 heavy pulses. His hips thrust upward reflexively, driving deeper into her just as she sank down. Nyx gasped, her lips parting as she flinched. Her hands grabbed his chest as her pussy was filled. It was hot. So hot. The liquid flooded her in seconds, coating her womb, sliding back down around his shaft, dripping from her trembling folds. Morgana pulled her hand away and clapped gently. Well done. You've learned fast, Nyx. Nyx slowly pulled herself up, his cock slipping out of her with a wet pop, followed by a soft trail of creamy warmth sliding down her inner thighs. The thick mixture of his seed and her own fluids dripped lazily. Red-white. She stared down at the mess, blinking once. Now. Is the baby going to grow? Morgana smirked, crossing her arms beneath her chest as she replied casually. Not yet, darling. The seeds are planted. But it takes time. And sometimes the seeds don't work at all. Which is why you'll need to do it every night, got it? Nyx nodded seriously, bowing her head like a student receiving critical instructions from her mentor. Thank you for your advice. I'll do my best, then. Morgana hummed, pleased by her obedience. Then her expression shifted, lips curling with hunger and amusement. Since you got what you wanted. What about me? Nyx blinked, tilting her head slightly. Huh. I'm kind of hungry too, you know. So hand your husband over to me. Her voice was sweet, yet the undercurrent of need in it was sharp and unmistakable. Nyx nodded instantly, without a second thought. Okay. But I need him at night. Like you said. I have to do it every night. Morgana's lips curved upward into a sly smile as she watched Nyx turn and walk away. There was no faint trace of hesitation in her steps, but it was subtle, barely noticeable. Ether, who had been silent the entire time, finally opened his mouth. She doesn't feel emotions, right? Morgana glanced back at him, her expression shifting slightly as she raised her brows. Indeed. She's never felt anything real in her life. Just a pitiful little soul that couldn't live. Nor die. There was a flicker of sympathy in her eyes, but it vanished just as quickly, replaced by a cold, dangerous glint. Anyway. Now for you to learn your place, brat. Her voice darkened. Next time you dare get near my niece ever again, I'll make sure your cock never rises again. She bared her teeth in a sharp smirk, something between a threat and a promise. Ether met her gaze steadily, he who had been silent suddenly, a crooked grin spreading slowly across his face. Oh yeah. And what exactly are you going to do about it? Morgana's eyes narrowed with anticipation as she licked her lips slowly, sensually. I'm going to suck you dry. Ether's grin widened into a full, cocky smirk. Oh bitch. Please. I was hoping for that. Come on, suck my dick. Morgana's smile immediately soured, but she didn't react to his tone. She remembered Her Majesty's warning, he'll try to provoke you. He'll bait you with anger to escape or twist the situation. She wouldn't fall for it. She pounced on him like a hungry beast, straddling him again. Without giving him a chance to respond, she took his cock into her pussy, sliding down his length with practiced ease. Just like before, she revealed nothing, her long skirt hiding everything. Her eyes locked onto his as she rode him, expression unreadable. All she needed to do was suck him dry, that's all. Ether said nothing. He simply lay there, arms behind his head, staring at the ceiling, his eyes calculating, lips unmoving. He was planning something. His thoughts swirled, breaking everything down, the timing, the reactions, Morgana's rhythm, Nyx's condition, while his body just coming and coming no stop by her. She was literally milking him. Meanwhile, Nyx walked toward the dining room, her steps light but steady. Her expression was calm, but her hand gently rubbed her stomach with a strange, soft affection. A warmth sat in her chest, subtle but new. Something she hadn't shown before. Her fingers curled slightly, just like they had when she touched the baby bed yesterday. She entered the dining room, only to find it completely empty. Did she not come yet? Nyx frowned lightly. Just then. Hi, madam. A cheerful voice echoed behind her. A gray-skinned woman ran toward her in a hurry, stopping just a few feet away and giving a clumsy salute. Forgive me, madam. I got caught up dealing with a group of peasants. This unworthy supervisor of yours begs your forgiveness. Nyx blinked blankly, staring at her with cold eyes. Next time you're late, I'll remove you from the job. The gray-skinned woman gulped, sweat running down her temple. Don't worry, madam. She said quickly, saluting again with panic in her voice. But then she paused. Her nostrils flared. Her head twitched slightly to the side. Then she stepped forward slowly, sniffing the air near Nyx like a predator catching a familiar scent. Nyx narrowed her eyes but didn't move back. She simply stood there. What are you doing? I smell something familiar. The gray-skinned woman muttered, her voice low, nostrils flaring again. Sniff, sniff. Something I've always liked. Something I've missed. She moved closer, sniffing near Nyx's lower waist. Her eyes widened, stunned. She leaned closer to her crotch area and whispered in shock. Aether. Nightfire muttered his name in disbelief. Nyx raised an eyebrow ever so slightly. Chapter 1142, Sorry, I already like someone. Mary, who was sitting high upon her throne, tapped her fingers against the armrest, her crimson eyes narrowed with impatience. She was restlessly waiting, itching, to hear the results of her subordinate's mission. Every second dragged like hours. She wanted to hear every filthy, juicy detail. How her servant had tortured that brat. How she had drained him, broken him, sucked him completely dry until he was a pathetic, twitching mess of meat and moans. That's what a real succubus should do, right? She was a queen, after all. Her bloodline was unrivaled. Nobody could handle her power, nobody. Her lips curled into a sinister smirk as she imagined Aether's expression, drained, hollow, maybe even crying. She could practically see his face twisted in desperate pleasure, eyes rolling back, breath cut off by his own moans. Just the thought sent a delightful thrill dancing through her veins. She was so excited, she could barely sit still. She wanted to share this glorious news with her daughter and laugh over the humiliation of that foolish boy. Thud. The grand doors creaked open with a weighty sound, and her beloved subordinate stepped inside. But something was off. Morgana wasn't strutting in with confidence. No teasing smile, no smug satisfaction. Instead, her expression was defeated. Mary's eyes narrowed, and her fingers stopped tapping. Her smirk faded into a flat line. Morgana walked forward stiffly, her steps heavy with something Mary couldn't quite name. And then, without saying a word, she dropped to one knee before the throne, her gaze lowered, her pride seemingly buried beneath the floor. "Your Majesty," Morgana said in a tone so small it barely reached Mary's ears. I was utterly defeated. Silence. Thick, uncomfortable silence. The kind that stretches too long and wraps itself around your throat like a vine. Mary didn't move. She blinked once. Processing. "What did you just say?" Her voice came out colder than stone. Morgana clenched her fists, her lips quivering. She sucked in a shaky breath, then began. I did everything right, Your Majesty. I used every trick, and I went down on him for nearly an hour. My tongue was sore. My jaw felt like it was going to fall off. He came. Again and again and again. More than any human should be able to. It should have been over. He should have collapsed, cried, begged me to stop, but he didn't. He wasn't even tired. His cock didn't even soften. It was still hard. Like I didn't even begin the job. Mary's mouth twitched. Her hand slid off the armrest. She leaned forward slightly, eyes flashing. Morgana's face twisted, caught between rage and shame. I didn't give up. I kept going. I rode him, grinded him, clenched with everything I had. And still, he didn't even break a sweat. Mary stared at her, her lips tightening. And then he had the fucking nerve. Morgana's voice cracked, trembling, to smile at me. That smug, gentle little smile. And thanked me. He thanked me, Your Majesty. He fucking said. She slammed her fist on the floor. Thanks for using your pussy to teach my cock. Now I can fuck my lover without holding back anymore. Mary blinked once. Twice. Her lips parted, but no words came out. Morgana's shoulders slumped, her face pale, her eyes empty. She laughed, a short, bitter, choking sound. I tried to treat him like a lifeless dildo. But he treated me like an onahole. Mary opened her mouth to speak, then closed it. She finally exhaled a quiet groan and dragged her hand down her face. A succubus. Mary muttered, her voice filled with disbelief. My top succubus. Got reduced to a cock sleeve. And he didn't even get tired. Mary groaned louder, her palms smacking her forehead. And that's not even the worst part, Morgana added darkly. Mary looked up, eyes narrowing again. There's more. Yes. His cum. It has energy. Raw, potent energy. It pulsed through me. My magic reacted to it. It's like he's been storing power inside his balls. Mary shot to her feet. What the fuck? Meanwhile, Ether stood in the bathing room, staring down at his limp shaft with a solemn expression. Am I man? Are you all right? He asked softly, kneeling as if speaking to a wounded soldier. He reached out with trembling fingers and lightly touched his small, soft member. It twitched slightly, as if whimpering in pain. It looked utterly lifeless. Wrinkled. Pale. A ghost of what it once was. You worked so hard. You gave it your all. I'm proud of you. Ether whispered, a single tear slipping down his cheek. He clutched his crotch gently and closed his eyes. You suffered so long. Faced the cave of doom without flinching. You held firm. Even when she tried every dirty move. And yet. No joy. No pleasure. No love. Just. A mission. His lips curled into a small, sad smile. If not for Nightfire's nectar and Dora's gentle touches now and then, I'd be dead. Or worse, a mindless fucktoy chained to that demon's bed. He stood up with a slow stretch, still cradling his groin like a hero who'd returned from war. She didn't even use her full power. That's the scariest part, he murmured. I could feel it. Like she was testing the waters, seeing if I was even worth breaking. She could have gone harder. She chose not to. I wonder why. He looked into the mirror, eyes serious. But I held back, too. I didn't go all in. I needed to study her rhythm, her body, her approach. She thinks she used me. No. I used her. For training. For the real thing. He gave a shrug, cocking an eyebrow. And honestly, it was boring as hell. No bouncing boobs. No peek at her nipples. Not even a good arch. Just this slow, mechanical motion. Like a factory robot doing her job. He frowned. It wasn't sex. It was maintenance. Sigh. For now, he needed to shift his attention. He had to understand Nick's shadowfall better. She was his next target, and before stepping up his game, he needed to uncover more. Mary had called her a half-dead and half-alive creature, and that description wasn't just weird, it was downright disturbing. What the hell did that even mean? And there was also the bizarre thing about her obsession with wanting babies. Why was she so fixated on that? What drove her? What was buried under that cold expression and quiet demeanor? He needed to dig deeper before making his move. After finally regaining some strength from his earlier, relentless, training session with Morgana, he dressed himself with a quiet grunt. His body still felt drained. Frankly, he wasn't even sure whether it was night or evening anymore. Also, he was fucking hungry. Seriously. His stomach was growling like a beast. He stepped out into the hallway and started wandering, one hand lazily brushing his hair back as he moved. The mansion was unsettlingly quiet. So quiet that every step echoed like he was walking through an abandoned ruin. The emptiness had a weird, creepy vibe to it, as if the whole building was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Eventually, he made it downstairs and reached the kitchen. To his surprise, the door wasn't locked, it creaked open easily. He stepped inside, half expecting to see someone, anyone, maybe even Nyx. But the room was completely empty. Nyx? No response. He sighed and moved toward the counter, hoping to find something edible. He started rummaging through the shelves and opening drawers like a starving raccoon, shuffling through utensils, dishes, and containers with no clue what he was looking for. Plus 1,000. Suddenly. Boo! A voice yelled out behind him, sharp and loud. Ether froze. He didn't jump, but he paused with an annoyed blink, slowly turning around to face whoever thought it was funny to scare a starving man. And there she was. Nightfire. Holy shit. He gasped after a moment's delay, only now registering what had happened. His voice cracked halfway through the curse. Nightfire stood there with a completely deadpan expression, one eyebrow raised. She looked completely unimpressed. Not so good, man. She muttered, shaking her head with disappointment and mild disgust. He didn't even flinch. But then, as he reacted late and pretended to be scared, hopping back with fake surprise, that's when she narrowed her eyes like now she was the one annoyed. Ether shrugged, breaking the awkward tension. So, how's my darling doing? he asked with a grin, stepping closer. Nightfire's lips twitched as if something inside her short-circuited. And then, snap. "Who is your darling, fucker?" She shouted and slammed her hand against the wall right beside his head, forcing him back into the corner of the kitchen. The sudden thud echoed through the space as she loomed over him, eyes burning with fury and something dangerously close to jealousy. "You fucked Nix, didn't you?" Ether blinked. The corner of his mouth rose in surprise. "Yeah. How'd you know that?" Nightfire's jaw clenched. Her eye twitched like she was seconds from exploding. "You've got some fucking nerve asking me that," she growled, shoving a finger into his chest. "You dared to stick your cock into a literal mystery box danger girl, but not me, you bastard." Ether couldn't help but grin, his hands sliding around her waist with a firm squeeze that made her flinch, her breath hitching slightly. "Well. I'm ready now," he whispered. "So. Shall we?" Nightfire's eyes narrowed sharply. Then without hesitation, she swatted the side of his head with a loud smack. "Sorry, I already like someone," she snapped, crossing her arms. Ether blinked dumbly. "Huh?" Chapter 1143, Nightfire. Playing with fire. Ether blinked, then frowned slightly as he processed her words. Wait. Did she just say she likes someone? Shouldn't a succubus feel things like lust and desire? Sure. But love? Like? Wasn't that outside their nature? He stared at her, puzzled. Nightfire, on the other hand, watched his shifting expressions with sharp satisfaction. The corners of her lips curled upward in delight as she saw his confusion deepen. "You're playing with fire, Nightfire." Ashara's voice echoed quietly in her head. Nightfire simply shrugged inwardly. "What?" "He made me suffer, watching him screw around with random women like I didn't exist. Ignored me, teased me, never touched me, not even once. He fucking deserved this." She kept her composure and said sweetly, with a faint, dismissive smile, "So there's no need for you to try seducing me anymore." Her hands clapped together gently as she stepped back, slipping out of his reach, and continued. "Okay, master. The mistress went out to deal with a situation. Until she returns, if you need anything, you can ask me. I'm her supervisor, maid, or whatever title fits me best. I am the only living servant left in this entire house." She bowed her head slightly, offering a thin veil of respect, but her eyes sparkled with hidden glee as she caught a flicker of fury in his expression, paired with a hint of jealousy he thought he was hiding. "Ha! Look at that face. So obvious. So mad." Ether glared at her with a completely blank expression before answering coldly. "I need food. Bring me some." Nightfire bowed again with a grace and returned moments later with a hot plate already prepared. She placed it down carefully in front of him. Ether looked at the dish, then frowned. His hands hovered over the table as he searched around for a spoon or fork, but found nothing. "There's no cutlery." Nightfire's voice sang with a wicked lilt, "You have to eat with your hands, master." Ether stared at her for a beat, surprised, before giving a single nod and reaching out with his fingers. He picked at the food silently, still wearing his grumpy, unimpressed face. Nightfire giggled inwardly, biting her tongue to hold it in. Watching his suffering face while eating like a barbarian. Perfect. Now he knew a fraction of how she had felt all this time, being ignored and humiliated. He glanced up at her and asked flatly, "When did you start working here?" "Not too long ago. Recently." "And why? Why are you working here, of all places?" "Well, mistress gave me a place to stay. A good salary. And honestly, not many bosses come with a royal title and endless chaos. So. Why not? Sounds like an adventure." "I see. Anything else, master?" She added innocently, but her eyes glittered with mischief, just waiting to provoke him more. Ether chewed slowly, his expression unreadable. After a brief pause, he sighed and asked the question that had been lingering in the back of his mind. So. This person you like, what's he like? Nightfire blinked once. Her face shifted, lips curling into a soft, dreamy smile as if she was remembering a precious, warm moment. Well. What can I say? He's the gentlest person I've ever met. He accepts me for who I am. He whispers sweet things to me every day, every night. And, well, he's very good in bed. He can satisfy me just the way I like. She licked her lips slowly as she spoke the last part with a seductive purr. Ether's fingers paused mid-chew. He didn't flinch, didn't scowl. Just nodded once and replied calmly. I see. That's all. No shouting. No jealous outburst. No shocked expression. Just a flat nod. That's it? Nightfire screamed internally. That's all I get. Just a fucking, I see. Does he even love me like he says? Or was he just playing around all this time? Ether finished the meal with quiet efficiency, then stood up and moved to the wash basin. He washed his hands slowly, then dried them off using his shirt. Honestly, he said softly, I'm happy you found someone you love. You deserve that much, right? He turned around, his expression strangely gentle, yet distant. Nightfire felt herself freeze for a second. She hadn't expected that. Not that tone. Not those words. She clenched her fists behind her back and growled inside before asking. Aren't you mad at me? Ether blinked at her with a puzzled look. Why would I be? I was the one supposed to seduce you, and I failed. If anything, someone better than me won your heart. That's not your fault. That's on me. He spoke softly, then leaned back in the chair again, crossing one leg over the other casually. Nightfire's eye twitched. Her whole chest was tight. She couldn't scream, couldn't yell, couldn't throw things. On the outside, she smiled. Is that so? I thought you'd be devastated knowing your beloved Nightfire got stolen by another man. Ether chuckled at that. A real, deep laugh. That only made her angrier. She growled, her expression cracking. What the hell are you laughing about? If anything, I should be the one laughing at your pathetic, clueless face. He wiped a tear from his eye, still chuckling, before replying. Well, it's just that. I would have been devastated, before I came to this mansion. Nightfire frowned. Before? What changed? Ether leaned forward with a sly smirk spreading across his face. I got a better succubus. Huh? He grinned wider and whispered, voice dripping with arrogance and heat. I just pumped my seed into the queen of succubi. Damn, her pussy was divine. I could fuck her all day and still not get tired. He licked his lips slowly, savoring the memory, like he had just feasted on the most decadent dish in the world. Nightfire blankly stared at him. For a moment, nothing moved, no twitch, no breath, until suddenly. You asshole. She screamed like an exploding volcano as she leapt straight onto him, snarling like a wild cat. Without hesitation, she bit down on his head, hard. Ether winced, but couldn't help the laughter bubbling inside him. You fucking asshole, she shouted again, this time with more venom. Chomp. How dare you? Chomp. Go for another succubus. Chomp. What about me? Chomp. Motherfucker. Was her pussy so tasty you had to shove your dick into that thing? Chomp. Motherfucker. Chomp. Motherfucker. Chomp. F fucker. Her voice cracked at the end. Her eyes were slightly teary, shimmering with frustration and helpless anger. She wasn't even sure what pissed her off more, the smug look on his face or the fact that he actually did it. Ether giggled inwardly. Of course, he knew she was lying earlier. He had seen it. Every time she lied, her eyes would wander ever so slightly, just enough to give her away. He smirked as he gently grabbed her from the back of his neck and peeled her off, placing her firmly on his lap. Nightfire growled and snapped at him like an angry puppy. Let me go, you damn asshole. Ether chuckled, hands firm on her hips. What? It's not like you didn't have a lover too, right? You were the one who said you liked someone else. Nightfire flinched. Her mouth opened as she was about to nod proudly, ego fully engaged. Ashera. The moment he spoke the name, Nightfire's body glitched, her form shimmered, and then began to shift. Her confident and fiery posture faltered. W8. She gasped, but before she could stop it, her body gave way. Ashera took over. Her expression changed instantly. Where Nightfire's sexy glare had burned, Ashera now sat with wide, innocent eyes and a gentle pout, a complete contrast. Her demeanor was soft and vulnerable. Ether's tone dropped low, calm but serious. You know I have a liar detector, right? Especially for ones that annoy me. He sounded more like Victor now, sharp, unreadable, dangerous. Ashera shuddered slightly, nodding quickly. Why yes. She was lying. She only said that to make you angry because you slept with Nyx, she blurted, voice trembling, her head bobbing like a hen pecking at the ground. Fuck. Why did you tell him that? Nightfire screamed inside Ashera's head. Ether's lips curved upward in a smile, warm, kind. But Ashera and Nightfire both felt the chill run down their spines. That wasn't a kind smile. That was a Victor smile. Ashera gulped. I didn't do anything. Please. She stammered as her hands curled in her lap, shoulders trembling. She could feel something building. Something dangerous. Ether gave a small nod, then said softly, call Nightfire back. Ashera's eyes darted. She froze. Of course, Nightfire refused. No way. She wasn't coming out now. No means no. But Ether just grinned wider. Oh, I know how to bring you back. He reached into his coat and pulled out a small glass vial, sealed with a cork. It was his nectar. He uncorked it and slowly waved it in front of Ashera's nose. Her body twitched. Her eyes widened. A low whimper escaped her lips. Her whole body trembled like it remembered something, something raw, something sinful, something that made every cell in a succubus body scream in craving. And then Nightfire returned. Her form shifted back instantly, her face red with shock and rage. How? Ether grinned like a devil. Oh, come on now. We drink each other's nectar every day, and you really think I don't know how to summon you? Nightfire tried to bolt. She turned and made for the door in a flash. Too slow. Ether's hand shot out and caught her by the tail. Yipe, she yelped as he yanked her backward, dragging her right back into his arms. He sat down, pulling her sideways onto his lap. Let go, you bastard, she screamed, squirming. But he was already lifting her skirt with one hand, revealing her firm, plump-ass cheeks squeezed perfectly inside her black lace panties. He whistled, admiring the view. Well, well. You really were planning to drive me crazy today, weren't you? Nightfire blushed furiously, thrashing. Don't you dare. Slap. Hayek. The sound echoed in the kitchen. Her body jolted as her ass bounced slightly from the impact. Her eyes widened in horror and surprise. You hit me. Ether just smirked, lifting his hand again. That's for biting me, Nightfire. Chapter 1144, Teaching Nightfire Who is the Real Master. Slap. Hayek. Nightfire arched her back with a sharp, breathless cry as the loud smack echoed through the room. Her hands flew to grab Ether's wrist in pure reflex, eyes wide in shock, but he didn't stop. The sting bloomed across her skin, hot and sudden, while her ass jiggled slightly under the sheer black lace, the fabric hugging her curves deliciously tight. His palm remained there, heavy and warm, pressing into the spot he'd just struck like he owned it. You actually hit me. She gasped, her voice high and trembling, more stunned than angry. She hissed through clenched teeth, cheeks flushed deep crimson, not just from the spank, but from something far more dangerous, far more shameful. A twisted mix of anger, embarrassment, and arousal. Ether grinned slowly, eyes gleaming like a predator with its prey already squirming in its jaws. Correction, he said with a soft chuckle, his voice laced with mischief. I spanked you. His hand, rough and warm, moved in a slow, teasing circle over the curve of her ass, caressing the exact place he had just punished. Each pass of his palm soothed and excited her, fingers dragging sensually over her lace-covered skin, sinking just enough to make her shiver. That was payback, he whispered close to her ear, for biting me like some naughty little kitten trying to play tough. Nightfire trembled on his lap, frozen between defiance and a shameful heat rising inside her. Her legs tensed. Her hips shifted instinctively, trying to retreat, trying to put space between them, but it only made things worse. The movement ground her down against his muscular thigh, rubbing the soaked fabric of her panties over her own swollen folds. I swear, if you do that again. Slap. Ah. She let out a squeaky, high-pitched moan as the second smack landed, harder, sharper, and directly over the first. Her toes curled. Her back arched again, breasts pushing forward, nipples straining against the thin fabric of her top. I told you not to lie to me, he murmured darkly, his lips brushing the shell of her ear, voice low, deliberate, and seductive. And you still did. That makes two. Now tell me, should we keep counting? His fingers slipped under the waistband of the black lace, the heat of her skin drawing him deeper. His fingertips found the slick warmth nestled between her thighs, and he began to trace her, slowly, deliberately, right over her throbbing entrance. Her breath caught, chest hitching, as a sharp wave of pleasure shot up her spine. You're soaked. He murmured, fingers pressing against the drenched fabric now clinging to every intimate curve of her pussy. He rubbed a little harder, grinding two fingers into her folds through the panties, dragging them from her slit up to her clit, collecting every drop of her arousal. The pressure sent her hips bucking again, legs tensing around his thigh. Did just two little spanks really make you this wet? He teased softly, drawing lazy circles over her pulsing clit through the wet lace. And no. It's not, she gasped, twisting in his lap, squirming, her voice breaking apart. It's just the way you're touching. But her body betrayed her, melting under his touch. Her thighs quivered. Her hips tilted forward, arching into his hand, into the touch she tried to resist. Ether chuckled, dark and satisfied, then leaned in, his tongue licking a slow, wet line up the side of her jaw. You said you had a lover, he whispered, voice husky and possessive. Said he was good in bed. Even better than me, right? His hand moved with intent now, dragging her soaked panties to the side. The fabric slid away, exposing her glistening folds to the cool air and his ravenous gaze. So tell me something, Nightfire, he continued, voice low like a growl, fingers hovering just above her dripping core, did he ever make you this wet? Without even undressing you? Just from a little teasing? A few spanks? Nightfire's breath trembled in her throat. Her lips parted but no words came. She bit down on her lower lip, hard, chest rising and falling like she'd run a marathon. He didn't wait. His finger slid between her folds, bare now, touching her soaked flesh directly. He dragged slowly from the bottom of her slit up to her clit, gathering her slick juices on his fingertips and letting her feel every inch of it. She let out a broken moan, one hand clutching at his shirt, nails digging into his chest. Ether. He bit her earlobe, nipping her softly, then spoke again. Say it properly. She hesitated, whimpering. Master, she finally whispered. Good girl. He praised, his voice thick with lust and satisfaction. Without warning, he slid 2 fingers deep inside her. Nightfire cried out, hips jerking as her inner walls clenched down around him. Her back arched sharply as he began to pump those fingers, slow and deliberate, curling just enough to press into her sweet spot. Her pussy was hot, tight, and soaked, every pump drawing out more slick, wet sounds that filled the room. Her juices trickled down over his hand, and he relished the way she clenched so desperately around him. Look at you, he murmured with a wicked smirk. So needy. So greedy. And you dared to say someone else could satisfy you? Liar. I was just angry, she moaned, legs twitching. Didn't mean it, okay? I wanted to make you jealous He thrust his fingers harder in response, making her jolt, eyes flying open. You did, he growled, and I am jealous. But if you ever try to mess with me like that again. He curled his fingers again, pressing deep, hitting the spot that made her entire body shudder. This is how I'll punish my little liar. Her moans turned helpless and high-pitched, her thighs twitching violently as he fingered her slow and deep, spreading her open. The sound of his fingers sliding in and out of her pussy filled the kitchen, slick, wet, shameless. The kind of noise that said she loved every second of it. If this was his punishment. She loves to take every day. I hate you, she gasped, clinging to him tighter, shaking. He slowly pulled his fingers out, letting the wet suction echo between them, then raised his soaked hand in front of her face. He whispered, his breath warm against her ear, you're mine. He tapped her lips with his fingers, coated in her essence. Open. Her lips parted instinctively, and he slid them in, letting her taste the very proof of her own surrender. Nightfire whimpered, cheeks flushed and eyes glazed, as she sucked on his fingers greedily, her tongue circling around each one, licking up every drop of her own nectar. Ether stared at her. He wasn't sure why, but the way she trembled below him made him very excited. As if he was wanted to fuck her brainless, make her his bitch. His cock sleeve, his cum dump. Ether blinked. He wasn't kind of the guy would think like that. Bitch, cock sleeve, cum dump. Hell no. Sure, he was a bastard, but that didn't mean he didn't respect his woman. They were his woman, not an object. Not those filthy words. Ether frowned, was his place affecting my thoughts? Just like happened in the Aurora Empire? He thought, but shaking those thoughts now he needed to focus on horny Nightfire. Nightfire pussy trembling as she begged for his touch without asking. Ether grinned. Look at you. He muttered with a low growl, grabbing her ass, rubbing his fingers on her slits, still twitching. Still needy. You haven't even come yet. Please, she whispered, barely able to form the word. Her voice cracked, raw and desperate. Please what? Ether said coldly, grabbing her ass tightly, say it properly. I want to come, she cried out. Please, master. I need it. I need to come. This was her first time, he touching her. She wouldn't want to waste this opportunity. Fucking soaked, he growled, then pressed 2 fingers inside her again, all the way to the knuckle. She cried out, arching, her walls clenching tight around him like a vice. You're gripping me like you've been starving for this, he snarled, curling his fingers hard, rougher this time, not giving her a chance to breathe. He pumped them fast, unforgiving, fucking her with his hand like he meant to break her apart from the inside. His palm slapped against her soaked folds as he thrust in and out, spreading her juices all over her thighs, her entrance, her clit, wet smacking sounds filling the kitchen, lewd and constant. Her moans turned frantic. Ether, please, I'm gonna. He reached up with his free hand and slapped her ass hard again. Slap. Ah. You wanna come on my hand that bad? He whispered, letting his fingertips press and roll against her swollen clit. She nodded frantically. Then beg properly, he said. Beg like you're mine. Like you know you don't belong to anyone else. I'm yours, she cried instantly. I'm only yours, master. Please let me come, please, fuck, please, I need it so bad, I'll do anything. That was all he needed. He slammed his fingers back inside her, 3 this time, harder, deeper, fucking her with brutal, wet thrusts. His thumb locked onto her clit, rubbing tight circles, unrelenting. Her pussy clenched, spasmed, then gushed. Come for me, he ordered. She screamed. Her orgasm ripped through her violently, her entire body locking up, back arched like a bow as her pussy clenched and milked his fingers. Her juices squirted around him, dripping down her thighs and splashing onto the floor. Her hands clawed at the shirt, mouth open in a silent cry as the wave of pleasure crashed over her again and again. Aha! Ether, I'm coming fuck, oh god master. Ether finally pulled his hand away slowly, watching the strings of cum that clung to his fingers and stretched from her dripping pussy. You came so fucking hard you squirted all over the floor, he said, almost laughing, lifting his hand to admire the mess. Nightfire couldn't respond. She lay there, drooling slightly, her eyes hazy with bliss and her thighs still trembling. This is how man's finger. Ah. Ah ha. She thought that, after all, this was her first time getting touched by a man. He leaned down, whispering in her ear again. And that, my sweet little liar, is what happens when you push me. Nightfire trembled before grinning. Ether, then please punish me more. Ether's lips trembled, seeing her horny, he just about to kiss her and plunge her inside his already hardened cock when. If you have finished. Can I take him now? An indifferent and cold voice echoed from the entrance. Both Ether and Nightfire flinched before as they turned and saw. Nyx Shadowfall was there. Nightfire sweated like bullets when she saw Nyx, who gave this job. You messed up, Ashera muttered with a disappointed expression. Chapter 1145, What's Wrong with This People? Nightfire gulped down her dry throat audibly, the sound echoing louder than she intended in the tension-filled room. Her heart pounded in her chest, each beat growing heavier with the silence that followed. Did she just mess up? Did she seriously fuck it all up? Did she just lose her job? In the most humiliating way possible? She shifted uncomfortably, guilt and panic crawling up her spine. With trembling hands, Nightfire quickly moved off his lap, her legs wobbling as she stood. She reached down and tugged her clothes back into place, smoothing out her wrinkled dress and covering her exposed ass. Her gaze hesitantly lifted to meet Nyx's, who was staring at her with an unreadable, cold, indifferent expression that only made Nightfire's gut twist harder. W8. I didn't mean to. Nyx didn't let her finish. Clean the kitchen before you go. Her tone was flat, detached. Then Nyx's gaze turned away from Nightfire like she was nothing more than a shadow. She looked toward Ether and called out. Come with me. Without waiting for a response, she turned and began walking towards her room. Ether paused for a moment, then turned toward Nightfire. He gently patted her shoulder, his expression soft and tinged with pity. Then he flicked his wrist, and just like that, the mess on the ground vanished in an instant, not a single trace left behind. Don't worry. She's not mad, he said in a gentle, almost awkward attempt to comfort her. Honestly, I don't think she even cares that I fucked you. Nightfire blinked in surprise, her eyes wide as her body tensed. That wasn't the answer she had expected. For a second, hope flickered in her chest. Really? If that's the case. Then, she purred, her tone taking a playful, sultry turn as she trailed her fingers across his chest, her hands sliding with slow, seductive intent. Ether gave her a long, unreadable look. There was something behind his eyes, restraint maybe. If I go late, she might get pissed off, he muttered, half to himself. Nightfire flinched at the words, deflating her sudden boldness. She forced a small, awkward smile and nodded, trying to hide the sting in her chest. Well. Go, then. Ether gave her a small, reassuring smile and leaned down, pressing a gentle peck on her forehead before stepping away. She blinked, stunned for a moment. Her fingers reached up to touch the spot where his lips had been, and a small, almost shy smile played on her lips. Her expression softened, just for a second. Plus 1000 AP. Ether stepped into the room as Nick silently gestured for him to move the bed. Her face was still blank, expressionless, unreadable. Ether raised an eyebrow, curious. She hadn't changed even a little. Without asking questions, he casually laid back on the bed. Nyx wasted no time. She climbed on top of him, straddling him with practiced motion. Her hands moved to his pants, unfastening them before pulling them down. His cock was already semi-hard, and with just a glance at it, it stirred to full attention. Ether expected her to start with her mouth, maybe a kiss, maybe a lick, but instead, she reached for the small bottle of lubricant she had brought in earlier. She popped the cap open, poured the cool liquid over his shaft, and rubbed it in evenly. Then, with little ceremony, she pulled her underwear to the side, exposing her dry slit, and without even looking him in the eye, she lowered herself onto him. No sounds. No moans. No expression. Just her cold, clinical rhythm as she began to move up and down on his cock, her face void of emotion, like she was performing some routine. Ether stared up at her, expression blank as he watched her bounce on him, not from passion, not from pleasure, but from a sense of duty. She was trying to milk him, but it felt distant. Disconnected. Say. Do you even enjoy this? What you're doing right now? He asked, unable to hold the silence any longer. Nyx didn't pause or even slow down. She simply answered with a tone that matched her face, neutral. It's not about liking it or not. This is a ritual to get pregnant. I have to perform it. Whether I enjoy it or not. Ether let out a quiet hum, thoughtful, but his voice held a hint of concern. You're not feeling anything at all? Nyx tilted her head as if thinking about it. Yes, she could feel some tingling down there, her flower felt sticky, warm, and just a bit tight, but that was about it. No heat. No craving. No desire. She shook her head in reply. Ether gently lifted his hands and placed them on her hips for the first time. The moment his fingers touched her skin, Nyx visibly flinched. He leaned up slightly and whispered. Should I help you feel it? He began to move his hips gently, slowly rocking into her, trying to stir a reaction, to reach something inside her, physically or emotionally. Nyx frowned, her head slightly tilting again. But Morgana didn't say anything about that. So I don't need it. Even if it might make you feel good. She blinked, confused. Does feeling good help me get pregnant? Well. Not exactly. But it increases the chances, the success rate goes up when your body responds naturally. Nyx hesitated. Her lips parted just slightly before she gave a tiny nod. Then. Do it. Ether smirked softly and began to move, this time more deliberately, slowly grinding into her, his hands tightening around her hips to guide her movements, coaxing sensation from her indifferent body. Yet still. Nothing. No gasps. No moans. No reaction. Her eyes slowly dulled, turning almost lifeless. She stared past him, as though her soul wasn't present anymore. Fuck. This is beyond messed up. He thought grimly, the unease in his chest growing heavier. At this point, he wasn't even sure he could finish like this. He tried to lift his hand and reach for her breasts, thinking maybe touching her would help. But Nyx shook her head, her voice as cold as ever. There's no need for that. Ether frowned, frustrated and disheartened. He sighed deeply, then shifted her position, gently laying her back on the bed while climbing on top of her. Maybe a different position would help. Maybe seeing her face beneath him. But even then. No reaction. It became painfully clear, she wasn't trying to dominate him, nor was she avoiding it. She simply didn't care. It didn't matter what position they were in, so long as he didn't look at her pussy or touch her breasts. All that mattered to her was that he pumped. That's it. This was fucked. Deeply fucked. Still. His body responded anyway. Eventually, despite the discomfort in his mind, he came inside her. And the moment he did, she shifted to the side, not saying a word. Nyx. I don't understand what you're trying to do here. You took me as your husband. You even smiled at me once, gently, sweetly. But now, even when we're this close, you feel so far away. Why? Nyx turned her head and looked at him, her expression finally showing something. I was happy that day, she said softly. I was excited. Thinking I'd get a baby. But then I learned about the ritual. That it takes time. And now. I don't feel happy anymore. Not until I see the baby. Her voice was calm, truthful, almost painfully so. Ether's brows lifted slightly. That was honest. Completely honest. No hesitation. He leaned a little closer, his voice lower now. I see. But why do you want a baby so badly? Ether frowned slightly, a soft crease forming between his brows. Nyx looked at him for a brief moment, her eyes blank and expression unreadable. Then she turned her head away and muttered under her breath. You do your duty as a husband. And I'll do mine as a wife. That's all. And with those quiet words, she turned her back to him and drifted off to sleep without another word or look. Ether's lips twitched at the corner, not quite a smile, not quite a frown. He stared at her sleeping form in silence. So. That was it? Was that really all there was between them now? So she wanted a baby. That much was obvious. But was that the only thing that made her happy? Or was there something more? Was she trying to use the baby for something? Trying to achieve a goal that she didn't tell him about? Questions lingered in his mind, thick and heavy like storm clouds that wouldn't clear. Eventually, with a long breath, Ether closed his eyes and allowed sleep to pull him under. SSH. A soft whisper-like noise echoed in the darkness. Ether flinched suddenly, his entire body tensing as an unexpected chill crept over his bare shoulder. He frowned in discomfort, his brows tightening as his eyes slowly fluttered open. For a moment, the world was blurry, then it sharpened. The bedroom door was open. Ether rubbed his eyes groggily, blinking to clear his vision. As he turned his head to the side, his heart gave a small jump, the space next to him on the bed was empty. Nyx wasn't there. Nyx, he called out softly, his voice thick with sleep but tinged with concern. He sat up quickly, his frown deepening as he stood. And then, something even stranger happened. The moment he stepped out of the hallway and reached the nearest window. His eyes widened in absolute disbelief. The world outside had changed. The once colorless, gray-toned realm was now painted with an eerie crimson hue. The sky, it wasn't just red, it was bleeding. It looked like the heavens themselves were bleeding a pure, deep crimson. SSH. Another gust of icy wind blew past him, and this time Ether shivered. He clenched his jaw. It wasn't supposed to be cold. It never was. But tonight. That chill crawled all the way into his bones. And still. No sign of Nyx. Nyx. He shouted louder, panic now rising in his voice as he hurried down the hallways and searched the mansion from corner to corner. But no matter where he looked, she was gone. She wasn't in the garden, not in the halls, not even in the kitchen. The silence was deafening. Ether's mind raced. Where could she be? And then a thought crossed his mind that made his chest tighten. The graveyard. What if she's at the graveyard? He didn't hesitate. He ran to the mansion's main entrance. His hand hovered above the doorknob for a second, unsure, something didn't feel right. But then he exhaled sharply and opened the door. Step. He froze. His foot hovered mid-air, just inches from stepping outside. But what he saw made his blood run cold. The entire graveyard was filled with ghosts. Hundreds of them. Flickering, translucent figures with twisted faces floated silently across the gravestones. Some shimmered in blue, others in dull gray, drifting like fog around the yard. But they weren't aimless. No, they were facing him. And they were standing just inches from the doorstep. Their eyes, cold, glowing, unblinking, stared directly at him. Dozens of them. Hundreds. Each face was pale and worn, lips stretched into disturbing little grins. Some reached out with bony, semi-transparent fingers, beckoning him to come outside. To join them. Ether's eyes widened in disbelief, and with one quick motion. Thud. He slammed the door shut and leaned against it, heart pounding in his chest. He took a deep breath and muttered to himself in a strained whisper. We didn't see anything. Nope. Nothing happened. Shaking his head quickly, he turned and walked back toward the bedroom. Without a second glance outside, he threw himself onto the bed and yanked the quilt over his head, covering himself completely as if it could shield him from whatever the hell that was. He needed sleep. Whatever was going on out there. It wasn't his problem tonight. Nyx could handle herself. She wasn't some child who needed babysitting. At least. He hoped so. Meanwhile, outside the mansion, the entire empire had descended into madness. Ha! I need that money. Hand it over, you bastard, a vicious werewolf snarled as he burst into a bank, barreling through the doors without hesitation, saliva dripping from his fangs. Give me your cock, bitches, laughed a wicked succubus as she skipped through the streets, yanking at men's pants and tweaking their junk with her sharp claws, horrifying teeth, giggling like a lunatic. Chapter 1146, Rule 1, Sex is optional. When Ether woke up, the first thing he noticed was Nyx lying beside him, sound asleep. Her face looked peaceful, completely relaxed, as if not a single worry existed in her world. He let out a quiet hum, tilting his head as he leaned a little closer to her. The faint scent of ashes clung to her skin, subtle, but unmistakable. His brows furrowed slightly, unsure whether it was natural or a lingering trace of something else. Gently, he reached out and brushed her cheek with his fingertips. Nyx let out a soft hum in response, her eyelids fluttering open slowly. Her gaze met his. Is something on my face? She asked groggily, her voice husky from sleep. Ether shook his head with a small, calm smile. No. It's just. You look really cute when you're sleeping so peacefully. He spoke with a sincere tone, his expression soft and open. Is that so? Nyx murmured, her voice trailing into a breathy hum. She pushed herself up slowly, letting out a quiet yawn as she stretched her arms and arched her back. Ether sighed to himself, keeping his thoughts buried. Guess it didn't have the effect I hoped for, he mused, watching her move. Get ready for breakfast. Nyx said simply as she walked toward the bathroom. She didn't glance back or wait for a response. He stared at the closed door for a moment longer, then muttered in his thoughts, I seriously need to figure her out. Then he reached out mentally, checking in with the others, monitoring how things were progressing across different locations. He assessed the work being handled, making sure there were no complications or sudden issues with Project X. Everything appeared to be going smoothly, except for one thing. Kaylin. Kaylin was not listening to Leora's words. At all. Ether knew he'd eventually have to confront his son. But for now, he was holding back, waiting for something. Celestia. I'm working on it. Just give me a little more time, Ether. Things are getting complicated. Complicated? What do you mean? The records. They say Vesperine died a long time ago. Huh. I'll explain once I've confirmed everything myself. Just wait a bit longer, okay? Ether took in a sharp breath, lowering his head and covering his eyes briefly. He let the silence fill him, trying to focus. Then he lifted his gaze again and saw Nyx emerging from the bathroom, fresh and glowing, steam still clinging faintly to her skin. She was already dressed, her gaze flickering briefly to him. Refresh. She said with a soft hum. Ether nodded and moved past her, heading toward the bathroom wordlessly. The moment she saw him disappear inside, Nyx quickly stepped back toward the bed. Her eyes darted to the spot where she had been sleeping, and there it was. A small bone, resting where her body had just been. Without hesitation, she scooped it up and swiftly hid it under her skirt. Her face remained blank as she turned to the mirror and began combing her hair like nothing had happened. Soon, Ether came out, toweling his hair dry. He paused when he saw her still at the mirror, brushing her long black hair with hints of soft purple at the ends. He stared at her for a moment before speaking. Can I? His voice was gentle but eager. He extended his hand, offering to take the comb from her. Nyx blinked slowly, her eyes meeting his in the mirror. She studied his face for a few seconds, taking in his soft expression and the innocent smile playing on his lips. Without saying a word, she handed the comb to him. Ether took it carefully, stepping behind her. He ran the comb through her hair with slow, tender movements, each stroke deliberate and calm. He worked his way gently through the strands, treating her hair with elegance and care. Nyx kept her eyes on their reflection, watching his concentration. His hands were steady, his focus intense. Eventually, he began braiding her hair, weaving each section with quiet dedication. When he finished, he lightly patted her shoulder and smiled. All done. How is it? Nyx met his eyes in the mirror again, then glanced at the braid. She nodded once. Good. Plus 10 AP. Then, without another word, she stood up and walked out of the room. Ether blinked, surprised by her simple response, and then followed after her. In the corridor outside, he glanced up and saw the sky had returned to its usual gray. There were no red flashes, no ominous atmosphere like yesterday. It was just calm. Even the cold, biting air from before was completely gone. So, yesterday really was different, huh? Still unsettled, he turned to Nyx and asked directly. Where did you go last night? In the middle of the night, I mean. Nyx stiffened ever so slightly at his question, but she didn't stop walking. Her voice came steady and cool. I was handling some things. And if you're curious about what those things are, I believe it's healthy for a husband and wife to have a little privacy between them. Without pausing, she raised her hand, and a black hole materialized in front of her palm. From within it, she pulled out a book given by Her Majesty only and held it out to him. The title printed across its surface read, Husband and Wife's Relationship Rules. Here. Read it, she said, placing the book in his hands. Ether blinked rapidly, completely caught off guard. There's a book for relationship rules. What the hell is this? Still bewildered, he flipped it open and looked at the first page. Rule 1, sex is optional. He immediately slammed the book shut, eyes twitching. This is 100% written by a woman. No doubt about it. Not that he wanted to be sexist or biased in any way, no. He respected everyone. He really did. But come on, let's be honest. We all know that's not an option. Sure, sometimes one party might be unable to do it, due to health problems, mental strain, physical issues, whatever, and in those cases, of course, it was understandable, and of course, if one woman was unable to do it, Ether would still love them. Sex was not always the thing in love. That's the exception, though. Maybe 10% of the time. Hell, maybe even just 1%. But the rest? The other 99%? No way. That rule does not apply. Ether sighed softly as they continued walking down the hallway and eventually reached the dining room. The moment they entered, they saw Nightfire already there, standing straight, ready and waiting, having arrived much earlier than usual. Of course, she did. After all, she had almost lost her job yesterday. There was no way she was going to mess around or take any chances today. I have prepared your meals, Nightfire announced as she motioned toward the dining table, which was beautifully arranged and filled with delicate, well-prepared dishes. Ether chuckled inwardly. She's definitely doing this to save her ass. He and Nyx took their seats, sitting side by side at the long dining table. Ether picked up his hand, took a bite, and nodded with a small smile. It's good, he said, genuinely appreciating the taste. Nightfire beamed at the compliment, giving him a playful wink before glancing cautiously at Nyx. Before Nightfire could say anything else, Nyx's cold, indifferent voice cut through the air. Do not speak while eating. Her tone was clear, unbothered, and completely serious. Ether raised an eyebrow, turning to her with a slightly playful smirk. Why not? He asked, chewing deliberately as he looked at her, his expression filled with mock curiosity. He was clearly doing it on purpose, just to see how she'd react. Nyx stared at him for a few seconds, her eyes narrowing just slightly. When eating, you should not speak, she repeated firmly, then calmly continued eating her food. Ether grinned. But you just spoke too, didn't you? Nyx blinked at his words, momentarily stunned as realization hit. She had, in fact, broken her own rule. Her eyes lowered. Then, suddenly, she pushed her plate away, and stood up from her chair. Then I won't eat, she declared. Ether's brows rose higher. Wait, what? I was just messing with you. It's fine, she replied, her voice low and firm. I'm the one who broke the rule. I should accept the consequence. And without another word, she turned and walked out of the dining room, her footsteps light but determined. Ether blinked, watching her go. He turned to Nightfire, only to find her standing there with her hands on her hips, glaring at him like a disappointed older sister. I cannot believe you just did that, she scolded. How the hell was I supposed to know she'd take it that seriously? Ether muttered defensively, already getting up from his seat. He hurried after Nyx, calling out to her as he followed through the hallway. Hey, come on. Don't leave just like that. At least eat something. It'll get cold, and it'll go to waste. Nyx glanced back at him with a calm, almost blank expression. Don't worry about me. How can I not? Ether asked, slowing his steps. I'm your husband, aren't I? His voice carried a trace of guilt now, he hadn't meant to upset her this much. Nyx stared at him in silence for a moment before replying softly. You shouldn't feel guilty. It's my fault I broke my own rule. She paused, then added more quietly. If you want to explore the place, go ahead. If you need money, it's in our room. I'll be heading out for now. Where are you going? Nyx gave a subtle smile, but her tone stayed guarded. I believe I still have the right to some privacy. And just like that, she turned and walked away without looking back. Ether stood there, watching her silhouette disappear down the hallway. He exhaled slowly and shook his head, then made his way back into the kitchen. When Nightfire saw him return, alone, she let out an exaggerated sigh. "Fine," she said, shaking her head in defeat. But then her voice turned serious, eyes narrowing again. "However, you're eating all of this. Got it? I hate when food goes to waste." Her tone carried an unexpected weight, like a threat cloaked in hospitality. Her gaze sharpened, and for a moment Ether could feel her wrath simmering just under the surface. He sat back down. Yup. Nightfire's definitely not in a horny mood today. She was pissed. Real pissed. And so, with little choice, Ether began eating again, bite after bite. Somehow, he managed to finish every last dish, cleaning the plates thoroughly without leaving a trace. When he leaned back, completely full, Nightfire stared at him in disbelief. "Damn. What's in your stomach? A void or something?" She looked surprised, almost impressed. But as she stared at the empty plates, her lips slowly curled into a satisfied smile. She was happy. Not because he ate like a monster, but because he ate everything she made. Plus 1000 AP. Ether let out a long, satisfied breath and glanced over at her. "So. Shall we go follow your master now?" "Huh?" Nightfire blinked. Chapter 1147, Nick's Shadowfall is Not Normal, Part 1. Ether and Nightfire were now walking a few steps behind Nick's Shadowfall, who was calmly striding down the cobblestone street as if the world around her simply didn't exist. Her movements were a vision of poise and grace. Each step was measured and elegant, her hips swaying with quiet confidence. Her hair fluttered softly in the wind like silk being pulled by an unseen hand. Everything about her presence screamed perfection, the kind of effortless perfection that made people stop and stare. She was a perfect woman in every possible sense, at least if one judged from the outside. Nightfire shot a side glance at Ether, her eyes narrowing. "Remind me again. Why exactly are we doing this?" Ether smirked slightly without looking at her. "I need to know more about my wife." Nightfire's lips twitched violently. Her jaw clenched as she screamed internally, "What about me, bastard?" The thought pounded in her head like a drumbeat of rage, as if she was on the verge of grabbing him and biting his dick off just to make a point. He was seriously getting on her nerves. Like, unbelievably. Ether stifled a chuckle as he noticed her stiffened body and clenched fists. He could practically feel the fury radiating off her like heat waves, but he chose to say nothing. Only he knew what his plan was, why he was doing this, and what he hoped to discover. For now, he shifted his focus back on the trail ahead, on Nyx, as they followed her in silence. But then, out of nowhere. "Hey lady, you look sexy hot." A sharp, sultry voice echoed through the air. A tall, buxom woman appeared from the side of the street, stepping directly into Nyx's path. She had enormous, barely contained breasts bouncing with each step, her long thong on full display beneath a sheer wrap that left little to the imagination. Her eyes were half-lidded, her lips twisted into a lustful smirk. She stared at Nyx like a predator sizing up a feast. Ether and Nightfire both stopped dead in their tracks, their expressions turning into frowns of disbelief. But Nyx didn't even blink. She didn't flinch or slow down. She simply kept walking, her eyes fixed forward. It was as if the woman in front of her didn't even exist, just another pebble on the road she would gracefully step over. She ignored her. Ether muttered, blinking. "No," Nightfire corrected, raising her brow. She didn't even hear her. "That's worse." Ether glanced sideways at her. "What's with these people? Either they're walking around naked, trying to fuck the air, or they're brawling in the streets like an animal." Nightfire chuckled low, almost darkly. "Oh, you have no idea, Ether. I promise, you haven't even scratched the surface yet. As they turned their attention back to Nyx, they saw the woman's smirk fading. Her brows furrowed in irritation as Nyx continued walking past her without so much as a nod. "Hey! I'm talking to yo." The woman reached out and touched Nyx's shoulder. And in that very instant, faster than a blink, her body convulsed. Her limbs jerked, her back arched unnaturally, and a guttural gasp escaped her throat. Her pupils dilated as something unseen surged through her veins. Ether's and Nightfire's eyes widened in alarm. Then, her body twisted, warped, and turned into ashes. Yes, ashes. Before either of them could process what they were seeing, several dark hands erupted from the ground, long, shadowy limbs, and swallowed the ashes, dragging it down as if it had never existed. What the fuck? Ether stared, his jaw slack. His breath caught in his throat. Nyx didn't even turn. She didn't so much as glance back. She just kept walking, her expression calm, completely unaffected. Nightfire gulped loudly, her entire body stiff with disbelief. She's terrifying. She thought, trembling slightly. She made a mental note to never, ever be late again. Or piss Nyx off. Or even look at her the wrong way. Hey! What the hell were those hands? Ether asked, his voice low, almost cautious, as he stepped forward and examined the spot where the woman had been. The ground was still for a moment, then the last lingering fingers of shadow faded into the dirt like mist dissolving into the wind. Nightfire walked up beside him, her eyes narrowed. You've seen the eye, right? Ether nodded slowly, recalling the great black eye that watched over souls. Nightfire folded her arms. Well, that was the hand. Excuse me? Ether blinked in confusion. Nightfire grinned. I know, it sounds crazy. But trust me when I say this, nothing here is like the empires you've seen before, Ether. This place. This is Umbrione's void. Here, the rules are different. Here, we don't fear death. Ether raised an eyebrow, surprised by the casual tone she used for something so extreme. That's funny coming from you. You ran away more times than I can count just to save your ass. You didn't fear death. Nightfire froze mid-step. Her cheeks flushed with bright red embarrassment. She turned away quickly, refusing to meet his gaze. Accept me. You know. I'm the miracle one, she stammered. Ether stared at her with a completely deadpan expression, unimpressed. Nightfire's blush deepened. Her ears burned. She could practically hear Ashara's mocking voice inside her skull, "You're just digging your grave, idiot." Whatever, she muttered quickly, waving a hand as if brushing away her own words. The point is. In this empire, people don't mind dying. They believe it's an honor, that by dying, they become one with the grace. It's their highest calling. The ultimate reward. She folded her arms again, now speaking with an air of authority, like a teacher lecturing a slow student. If you die in other empires, the eye will catch your soul and drag it here for judgment. But in Umbrione's, death is direct. The might grace, our living god, reaches out with its own hand and takes your soul personally. Ether's eyes widened a little as he began to understand. So dying means being touched by your god itself. That's why people here aren't afraid of dying. Exactly, Nightfire said with a nod. Ether rubbed his chin, looking at her with both amazement and mild horror. Man, that's so damn messed up. Nightfire laughed softly. Welcome to the void, Ether. Life and death mean nothing here, at least not to the people who were born into it. If they die, they die. If they live, they live. No one panics. No one mourns. She looked at him with a small, bitter smile. Here, death is part of life, after all. Ether stared at her for a long moment, unable to hide the awe flickering in his expression. When did Nightfire stop being horny? Nightfire grinned and proudly puffed her chest out, clearly enjoying the way Ether was staring at her, like, for once, she was somehow above him. Ashara, is that you? Ether said with a smirk. Nightfire's lips twitched violently. Her smugness cracked a bit as she caught the teasing glint in his eye. I might actually fall for you if you keep acting like this, he muttered softly, leaning a little closer. Just be a horny succubus and we'll call it even. Plus 1000 AP. Nightfire coughed, her cheeks flaring with heat. She quickly turned her head and began walking again, chasing after the now vanished Nyx. See, come on, we need to catch up to her. Ether chuckled as he followed, shaking his head in disbelief. They kept trailing Nyx until she led them to another graveyard. Ether let out a slow sigh and scratched his head. What's with her? Is she, like, obsessed with graveyards or something? He leaned on the crooked iron fence and watched Nyx as she knelt before a grave. But instead of using a shovel or any tool, she began digging directly into the soil with her bare hands. Ether and Nightfire exchanged startled glances. She's really doing it. With her own hands? Nightfire whispered. Wait, Ether asked, narrowing his eyes, if the dead were already taken by the hands. Then why even have graves? After all, those hands didn't leave behind a trace, not even ashes. Nightfire looked at him for a long moment, her tone uncharacteristically thoughtful. True. But. Tell me something. What is a grave, really? Ether blinked. A place to bury a dead body. Nightfire smiled softly at that. It wasn't her usual smug grin, this one was almost gentle. No. A place for you even after death. Ether didn't reply. He just stared at her in silence, his gaze oddly unreadable. Nightfire tilted her head in confusion, about to ask what was wrong when. His lips pressed softly against hers, catching her completely off guard. He kissed her. No warning, no teasing, no exchange of favors, he just kissed her. A warm, quiet kiss, like something he wanted to give her. That was all. Seriously. What's wrong with you? He whispered as he pulled back, still close. Plus 2000 AP. Nightfire stood frozen. This was the first time Ether had kissed her without any hesitation, without needing anything in return or help. Her heart fluttered, a soft, fluttering beat that wasn't there before. She touched her chest unconsciously, her fingertips brushing over the spot. Her heartbeat was faster. Not much. But enough for her to notice. What is this? She had never felt happy before, not truly, but right now. She did. She felt something light inside her chest. Something warm. And somehow. Incredibly horny, too. Her eyes widened slightly. Her tongue slipped out and licked her lower lip with an unintentional sensual slowness. Please stop. Ashara's voice echoed sharply in her head. Nightfire flinched at the mental interruption and quickly pulled herself together. All right. He's supposed to make me fall for him first. Not the other way around. She forced herself to focus as both she and Ether turned their attention back to Nyx Shadowfall, who was still digging, now moving from one grave to the next, checking each one with obsessive intent. She wasn't just digging at random. She was searching. She had already opened at least 5 graves by now, yet each one was completely empty. No bones, no flesh, not even dust. Nothing. Ether frowned. Then. What is she even looking for? If there's nothing inside these graves, why dig them at all? Nightfire shrugged, clearly as baffled as he was. Hell if I know. She's your wife, bastard. Ether raised an eyebrow. Yeah. How would you know? His voice trailed off as he kept watching Nyx, digging and digging, never once slowing, never hesitating. Then, his eyes narrowed. He noticed something that made his stomach twist a little. He. Hee. The sound was chilling. Nyx was giggling. She was actually giggling while digging, her face lit up with a twisted kind of joy, eyes sparkling, lips curled in a wicked, childlike smile that teetered on the edge of madness. Her voice was light, soft, but deeply unnerving. She looked genuinely happy. Almost insanely happy. Ether stared at her, unable to look away. That expression, that pure, eerie joy, wasn't something she'd ever shown him. Not even once. She was smiling in a way she never had with him. But now, to a grave. That shit was seriously messed up. Nope. Nobody here was normal. Not even close. And yet, Ether still couldn't stop wondering. What was she searching for? If the graves were empty, and the bodies had been taken by the hands, then what could possibly be buried here? What did Nyx think she'd find? Chapter 1148, looks like blood is happening way too often these days. That night, well, not exactly night, but something close to it, felt like night to Ether, even though the sky above was a dull, oppressive shade of gray. Anyway, before Nyx could make her way back home, Ether and Nightfire jogged their way to the house. Of course, Ether couldn't avoid bumping into trouble. He ended up getting hit by a woman. And even by some guy. Nightfire, though, was quick to step in, her eyes flashing with irritation as she made sure to scare both of them off without a second thought. After that, Nightfire headed back to her own house. Her shift was done, and she had no reason to stay longer. Later, when Nyx finally returned home, her appearance was eerily perfect. Her clothes were clean, her long braided hair still neatly tied, and there wasn't even a single speck of dirt on her, like she hadn't just been out digging a grave with her bare hands. She spotted Ether lying lazily on the couch on the living room side. He looked half asleep, motionless, eyes closed. Nyx stared at him for a long second, expression unreadable, before calling out to him in a calm voice. Ether. It's time. His eyelids fluttered open slowly, as if waking from a heavy dream. He saw her standing there, her figure quiet and composed. He didn't ask what she meant, he didn't need to. The tone in her voice already told him everything. Ether let out a quiet sigh and rose from the couch, following her into their room. And just like before, they had sex. No passion, no warmth. Just skin against skin, moving with empty rhythm. Lifeless. Nyx turned to the side afterwards and fell asleep almost immediately, her breathing soft and steady. Ether lay beside her, staring at her back in the dim light. He watched her for a long moment before finally closing his eyes. But deep into the night, he woke up suddenly. There was a chill in the air, unnatural and biting. Ether opened his eyes, blinking against the cold. His hand instinctively reached to his side, but the bed was empty. Nyx was gone. The space where she had been sleeping was already cold, like she had left a while ago. Frowning, Ether sat up and looked toward the window. And that's when he saw it. The sky, once gray, was now a deep, red, casting a strange glow across everything. The color seeped through the glass like blood, painting the room in ominous shades. Ether's frown deepened, but he didn't move. He simply lay back down, pulling the blanket higher over his chest, staring at the ceiling with heavy thoughts churning inside. The next day came and went like a dull routine. Nothing seemed different. Nyx didn't say much during breakfast, then again, neither did he. And just like always, she excused herself and left without offering any explanation. Again. Nightfire groaned, her face twisting in frustration as she watched Ether getting ready to follow Nyx again. Sure enough, Nyx had already relocated to another grave. And once again, she had started digging, her bare hands methodical, her expression happy and wicked. Ether and Nightfire stood a little distance away, watching her from behind the trees. If you really want to know what she's doing, then just ask her already. Nightfire snapped, arms folded tightly across her chest. Why are you standing around watching this like some stalker? What's the point of all this? Her voice dripped with annoyance. She had been hoping he would spend more time with her. Maybe flirt, maybe even touch her again. But instead, he was busy chasing a woman who never even gave him a proper glance. Why the hell was he ignoring her? Why would he waste time on someone like Nyx and not her, someone who actually wanted him? Nightfire's fists clenched at her sides. One day he's going to realize what I really mean to him. And then it'll be too late. Nightfire thought with a burning scowl. Ether gave a low hum at Nightfire's comment. Of course, he wanted to ask Nyx directly. He wasn't stupid. But something told him. She wouldn't tell him. Maybe. I should try a different approach. Maybe. Words could work. He turned to glance at Nightfire, her irritated face now slightly pouting. Why don't you stay at our house? Ether asked suddenly. Nightfire blinked, stunned for a second. Then she shouted. Hell no. Her voice echoed, sharp and instant. There was no way in hell she would stay there. That cursed place was crawling with ghosts. And whenever she walked through the graveyard to get inside, it felt like thousands of eyes were on her. The air itself felt haunted. I'd rather fucking die than stay in that shitty house. She snapped with a serious tone, folding her arms with defiance. Ether stared at her silently for a few seconds. His eyes narrowed just a bit. Nightfire immediately felt a strange chill crawl up her spine. That look on his face. He was planning something. Something bad. Something she wouldn't like. Nope. No. Don't you dare. She yelped, backing away. But she didn't get far. Within seconds, Ether caught her easily from behind. Let me go, you damn pervert. I'm not doing this shit again. She screamed, thrashing in his grip. All those past memories came flooding back, the cute little dog that turned into a monster, the twisted games it played with them. She didn't want to relive anything like that. No way. Ether chuckled darkly. Don't worry. I'll protect you, he whispered smoothly as he gave her but a light slap. Nightfire flinched, her face heating up. She turned to glare at him, cheeks red. Fine. Let's make a deal. I'll stay, she huffed, lips curling in a sly grin, but you gotta give me something in return. Ether smirked and nodded. Of course. You can suck my cock. Nightfire froze. Her eyes went wide like saucers, mouth slightly agape. Really? She whispered, voice shaking slightly. Ether leaned forward, kissing her forehead gently. Our bodies are already used to each other's scent, so I won't go insane. And besides, he added with a faint grin, I already fucked a succubus queen. I think I'll manage just fine. Hearing that last word made Nightfire's blood boil. Her eyes twitched, and without warning, she leapt onto him, gritting her teeth hard as her mouth clamped down on his head in pure fury. Did her pussy feel good, you bastard? Chomp. She sank her teeth in with raw frustration, growling as she continued her tantrum like a furious cat attacking its prey. She didn't even know why she was this mad. He had been with other women before, she'd seen it, she knew it, but the moment he mentioned another succubus, something inside her snapped. Her jealousy twisted into real, dangerous rage. Why did it piss her off so much? Why her? It wasn't just anger, it was murderous intent. Soon after, they returned home, but this time, things were different. Ether grabbed Nightfire by the arm and pulled her into their room. Without a word, he opened the cupboard and gently shoved her inside. Stay here. And wake me up if you notice anything strange. Nightfire blinked, a little stunned by the sudden command. She nodded slowly, still annoyed, but curious enough to obey for now. She peeked through the narrow gap as the cupboard door remained slightly ajar. What she saw next made her eyes widen. Nyx walked in. Without a single word, Nyx approached Ether and pushed him down onto the bed. Nightfire froze, her breath caught in her throat. Hey, are they really going to do it? Was this some sort of twisted revenge? Was he doing this just to piss her off? Her breath trembled, and without realizing it, her fingers crept lower between her thighs, hovering just above her slit. She was about to give herself a teasing rub to ease the tension when Nightfire stared in confusion. Nyx was on top of him, yes, but there was no passion. No moaning, no heat. She was riding Ether's shaft with the dullest, most lifeless expression Nightfire had ever seen. Not a trace of excitement. Just blunt fucking, like she was performing some boring chore. Nyx blinked and looked down at her own body, her slits weren't even aroused. Nothing. What the heck am I even watching? Nightfire sighed heavily, pulling her hand away, frustrated and very much unturned on. After what felt like almost an hour, Ether finally climaxed, and the two of them collapsed into sleep. No kiss. No emotion. Just silence. Nightfire shook her head inside the cupboard. It felt like she had just watched the most depressing porn ever made. She continued watching with a deadpan expression, but then suddenly tensed. Nyx's eyes opened. Wide. Unnaturally wide. Her movements were slow, almost ghost-like as she shifted carefully. Nightfire watched closely as Nyx reached out, pulling something from under the bed. A tiny pouch. She opened it and gently blew a strange powder onto Ether's face. He didn't even twitch. Nyx sat up, slowly got out of bed, and slipped out the door like a shadow. Nightfire blinked, jaw tightening with confusion. She hesitated a second before pushing open the cupboard door and stepping out quietly. Ether. She walked over and tried shaking him. Oi, wake up. But it was no use. He was completely unconscious, his breathing soft, but no sign of awareness. She frowned, glancing down at him. Her eyes slowly lowered to the noticeable bulge under his pants. She gulped. Then grinned. I know a way to wake you up. Her tongue slid across her lips as her fingers moved to his waistband, ready to pull it down. SSSH. A cold breeze swept through the room. Nightfire flinched hard. Her eyes darted to the window. The sky outside had changed again, turning slowly into that haunting red. Fuck. Ashera, take over. She growled, her body shimmering as it began to shrink. Her form twisted and glowed for a brief second before transforming into a cute girl with soft features, Ashera. Ashera blinked as she took over, now sitting by Ether's side. She looked up at the crimson sky, then at Ether's unconscious face. Looks like blood is happening way too often these days. She muttered with a concerned sigh before leaning in close, gently tapping his cheek to wake him. But then. How about sucking his cock? Nightfire's voice echoed inside Ashara's mind with teasing mischief. Ashara's expression immediately went flat and deadpan. Please don't. She shook her head, utterly done with her other self's nonsense. Chapter 1149, This Was True Damnation. Welcome to the Umbrione's Void Empire. Ether felt a chilling atmosphere wrap around his skin like a cold fog. Goosebumps rose along his arms as he growled low in his throat, the lingering unease crawling over him. Slowly, his eyes fluttered open, hazy at first, then sharpened as he spotted Ashera leaning over him, her hands pressing against his chest, trying to shake him awake. Ether blinked, squinting at her groggily as his voice came out hoarse, Ashera. What? What's going on? Ashera gave him a soft smile, though it didn't quite hide the nerves in her eyes. You finally woke up. You've been asleep for a while. I was getting worried, she said gently and began explaining everything that had happened since he passed out. Ether's brows drew together. She used some kind of powder on me. Ashera nodded slowly, biting her lower lip. Ether's lips twitched in mild annoyance as he pushed himself upright. TCH, now it makes sense. That dizzy feeling I've been getting every time I wake up. It wasn't natural. She must have been using some kind of sleeping powder or drug, damn it, like knocking me out so I wouldn't notice. His eyes narrowed as he rubbed his temple. Where is she now? She walked out of the room after you fell asleep. That's all I know. Ashera replied quickly, avoiding his gaze, her eyes darting elsewhere like a guilty child caught red-handed. Ether didn't miss it. His tone turned sharp, you're hiding something. What is it? Ashera shook her head too fast, stammering, I wasn't hiding anything. But the fear flashing across her face, and her gulp, betrayed her. You're making it obvious, idiot. Nightfire's voice practically screamed in her mind, making her flinch internally. Ether grabbed Ashera by the wrist and tugged her forward until her face was just an inch from his. His eyes were burning with warning. Don't lie to me. You remember what happened to Nightfire, don't you? I won't be so gentle next time. He said, his eyes briefly sliding down to her ass, a dangerous glint flashing in his gaze. Ashera gasped and trembled, her cheeks flushing in fear and embarrassment as she nodded frantically with a nervous, henpecked expression. TT the sky. You saw it, right? It's red. Yeah, I saw that. So. Tonight is the Blood Dawn. Blood Dawn. Ether repeated, his frown deepening. Ashera's voice grew tense. On this night, people here lose control. Their animalistic instincts take over. They go wild, like completely primal. They attack anything they see, and there's no reasoning with them. It's like their minds are taken over by beasts, and nothing can stop it. Ether's eyes widened slightly, then narrowed again. So that's why Nightfire left. Her succubus side would have completely taken over her mind if she stayed. Ashera nodded quickly. Yes, exactly. During this time, I'm usually the one who keeps her from going too far. Keeps her sane. Ether let out a low sigh, trying to absorb the information. I see. Then that means. Nyx too. Ashera nodded again. Yes, most likely. She probably let her primal side loose somewhere far from here. That's why she put you to sleep before leaving, so you wouldn't follow her or interfere. Ether clenched his fist, his jaw tensing. He turned back toward the window, the crimson glow seeping into his eyes. We need to find her. Ashera stepped in front of him, worry evident in her voice. Ether, please. It's dangerous out there right now. Going outside during the Blood Dawn. It's basically suicide. Anyone we meet could be a monster by now. But I need to know where she is. I have to know what's happening to her. Will you help me? Ether asked softly, reaching out and gently placing his hand over hers. Plus 1000 AP. Ashera's breath caught in her throat. It was the first time Ether had ever asked her for help like this. He was always the one protecting her, standing tall, taking the blows, shielding everyone with his strength. But now, he was reaching out to her. And that meant something. Still scared, but trying to be brave, Ashera nodded with a forced smile. Oh, okay then. I'll help. Ether's expression softened. He gave her a warm smile. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to you. I'll protect you, like always. That's a promise. Ashera blinked at his words, her heart fluttering despite the danger. She smiled weakly, you haven't changed at all, Ether. Ether raised an eyebrow and smirked, what do you mean? I'm pretty sure I've changed a lot. Look, he flexed his muscles playfully, I've definitely leveled up. Ashera giggled, shaking her head with an innocent grin. Still a show-off. They walked together toward the entrance door, side by side. But just as Ether reached for the handle, he froze. Ashera noticed his hesitation. Something wrong. Ether's eyes narrowed slightly. Well. You mentioned the Blood Dawn affecting people. But what about ghosts? Does it affect them too? Ashera tilted her head in confusion. Ghosts? I don't know. I've never heard of that before. Why would you? But before she could finish, Ether opened the door. What waited outside was something she could never have imagined. Thousands, literally thousands, of translucent, grinning ghostly figures hovered mid-air in front of the entrance. Their eyes glowed white and red, their mouths stretched wide in twisted smiles. Some had no lower jaws. Others had elongated necks, split faces, or twisted limbs swirling like smoke. One had 3 heads that rotated like a spinning wheel, while another had a spine that dangled beneath it like a snake's tail. They didn't scream. They didn't attack. No. They waved. Hundreds of them. Smiling. Floating there like a crowd of creepy party guests. And they were all beckoning Ashera with curling, transparent fingers. Some gestured sweetly. Others crooked fingers in slow, hypnotic waves. One ghost even held a sign, "Join US," carved in glowing blood-red letters. Ashera's face paled instantly. She let out a sound that wasn't quite a scream, more like a strangled hiccup, and then... thud. No, it wasn't the door that slammed shut. It was Ashera's body, hitting the floor like a sack of potatoes as she fainted dead away, arms flopping beside her. Ashera! Ether shouted, panic rising in his voice as he dropped to her side. He shook her shoulders gently at first, then slapped her cheek a few times, not hard, but fast. Come on. Wake up. That wasn't that scary. Well, okay, maybe it was. Ashera's eyes fluttered open slowly, blinking as if waking from a fever dream. She saw Ether leaning over her and without a word, suddenly wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, clinging to him like a scared kitten that had just seen hell. What the heck was that, Ether? What the actual hell was that? Her whole body was trembling violently, her legs wrapped around him without her realizing. Her voice cracked like glass, and her grip only tightened. Ether let out a relieved breath and awkwardly patted her back. Looks like I'm not the only one seeing them. So I'm not going insane. Good to know. Ashera panted heavily, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she clutched onto Ether's robe. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably, her eyes darting around in panic. The way those ghosts had stared at her. The way they beckoned her with those slow, eerie smiles. It was so unreal, so unnatural, and so fucking horrifying. I've never seen anything like that before. She finally whispered, her voice cracking under the weight of terror. Even without words, her shaking form said everything, just how deeply horrified she truly was. What? Ether asked, surprised. I thought this kind of thing was normal around here. Ashera stopped mid-tremble, then turned her head toward him slowly, very slowly, with an expression so horrified that even Ether felt a chill crawl up his spine. Souls are supposed to be taken by the grace, she said, her voice rising in panic, and then put on the path of samsara. They're not supposed to be floating around in the air like that, calling us to join them. That's not normal. Hearing that, Ether blinked, the reality settling in. She was right. Her words struck deep. It wasn't just about being scared, it was something fundamentally wrong. The souls were supposed to be guided by the grace to their next life, moved along through the grand wheel of samsara. But here, they weren't just stuck, they were hovering. Laughing. Waving. Beckoning. What kind of twisted nightmare was this? Only one person could possibly explain what was happening now. Nyx. They had to find her. Okay then. Ether muttered, snapping back into focus. He reached out and wrapped his arms around Ashera's waist, pulling her close against his chest. Let's teleport. Ashera's cheeks flushed red from the sudden closeness. She tilted her head slightly, her breath hitching. Oddly, she couldn't smell anything from his chest. It was clean, almost unnaturally so, but before she could process that strange detail, the space around them twisted. With a pulse of magic, they vanished from the room. And reappeared. In the sky. Yaha! Ashera let out a startled scream, her arms flailing instinctively. She felt the air rush past her, a terrifying sense of falling, but Ether held her tightly, not letting her slip even an inch as they hovered above the entire city. Below them, the world was bleeding. Ether looked around, his expression hardening. The sky was bathed in blood-red light, casting everything beneath it in an ominous crimson hue. Then. Boom! Arf! Ha ha ha! Ether's eyes widened in shock as the sounds below ripped through the sky. What he saw next made his stomach twist. People were running wild, fighting, smashing buildings to pieces, dragging bodies, laughing maniacally, screwing in the middle of the streets, robbing others blind, biting necks, devouring raw flesh, setting things on fire, screaming, crying, and killing each other like it was a sport. Shrieks and maniacal laughter filled the air. Buildings exploded in fiery bursts. Fires raged uncontrollably across the entire area. The entire building was collapsing while people danced on the ruins. People weren't just fighting. They were ripping each other apart. Naked men and women tackled each other on the streets, fucking like animals, some still bleeding, some with missing limbs. There were no rules. Just pure instinct and primal rage. A group of children were seen beating an elderly man to death with bones, laughing like it was a game. Nearby, a man screamed as his own neighbors set his legs on fire, dancing around him while singing lullabies. Another woman had pinned a man to a wall and was devouring his face, not metaphorically, literally eating his face, chewing muscle and cartilage while he shrieked in agony, she fucked him. Ether's eyes widened. He saw a naked woman dragging a corpse behind her by the intestines, giggling as she talked to it like a pet. 3 men were fighting over a headless body, stabbing each other with forks while trying to pull pieces off its flesh. There was blood flooding the alleyways, mixing with discarded clothes, weapons, and limbs. A man sat on top of a pile of corpses, meditating, while holding a severed head in each hand like sacred idols. Farther away, he spotted someone screaming in ecstasy as they hurled babies into a burning pit, believing it to be some kind of twisted offering. Ether couldn't take his eyes off it. It was chaos, pure, absolute madness. What in the? Ether whispered, utterly stunned. Ashara's voice came from beside him, hollow and matter-of-fact. This is how the Void Empire works, Ether. He turned to her slowly, still dazed. She continued, you're either the predator or the prey. You can rape, kill, devour, enslave, burn, torture. Anything you want. And no one will stop you. The only rule is, don't touch something stronger than you. That's it. The weak hide. And the strong do whatever they want. If they mess with someone stronger, they just face the consequences. That's it. That's the only law, power. Her words echoed in Ether's mind, and he found himself staring down at the people again. Trying to understand what he was seeing. He saw a father beating his daughter with a chain because she spilled water. He saw a woman burying a crying baby under rubble just to silence it. He saw people mutilating themselves for fun, slicing their tongues, gouging their own eyes, moaning in pleasure. And no one around them cared. This was normal here. This wasn't like his empire. His people, they had flaws. Yes, they could be cruel. They could be animalistic, selfish, and even monstrous at times. But they still had pride. They still felt guilty. They still understood love, hate, honor, and pain. His people could be savage, but they were still human. But down here. This was different. There was no remorse. No empathy. Here, people didn't cry when someone died. Here, people didn't care if you loved them. Here, people left their babies to die and never looked back. Here, people didn't hesitate to abandon their children in the middle of the street like discarded garbage. Here, people laughed while killing their friends. Here, people ate their own kin like roasted meat. Here, people burned their parents alive for pleasure, then danced in the ashes. Here, people offered their lovers to be tortured, just to prove loyalty to someone stronger. Here, people threw away their own bloodline if they deemed it unworthy of existing. It was animal, no and oh. It wasn't even animalistic anymore. Even animals mourned their young. Even beasts had empathy for their kind. But these creatures below. They're monsters. Ether muttered, his voice cold and hollow. His eyes flickered black. He stared hard at the twisted beings below him, beings that called themselves people, yet acted with less humanity than demons. Even the real monsters he'd fought in the past would pale in comparison to this hellish reality. This was true damnation. True madness. This was hell. Welcome to the Umbriones Void Empire. Chapter 1150, Nyx Shadowfall's True Face, Part 1. Ether, holding Ashera close in his arms, soared through the storm-torn skies above the crumbling city. The cries of the monsters were drowned beneath the roars of madness, and yet, despite the monstrous destruction, Ether and Ashera didn't stop to interfere. They had one goal, to find Nyx. And that goal led them back to the grave they had first visited when they began following her trail. They landed silently before the grave, eyes scanning the eerie silence surrounding them. The wind carried the scent of smoke and iron, and the ground trembled slightly from the distant explosions. Ashera's eyes flicked around, nervous. They stepped inside the cold stone chamber and searched every corner, but to their dismay, she wasn't there. Ether's brows furrowed deeply. "She's not here," he muttered, a hint of worry seeping into his tone. Still hopeful, they moved quickly to another grave not far from the first and searched thoroughly, but again, it was no use. "She's not here either," Ashera whispered, voice tight. "Is there any other grave she could have gone to?" Ether asked, his voice more urgent now. Ashera tilted her head adorably, trying to remember through the panic clouding her thoughts. Her brows pulled together as she tapped her chin. I think there are a few more. Yeah. I know at least 3 more spots. Let's try them, fast." Without hesitation, Ether pulled her close again and leapt into the sky. Ashera pointed out the directions as they flew at high speed, her cheeks blushing faintly from the warmth of his body pressed against hers. But she shook off the fluttering inside her chest and focused on the mission. Nyx had to be somewhere. She had to. One by one, they checked the remaining graves. The first. Empty. The second. Nothing. The third. Not even a trace. Ashera clenched her fists, biting her lip. Why isn't she at any of these? Where the hell did she go? Ether landed roughly on the broken ground nearby, exhaling sharply. Sigh. Where could she be? He murmured, frustration and concern heavy in his tone. Ashera lowered her head. "I'm sorry," she said quietly, the guilt in her voice clear. "I really wanted to help you find her." Ether looked at her and managed a soft smile. He gently reached out and patted her head. "Don't blame yourself. We'll find her, no matter what. She can't have gone far." But his mind spun with possibilities. Where would Nyx have gone in the middle of the night? These were the places she had visited before. Unless she'd gone somewhere else entirely. Maybe the palace. But no. That wouldn't make sense. Why would she go to Her Majesty during a time like this? Did she even leave the house? He suddenly turned to Ashera, his expression tense. "Wait. Did you actually see her leave the house or her room? Asherah blinked, startled by the question. She tilted her head and thought deeply. Now that you mention it. Nightfire only said she left the room. Not the house. And we didn't check after that. We were too busy trying to wake you up. Her eyes widened. Wait. Don't tell me, what if she never left? What if she's still inside? Ether's eyes narrowed. It's possible. Let's go check. Right now. Just as they turned to take flight, the air suddenly shifted, cold, sharp, and filled with a suffocating bloodlust. From the thick shadows ahead, a massive black wolf burst out like a missile, claws glinting in the darkness, aiming directly for Ether's throat. With a quick sidestep and a powerful slide back, the wolf's claws slashed through the air where his neck had been just moments before, missing by inches. Asherah screamed in terror. Ether! More wolves emerged, one after another, from all directions. A whole pack of dark beasts surrounded them, their fur bristling, eyes glowing with hatred and hunger. They growled, low and deep, as their saliva dripped onto the cracked stone. He. We found ourselves a juicy prey tonight. Indeed. I'll take that little succubus. Been a while since we had a soft one. And I'll enjoy breaking that handsome body. Their voices dripped with twisted malice as they licked their fangs and advanced with slow, calculated steps. Ether stood protectively in front of Asherah, his fists clenching. His expression turned icy cold. I know you've all lost your damn minds, he said darkly. But if you're looking for a fight, I swear on everything, I'll break every single one of you. The wolves sneered and snickered, amused by his confidence. One lunged forward, but it was a mistake. Ether's fist moved faster than a blink, slamming through the wolf's chest with a sickening crunch. Blood exploded from its back as its body dropped like a broken ragdoll. Ether stared at the rest of them. His eyes didn't flinch. I'll say this once. Leave. Or die. The remaining wolves hesitated, a flicker of fear crossing their wild, irrational minds. But the madness had sunk too deep. Growling louder, they roared and pounced, coming at him all at once from every side. Ether ducked low, spun around, his legs sweeping under two wolves and sending them crashing into a nearby wall. He caught another's jaw mid-bite, crushed it in his grip, then grabbed its body and hurled it through 3 gravestones, shattering them like glass. Another wolf lunged from behind. Ether spun mid-air and smashed his elbow into its skull, cracking it open with a thud. Claws, fangs, growls, it was a whirlwind of blood and shadow. But Ether didn't falter. His fists were merciless. Every strike exploded with deadly precision, and within mere seconds, the ground was littered with twitching, broken bodies. Asherah watched with wide eyes, stunned and breathless. The way he fought. It was terrifyingly beautiful. Brutal. Perfect. But just as Ether turned to her, she saw it, one last wolf, crawling silently behind him, eyes crazed, leaping with claws outstretched. Ether. Asherah screamed, raising her hand instinctively. Dark flames ignited from her palm and shot forward like a cannon, engulfing the beast mid-air. The wolf let out a shrill, guttural scream as the black fire devoured it whole, leaving behind nothing but ash and smoke. Asherah stood frozen, her arms still raised, her breath shaking. Ether flinched as he turned back, eyes widening slightly as he watched the black flames devour the wolf's body in a violent swirl of darkness. The crackling embers lit his face as he slowly looked at Asherah, who stood still, arm outstretched, her hand faintly trembling from the power she had unleashed. He smirked faintly, lips curling upward as he said with a soft, almost proud smile. Guess I really can trust someone to watch my back now. Just as he finished his words, he waved his hand to the side. Without looking, a set of razor-sharp, compressed energy spheres shot through the air behind Asherah, precise and fast. They struck a lurking wolf that had silently crept up behind her, dragging it away just before it could lunge and tear into her. Asherah blinked. She hadn't seen the danger. She had only been staring at Ether, her eyes confused, surprised. And quietly happy. She didn't know what was happening anymore, except one thing. Plus 2000 AP. Is this what it means to have a friend who protects your back? She muttered, voice soft, tinged with wonder and slight confusion. Nightfire frowned, watching the exchange with unreadable eyes. Her expression twitched for a moment, then she sighed and casually shrugged, not saying a word. Ether's fists glowed again, and within seconds, he completely annihilated the remaining wolves, leaving nothing but burnt corpses and broken bones scattered across the stone battlefield. Then, without a word, he turned and teleported them both back to the house. A dull thud echoed as they reappeared in the corridor. Ashera stepped back. What now? Ether glanced around, his crimson gaze sharp again. What else? We tear this damn house apart if we have to. And so, the search began again, with more urgency, more intensity. They split up and moved swiftly. Room after room, the kitchen, guest rooms, the living room, every hallway, the balcony, the library, dining area, even the storage rooms. Nothing. No sign of Nyx. Looks like we were wrong again. Ashera muttered in a low, defeated voice. Her shoulders drooped, lips pressed tightly together. Ether leaned against the wall in the corridor, a deep frown on his face as he pressed his fingers to his forehead. If she's not here, he muttered to himself, eyes narrowing, then where the hell would she be? Ashera bit her lower lip hard, struggling to think, until something caught her eye. A small drop of liquid, glistening faintly under the corridor light. She crouched down, gently touched it with her finger, then brought it to her nose. The moment the scent hit her, her eyes widened in disbelief. It's Ether's scent. Her face flushed slightly as her mind raced. Yeah. Come to think of it. They did have that blunt sex, she thought, her cheeks puffing with fluster as she glanced sideways. Then her eyes followed the faint trail, there it was. A barely visible path of dried, translucent drops. Ether. Look at this, she said, pointing to the floor. Ether raised an eyebrow and followed her finger. He stared for a second and then let out a half sigh, half laugh, one hand brushing his hair back. So that's our clue now. Great. Things are just getting weirder by the second. He shook his head in amusement. Never had he imagined that his own jizz would be the key to finding someone. Still, they followed the trail. Ashera took the lead, her succubus senses were sharper, and even though most of the drops had dried, she could still track the scent. The trail led them down the stairs. Through the hall. Until finally, it reached the front entrance. Ether's expression darkened. So, she really went out after all. Ashera frowned, eyes narrowing as she noticed something odd, a small continuation of the trail, but on the left side of the door. Ether. Open the door. He grabbed the handle and pulled it open, but outside, just as usual. Those damn ghosts with grins and beckoning them to come out. See, close it, she said quickly. He closed the door. And the moment it clicked shut, the trail appeared again. Ashera frowned, stepping closer in frustration. Nightfire finally spoke. Try opening it. From the left side. Ashera blinked. But there's no handle on that side. Doesn't matter. Try it anyway. With a hesitant nod, Ashera reached out and touched the left edge of the door. She pulled, nothing happened. What are you doing? Ether asked, confused. Ashera turned and explained quickly. The trail disappears when we open the door normally. Nightfire told me to try the left side since the trail is there. I don't know why, but maybe it's some kind of hidden mechanism. She pulled again, but it didn't budge. Maybe we're wrong. Again. Her voice dropped. Her shoulders lowered again. No. Ether muttered. He stepped forward, shoved her gently aside, and placed both hands on the left panel. He pushed. A deep grinding noise echoed through the corridor. The left side of the door creaked and parted open, sliding inward like a hidden passageway. Both of them stared in stunned silence. "We found it," Ashera whispered, eyes wide. "Ha! No way," Ether laughed softly, his voice low and amazed. As the door slowly opened wider, what greeted them wasn't another hallway, or a hidden room. It was a vast, empty, barren land.